aid to Ukrainian refugees. Warner Brothers is also pulling its blockbuster from Russian theaters. The Batman was set to release later this week, but the company announced it is pausing the premiere of the film. Ukraine's digital minister is thanking SpaceX CEO Elon Musk after a shipment of internet terminals arrived in the country. Musk announced that SpaceX Starlink service was active in Ukraine. And Airbnb announced it is offering free temporary housing to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees.
Amazon customers can now connect with healthcare providers through their Echo devices. The company announced news on Monday, saying that customers can connect by saying, "Alexa, I want to talk to a doctor." They'll get a call back from a teledoc doctor who will assess non-emergency visits like allergies or flu symptoms through audio. Visits are $75 for users without insurance and varies for those with insurance.
That is cool. All right. Well, the company that produces the popular cartoon comic strip Peanuts wants to help usher in a diverse talent in the arts world. The company, Peanuts Worldwide, has launched a new initiative called the Armstrong Project. It will help provide $200,000 to endowments to Howard University in Washington, D.C. and Hampton University in Virginia. It will also provide a scholarship to a student at each school who is studying the arts, animation, entertainment, or communication. All right. Well, thank you for waking up with Early today. I'm Vanita Nair.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a good Tuesday and start of March. Be safe out there. It's Tuesday, March 1st. A massive Russian convoy of military vehicles headed for Kyiv stretches for miles. This morning, new details on what's ahead and how President Putin is growing more agitated.
Our Ellison Barber is live along the Ukraine border, where some of the over 500,000 evacuees have crossed into Poland, fleeing Russian military strikes.
Russian residents are running to cash machines as growing concern and global sanctions are hitting home with increasing severity.
President Biden will be delivering a highly consequential State of the Union address tonight. With a lot riding on the line, we've got a preview.
We have new information this morning about an expanded recall involving one of the most popular baby formulas. A busy start to March. Early today starts right now.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. I'm Vanita Nair.
Good to have you with us. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with fierce battle in Ukraine, which has now entered its sixth day. Russia's assault on its neighbor appears to have escalated. Officials in Ukraine sharing video this morning of what they say is a Russia airstrike that hit the Kharkiv Regional State Administration building. Current and former U.S. officials briefed on the matter tell NBC News Russia's Vladimir Putin may see doubling down on this violence as his only option. The sources say Putin has lashed out in anger at his underlings, and he has grown increasingly frustrated by military setbacks. This as the Russian economy is hit by unprecedented global sanctions and the value of the ruble plunges.
Russian forces are continuing their push towards Ukraine's capital. Satellite images captured Monday by Maxar Technologies appear to show a Russian convoy just north of Kyiv that is about 40 miles long. An estimate from the Pentagon puts Russian forces about 16 miles from Kyiv. NBC's Richard Engel kicks off our coverage.
Many U.S. intelligence officials predicted the Ukrainian military would have collapsed by now. But as Russia's assault is intensifying, so is Ukrainian resistance. Ukraine's military claims this drone video shows it taking out a convoy of Russian forces, while Ukraine's President Zelensky defied President Putin's demand that his country sever ties with the West, signing an application to join the European Union, a process that could take years. The UN now says at least 7 children have been killed in the Russian onslaught. Officials in Kiev say among them is a 4th grader named Polina. Peace talks along the border have concluded for now. Russia saying progress is being made. Ukraine agreeing to more talks, but with low expectations. As Putin denounced the West as an empire of lies after earlier raising alarms, saying he was ordering Russia's nuclear defenses on higher alert. Although a senior American defense official says the U.S. has seen no movement of Russia's nuclear forces, and that 75% of Russia's troops along Ukraine's border are now in the country. One of their main targets, the eastern city of Kharkiv. Russia attacked the city with what looked like indiscriminate fire. To the south, the small port city of Berdyansk was also attacked. The mayor says Russian troops took over the city. But even then, people didn't give up. Protesters confronting the Russian troops and heckling them, shouting, "Berdyansk is Ukraine." But Russian forces seem to have a bigger plan in mind. This convoy of Russian equipment and troops reportedly stretches for 17 miles outside of Kiev. But Russia's advance has been plagued by logistics failures. Some Russian vehicles literally running out of gas. A Ukrainian man pulling alongside this armored vehicle. Broken down, he asks. The diesel is out, the soldier says. "I can only tow you back to Russia," the Ukrainian says. And the soldier laughs. In Kiev, residents are preparing for street-to-street fighting, mixing Molotov cocktails as fast as they can fill bottles.
That's why we are fighting for our freedom, for our self-reliance, for ourselves, for our houses, for our children. We'll stand till the end.
We followed volunteers who brought the firebombs in wheelbarrows to nearby checkpoints, manned by Ukrainian veterans and anyone else with a gun and who's trusted in the neighborhood.
I'm living here. This is my home. All people in this district, we are saved.
Many Ukrainians are staying, determined to die fighting rather than lose their nation.
Our thanks to Richard Engel for that report.
The refugee crisis is growing dire as hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians flee the country, some waiting over 30 hours to cross the border. Joining us on the ground in Poland is correspondent Ellison Barber. And Ellison, you were at a border crossing and you've been speaking to the refugees. How is the situation there now?
The average wait time to get across this border from Ukraine is 24 hours. You can see people who have crossed right over here. Most of them only have one, maybe two suitcases. Medical workers, police offering them blankets. Many of them come often with their very young children, and then they're making their way over to this orange tent. These tents are set up as just a quick moment of relief for all of these people to go inside and try to get warm while they wait for someone to pick them up or figure out where they should go to next. When you look at all of these people, their parents, you can get this sense from them that they're relieved to be in Poland, relieved to be somewhere safe, but then you can see and feel all of the trauma, all of the emotion, all of the bad things that they have been through to get here. And at times you hear it from the children too. Then there is this determination to try and figure out what they should do next. You see the balloon the one woman is holding, the little boy nearby. This is the image that we keep seeing at any border crossing that we have been to. It is mothers with young children who are crossing because for many of them, their partners, their husbands, they've stayed behind to fight. We spoke to one woman right as she made it across the gate here with her 3-year-old toddler. She had come from a city in eastern Ukraine. She told us it took her 3 days to get here. They had to stop twice to hide in bomb shelters. Listen.
Грады и бомбят, и очень. Мы ехали 3 суток на машине, останавливались, были бомбоубежища 2 раза. Очень боятся, у меня ребенок испугался. Помогают. Мы были в гостинице, но получается это не гостиница, а сауна, потому что там можно, если что, спуститься. Вещи привозили, обувь детям маленьким, кормили. Вот как бы все помогали и помогают, и волонтеры, и деньгами, и вещами, и продуктами, всем помогают.
At least 520,000 people have fled Ukraine so far. Again, I keep saying it, but I think it's hard to grasp how vulnerable the people are coming here. I mean, they are very, very young children dealing with so much and then having to survive in really difficult weather conditions. It is very, very cold here. The UN has said they expect the number of refugees to rise exponentially. They are preparing for up to 4 million refugees, but people here are hoping that things get better because they want to go back home. Francis.
There is the relief, but the uncertainty to follow and then explaining it to all those children, young children. Ellison, thank you.
Some Russians are becoming increasingly concerned about the war and the global sanctions rippling through the economy. Fears are growing that the country's stock market could crash as the ruble's value drops. Keir Simmons is in Moscow with more.
Protests are growing, and so are signs of panic amongst some middle-class Russians. Crowds lining up at banks, many hoping to withdraw dollars or euros. The Russian ruble has fallen to a record low. The Russian stock market suspended all week, with fears it could crash. In a mall, we find more lines at ATMs.
Everyone's scared now.
And meet musicians Marina, who lived in Boston for 6 years, and Natalie.
My husband was trying to buy foreign currency yesterday. He didn't get a chance to do that.
Couldn't get any?
No.
Now they fear they may be banned from Europe, a new iron curtain between Russia and the West.
We don't want war.
But there are few signs President Putin is listening, meeting morose-looking central bankers at a distance. Though Putin does have support, including a thumbs up from this man. Putin is a world leader, he says. Others openly questioning the Russian leader's reasoning.
No war from Ukraine.
And what do you feel about President Putin's nuclear threats over the weekend?
I think he can, because I think he's crazy now.
But President Biden and the West left a carve-out in these sanctions that likely still benefits President Putin. Oil and gas is still allowed to flow out of Russia, a trade worth hundreds of millions of dollars a day. Keir Simmons, NBC News, Moscow.
President Biden will deliver his first State of the Union address tonight. This speech is a chance for a reset and a restore faith in his administration. Mr. Biden heads into the address with lower approval ratings than any of his recent predecessors. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with a preview. And Bree, what can we expect tonight?
Good morning, Francis. Well, the State of the Union address is usually an optimistic look forward, but Russia's siege on Ukraine has forced the president to pivot. And with the violent invasion, stakes for the primetime address could not be higher.
This is probably going to be the most important speech we've heard from American president for the world to see, not just the United States, since the end of the Cold War.
The State of the Union speech is an opportunity for him to pivot, and I hope that he does, because every decision this president has made over the last year has been to turn to the left instead of turning to Republicans across the aisle to form bipartisan solutions.
While foreign policy will play a major role in tonight's speech, it will also be an opportunity for a presidential reset at home with a focus on the economy. President Biden will highlight low unemployment and the 6 million jobs added since he took office. He's also expected to address record inflation head on and highlight his plans to slow surging prices at the pump and at stores. Administration officials say the president will also urge Congress to pass key pieces of his Build Back Better legislation, like improving child care and lowering prescription drug costs. Security at the Capitol tonight will be tight. Crews have reinstalled fencing around the perimeter, and hundreds of National Guard troops will patrol the streets. The president will also deliver the speech without a mask as CDC lifts COVID restrictions across the country. Back to you, Francis.
A lot to watch with so much at stake here at home and globally, too. Bree, thank you. You can watch the State of the Union right here on NBC at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Let's turn now to today's weather with NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, good morning. And the beginning of March is beautiful in so many areas, but not the Northwest. We've been getting drenched with this storm. It's what we call an atmospheric river. Just a pool of moisture is just flowing right into the Northwest, and especially in the mountainous areas, we have a lot of problems with river flooding, and that's going to continue right through the day today. Mostly minor to moderate. We're not seeing like major or historic flooding, but you see how widespread it is there in areas of the Northwest, especially from Seattle southwards down through central Washington. So as we go through the day today, this cold front just kind of slowly lingers on shore. We'll continue to see wet weather in areas from Portland down the areas along the Oregon coast. And then finally, by the time we get to Wednesday afternoon, we get a little drier in a few spots of Washington state, but it's still a very wet pattern. So, enjoy March where it's not raining, which is in many, many areas. That's a look at the national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, the worst drive by far throughout the country today will be on I-5 from Seattle southwards down to Portland, and even Portland southwards eventually all the way down towards Eugene and Medford. The rest of the country is actually looking for great travel weather today. That March outlook is coming up, and you know, guys, March is that month where things change quickly, so we'll give you those details.
That sounds like a change for the positive, so that's at least good.
Fingers crossed.
Thank you, Bill. After the break, new details on a horrific church shooting in Sacramento.
And parents of infants, this is for you, a major development in the baby formula recall. We're back in just 1 minute.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Check your cabinets, because Abbott Nutrition is recalling one lot of the powdered infant formula Similac PM 6040. The formula is being added to a recall from late February. The agency says it is also investigating the death of a baby who died of Chronobacter after consuming Similac PM 6040. The affected products have a lot code ending in K80 and K800. Impacted consumers should visit similacrecall.com for more information.
5 people are dead after a shooting in a church in Sacramento, California. According to police, a father shot and killed his 3 daughters and the person supervising their visit before turning the gun on himself. The children were 9, 10, and 13 years old. The Sacramento County Sheriff spoke on the tragedy during a press conference.
It's just horrific, and unfortunately it does happen, and it does happen in the county. Domestic violence is all too common. This obviously rising to the level of killing innocent children is obviously beyond anyone's rational comprehension.
In a tweet, California Governor Gavin Newsom called it another senseless act of gun violence in America. He offered condolences to the victims and their families. Multiple law enforcement agencies are investigating.
Coming up this morning, movie theaters in Russia won't be seeing any new Disney films anytime soon.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers.
We're coming on the air with breaking news right now.
That's right. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is speaking before a session of the European Parliament right now. Let's listen in.
For me, tragedy for every Ukrainian, tragedy for our state. I mean, this high price, very high price. thousands of people who were killed. 2 revolutions, 1 war, and 5 days of full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation. You know, I don't read off the paper, off the sheet, because the paper phase in the life of my country has ended. Now we're dealing with reality. We're dealing with killed people, real life, you know? And, you know, I believe that today, we're giving lives for values, for rights, for freedom, for the desire to be equal as much as you are. We are giving people, the ones, the most value-based ones. Ukrainians are incredible. And very often we love to say that we will win over everyone. And I'm very happy that you are not only talking about it, but you can see that. And we will overcome everyone. And I'm sure, I'm convinced, there is an expression, Ukrainian choice, European choice of Ukraine. That's what we're striving for, and that's what we're going to, and we went to. So I would like to hear that from you to us, we could hear that Ukrainian choice for Europe from you. I have some time off here because we have breaks between the missile strikes and bombardments. And this morning was a very tragic one for us. 2 cruise missiles hit Kharkiv, the city which is located to the borders of the Russian Federation. There were always many Russians there, and they're always friendly. There were warm relations there. More than 20 universities are there. It's the city that has the largest number of universities in our country. The youth is bright, smart there. The people who gathered there all the time and was gathering there all the time for celebrating all celebrations on the largest square in our country, the Freedom Square. And this is the largest square in Europe, and that's true. This is called the Freedom Square. Can you imagine this morning 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square, dozens of killed ones. This is the price of freedom. We are fighting just for our land and for our freedom, despite the fact that all large cities of our country are now blocked. Nobody is going to enter and intervene with our freedom and country. And believe you me, every square of today, no matter what it's called, it's going to be called, as today, Freedom Square in every city of our country. Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians. We have a desire to see our children alive. I think it's a fair one. Yesterday, 16 children were killed. Again and again, President Putin is going to say that is some kind of operation and we are hitting a military infrastructure. Where are our children? What kind of military factories do they work at? What tanks are they going with? Or launching cruise missiles? He killed 16 people just yesterday. Dear, our people are very much motivated, very much so. We are fighting for our rights, for our freedoms, for life, for our life. And now we're fighting for survival. And this is the highest of our motivation. But we are fighting also to be equal members of Europe. I believe that today we are showing everybody that's exactly what we are. The European Union is going to be much stronger with us, so that's for sure. Without you, Ukraine is going to be lonely, lonesome. We have proven our strength. We have proven that, as at a minimum, we are exactly the same as you are. So do prove that you are with us. Do prove that you will not let us go. Do prove that you indeed are Europeans. And then life will win over death, and light will win over darkness. Glory be to Ukraine.
Thank you very much for your strong message.
You've been listening to Ukraine President Zelensky speaking with European Parliament, telling them we are fighting for our rights, for our survival, saying that they want to be equal members of Europe. We know that Ukraine has now filled out its application to be part of the European Union as it continues to deal with the Russian invasion, which has only intensified overnight.
That's right. Actually, overnight, we saw this missiles, 2 cruise missiles, according to a Ukrainian official, that hit Kharkiv, killing civilians. We don't have the exact number yet on how many were killed, but that is something that we've just seen in the last couple hours. Let's go to NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman, who is there, I believe, at the European Parliament. Josh, good to see you. Thank you for joining us right now. So tell us a little bit about your reaction to that speech. President Zelensky got a standing ovation before and after his speech. Walk us through some of the main points that he made here, and especially as he's vying for this entry into the European Union.
That's exactly right, Savannah. We heard an impassioned and pretty strong defense by a Ukrainian President Zelensky for his country's desire to be part of Europe, to be full-fledged members of the European Union, particularly in the middle of this crisis. The fact that Zelensky was even able to speak today at the European Parliament was not a given. There were a lot of logistical challenges. The timing had been very unclear, but then there we saw him appearing remotely by video link, standing in front of a Ukrainian flag, but clearly no longer in the position to be giving, a big press conference or at a podium. He's clearly very concerned about his own safety as he made this case to Europe, just as President Zelensky has signed this paperwork trying to jumpstart Ukraine's process of joining the European Union. The Ukrainian leader saying to parliamentarians gathered here in Brussels that Ukrainians are fighting for our lives, fighting for our survival, but also, he says, most importantly, fighting to be equal members of Europe. We heard Zelensky saying that they have shown their strength in the last several days and have proven that at a minimum, they are equal to these European nations. He says they will be very lonely on their own, really asking Europe to take this opportunity to step up and welcome them into the European community. And as far as how the European community is responding, Savannah, I got to show you what we found when we showed up here outside Parliament today, they have flown Ukrainian flags alongside the European Union flag here at the Parliament building, clearly sending a signal that while Ukraine may not be in the EU now, it may take a while. They are clearly moving to welcome Ukraine into the rest of Europe as President Putin wages this bloody incursion. Savannah?
Powerful statement inside and outside the building there. Josh, we know this is an unprecedented situation with a country being attacked and then trying to get into the EU. Do we know what happens next when it comes to that process?
Well, the next step is really for the European Union to discuss whether to make Ukraine an official candidate, to give it official EU candidate status. That is something that was triggered by the paperwork that President Zelensky signed yesterday in Ukraine. And we heard just before President Zelensky spoke by video from the president of the European Parliament, who said that they indeed want to bring Ukraine into the EU. So all signs are that the EU will move along this very complicated and lengthy pathway toward making the Ukraine part of the EU, but it's not going to be a process that takes place overnight, Joe.
All right, Josh Letterman reporting from Brussels. Josh, thanks so much for that reporting. So to recap, we just heard from President Zelensky there, basically urging his European allies to let them into the European Union. Figuring that's going to help. It can help with border crossings and all sorts of situations as the situation intensifies. Also, we're just hearing more reports of the intensified fighting overnight there.
Yeah. Absolutely. Let's get right to that. This morning, Ukraine's second largest city actually under attack. Overnight, the State Emergency Services of Ukraine released this video of an explosion hitting the Kharkiv Regional State Administration building. Ukrainian officials say at least 10 people died and 35 were wounded in Russian airstrikes across Kharkiv. Russian forces are now closing in also on Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. Satellite images from a U.S. firm show a 40-mile-long military convoy about 50 miles northwest of Kyiv yesterday. Along Ukraine's border, hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing the war now facing freezing temperatures. Many families now torn as some citizens return to Ukraine to fight.
So hard and so scary about my husband. I don't want to say goodbye.
But U.S. officials tell NBC News that Russian President Vladimir Putin is growing increasingly frustrated by his military's early struggles in Ukraine and may see his only option as doubling down on the violence. And this morning, Ukrainian President Zelensky, as you just heard, addressed European Parliament one day after signing that application to join the European Union. We do have team coverage this morning. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bodner is near the Ukraine border in Russia, and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is also with us. We want to start, though, with NBC News correspondent Cal Perry, who's in Ukraine's Lviv for us this morning. So, Cal, it looks like Russia has intensified its bombing campaign in the last 24 hours, starting with that heavy bombardment of Kharkiv yesterday. We just heard President Zelensky talking about it. What is the latest?
Yeah, an impassioned speech, as you laid out, saying that Ukraine is fighting for its life, fighting for its country. And this is what he has been spreading here amongst the Ukrainian people, this sense of nationalism, this sense that this is a fight for Ukrainian identity and a fight for democracy. But as you also mentioned, the uptick in attacks, this uptick of bombardments of various cities in the eastern part of the country, starting with Kharkiv, where we have seen rockets landing in the center of that city, causing civilian casualties, we're told, by Ukrainian officials. This is just a day after we saw Russian troops dismounted out of their armored vehicles, moving in to some of those suburbs. The Ukrainian government saying heavy fighting ensued. And in the capital, you have this very ominous column slowly making its way towards the capital of Kyiv. As you mentioned, Maxar Technologies saying it's a 40-mile-long convoy that is mostly of armor, tanks, APCs. It certainly looks as though the Russians are going to continue their assault towards these urban areas. Where I am in the west of the country, this humanitarian crisis, it really is this steady stream of refugees fleeing from the east. I had a chance to speak to a woman yesterday who fled from Kharkiv, drove through Kyiv on her way here. Here's a little bit more of her story.
We also have a child. And so for 5 hours, we drove 2 kilometers during 5 hours. So it was just like standing there during the shootings, during everything. And I just told my husband, like, just cover him with your body. Talking about my son, I said, just cover him with your body. And then we drove for another 24 hours without sleep without anything and just trying to get somewhere further.
Now, according to the United Nations, 660,000 people have already fled Ukraine. That number does not account for the remaining internally displaced persons, which could easily reach into the millions, guys, as fighting continues to spread.
Cal, you mentioned the satellite pictures of that 40-mile-long Russian convoy slowly heading toward Kyiv. It's an ominous sight. Has Ukraine's resistance slowed the Russian advance there, and are there fears now it's only a matter of time before this massive convoy reaches the capital?
Yeah, look, I think there's a playbook for this. People here are aware of this playbook that the Russians have carried out in the past. 1994, Grozny, they surrounded that city in Chechnya. They shelled it. It was horrifying. We had, further, ominous signs this weekend from a Russian general who said that they might create a humanitarian corridor to let people out of Kyiv. The implicit message there, though, is that if you remain, you could be a target. Look, the Ukrainians do not have air superiority. The good news for the Ukrainians is that the Russians don't have air superiority either. You just have this convoy sitting there on this road, very exposed. But, while the Ukrainians are able to kind of fight inside these cities using these civilian defense forces, it seems clear with this convoy continuing to move that they just don't have the conventional forces, at least right now, to take it out.
And Cal, without that air superiority, there's just not much you can do about that convoy. It looks like they're sitting ducks, but right now they're simply not. Cal, this escalation comes after we know both sides met yesterday, about 24 hours ago, to discuss a ceasefire. No breakthrough there. Did anything positive come out of those talks at all?
I don't think so. I mean, the bottom line here, and we heard this from President Zelensky, it's hard to negotiate, he says, when we're being shot at. I mean, as those talks were going on, there was shelling continuing. And it should be noted, while the Ukrainians sent a defense minister, it looking more and more likely that the Russians sent a football club owner and Roman Abramovich to these talks. So, it's an indication of how they may not have been taking it as seriously as the Ukrainians were hoping they would, because that delegation just was not of a senior level. The talks lasted just a very short time. The Russians said that both sides were heard. But again, as the bombardment continues, it's hard to see how anything positive came from the meeting.
Cal Perry in Western Ukraine. Cal, thank you.
President Zelensky spoke moments ago at the European Parliament. Let's get more reaction to that speech with NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman, who is there in Brussels. Josh, great to have you back with us. So President Zelensky, as we saw, got the standing ovation before and after his speech. The main thing here with what he's saying to this particular group, I mean, of course, it was just stark to see him, as you pointed out, in this unidentified room with just a flag behind him, no longer out on the streets of Kyiv, as we've seen in many of his social media videos that have gone viral. We see him in this room. He was able to address them, really pushing for that entry into the European Union. Walk us through what we heard, what the reaction is, and what the next steps are.
Yeah, Savannah. Well, the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, started his speech to European Parliament by wishing them good day, and then immediately said, look, for a lot of people in Ukraine, today is not a good day. Today is their last one. And that really set the tone for this speech, being given by a wartime leader at this point, someone who just a few months ago was not broadly known to the international community. In fact, you think in the U.S., we mostly knew President Zelensky from when Ukraine was dragged into the Trump impeachment scandal. But here you have someone who over the last weeks has really grown into the face of global resistance to President Putin, to his territorial ambitions beyond Russia, and someone who has come to symbolize that fight for freedom, something that Zelensky said is at the heart of what Ukraine is fighting for right now, their independence, their own security, to be their own country, something President Putin has questioned even exists. We heard such a concerted argument from Zelensky here at European Parliament for why there's no time to waste for Europe to make Ukraine part of the EU, something his country is now pushing for urgently. And even though there are a lot of roadblocks on the way for that to actually happen, the reception here in Europe has been that, yes, this is the time to start to bring Ukraine into the fold, to make clear that this type of aggression from President Putin is only going to push the countries on the periphery of Russia closer to the West, not closer to Moscow, as Putin seems to have thought would be possible through this war. You can see here at Parliament behind me They're flying the Ukrainian flag next to the European Union flag, a clear sign from parliamentarians here that they want to show unity with Ukraine. And we know that the European community will be discussing in the days to come whether to move that forward by giving official candidate status to Ukraine to eventually join the European Union.
And Josh, Zelensky was very clear with his request. I mean, he said, we are showing everyone we are equal members of Europe, referring to the fight that Ukrainians are putting up. Without Europe, we are lonely. Prove you are with us. Explain what membership into the European Union would do for Ukraine, what it means, and also if there is any concern in the same way that there is with NATO, with what Russia's reaction would be to them actually joining the European Union.
Well, yesterday, you and I spoke while I was at NATO headquarters, which is, of course, a military alliance. They've got planes and jets and military ships. The European Union does not have an army. They are not going to be defending the Ukrainians any more than any other country. But what EU membership would do would signal that Ukraine is taking a firm step toward Western Europe, that it wants to be part of that community. You know, if you go back to 2014, to the last time that there was an invasion, you know, it was in the aftermath of the Ukrainian president at the time rejecting a deal for Ukraine to become closer to the EU. And the Ukrainians were so upset that that pro-Russian leader was pulling Ukraine more towards Russia that they began protesting in the streets. So this is a country that has had that pull to the west and to the east for some time, now clearly showing they want all of the protection as well as the engagement with the European community that would come with EU membership.
And that time in 2014 ultimately resulting in the revolution of dignity, something the people of Ukraine are certainly showing now. Josh, thank you so much.
The invasion of Ukraine has united much of the world in opposition, with even traditionally neutral nations agreeing to levy sanctions against Russia and provide military aid to the embattled Ukrainians. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now. So, Mike, I mean, this invasion has really united U.S. allies across Europe at a point in history where some wondered if some of those alliances were fraying. How is the White House viewing this shift and what it means going forward?
Well, Joe, obviously they're welcoming it. When I think back to covering candidate Joe Biden throughout the 2020 campaign, one of the most dire warnings he would issue to voters in his campaign speeches was that if Donald Trump was reelected as president, the NATO alliance as we know it would end. What have we seen just in the last week? A revived NATO alliance working together, especially to protect our eastern flank allies, but also to put pressure on Russia with this Ukraine invasion. When I think back to traveling with President Biden to England and to Brussels last summer when he was attending the G7 and the NATO meeting, his first as president, he was pleading, really working with our allies to stress the importance of coming together to face these common challenges. Now, in the span of 5 days, we've seen all the work that President Biden laid the groundwork for really coming to fruition, as the administration puts it. And we're going to see this, I think, in the president's State of the Union address tonight, something we would ordinarily be talking about on the day of that address to Congress. President Biden rewriting that speech to really reframe and focus on the argument he's been making for some time now, that the 21st century is shaping up to be a battle between autocracies like Russia and between democracies like the United States, working with our allies. And he's going to showcase how the strength of that alliance is coming together to meet this challenge tonight.
Normally, we would be talking about the State of the Union. Instead, he is going to be talking about this. Let's talk more about what's happening in Europe. For the first time ever, the EU has agreed to directly finance the purchase of arms. Even Germany and Sweden are reversing long-standing policy by sending weapons to Ukraine. How real is the concern in Washington that this could escalate beyond Ukraine? The reaction we're seeing around the world, what does that tell us?
What's so interesting about this, Joe, is that for 3 months now, we've been covering this slowly building crisis. And for so long, a lot of the moves that the U.S. was making with our allies was actually about just what you're talking about. The concern that, yes, Ukraine was under serious threat, but that threat could spread beyond its borders to countries like those in the Baltics, like Poland, beyond the borders, which would trigger that NATO Article 5 commitment to defend our allies. What we've seen since then in the last 5 days is actually a greater willingness on the part of our allies to come to the direct support of Ukraine in this instance. And I think a lot of this is being driven by the popular sentiment within all of these countries. We've seen incredible protests, incredible demonstrations in support of Ukraine throughout European capitals. We're seeing things like FIFA and the Olympic Committee come out with strong punishments for Russia as well. So a real signal of the intent here.
Quickly, Mike, do we have a sense of how much the U.S. is willing to spend in Ukraine right now?
What the White House has been stressing is that over the course of the past year, they've provided $1 billion in military assistance, $350 million just in the last few days. They're accelerating some of the delivery of all long-planned commitments to Ukraine to support their defensive alliances. One thing we've seen them draw something of a red line, though, on is something that Ukraine is calling for, which is a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Enforcing that would put the U.S. at risk of direct conflict with Russia.
And with the lights out, we will say goodbye to you. Mike Memoli, thanks so much.
Let's now head to Russia, where NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joins us from close to the border with Ukraine. Matt, good morning. So current and former U.S. officials have told NBC News that President Putin is growing frustrated by this military operation. Experts say they're days behind where they had initially thought they would be with this invasion. Are we concerned? Obviously, it's very difficult to get into the mind of Putin, but are we seeing this frustration play out with this latest escalation in violence? And is there concern that, especially as that convoy we've been seeing gets closer to Kyiv, we're going to see that get even worse in the capital city?
Thanks, Savannah. Well, yes, I think that's an accurate concern. It's something that we should be concerned about at this point, because it essentially fits the pattern of behavior that we've come to expect, I think, from Vladimir Putin. They came into this several months ago with a set of demands of Ukraine and the West, and it has been a constant process of escalation as they did not achieve those results. So, the consensus basically is now that the Russian operation kind of was based on several assumptions that proved to be false. Those being that the Ukrainian people would not resist, that the Ukrainian military would fold, and that the government would collapse or surrender with just a little bit of pressure. I mean, we're talking about an operation that sent very lightly armored, very light units on essentially blitzes at cities like Kyiv, only to get ambushed and demolished. And so they don't really, or at least did not have the kind of supply line depth that you might expect for an operation that you would need to essentially take a country like Ukraine. And you're also seeing in the rhetoric a bit of, not even a bit, significant constant escalation. President Putin putting his nuclear forces on higher alert. Today, we've seen evidence just in the way the Russian military is conducting itself, or appears to be conducting itself, in Ukraine, striking cities with heavy munitions. There were some horrible videos out of Kharkiv, just over the border here this morning, that suggest the Russians are using some of their heaviest rocket artillery directly on the city center. And we are seeing no signs at this point that Russia is going to back down. It is only escalating. We saw the defense minister this morning insist Russia will pursue this operation until it has achieved its goals. Foreign Minister Lavrov reiterating Russia will talk, but again, that is, they're going to talk if they're getting all of those demands we initially heard. And so there's this, and you can just kind of hear it in President Putin's voice and his rhetoric that he is frustrated. I think that these assessments are accurate.
Matt, let's talk about what the Russian people are feeling. I mean, we saw these massive economic sanctions over the weekend. Now, MasterCard and Visa are blocking some Russian financial institutions from using their payment network. That's the type of thing that impacts many people in Russia. Then, of course, there are the oligarchs, the people close to President Putin, who are, as we just heard in European Parliament, their yachts will find no harbor. They're not going to be able to purchase those golden passports anymore. I mean, what is the reaction now in Russia, in Moscow, to what's happening to the country based on Putin's actions?
There's a lot of concern. I think there's shock still from the military operation amongst a lot of people, now compounded by the shock of sanctions that are really hitting bank accounts. I'm hearing from Russians that they're, just lamenting that their salaries are worth almost half what they were. They feel that their financial futures are being destroyed, that there's really nothing to do. And I think there's more than anything, especially in Moscow, especially among younger people, that they're helpless to do anything to influence the situation, that they're essentially being driven off a cliff And they have no recourse on this. They have no ability to influence it. They did not want this war. And now they're just kind of at the mercy of their president. Of course, the actions their president are doing warrant the sanctions, but there's this sense of hopelessness. Things are not working. Things are unclear, and there's a lot of anxiety in the air right now.
All right, Matt Bodner, thank you so much. And now, as the fighting rages on in Ukraine, a humanitarian crisis is unfolding in neighboring countries as refugees flee for safety. The UN High Commissioner for Refugees now says 660,000 Ukrainians have already left the country, with the majority landing in Poland. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya is at one of those border crossings into Poland that has seen a lot of traffic over this last week, and she joins us now. Hi, Kelly. Good morning. So first, just tell us, what are you seeing on the ground there? What are people experiencing?
Well, Savannah, we're hearing that yet another train is pulling into the station. The one that you're about to see behind me is not one of those trains. That's a local train, but we're actually on the other side of the train station here in Przemysl, and this is a processing center. So when these 2,000 or so people from Ukraine arrive here at the train station, they can come over here. There are signs everywhere that say free food, free water, free blankets, free clothing. Children are given toys. People are given a place to sit in what was once a train station waiting room. It's now sort of a makeshift shelter, so people can warm up there. They can take a rest there and figure out what their next steps are. There's also a massive processing center here, loads of volunteers, so people can go in and find out how they can apply for residency, sorry, not residency, but asylum, where they go from here, whether they go to another city. And I think you're hearing a lot of activity because a lot of these people are now coming over here to figure out what their next steps are. But Savannah, yes, the numbers are incredibly high, and they're not coming down. In fact, the Prime Minister in Poland said that it now looks like 100,000 people a day are coming into Poland from Ukraine, and he doesn't see that abating anytime soon.
Wow.
Kelly, Poland's seeing a huge chunk of this, but it's not just Poland. Hungary, Moldova, Romania, Slovakia, they've all accepted tens of thousands of refugees. And this is a number that's going to climb for some time, as you just noted. What are the UN, what are these nations doing to prepare, and is there a plan for resettling refugees elsewhere?
Yeah, look, Joe, a lot of these countries don't have huge budgets. Moldova, for example, is a small and relatively poor country, and they've absorbed tens of thousands of refugees already. These countries along the border have said people can come in. There's no restriction on who can come in. It doesn't matter what your passport says or whether or not you have a passport. Certainly that's what we've seen here in Poland. The European Union is looking at a plan and is expected to approve a plan for people from Ukraine to stay for 3 years. They'll be able to work and access health care and other benefits. But the question is, what about the other countries? And there is mounting pressure on other countries to open their doors as well, because while a lot of these people want to go back to Ukraine, guys, we know there's just no sense of when this will end.
All right, Kelly Kobaya, thank you so much.
For more on this, let's bring in former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst. He was ambassador from 2003 to 2006 and is now the senior director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Ambassador, good to have you with us. I want to start by getting your reaction to President Zelensky's speech to the European Parliament this morning. He talked about Ukraine's strength, urging the EU to accept Ukraine as a member. Let's listen to some of what he had to say.
We are fighting just for our land and for our freedom.
Незважаючи на те, що зараз заблоковані усі великі міста нашої держави, ніхто в нашу свободу і в державу не зайде. Повірте мені, кожна площа сьогодення, сьогоднішнього дня, як би вона не називалась, вона буде називатися площею свободи.
Today, freedom square in every city of our country. Nobody is going to break us. We are strong. We are Ukrainians.
Ambassador, your thoughts on his remarks, and what do you want to see next from the EU?
This was a brilliant move by Zelensky for two reasons. First, sympathy, empathy for Ukraine is at an all-time high in Europe, including in the EU. So this is the time he's most likely in the foreseeable future to get a friendly hearing of his request. Secondly, his people desperately need some sign of a break in the clouds. And this might provide a little bit of morale building. I don't think the EU is going to say yes to this, but I also don't think they could possibly say no. So they will provide an encouraging response, which on the one hand may open the door towards eventually Ukrainian membership in the EU, and secondly, again, provide his people a reason to fight on.
Ambassador, we just heard a little bit ago from our colleague Matt Bodner, who's in Russia, that Putin is getting more frustrated by Russia's military struggles in Ukraine. It doesn't seem that they've made the progress they were anticipating. Now, U.S. officials warn that he may escalate the violence, both because of the lack of those gains and also just this frustration. Do you agree? How worried are you about what's ahead, about this convoy outside of Kyiv, about how Putin might act next?
I'm quite concerned. So far, his forces have been relatively restrained, but we're all concerned that he may unleash the type of truly barbaric bombing that he did in Chechnya, and for that matter, in Syria. He has yet to do that because he knows the Russian people will not be enthusiastic if they learn about the Russian forces going after masses of Ukrainian civilians. But we may have seen the start of that yesterday. They used rockets against civilian buildings in Kharkiv. And there are also reports, according to the Ukrainian ambassador, that they used a thermobaric bomb, which is a war crime. And for that matter, that attack on the civilian apartments in Kharkiv is a war crime. So this is something that we have to watch very carefully.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk more about that. Because of that, the International Criminal Court announced Monday it's opened an investigation into potential war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. Why is that so important? Could it be a deterrent to Putin at all?
It is certainly important just for the sake of justice, but it's also important. I don't think it would be a deterrent to Putin, but if the war crimes, if they look at war crimes by senior military officers, in that matter, but any officer in Ukraine who launches a rocket against a building and they make it known this is going to happen, this may give Russian soldiers second thoughts if they get those awful orders to go after civilians. So this is a good way to, let's say, keep morale in the Russian army low, have them worried about their backs.
All right, Ambassador Herbst, as always, we appreciate your expertise. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. And if you, our viewers, have questions about what's happening in Ukraine, you can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with those questions, and we will work to get them answered by our experts. We're going to bring you more breaking news coverage throughout the hour. We're also going to cover other major news this morning.
Yeah, up next, President Biden delivering his first State of the Union address tonight. We'll take you to Washington as he prepares to address the war in Ukraine.
And as more states drop their COVID mandates, a new study cast doubt on the effectiveness of the Pfizer vaccines for some kids. Next on Morning News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press election
tonight's special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're continuing to monitor the latest out of Ukraine this morning, and our coverage will continue in just a few minutes. But we do want to get you caught up on some of the other stories that are making headlines.
That, of course, includes President Biden's first State of the Union address set to be delivered to Congress tonight. The speech comes as we see the conflict in Ukraine escalate, and we near the second anniversary of the COVID pandemic. Joining us now is NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach, who's outside the Capitol. Good morning to both of you. Ali, I'll begin with you. So, of course, this speech, the State of the Union, our union, it's usually a level set on our domestic issues, but obviously there's a lot to address internationally. So tell us how much of the focus will be on Ukraine now versus domestic issues.
Well, look, it's going to have to be at least partly on Ukraine, especially because that is the issue that everyone is talking about, both at the White House and on Capitol Hill, and of course across the world now today. But for President Biden, he's going to have a dual focus, because you're right, the State of the Union is usually a domestic level set, and for someone with his approval ratings where they are right now, below 40% according to some of the newest polls, he really badly is in need of setting an agenda forward for his party, for the country, and with the biggest platform possible, with millions of people tuning in to see what the president is going to say at this pivotal moment. And so we do expect him to really touch on foreign policy. He is, of course, someone with deep foreign policy roots, even before he was president, as a senator, and of course as vice president for 8 years. But at the same time, we also expect him to really think about the things that he talked about last year. I remember during the transition, and he carried these themes into his joint address to Congress a year ago, he talked about the three crises that were plaguing America: the economic recession, the pandemic, and of course, at that point, it was just several weeks after the January 6th insurrection. Now, many of those themes still following him here today domestically as he tries to lay out an agenda, as we see in the chamber. No masks will be present on the people who are in there. We're trying to find a way from a pandemic into more of an endemic posture. And Biden is going to have to show the way that he's leading through that, while also talking about the economy and some of the key agenda items that he hopes to enact. His Build Back Better plan, for example, which is all but dead on Capitol Hill. There are some of the key policies that were in that package that we know he's going to mention tonight. Things like paid leave, the care economy, the child tax credit, which lapsed at the end of last year. All of those are key priorities that Democrats want to hear the president mention. We know from previews of his remarks that he's probably going to, but it really does show how he's going to have to straddle both the economic and the domestic agenda, as well as the international agenda right now.
Let's go outside to Gary. You know, Gary, there's always tight security for the State of the Union, but after the January 6th insurrection, plus you've had that threat of a truckers' convoy, we're looking at a different level of security now. Tell us what's in place.
Hey there, Joe. Yeah, we really are. For the third time in just 13 months, we are seeing this 9-foot non-scale fencing surrounding the U.S. Capitol building. I want to get out of the way and show you what this really looks like here. We are seeing it go from Independence Avenue to Constitution Avenue, completely creating really a square around the U.S. Capitol building itself. We're also seeing military-grade cameras scattered across the U.S. Capitol complex. Those are actually straight out of Afghanistan. And then we're, of course, also seeing the physical law enforcement presence here on the ground. U.S. Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger says he is ready for this. His team is ready for this, but they certainly are on high alert as everyone prepares for a safe and secure event this evening.
All right, Gary Grumbach and Ali Vitale, thank you so much for getting us set up for tonight. And a programming reminder, you can watch the State of the Union address right here on NBC News Now. Coverage begins at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific, and the speech will get underway just after 9 o'clock.
A new study is casting doubt on the effectiveness of the Pfizer vaccine in children 5 to 11 years old. It's a finding that may have some consequences for parents and their vaccinated kids. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow has more.
For parents of young children, unsettling news. New data from New York State shows the only COVID vaccine children 5 to 11 can take, made by Pfizer, offers almost no protection against infection. The findings have not been peer-reviewed, but researchers found the vaccine's effectiveness in that age group dropped from 68% in mid-December to just 12% by the end of January, as Omicron was spreading. 5 to 11-year-olds now less protected than teenagers.
Why do you think we're seeing such a difference for this age group?
The dosage of this age group, 5 to 11, is a third of the dosage that 12-year-olds and above received for the Pfizer vaccine. So it could be dose related.
Today's news coming just days after the CDC relaxed its guidance on mask wearing. California, Oregon, and Washington today saying mask mandates will soon end in schools. New York's governor announced the same yesterday. Today, some Connecticut students returned to class maskless.
They were so excited today to not have to wear the mask.
Just 2 weeks ago, Pfizer said it was postponing seeking FDA authorization for a vaccine for kids 6 months to 4 years old after trials showed it didn't work well. Now, today's news about the vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds not being as effective.
Parents might be skeptical and hesitant and say that a vaccine does not help due to this data, but that's not true. It did still protect against death and serious disease, and it did not show any safety issues.
Pfizer says it's now evaluating a third dose for children 5 to 11 years old, and vaccine makers are already developing new formulas, more effective against Omicron, as parents try to keep their children safe with different approaches and guidance evolving. Kate Snow, NBC News.
Let's now get a check on your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us. Bill, please tell us it's quiet.
It depends on where you live, I guess. I mean, I'd say 90% of the U.S. looks fantastic. It's like the best start to March ever, and then there's always that 10%. So, that's usually the one I talk about, unfortunately. So, yes, let's get into the Pacific Northwest. This is where yesterday morning I said it was the worst weather in the country. And then, again, today we're still doing the same thing. This is just an atmospheric river, which is just a plume of moisture off the Pacific that is coming into the Northwest. It's been raining. It continues raining. And we have the snow melt, and because of that combination, we have a lot of issues out there with flash flooding and with river flooding, and mostly in Washington State, from Olympia all the way through the Seattle area. Everywhere in that maroon color is under flash flood warnings. Many rivers are in minor to moderate. The stages go minor, moderate, then we go major, and then we go record or historic. So we're not seeing historic flooding, but there's still a lot of problems out there, and driving on I-5 is not fun. And this is going to stay with us for much of the day. Now, we will get a break from the heavy rain today in areas like the Olympics towards Seattle, but Portland all the way down the coastline of Oregon, you're going to be socked in the rain all day. And then even into tomorrow, it just continues over areas of Oregon with scattered showers in the Northwest. And as often the case, when the Pacific Northwest has weather like this, the rest of the country looks like this. I mean, it is 84 in Phoenix and sunny. Denver, 69 and sunny. We're 70s from San Antonio to Oklahoma City. Even St. Louis at 71 degrees to start March. You're not complaining in Chicago at 50. D.C. is going to be near 60 degrees. So the only areas that are still a little less than ideal would be New England. That's still in the 30s and 40s, and also the northern plains. But tomorrow, some of that warmth begins to sneak towards the mid-Atlantic. D.C. into the mid-60s on Wednesday. New York up to 50. Boston, at least the sun returns, and you're in the 40s. So things are looking up as we slide into March. And before you guys know it, people will be complaining about pollen in the South. So, yeah, March is that changeable time of year.
All right. Well,
All
looking
right.
forward to those complaints.
Yeah. Any from you? Maybe from you as well. And thanks, Bill.
No, I have no problem with pollen. Pollen I'm all right with.
Great. Thanks, Bill. All right, coming up, the war in Ukraine taking a toll on mental health.
We return a special edition of our weekly check-in as we discuss how to cope with the heaviness of the events unfolding overseas, plus how to talk about it with your kids.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
In headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. As the crisis unfolds in Ukraine, countries and global organizations are using different isolation tactics to try and pressure Russia to stop the war.
Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us now from Beijing with the latest on that. Hey, Janice.
Hey, good morning. Switzerland is ditching its neutrality and it is backing wholesale EU sanctions against Russia, Vladimir Putin, and other Russian officials. Now, as we know, Swiss banks are known to store a lot of wealth, and a lot of it is tied to Russian oligarchs. So this is seen as significant. Switzerland is also closing its airspace to Russian aircraft. It says that it is acting in defense of international law. FIFA, the world governing football body, says that it is kicking Russia out of the World Cup and also suspending all Russian teams and clubs indefinitely. Now, Poland, Sweden, and the Czech Republic had all refused to play Russia in any of the qualifying matches, even if they were going to be played on neutral ground. And the IOC is also banning all athletes from Russia and Belarus from international sporting competition. This comes after several athletes in Ukraine had penned an open letter to the IOC and its president, Thomas Bach. Now, this ban will extend to all international events, but the IOC says that legally there just isn't enough notice to block Russian athletes from competing in the Paralympic Games that are set to get underway here in Beijing on the weekend. Now, the 20 members of the Ukraine team for the Paralympics, they haven't arrived here yet. The IOC spokesperson said that they're doing everything they can to help the athletes get here safely, but they aren't going to reveal their location. They say the less that's being said about where they are, the better. The opening ceremony for the Paralympic Games gets underway on Friday. So there's every hope that those Ukrainian athletes will be here.
Absolutely. All right, Janice, thank you so much. It's time now for our weekly mental health check-in, where we walk through some of the biggest mental health headlines and how they affect you.
Yeah, and this week we want to take a moment to address the impact the ongoing conflict in Ukraine might be having on you or someone you care for, and reflect on some steps you can take to improve your emotional well-being.
For more, let's bring in Dr. George James. He's a licensed marriage and family therapist with the Council for Relationships. Dr. James, always good to have you with us. We know a lot of people out there might have a friend or family member who's currently in Ukraine in danger. What advice would you give to them on how to handle this time of uncertainty?
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Yeah, there are lots of people that might have family or be connected. You know, I even had a former student where she has family on both sides in Russia and Ukraine. And so one of the things that you can do is to to reach out to those that you care about, especially if they're in Ukraine, to see how they're doing. What are they doing to take care of themselves and protect themselves? How are they staying safe? And if you are someone who knows someone who's connected, just ask them, how are you doing? I just want to check in with you. Maybe just offer some encouragement or some comfort, because there's just a lot of worry and anxiety about themselves or family members, and especially because they're not there and they might not be able to do anything about it.
And Doctor, just watching the news, getting these updates, following what's happening in a war zone like this, it can of course lead to a level of anxiety. What would you say to someone who wants to stay informed on what's going on in Ukraine, but doesn't want to have this anxiety over it?
Well, the truth is it's really normal to be anxious, especially around this time. Here in the U.S., we haven't really talked about or even come really close to thoughts about war or even conflict in a very long time. So this, for some people, it's new. For some families, it's new. And maybe even for those who have been through war and other times, it brings back some tough, hard memories. So one of the things that you can do is to control what you can control. It's something we say, something I say quite often, but that's what we can do. What can I control? I can control how much intake that I take in, or in terms of how much news and information that I'm partaking, how much things that I'm doing that might increase my anxiety. I also can control what are the things that help me. Do I talk to folks who help me? Do I talk to a therapist? I do things that allow me to release my anxiety, even things like the breathing exercises that I often share. That can also help you during this time. Control what you can control, monitor how much you take in the news, also reach out to your resources like a therapist or breathing exercises like that.
Kids might be taking some of this in. What advice do you have for parents who are struggling to figure out the best way to talk to their children about this crisis?
Sometimes we think that when there are tough times, when there's crisis, that we should not tell our children. But we know our children are resourceful and they find ways to learn about information. And so it's really important that you just check in with your children, find out what they know, and be honest and open with them. And one of the things is that as they get older, you want to share more information. So there could be a real difference if your child is, like, say, in elementary school versus middle school and high school. And so as they go along those stages, you share more information. But also pay attention to your child. Can your child take that information? How much can they handle? And maybe you only give them a little bit at a time, or maybe because that's all they can handle, or maybe you give them more.
Social media nowadays, there's so many ways for kids to get this information. So good advice for parents who are wondering the best way to handle that. Dr. George James, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up on Morning News Now, our breaking news coverage continues on Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
After the break, we'll take you to a children's hospital where violence has taken a toll on some of the most vulnerable and youngest citizens. That's next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Protests are growing across the globe this morning as more people hit the streets to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has more on this from Lviv, Ukraine.
Freedom for Ukraine! Around the world, a sea of blue and yellow. From Berlin to Prague to Seoul. The colors of the Ukrainian flag now a call to action.
Don't stay at home. Choose your voice. Go out.
As Ukraine suffers a relentless Russian assault.
It's madness. It's World War III. It's a war not only on Ukraine, it's a war on everyone.
Protests even happening across Russia. With thousands detained across dozens of cities. Some saying they'd rather risk arrest than live with guilt. I want the whole world to see that we don't want it, this woman says. Powerful signals of an awakening to aggression and injustice. But it's the actions of people inside the country inspiring this global response.
No, I'm not really afraid. I believe the world is on our side.
From a video posted to social media, a villager's defiant in the path of a Russian tank. To the president who refuses to leave his capital, holding ground when faced with extraordinary danger.
Secret tunnels.
Inside Lviv at an old World War II bunker turned nightclub, an all-out effort to help refugees in need, offering food, supplies, and a place to sleep.
Why is this important?
This is important to stay together, to support people, to support everyone who was forced to leave their homes.
The bar owner is a Lebanese expat who tells us he'd be willing to die for his adopted country.
What is it about Ukraine?
It's the people, it's the, I don't know, it's like the energy of the people. It's like you want to do something and you want to do not one thing, you want to do many things. That's it.
In the city's center, the sound of the anti-conflict song Zombie, a call for peace now echoed around the world. Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
The ongoing situation in Ukraine is causing some big businesses to detach themselves from Russia, the world's 11th largest economy.
Bertha Coombs joins us now with more on that. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. That's right. You know, Russia is home to some of the world's most notorious hackers. But now the anonymous hacker group is declaring a cyber war against Russia in support of Ukraine. Just in the past few days, the group announced the website for Russia's Ministry of Defense was down and said it had hacked into state TV to broadcast the reality of what is happening in Ukraine. Meantime, Netflix says it will not add state-run channels to its service in Russia, defying a new government regulation. The rule requires audiovisual services with more than 100,000 subscribers to distribute 20 free-to-air local and state-backed channels, sports and entertainment channels. Netflix is the only international programmer that has enough subscribers to force compliance with that rule. Meantime, Hollywood studios are halting upcoming movie releases in Russia, including Warner Brothers' The Batman, which is set to open in North America and several other countries this Friday. Disney is also pausing the release of the next Pixar movie, Turning Red, which it had planned to open in Russia on March 10th. A lot of companies really getting on the side of the West, including Microsoft, which has helped thwart some attacks on Ukraine's systems as well.
All right, Bertha, thanks so much for that update. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Bertha. Now, Russian forces are now moving in on the capital city of Kyiv, pounding the city with increased shelling on their advance closer.
The relentless attack has turned the basements of Kyiv's children's hospitals into bomb shelters, all while the patients, children, continue to fight for their lives. Sky News reporter Deborah Haynes has more.
The trauma of war in a children's hospital. This boy was hit by gunfire as Russian forces advanced on Ukraine's capital. Just 14 years old, he suffered face, back and leg wounds 3 nights ago. His latest procedure described as minor surgery. Russia's invasion prompted medics to set up this makeshift emergency department. 3 children have been brought in so far, including a 10-year-old who died en route.
That was the quiet place
with just kids, with the scheduled operations, and now in one moment it changes. So okay, this is war. We are. And 2 days ago we have the gunfights all around the block with the artillery fights, etc., etc. But this night was a little bit calm. So, and the war changes the priority. So now, if you can take a shower and take a coffee, it is luxury.
He's barely slept. As well as preparing to treat war casualties, he and his colleagues have an equally vital job to do.
Here in the emergency department, the doctors are tired. They're worried about an influx of more patients, and they're also worried about what to do with the very sick children who are being treated in this hospital before the war started.
The lights are off because of we should be like nobody should see us, so we're without light.
4-year-old Nikita has leukemia. He receives chemotherapy and blood transfusions. The little boy also has Down syndrome.
But usually children should not be in the corridor.
The noise you can hear is his teeth grinding. Something he's done since Russian missiles started falling. This is where he should be treated. But his mother now has to shuttle up and down from the basement, where it's safer for them to stay.
How are you feeling dealing with all of this? I'm sorry to ask.
You know, trembling, hands are trembling, legs like you are in fitness gym because downstairs 10,000 meters a day, steps a day, up and down with children, with bags.
She wants to take him out of the country, but it's hard.
Our children can't live without hospital, without medical treatment. You know, it's just a few days and that's all. So we should, if we will go to another country, we should cross the border, but with a doctor.
They're not alone. Other poorly children also stuck in limbo, fighting life-threatening diseases in the middle of a war zone. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Kiev.
Coming up, Ukrainian Americans fearing for their family overseas.
When we come back, my conversation with one family split between the U.S. and Kyiv and their emotional message to each other. Next on Morning News Now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We We end this hour with a look at the human side of war. As Russian forces advance through Ukraine, families there and abroad are desperately waiting for news from loved ones.
This morning on MSNBC, I spoke with one such family, split between the U.S. and Kyiv, where some members of their family have decided to remain. How would you describe what it's been like for you here in the United States, watching what your friends and your family are going through right now overseas?
You feel extremely helpless. You definitely feel extremely terrified. When you get texts like, hey, there's a huge, bomb raid coming. Can you please pray for us? You don't really know what to do. Literally, our families have been pacing all day long, back and forth these past 5 days. We can't do anything. We can't work. We're just glued to our phones.
Yeah, I mean, Ina and Vitaly, how powerful of a tool is social media for you right now? What does it help you accomplish?
I mean, it's literally brought us to tears. We have a friend who's currently pregnant and in labor in Kharkiv, and that is one of the worst cities to be in. And we are just sending her these messages that literally thousands of people are messaging me on Instagram, and I'm sending them to her. And, in the midst of running to a bomb shelter, while in labor, she's so encouraged because there's literally thousands of people praying for her.
Is everyone you're hearing from now safe?
No.
No.
Yeah, we're hearing that there's a mom that has a 3-month child that hasn't eaten in 3 days in Kyiv.
People are getting their homes shot at right now. They're bunkering inside their homes, and these troops are coming through and just shooting in the houses. So no, they're not safe. They're alive. But I wouldn't say they're safe.
And if Ina or Vitaly want to help translate, that would be great. Just tell us just how you're doing it and why you're in Ukraine, why you're staying in Ukraine right now.
We decided to stay in Kyiv because we didn't want to leave the people we love, people we care about. We didn't want to leave our neighbors. A lot of our friends did take up arms and go protect the country. And because of my medical condition, I couldn't take up arms, but I'm here protecting our family in Kyiv and committed to our local church where we're still having church in the midst of war. Grandma is 90 years old, and it's really problematic just to travel with her.
Ina and Vitaly, what's your message? What do you have to say to Timothy and Galina right now?
We love you.
We love you. We're praying for you, and we're not going to give up.
Ina and Vitaly, who you saw there on the left side of the screen, they're in Charlotte, North Carolina right now. They have been posting many messages from social media, kind of raising awareness to help people understand exactly what's going on. Their family on the right side of the screen, I was just blown away by, despite everything that's going on, they're not leaving because of a 90-year-old grandmother in part, but also that they're still going to church every single day. That shows how important faith is and just speaks to the resilience we're seeing in people in Ukraine all over that country.
Absolutely, leaving their homes to go to church and to be in their communities. And just such a reminder, both what we've had in our show with babies, children in hospitals, grandparents that are 90 years old. I mean, these are families, these are real people who they can't leave in situations like that.
Yeah, and it's getting harder and harder to leave at this hour. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
This morning, Ukraine's president is fighting to keep his country out of Russian control. Volodymyr Zelensky spoke to the European Parliament this morning, pushing for more help for his country and making his case to join the European Union, something that would bring even more aid into Ukraine. This comes as Russian forces advance on his capital. New satellite images show what appears to be a military convoy about 50 miles north of Kyiv. With Kyiv on alert, an explosion hit Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, overnight in a series of strikes that Ukrainian officials say killed at least 10 people and hurt dozens more. Ukraine is also accusing Russia of hitting residential areas of Kharkiv with heavy shelling.
Here's a look at where Russia has attacked so far. And while Ukraine has been putting up a strong resistance against the Russians, thousands of Ukrainians are fleeing the country, hundreds of thousands. To the east in Russia, thousands of people have been arrested in protests against Vladimir Putin. New U.S. intelligence shows Putin is growing increasingly frustrated by his military struggles in Ukraine and sees his only option as doubling down on violence.
We begin our coverage this hour in western Ukraine, where the refugee crisis is growing. UN officials say there are currently 660,000 Ukrainian refugees in neighboring countries, and that number is rising by the hour. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas joins us now from the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. Tom, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. You know, we've been telling you so much about the civilian effort to take on the Russians when it comes to the battlefield. Well, there's also a civilian effort to help out each other. Just behind me here, this is one of the major depots where people are coming to volunteer and hand out supplies. Those bags are filled with water, with food, with winter clothes. They're going to the regions that are war-torn all across this country because so many people are struggling right now. They need supplies immediately. So people are working here 24 hours a day, right around the clock. They're not stopping to help their fellow countrymen.
Here in western Ukraine, where a humanitarian crisis is unfolding, the city of Lviv increasingly on edge. Volunteers manning checkpoints to keep out Russian saboteurs.
We're looking for enemy documents, maps, GPS.
And you feel you have to do this, right? You have to protect your town?
Yeah, absolutely. My child's here, my wife here, and I must be here and protect my family and my city.
These checkpoints have been running 24 hours a day since the war started. For many of the smaller towns, these are the frontline defense. They have things like these tire spikes to stop cars. And for bigger vehicles, like, say, a Russian tank, they have what they call hedgehogs. They hope these can at least slow down those larger military vehicles.
And if Russian forces arrive, ordinary citizens ready to fight back. Men like Igor have been working around the clock, making thousands of Molotov cocktails.
All Ukrainians, from kids of 6 years old to the old persons from 60, 70 years old, are in the condition of war.
Meanwhile, the mass exodus continues. Border crossings and train stations packed with mothers and young children. Families trying to get to safety while coping with the heartbreak of separation. This man putting his pregnant wife on the train for Poland, while Yevgenia, traveling with her young daughter, is leaving behind her husband.
So hard and so scary about my husband. I don't want to say goodbye.
Do you think the Russians are going to come here?
Yes.
Despite the odds, many in Lviv say they refuse to give up hope, bringing food and clothing for those who've lost their homes and come here to seek shelter and safety.
We are sending a message that we are not alone and we can help each other and we are together.
And if you notice something just behind me, the Ukrainians who are helping out here, they're of all ages here. You have mothers, you have children, you have teenagers, everyone coming together. We actually just spoke to a college student who was studying at the university in Kyiv. He obviously can't go to school anymore, but he can fight. And he said he wanted to come here to help before the Russians get here. Of course, they're still in the eastern part of the country. We're in western Ukraine right now, but everyone here trying to do their part to help their country. Guys, back to you.
Examples of community, of resilience, and of bravery. Tom, thanks so much for that report.
Now, over in the capital, Kyiv, Ukrainians are nervously eyeing a massive Russian military convoy advancing toward the city. That's as Russia intensifies its bombing campaign over in Kharkiv. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more from the capital.
Kiev this morning is staring down the barrel of a Russian assault column that's reportedly up to 40 miles long. Satellite images confirm it's big, deadly, and dangerous, with hundreds of armored vehicles, tanks, and towed artillery, and that it's heading toward the capital of 3 million people. Russia seems to be changing tactics. So far, Russia has been using small group attacks with incursions into towns and cities, which the Ukrainian military has been able to repel with brave and determined resistance. What's coming looks more like old, blunt Russian siege warfare. It's already happening outside of Kiev, with Russian forces attacking Mariupol in the south, home to 500,000 people, with tragic consequences and disturbing images emerging. A 6-year-old girl next to her parents at a supermarket was hit by a shell. She was rushed to an ambulance, alive but just clinging. At the hospital, her injuries proved too much. Show this to Putin, a doctor told a camera from the Associated Press. The eyes of this child and crying doctors. In Kharkiv, Ukraine's second city, more siege and assault. Russia pounding the city center and its administrative building in ways that appear indiscriminate, including Ukrainian officials and a human rights group allege with banned cluster munitions. Russia denies the accusation. President Volodymyr Zelensky overnight saying the Russians targeted residential sections of the city, calling it a military crime. But Ukrainians are not being cowed. Russian troops did capture the small port city of Berdyansk, but residents came out and shouted down the armed Russians. Berdyansk is Ukraine, they yelled. The Russian troops seemed surprised and held their fire. In Kiev, those staying behind are readying themselves for street fighting, with sandbag checkpoints manned by armed volunteers and with seemingly endless supplies of Molotov cocktails.
They have no chance to get into our city and into our country. So that's why they should leave, or they will be all dead. That's the simple reason. Us or them.
As Ukraine braces for a new, possibly even more brutal chapter of this unprovoked war.
The UN says it has documented 136 Ukrainians killed so far, including at least 12 children. But the real death toll is feared to be much higher.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
A grim situation is developing in a Ukrainian town that's putting hundreds of children in danger.
Yeah, 2 orphanages in the town of Mykolaiv in southern Ukraine could be cut off from government funding as Russian forces close in around the area. The lack of resources could lead to a dire food shortage. Mark Davis is the founding director of Abundance International, which runs the 2 orphanages, and he joins us now from Ukraine. Mark, good morning. First, thank you so much for being with us in these tough times. And just first, tell us, how are the children in these 2 orphanages doing right now?
Thank you for asking, letting us share the story, because the story of the orphans has been missing over the last months leading up into this story. And right now there's a lot of fear, confusion. Imagine the trauma for the orphanages we work with. Are 0 to 4 years old, and a third of them are special needs, disabled, Down syndrome kids, which cannot understand what the noises are, but more the trauma of them being ushered down to a bomb shelter to have to sit every time the sirens go off. And the doctors who help run the facilities are assuring that we'll give them psychological care afterwards, but it's not right. These kids don't deserve that. And immediately when we saw this happening, I put together with Adam Lyons, who does business planning, a way to try to expand the help here and across to other orphanages. So what we're doing at abundanceinternational.org is taking donations from people who love and care and want to see these kids cared for. We are finding resources because this orphanage here, we're down to 1 week of food supplies left. And we scrambled, and God bless the people here. They were so helpful. The grocery stores were helpful. They let us go to the front of the lines. We're finding it, and now we're getting requests all across the country, and we're trying to give aid because these places can't leave. People keep asking us, can't you get the kids out of the country? I go, how do you take kids with disabilities who are on critical medical attention in bus rides in war zones? We have to be able to survive until the roads are clear, until it's safe to do something else. Here you see in the video, this is the bomb shelter, an entire orphanage brought down here. These kids don't understand it. And in the audio, you'd hear the crying. And God bless the nurses and the nannies for just trying to be that calm, loving voice down here. And I want to thank everybody. The outpouring of love, the giving that's been happening at abundanceinternational.org has been tremendous. And it's making a difference. And we are able to get the money right now to the orphanages. I can use my debit card to buy things. And until the banking system gets shut off, we have a window of time to get as much aid as we can to these kids who really can't leave. They're here stuck in a war zone, and we need to care for them.
God bless everyone who's helping right now. Mark, is there Ukrainian support nearby? And do you have any indication that Russian forces are anywhere near where you are?
Of course. And again, I'm not going to get into the military thing. I'm just going to tell you what I see. For the last 4 days in a row, we've had sirens, we've had explosions, we've had active conflict, we've had death, we've had military people. The Russians have not taken the city. I have not personally seen any of them. I have not personally seen any tanks, but there are plenty of videos of people who have been watching the battles and trying to keep them back as more of the fighting has happened in the neighboring city of Kherson, where we also have an orphanage, and that entire orphanage is having to live in the basement of a church.
Oh, it's just haunting to hear you say, if you could hear the audio on this video, we would hear these children crying. Mark, tell us sort of what your plan is, because I think it might also sort of illuminate kind of what a lot of people who are stuck are thinking. You are caring for these children who cannot leave, as you point out, due to the medical care that they need in this facility. They can't be in a bus for days, stopping on dangerous highways. But what ultimately are the people of Ukraine thinking right now? Is it to be in these bomb shelters and to, as you use the word, survive currently through this attack, and then it would be to leave? What are you thinking? What is your plan for these children?
Honestly, the best thing, even for those who've evacuated and are in Poland, a lot of the Ukrainians go, I just want the dust to settle to come back home. People love Ukraine. They love their cities. They're very patriotic. There's no reason for these kids to have to go anywhere else. Now, I do have another breaking story where one of the children has been approved for adoption. And the mother was 2 months away from coming and picking it up, and she's paranoid and freaked out. How is my child doing? And they're separated from this child they're about to adopt. So there are many things that will happen. But right now, we've got to get past this immediate crisis, the immediate war, and see what's on the other side. But the honest answer is, if we can keep supporting these, they're given amazing, wonderful medical care, loving environments, and a good start at life right here. And then the hopes of, because of people like you helping to get the word out, we will have, when the dust settles, more people wanting to adopt these beautiful babies and give them good homes.
Mark, real quickly, we want to let people know one more time, what is the best way for them to help you and the children out right now?
Right now, the giving is absolutely helpful. AbundanceInternational.org. We can use the funds here, and we can get them to orphanage directors. We can help. We're building a network across the country of people who can also deliver goods to them. So I'm pleased with the effort. It's overwhelming, but it's very rewarding. And your gifts, please, they make a difference. AbundanceInternational.org. Thank you so much. We will keep up to date with you the status of these and what's happening with all of these gifts. Thank you so much. Your love is felt. Trust me, it's felt.
Please do keep us updated. We're thinking of you, Mark. We're thinking of the kids. We're thinking of everyone helping those kids right now. Thank you.
God bless you and what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, countries around the world are tightening the vice around Russia and its economy, increasing pressure on Vladimir Putin to end the invasion. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Moscow. Hey, Keir, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. And we're less than a mile away from the Kremlin, but we may as well be a million miles away from that place where President Putin is isolated and holed up. This is Europe Square. We wanted to bring you here to show you. Behind me there is the Europe Mall. You can see the big name brands being advertised on the front of that mall. But like dominoes, companies have been cutting their ties to this part of the world. People have been telling us they don't want to be disconnected from the West. And you see those flagpoles there? Those are the flags of Europe still flying. President Putin under increasing pressure on multiple fronts, militarily, with his forces facing unexpectedly stiff resistance in Ukraine. Politically, with protests across Russia and thousands of arrests. And economically, the Russian ruble falling to a record low, the Russian stock market suspended all week with fears it could crash. The Russian leader growing increasingly frustrated and, according to US officials, is lashing out and isolated, meeting with his bankers and finance ministers at a distance. Even his military chiefs are not allowed too close.
When dictators hold on for too long, they overreach. They get disconnected from reality. They don't listen to their advisors. That's exactly what's going on here.
Senator Marco Rubio, who sits on the Intelligence Committee, tweeting, "It's pretty obvious to many that something is off with Putin. He's always been a killer, but his problem now is different and significant." And there are early signs of panic among his people, with lines at banks. Outside a mall, a line of cabs, drivers telling me business collapsed a week ago. Inside, we find another line at an ATM, many hoping to withdraw dollars or euros. We meet musicians, Marina, who lived in Boston for 6 years, and Natalie.
So everyone's scared now. My husband was trying to buy foreign currency yesterday. He didn't get a chance to do that.
Couldn't get any?
No.
Caught between Russian government crackdowns and sanctions.
They're already shutting down the Facebook. Everybody's talking about Instagram being shut down, and
they fear a new iron curtain between Russia and the West.
I don't know how can I get my visa.
And this morning, indications of concern among the oligarchs who surround President Putin. billionaires known for yachts, private jets and mansions. A spokesperson for Roman Abramovich, estimated by Forbes to be worth $13 billion, and who owns Britain's Chelsea Football Club, saying he's now involved in peace negotiations.
And we should note that the Russians still have the potential to make hundreds of millions of dollars a day from oil and gas. As we know, Europe very concerned not to have that oil and gas cut off. But people here have been telling us that they are no longer able to use things like Apple Pay and Google Pay. Now, I know that sounds like a small thing compared with hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue for Russia, but it does put pressure on ordinary people's lives. The question is President Putin even listening, Savannah?
Absolutely. It's that combination of those ordinary people and those oligarchs. Keir, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. He's the former commanding general of the U.S. Army Europe and is now the Pershing Chair in Strategic Studies at the Center for European Policy Analysis. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to start with your reaction to what we heard from Keir, what we're hearing from our colleagues at NBC News. U.S. officials say that Putin is lashing out, could escalate violence in Ukraine, fears he's going to double down. How concerned are you about what we're going to see in the next few days?
Well, I have to say, I've been impressed with Keir. I've been listening to him for quite a few days now, and the reporting he does from Moscow is really very helpful, frankly. I think Ambassador McFaul was on target when he said that, you know, this is when you have an autocrat who becomes detached over time. I suspect there is a bubble around him, and that he's not the kind of guy that seems open to pushback or counter opinions to what he wants to do. This makes it dangerous. So I think that we've got to continue doing exactly what we are doing. I think that the Biden administration has done a very good job here, bringing along our allies, working with our allies. We need to increase as much as possible support to Ukraine. But also, I think we could do better at the information effort inside Russia. I don't think many Russians actually truly understand what's going on, why their soldiers are in Ukraine. So maybe some more effort there to help them understand what's happening and create more pressure inside Russia.
Let's shift now to this international response. And we're lucky to have you with us as an expert on European policy. We're seeing these major shifts from countries like Germany, like Sweden, like Switzerland, either committing to send weapons or, you know, not having that neutrality stance anymore. Help our viewers understand why that's such a big deal. What does that mean for the international community going forward, especially if people are thinking, why aren't we doing more to help Ukraine? Explain these big moves, and if you think that it is having any impact on Russia and them potentially ending this invasion.
Well, first of all, the fact that so many nations of the world are in agreement on this changes the narrative completely away from what the Kremlin would like to have, their fairy tale that somehow it's the fault of the West, that they've been encircled, that we are the aggressor. The fact that almost every nation in the world agrees with what the West is doing now is very, very powerful. And that's what has enabled nations like Germany, the key in Europe, to change policy, both in terms of not only their own defense spending, but the willingness to join the sanctions. And when Germany joins, that means most of the European Union comes along, and which is the critical part, I think, for these sanctions to work. And it also reinforces the notion that there are things that are more important than the price of gas. And for sure, it's going to be painful for all of us on price of gas and other side effects of these sanctions. But the idea that sovereignty of nations, that the desire for people to want to be free, that in this day and age, 2 or 3 big countries don't get to decide the foreign policy of all the smaller countries. This is why this is important.
Lieutenant General Hodges, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us. And if you, our viewers, have any questions about what's happening in Ukraine, you can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and we will work to get them answered by our experts.
Now, our coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues throughout the hour, but we also do have several other major stories we're following this morning.
Today's the first day of the 2022 midterms. Voters in Texas are heading to the polls to vote in critical primary races there today. Coming up, what to watch for that could shape national politics.
Plus, President Biden is gearing up for his first State of the Union address as the world grapples with Russia's invasion. We're speaking with the president's former speechwriter next on what to expect from Biden tonight after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome back. We'll have more of our coverage out of Ukraine this morning coming up in just a little bit, but there is some other news we want to get to as well. Voters in the state of Texas are heading to the polls today for the first primary election of the 2022 midterms. There's a lot on the line as voters cast their ballots for both local and national races. Joining us now with a preview of what we can expect is NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So, this is one of the first big opportunities to get this temperature check of voters for this year's midterms. What are some of the races we should be watching out for in Texas, and some that maybe will have national implications?
Yeah, Savannah, the one at the very top of the list is Texas Governor Greg Abbott, a Republican, is facing a Republican primary challenge from his right. And the expectation is that that he will be able to exceed the 50% needed to avoid a runoff, but he is getting a challenge. There's even a more competitive race for Attorney General on the Republican side, where incumbent Ken Paxton, who has received an endorsement from former President Trump, is getting primaried from the likes of George P. Bush, that is Jeb Bush's son, as well as Louis Gohmert, a conservative Republican congressman from Texas. And then maybe my favorite race of all is a congressional Democratic primary in South Texas between incumbent Congressman Henry Cuellar versus progressive Jessica Cisneros, just to see how much if progressives are able to make gains in these primaries starting in Texas and across the country, Savannah.
Now, tell us about some of the issues that voters there are passionate about ahead of this primary. What are we going to see people telling us is the reason that they came out to the polls in Texas?
It really runs the gamut. And again, I think it's very consistent with what a lot of national polls are telling us. And so obviously the economy and inflation, certainly the situation with COVID. All of a sudden, and I know we're talking about the situation in Ukraine, and that will be a focus on President Biden's State of the Union address. But it will be interesting to see how that kind of trickles into the midterm matrix.
Absolutely, especially with as much attention as there is on it. Now, Mark, we've been talking, of course, about the new restrictive election law in Texas. We're going to see that firsthand today, the differences that it's made. How much of an impact will it have on the primary? Tell us what types of things have been changed.
Yeah, it remains to be seen on this primary. There has been controversy because there were new requirements for mail-in ballots, that they actually had to have people's driver's license number to be able to match with your ballot. And that ended up resulting in a lot of early mail-in ballots getting rejected, but still with the ability to people to fix the ballots. It is worth noting that Texas has historically been a really poor mail-in ballot state, only allowing that for people who are senior citizens as well as disabled Texans. But we're going to be watching just to see how many people's ballots ended up getting affected and whether they were able to get fixed days earlier.
All right, Mark Murray, thank you so much.
This escalating crisis in Ukraine comes in the wake of a complicated and challenging first year in office for President Biden.
Yeah, COVID, inflation, political division. It's all put pressure on Americans across the country. And the president is preparing for tonight's State of the Union address on Capitol Hill. White House advisors say despite all these challenges, Biden's speech will be optimistic. NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has more on the president's speech. Hey, Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, good morning. Nice to see both of you. The president was, of course, initially eyeing this speech as a reset of sorts, an opportunity really to try to focus on his domestic priorities. But the Russian invasion clearly has forced him to drastically revise his speech. It's not going to be a wholesale overhaul of his planned address, we're told, but the president will emphasize his long-running theme of defending democracies against autocracy.
The State of the Union address is the biggest stage for any president, but tonight President Biden faces unique challenges both at home and abroad, juggling the war in Ukraine with the worries of Americans. And while the COVID situation is improving nationwide, Americans are struggling with record inflation and soaring gas prices. Still, senior advisors say the president will present an optimistic view of the country's future. President Biden recently detailing what he hopes his legacy will be.
I hope my legacy is that I was able to restore some decency and honor to the office. I was able to bring the middle class back to a place where they had real opportunity, given an even chance to succeed. And I was able to reconstruct our alliances, which had been frayed so badly internationally.
But Americans have been largely unimpressed with low approval ratings in his first year in office. A new poll showing only a third of Americans are satisfied with the president's handling of the Ukraine crisis. On Monday, President Biden trying to downplay the risk of a nuclear standoff after Vladimir Putin put his nuclear deterrence forces on high alert.
Mr. President, should Americans be worried about nuclear war?
No. While the U.S. is leading a coalition of allies, ratcheting up stiff sanctions against Russia and delivering hundreds of millions of dollars in military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine, the White House has ruled out imposing a no-fly zone over parts of Ukraine, despite President Zelensky's urging the U.S. and NATO to do so.
Is there any way in which the U.S. would support a no-fly zone over Ukraine?
It would essentially mean the U.S. military would be shooting down planes, Russian planes. That is definitely escalatory. That is not something the president wants to do.
Lawmakers speaking out overnight after a classified briefing on the crisis.
It clearly appears to be a war to terrorize the population, and I think in many ways the worst is yet to come in that regard. Their clear focus at this point, if you just watch how they've positioned the troops, he's progressing towards laying siege, like a medieval siege of Kiev, at which point you're going to have a bunch of millions of starving people.
This is going to be a high-stakes balancing act for the president tonight. Some officials here have told me that they hope America's collective COVID haze is lifting with serious illness and cases dropping dramatically. And while most Americans do believe the worst of the pandemic is behind us, new polling shows that they are not giving President Biden credit for that improving situation. As we said, aides say he's also going to talk about the need to demonstrate American leadership before the world when democracy is under threat overseas and here at home. And he'll focus on his agenda, like bringing down the price of prescription drugs and other items, and what aspects and other aspects of the Build Back Better plan, even though it is no longer packaged together under that one umbrella as Build Back Better. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Peter Alexander at the White House for us. Thank you so much. Now, President Biden's State of the Union address will take on a drastically different tone in light of the unfolding crisis in Ukraine.
Here with more is Matthew Littman, a former speechwriter for then Senator Biden and current partner at perceptual advisors. Good to have you with us, Matthew. So we know presidents can strike different tones in their States of the Union addresses based on what the country is going through. With what's happening in Ukraine, what's the tone you think he needs to strike tonight? How much time can he devote to domestic issues, issues that affect Americans perhaps more directly?
Well, those are great questions. First of all, with the situation in the Ukraine, you have to be realistic about it. And then on the way that the nation is going, you could say, I feel your pain in a sense, like Bill Clinton used to say, but he does want to be optimistic about things like the economy and COVID. So one thing I saw in your poll that you just showed, that the country's not yet giving Biden credit for his leadership on Ukraine. I think that's going to change a lot, and it's going to change starting tonight. You know, we're in a great spot with Biden and Secretary of State Blinken and what they've been able to do to rally the world. And I think you're going to hear a lot about how they've rallied the world around the situation in Ukraine.
So, Matthew, you just kind of gave us a little hint at what we might see right now from this president in terms of kind of highlighting that, what his administration has done in light of this crisis. But can you help us kind of put some historical perspective around this? How has the message of a president in their State of the Union address changed during times of war? I mean, do you expect the president to deliver a wartime address tonight to the American people? What would that look like? And is that what's happened in the past?
Well, in the past, if you go back, for example, to FDR in 1941, he gave the Four Corners speech where he talked about the four freedoms that people should be able to expect around the world. I'm sure that in FDR's mind, we were not yet at war in World War II, but we were headed that way later that year. And so that speech ended up being very little about the American economy and almost all about the situation abroad. And that is a way of just rallying the country behind your leadership and your vision and telling people the tough truths about what may go on. And so that's what's going to happen tonight with Joe Biden. A few weeks ago, he was not planning, as president, to talk about Ukraine. And obviously that changes now. But at the same time, you have to balance that with the crisis of COVID, which is an ongoing crisis, and the economy. The economy has some very positive news and some negative news. The negative is obviously that inflation is super high. The positive is that people are quitting their jobs to get better jobs. That's an incredible situation. So you have to balance those things for the American people. The speech is long. It could be like an hour long. But you have to balance those things. You'll have plenty of time on each topic.
Matthew, as we mentioned, you're a former speechwriter to the president when he was a senator for Delaware. Every politician is different. What's his process like?
It's a good question. It's a little bit different with Joe Biden because Joe Biden's been doing this since the early 1970s. So as a speechwriter, it's impossible to know what Joe Biden knows, right? So I'll just give you an example. The very first speech I wrote for Joe Biden had a quote from Lincoln at the top, and then it's about 10 minutes of other stuff about labor unions. And his person calls me up afterward and says, great job on the speech. He used the quote that you gave him. He never uses quotes speechwriters give him. And I said, that's great. What about the rest of the speech? And he said he didn't use a word of the rest of the speech. And that was considered a great job. So it's different a little bit with Biden because he also has a lot of people who've been around him for a long time. And some of those people, for example, the current Secretary of State used to be a speechwriter for Joe Biden. There are a lot of people around him who've been doing this for a while. State of the Union is more difficult because it goes through dozens of people. I mean, if I were writing a speech for one of you, it would be me, you, and maybe your manager or your agent. This goes through dozens of people. It's a very difficult speech to write. And a lot of those people have been around Joe Biden for a very long time.
Wow, very interesting insight there from somebody who has done the job and lots to watch for tonight. Matthew Lippman, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our continuing series, County to County, takes us now to Washoe County, Nevada, where people there plan to pay attention to the State of the Union speech. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Reno, Nevada, with more on how they're feeling ahead of the address. Guad, good morning to you. So give us a lay of the land politically in Nevada, especially in the county you're in right now.
Joe, good morning. Well, Nevada is a state that was won by the Democrats. Biden won Nevada. And, of course, Republicans do have a strong presence, especially in the rural areas. Now, we're in Washoe County because this place is so diverse. When you look at voters in Nevada, you got to look at it. Clark County, that's where Las Vegas is, which is expected to vote blue. And then the rural areas, which are expected to vote red. Then you have Washoe County, one of the most diverse places in the country. A place where 1/3 of the voters are Democrats, 1/3 are Republican, and the other third are nonpartisan. You have so many undecided voters that this county could swing the election one way or the other. So both Democrats and Republicans know they have to win these voters over in the next midterm election, Joe.
So, Gwad, how are people feeling ahead of the speech? Is the Ukraine crisis top of mind for them right now?
So we've been speaking to a lot of these undecided voters. You know, a month ago, people would talk about other domestic issues. But of course, now, as soon as you bring up the Biden administration, they say they want to find a solution to the Ukraine crisis. They want to see the Biden administration get involved and help find a solution. But they also keep bringing up other issues that they say have been affecting Americans since the Biden administration took over. Let's hear from one of these voters.
I am not particularly happy with what's going on domestically. What I would like to hear tomorrow is, of course, we're all very concerned about Ukraine. However, that cannot lead us to become distracted from our problems at home. I'm not happy about the way the administration has handled basically the energy crisis, the economy, washing the economy with unnecessary, in my opinion, levels of money that has pushed inflation up.
So voters here expecting more from the current administration. Now, what's interesting is when you speak to voters here, they will talk about issues. They will talk about the things that they aren't happy with, but they don't really mention political parties. They don't really care about the political party as much as they do care about the issues.
Gwad, real quickly, any other domestic issues people there are concerned about?
Well, just like in other parts of the country, housing continues to be at the top of people's minds here. The governor just announced they're investing an additional $500 million to create more affordable housing. So you ask people about what worries them, and it's the cost of housing. Places like Reno here in Washoe County, where the medium house will cost more than $500,000, you know, and we have a lot of people that are homeless, people that just can't afford a place to live. And then, of course, everything that has to do with the economy. People here feel like the cost of living is too much. Things are just getting too expensive and very unhappy with the inflation. So they like to see the president do more. Let's hear from another voter talking about other issues that matter to them here.
Be more done. I think there should be, you know, there's like a lot of promises that were promised and that have not been fulfilled yet. Student loans have not been forgiven. That was something he raced on, you know, like he ran on that. You know, climate change is still an issue.
I'm really hoping that Biden can, you know, help the nation come together and kind of find a sense of unity between everybody.
So they speak about unity. We heard from Brena just now. She was standing next to her best friend at the end of the interview. They said, you know, in the next election, she might vote Republican, I might vote Democrat, and it doesn't matter because what we care about is the issues. So there is a strong sense of a lack of unity in the country by the voters here in Washoe who tell us that they're still undecided, Joe.
Compared with some people who are very passionate about who they're voting for and which party they align with. All right, Gwad, thanks so much for that report. Appreciate it. And just a reminder, you can watch the State of the Union right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage kicks off tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific time. The speech will get underway just after 9 o'clock.
Let's now get a check on your morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is back with us. Bill, good morning.
Good morning. March is I don't know, it's a temperamental month. Like, you know, you're hot and it's cold, it's stormy, and then it's nice. And yeah, we usually get a lot of wild swings in March.
You mean like a lamb or a lion?
And if yeah, I mean, sometimes that works, but this year we're kind of like lamb, and then who knows what we're going to end up. Maybe we're going to reverse it this month. I don't know. So let me get into explain kind of the northern half of the country. You just don't really get excited about the beginning of March. I mean, the wind chill right now is -15 in Caribou, Maine. It's 0 in areas of the northern Great Lakes. International Falls is -1. So in the northern half of the U.S., it's not a very warm start to March. It was a frigid yesterday. We got a little bit of snow that's going to develop through northern New England during the day today. And then we have another batch that's going to go through the Great Lakes tomorrow, then into New England as we go through Wednesday night. So we're not done with the snow. It doesn't look like a big ordeal, but Buffalo 1 to 2 inches inches. Areas in Maine will get about 1 to 3 inches. And this is in complete contrast with everyone that's excited about spring. In the middle of the country, throughout the plains, the Midwest, throughout the South, everyone's like, this is fantastic. Let me see what my golf clubs look like, my tennis racket. 75 today in Kansas City, 66 in Atlanta, even Richmond's at 64. Tomorrow we do it all over again. 64 in Cincinnati, Tennessee is gorgeous. Dallas, 75 degrees, Denver, 71. I mean, this is the fantastic stuff that everyone in northern New England and the northern Great Lakes gets extremely jealous of this time of year, because look at New York. We're stuck around 40 degrees right through the weekend, where our friends in Richmond are much warmer. But I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter. We just have to wait till April.
No.
It's fine.
Yeah, never bitter. All right, never bitter Bill. That's what
No
we're calling
complaints.
Right.
Yeah,
Never.
yeah. You're so mild, Bill. So mild. All right, thanks, Bill.
Coming up, we have much more of our coverage of the Ukraine invasion in the next few minutes.
Yeah, including the help pouring in from all over the world to help the Ukrainian people. The small acts of solidarity, both here in the U.S. and overseas, up next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath, causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath, causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At home and around the world, people from all walks of life are showing their support to Ukraine and its people.
NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has more on this global response.
Hey there, about 1 million people in the United States have ties to Ukraine, and both here and around the world, folks are coming together to help those under attack in ways both big and small.
From Istanbul to Detroit and Chicago, millions, young and old, speaking with one voice, saying, "We stand with Ukraine."
All my thoughts and all my mind in Ukraine right now.
The U.S., home to more than 1 million Ukrainians. For many, their only option to rally others in protest.
They want to hear the Ukrainian voices. They need to hear your voice. They need to hear our family's voice.
At the White House, the First Lady wearing a mask with a sunflower, Ukraine's national flower. And in Salt Lake City, a massive rally outside the state capitol. Several states also calling to end the sale of Russian alcohol. Maryland's governor wants to sever all financial ties.
We're not doing anything to support Russia in any way or their economy.
In New Jersey, a prayer vigil.
We pray for peace. We pray for the souls of those who have been lost.
Overseas, protests in major cities around the world. More than 100,000 marching in Berlin. 80,000 in Prague, and tens of thousands in Rome. Israelis outside the Parliament building in Jerusalem calling on their government to take stronger action against Russia.
It's not just an attack against Ukraine, it is an attack on the whole free world.
The sports world leading the way in an all-out boycott. FIFA now banning Russia's national and club soccer teams from international competition after teams from Poland, Sweden, and the Czech Republic refused to take the pitch against Russia in the upcoming World Cup playoffs. Fans doing their part too, showing support for Ukrainian-born players. Striker Roman Yaremchuk moved to tears when supporters in Portugal showered him with a standing ovation and waving signs saying, "We are with you."
At the request of Ukrainian officials over the weekend, people from around the world have donated tens of millions of dollars in cryptocurrency to the government and to NGOs there. It's just another way the world's coming together to support Ukraine. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you so much.
Coming up, researchers are warning Pfizer's COVID vaccine may not offer as much protection in kids as originally thought.
We have a doctor joining us next with what parents need to know about the spread of COVID right now and if kids should keep the masks on after the break.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As the Ukraine crisis unfolds, big businesses are responding by cutting ties with Russia or sending help to Ukraine.
Yeah, Bertha Coombs joins us now with the latest on that. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Joan, Savannah. A shipment of Starlink satellite internet terminals from SpaceX has arrived in Ukraine. The country's vice president sharing a photo of one of the antennas on social media. Elon Musk, who is the CEO of SpaceX, announced over the weekend that the company had activated Starlink internet service in Ukraine. Broadband service there has been disrupted since Russia launched its invasion last week. Visa and MasterCard are blocking several Russian financial institutions from their payment networks, complying with Western sanctions imposed on Moscow. The sanctions require the companies to suspend access for entities listed as specially designated nationals, such as Russia's central bank and its second largest vendor, VTB, or lender rather, VTB. Visa and MasterCard are also pledging to donate $2 million each for humanitarian aid. And here in the U.S., some bars and liquor stores are pulling Russian vodka off of their shelves and promoting Ukrainian brands instead. One bar owner in Michigan has rid his stockroom of the old Soviet brand Stolichnaya, replacing with Ukraine's Vector. Stoli is owned by a Russian-born tycoon, but it's actually made in Latvia. So on its website, Stoli says it stands for peace in Europe and solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Very complicated situation there at Stoli.
Yeah, we're seeing a few situations like that. All right,
Yeah,
Bertha,
absolutely.
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bertha. Now, the CDC says indoor masks are no longer necessary across most of the U.S., and now some states are looking to ease mask requirements in schools, while new research shows that Pfizer's vaccine may offer little protection from infection in children ages 5 to 11. Joining us now with everything you need to know is Dr. Uche Blackstock. She's an MSNBC contributor. Doctor, good to have you with us. So let's start with this vaccine for kids, this research from New York State Department of Health, that this Pfizer vaccine didn't do all that much for kids. What did it find? What should parents be thinking about as mask mandates are dropped?
Great, Savannah. Thank you so much for having me. So the biggest take home is that, the vaccine was not as effective at preventing infections in children 5 to 11-year-old. It was also less effective at preventing hospitalizations in this age group. And there was a big difference compared to the 12 to 17 group. And we think that is because it is dose related. The dose that 5 to 11-year-olds get is about a third the dose of 12 to 17-year-olds. So we will have to see, Pfizer's continuing to study a third dose of the vaccine to see if maybe that will be more effective than the 2 vaccine dose in 5 to 11-year-olds.
Let's talk about some other New York news. New York City Mayor Eric Adams announced they're ending the indoor vaccine requirement for businesses and dining beginning on March 7th. We've gotten very used to here having to show that to go into restaurants. If COVID-19 cases numbers continue to trend down, we'll no longer have to do that. Adams also said mask mandates will be lifted in public schools. What do you think of this decision? And then especially on the school part, considering that this new research about Pfizer's vaccine, kids being in school without masks on?
Right. Well, 2 things. I think lifting both mask and vaccine requirements for businesses at the same time is a bit too aggressive. I would be more cautious of that, either one or the other. And then 2, I think that given this news that we have about the Pfizer vaccine being less effective in 5 to 11-year-olds, we need to, again, be cautious about lifting masks in schools. We know that a multi-layered strategy is key to preventing the spread of the virus within schools, and masks are part of that strategy. So lifting it now when we know that vaccines are not as effective, I don't think is a wise decision.
Doctor, I want to ask you a viewer question. It's about children's vaccines, and I think it's a really good one, especially considering right now we have this research that it's less effective in 5 to 11-year-olds. This is from the parent of a 7-year-old asking, can you please explain why there's only one approved vaccine for kids? When can we expect a second option?
Right. And so there are several different reasons why, but one is we have to make sure the vaccines are effective in adults first, and then there is a de-escalation in terms of age. So the youngest children will be the last, but also there needs to be an adequate safety and efficacy study done on these medications. We need to make sure that they are safe to use in children. We know that Pfizer will hopefully have some more data on the 3-dose vaccine series in March, and then we should also have some data from Moderna as well. So there is a regulatory process that has to be followed. We cannot undermine that because we know what happens when we undermine that regulatory process. Public trust is undermined. So unfortunately, we have to follow the process, and hopefully we'll have a vaccine that is both safe and effective for young children.
All right, Dr. Blackstock, always great to have you. Thank you so much. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. Email us at morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com with your questions, and let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous.
Coming up, another sign of progress in the pandemic, Mardi Gras is back.
New Orleans is bringing the festivities back after COVID canceled events last year. The plans from the city to avoid celebrations turning into a super spreader. That's next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
It's official. Mardi Gras is back.
1 year after the pandemic forced New Orleans to all but cancel its famous carnival, the parades are rolling and the beads are flying again. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from New Orleans. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Nothing quite like the magic of a Mardi Gras morning here in the Big Easy. And what better way to celebrate it than walking alongside the big stars today? And that is the floats, guys. They didn't have a chance to hit the streets last year. And just take a look at some of the craftsmanship they have. We're walking alongside the Rex organization's floats this year. They're celebrating 150 years. How about this one right here, guys? A streetcar named Desire. Always exciting, always fun to bring back Mardi Gras, albeit this year with a slightly cautious tone. Call it the sound of New Orleans or the soul of the city. Either way, that Mardi Gras magic is back.
Let the good times roll.
1 year after the pandemic canceled the biggest party in town, the city's planned a cautious return. As exciting as it is to see this, do you still have concerns?
Yeah, of course. We are still in the middle of a global pandemic, and we don't take that lightly. It was not an option to repeat the tragedies of what happened 2 years ago.
The city's health director, Dr. Jennifer Avegno, remembers Mardi Gras 2020 as one of the nation's first COVID super spreader events. This year, she says tens of thousands of free COVID tests are being handed out, just like beads. And masks required indoors, including bars and restaurants. Proof of vaccination also required to enter certain areas.
We know what we lost in 2020, and then we know what it felt like last year to not have this.
The parades changing too. Police and city staffing shortages forcing officials to streamline routes. Tourism has yet to return to pre-pandemic levels when 1 million people poured in for Mardi Gras. But for those who made it here, the legendary Carnival crews are ready to give everyone the show they've been waiting for.
We're excited. This community needed it. The nation needed it.
We caught up with the crew of Argus, prepping floats.
Get ready, bring your bag, because you're going to catch a lot.
One honoring healthcare workers. Another paying homage to the city's signature sweet treat, the beignet. All of them part of a beloved tradition, now finally back on track.
It feels great. It feels like we're getting a fresh start. It feels like the city's coming back alive, and it just feels like home.
Morgan, I understand you're with some of those famous float crews now.
Yeah, Joe, they've actually rolled out all of their floats onto the street here ahead of the big parade today. And I just want to give you a little close-up here. They have spent the past year putting these floats together, and you just get a sense of the craftsmanship and attention that goes into every single one of these floats. They're going to go out there, be welcomed by hundreds of thousands of people here in New Orleans. Then they're going to roll back in, be taken down, and they start all over again for next year's Mardi Gras. Everyone telling me they're just glad to have this back. This truly is part of the soul of this city, and it's going to be a pretty big day today. We'll send it back to you.
Oh,
they've earned it, too.
Yeah, exactly. Great to see. The city's back.
Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
This morning, Ukraine's president is fighting to keep his country out of Russian control. Volodymyr Zelensky spoke to the European Parliament this morning, pushing for more help for his country and making his case to join the European Union, something that would bring even more aid into Ukraine. This comes as Russian forces advance on his capital. New satellite images show what appears to be a military convoy about 50 miles north of Kyiv. With Kyiv on alert, an explosion hit Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, overnight in a series of strikes that Ukrainian officials say killed at least 10 people and hurt dozens more. Ukraine is also accusing Russia of hitting residential areas of Kharkiv with heavy shelling.
Here's a look at where Russia has attacked so far. And while Ukraine has been putting up a strong resistance against the Russians, thousands of Ukrainians are fleeing the country, hundreds of thousands. To the east in Russia, thousands of people have been arrested in protests against Vladimir Putin. New U.S. intelligence shows Putin is growing increasingly frustrated by his military struggles in Ukraine and sees his only option as doubling down on violence.
We begin our coverage this hour in western Ukraine, where the refugee crisis is growing. UN officials say there are currently 660,000 Ukrainian refugees in neighboring countries, and that number is rising by the hour. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas joins us now from the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. Tom, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. You know, we've been telling you so much about the civilian effort to take on the Russians when it comes to the battlefield. Well, there's also a civilian effort to help out each other. Just behind me here, this is one of the major depots where people are coming to volunteer and hand out supplies. Those bags are filled with water, with food, with winter clothes. They're going to the regions that are war-torn all across this country because so many people are struggling right now. They need supplies immediately. So people are working here 24 hours a day, right around the clock. They're not stopping to help their fellow countrymen.
Here in western Ukraine, where a humanitarian crisis is unfolding, the city of Lviv increasingly on edge. Volunteers manning checkpoints to keep out Russian saboteurs.
We're looking for enemy documents, maps, GPS.
And you feel you have to do this, right? You have to protect your town?
Yeah, absolutely. My child here, my wife here, and I must be here and protect my family and my city.
These checkpoints have been running 24 hours a day since the war started. For many of the smaller towns, these are the frontline defense. They have things like these tire spikes to stop cars. And for bigger vehicles, like, say, a Russian tank, they have what they call hedgehogs. They hope these can at least slow down those larger military vehicles.
And if Russian forces arrive, ordinary citizens ready to fight back. Men like Igor have been working around the clock, making thousands of Molotov cocktails.
All Ukrainians, from kids of 6 years old to the old persons from 60, 70 years old, are in the condition of war.
Meanwhile, the mass exodus continues. Border crossings and train stations packed with mothers and young children. Families trying to get to safety while coping with the heartbreak of separation. This man putting his pregnant wife on the train for Poland, while Yevhenia, traveling with her young daughter, is leaving behind her husband.
So hard and so scary about my husband. I don't want to say goodbye.
Do you think the Russians are going to come here?
Yes.
Despite the odds, many in Lviv say they refuse to give up hope, bringing food and clothing for those who've lost their homes and come here to seek shelter and safety.
We are sending a message that we are not alone and we can help each other and we are together.
And if you notice something just behind me, the Ukrainians who are helping out here, they are of all ages here. You have mothers, you have children, you have teenagers, everyone coming together. We actually just spoke to a college student who was studying at the university in Kyiv. He obviously can't go to school anymore, but he can fight. And he said he wanted to come here to help before the Russians get here. Of course, they're still in the eastern part of the country. We're in western Ukraine right now, but everyone here trying to do their part to help their country. Guys,
so many
back to you.
Examples of community, of resilience, and of bravery. Tom, thanks so much for that report.
Now, over in the capital, Kyiv, Ukrainians are nervously eyeing a massive Russian military convoy advancing toward the city. That's as Russia intensifies its bombing campaign over in Kharkiv. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more from the capital.
Kiev this morning is staring down the barrel of a Russian assault column that's reportedly up to 40 miles long. Satellite images confirm it's big, deadly, and dangerous, with hundreds of armored vehicles, tanks, and towed artillery, and that it's heading toward the capital of 3 million people. Russia seems to be changing tactics. So far, Russia has been using small group attacks with incursions into towns and cities, which the Ukrainian military has been able to repel with brave and determined resistance. What's coming looks more like old, blunt Russian siege warfare. It's already happening outside of Kiev, with Russian forces attacking Mariupol in the south, home to 500,000 people, with tragic consequences and disturbing images emerging. A 6-year-old girl next to her parents at a supermarket was hit by a shell. She was rushed to an ambulance, alive but just clinging. At the hospital, her injuries proved too much. Show this to Putin, a doctor told a camera from the Associated Press. The eyes of this child and crying doctors. In Kharkiv, Ukraine's second city, more siege and assault. Russia pounding the city center and its administrative building in ways that appear indiscriminate, including Ukrainian officials and a human rights group allege with banned cluster munitions. Russia denies the accusation. President Volodymyr Zelensky overnight saying the Russians targeted residential sections of the city, calling it a military crime. But Ukrainians are not being cowed. Russian troops did capture the small port city of Berdyansk, but residents came out and shouted down the armed Russians. Berdyansk is Ukraine, they yelled. The Russian troops seemed surprised and held their fire. In Kiev, those staying behind are readying themselves for street fighting, with sandbag checkpoints manned by armed volunteers and with seemingly endless supplies of Molotov cocktails.
They have no chance to get into our city, into our country. So that's why they should leave, or they will be all dead. That's the simple reason. Us or them.
As Ukraine braces for a new, possibly even more brutal chapter of this unprovoked war.
The UN says it has documented 136 Ukrainians killed so far, including at least 12 children. But the real death toll is feared to be much higher.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
A grim situation is developing in a Ukrainian town that's putting hundreds of children in danger.
Yeah, 2 orphanages in the town of Mykolaiv in southern Ukraine could be cut off from government funding as Russian forces close in around the area. The lack of resources could lead to a dire food shortage. Mark Davis is the founding director of Abundance International, which runs the 2 orphanages, and he joins us now from Ukraine. Mark, good morning. First, thank you so much for being with us in these tough times. And just first, tell us, how are the children in these 2 orphanages doing right now?
Thank you for asking, letting us share the story, because the story of the orphans has been missing over the last months leading up into this story. And right now there's a lot of fear, confusion. Imagine the trauma for the orphanages we work with. Are 0 to 4 years old, and a third of them are special needs, disabled, Down syndrome kids, which cannot understand what the noises are, but more the trauma of them being ushered down to a bomb shelter to have to sit every time the sirens go off. And the doctors who help run the facilities are assuring that we'll give them psychological care afterwards, but it's not right. These kids don't deserve that. And immediately when we saw this happening, I put together with Adam Lyons, who does business planning, a way to try to expand the help here and across to other orphanages. So what we're doing at abundanceinternational.org is taking donations from people who love and care and want to see these kids cared for. We are finding resources because this orphanage here, we're down to 1 week of food supplies left. And we scrambled, and God bless the people here. They were so helpful. The grocery stores were helpful. They let us go to the front of the lines. We're finding it, and now we're getting requests all across the country, and we're trying to give aid because these places can't leave. People keep asking us, can't you get the kids out of the country? I go, how do you take kids with disabilities who are on critical medical attention in bus rides in war zones? We have to be able to survive until the roads are clear, until it's safe to do something else. Here you see in the video, this is the bomb shelter, an entire orphanage brought down here. These kids don't understand it. And in the audio, you'd hear the crying. And God bless the nurses and the nannies for just trying to be that calm, loving voice down here. And I want to thank everybody. The outpouring of love, the giving that's been happening at abundanceinternational.org has been tremendous. And it's making a difference. And we are able to get the money right now to the orphanages. I can use my debit card to buy things. And until the banking system gets shut off, we have a window of time to get as much aid as we can to these kids who really can't leave. They're here stuck in a war zone, and we need to care for them.
God bless everyone who's helping right now. Mark, is there Ukrainian support nearby? And do you have any indication that Russian forces are anywhere near where you are?
Of course. And again, I'm not going to get into the military thing. I'm just going to tell you what I see. For the last 4 days in a row, we've had sirens, we've had explosions, we've had active conflict, we've had death, we've had military people. The Russians have not taken the city. I have not personally seen any of them. I have not personally seen any tanks, but there are plenty of videos of people who have been watching the battles and trying to keep them back as more of the fighting has happened in the neighboring city of Kherson, where we also have an orphanage, and that entire orphanage is having to live in the basement of a church.
Oh, it's just haunting to hear you say, if you could hear the audio on this video, we would hear these children crying. Mark, tell us sort of what your plan is, because I think it might also sort of illuminate kind of what a lot of people who are stuck are thinking. You are caring for these children who cannot leave, as you point out, due to the medical care that they need in this facility. They can't be in a bus for days, stopping on dangerous highways. But what ultimately are the people of Ukraine thinking right now? Is it to be in these bomb shelters and to, as you use the word, survive currently through this attack, and then it would be to leave? What are you thinking? What is your plan for these children?
Honestly, the best thing, even for those who've evacuated and are in Poland, a lot of the Ukrainians go, I just want the dust to settle to come back home. People love Ukraine. They love their cities. They're very patriotic. There's no reason for these kids to have to go anywhere else. Now, I do have another breaking story where one of the children has been approved for adoption, and the mother was 2 months away from coming and picking it up, and she's paranoid and freaked out. How is my child doing? And they're separated from this child they're about to adopt. So there are many things that will happen, but right now we've got to get past this immediate crisis, the immediate war, and see what's on the other side. But the honest answer is, if we can keep supporting these, they're given amazing, wonderful medical care, loving environments, and a good start at life right here. And then the hopes of, because of people like you helping to get the word out, we will have, when the dust settles, more people wanting to adopt these beautiful babies and give them good homes.
Mark, real quickly, we want to let people know one more time, what is the best way for them to help you and the children out right now?
Right now, the giving is absolutely helpful. Abundanceinternational.org. We can use the funds here, and we can get them to orphanage directors. We can help. We're building a network across the country of people who can also deliver goods to them. So I'm pleased with the effort. It's overwhelming, but it's very rewarding. And your gifts, please, they make a difference. Abundanceinternational.org. Thank you so much. And we will keep up to date with you the status of these and what's happening with all of these gifts. Thank you so much. Your love is felt. Trust me, it's felt.
Please do keep us updated. We're thinking of you, Mark. We're thinking of the kids. We're thinking of everyone helping those kids right now. Thank you.
Yeah, God bless you and what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, countries around the world are tightening the vice around Russia and its economy, increasing pressure on Vladimir Putin to end the invasion. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Moscow. Hey, Keir, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. And we're less than a mile away from the Kremlin, but we may as well be a million miles away from that place where President Putin is isolated and holed up. This is Europe Square. We wanted to bring you here to show you. Behind me there is the Europe Mall. You can see the big name brands being advertised on the front of that mall. But like dominoes, companies have been cutting their ties to this part of the world. People have been telling us they don't want to be disconnected from the West. And you see those flagpoles there? Those are the flags of Europe still flying.
President Putin under increasing pressure on multiple fronts, militarily,
with his forces facing unexpectedly stiff resistance in Ukraine. Politically, with protests across Russia and thousands of arrests. And economically, the Russian ruble falling to a record low. The Russian stock market suspended all week with fears it could crash. The Russian leader growing increasingly frustrated and, according to US officials, is lashing out and isolated, meeting with his bankers and finance ministers at a distance. Even his military chiefs are not allowed too close.
When dictators hold on for too long, they overreach. They get disconnected from reality. They don't listen to their advisors. That's exactly what's going on here.
Senator Marco Rubio, who sits on the Intelligence Committee, tweeting, "It's pretty obvious to many that something is off with Putin. He's always been a killer, but his problem now is different and significant." And there are early signs of panic among his people, with lines at banks. Outside a mall, a line of cabs, drivers telling me business collapsed a week ago. Inside, we find another line at an ATM, many hoping to withdraw dollars or euros. We meet musicians, Marina, who lived in Boston for 6 years, and Natalie.
So everyone's scared now. My husband was trying to buy foreign currency yesterday. He didn't get a chance to do that.
Couldn't get any?
No.
Caught between Russian government crackdowns and sanctions.
They're already shutting down the Facebook. Everybody's talking about Instagram being shut down, and
they fear a new iron curtain between Russia and the West.
I don't know how can I get my visa.
And this morning, indications of concern among the oligarchs who surround President Putin. Billionaires known for yachts, private jets and mansions. A spokesperson for Roman Abramovich, estimated by Forbes to be worth $13 billion, and who owns Britain's Chelsea Football Club, saying he's now involved in peace negotiations. And we should note that the Russians still have the potential to make hundreds of millions of dollars a day from oil and gas. As we know, Europe very concerned not to have that oil and gas cut off. But people here have been telling us that they are no longer able to use things like Apple Pay and Google Pay. Now, I know that sounds like a small thing compared with hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue for Russia, but it does put pressure on ordinary people's lives. The question is President Putin even listening, Savannah?
Absolutely. It's that combination of those ordinary people and those oligarchs. Keir, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. He's the former commanding general of the U.S. Army Europe and is now the Pershing Chair in Strategic Studies at the Center for European Policy Analysis. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to start with your reaction to what we heard from Keir, what we're hearing from our colleagues at NBC News. U.S. officials say that Putin is lashing out, could escalate violence in Ukraine, fears he's going to double down. How concerned are you about what we're going to see in the next few days?
Well, I have to say, I've been impressed with Keir. I've been listening to him for quite a few days now, and the reporting he does from Moscow is really very helpful, frankly. I think Ambassador McFaul was on target when he said that, you know, this is when you have an autocrat who becomes detached over time. I suspect there is a bubble around him, and that he's not the kind of guy that seems open to pushback or counter opinions to what he wants to do. This makes it dangerous. So I think that we've got to continue doing exactly what we are doing. I think that the Biden administration has done a very good job here, bringing along our allies, working with our allies. We need to increase as much as possible support to Ukraine. But also, I think we could do better at the information effort inside Russia. I don't think many Russians actually truly understand what's going on, why their soldiers are in Ukraine. So maybe some more effort there to help them understand what's happening and create more pressure inside Russia.
Let's shift now to this international response. And we're lucky to have you with us as an expert on European policy. We're seeing these major shifts from countries like Germany, like Sweden, like Switzerland, either committing to send weapons or, you know, not having that neutrality stance anymore. Help our viewers understand why that's such a big deal. What does that mean for the international community going forward, especially if people are thinking, why aren't we doing more to help Ukraine? Explain these big moves, and if you think that it is having any impact on Russia and them potentially ending this invasion.
Well, first of all, the fact that so many nations of the world are in agreement on this changes the narrative completely away from what the Kremlin would like to have, their fairy tale that somehow it's the fault of the West, that they've been encircled, that we are the aggressor. The fact that almost every nation in the world agrees with what the West is doing now is very, very powerful. And that's what has enabled nations like Germany, the key in Europe, to change policy, both in terms of not only their own defense spending, but the willingness to join the sanctions. And when Germany joins, that means most of the European Union comes along, and which is the critical part, I think, for these sanctions to work. And it also reinforces the notion that there are things that are more important than the price of gas. And for sure, it's going to be painful for all of us on price of gas and other side effects of these sanctions. But the idea that sovereignty of nations, that the desire for people to want to be free, that in this day and age, 2 or 3 big countries don't get to decide the foreign policy of all the smaller countries. This is why this is important.
Lieutenant General Hodges, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us. And if you, our viewers, have any questions about what's happening in Ukraine, you can email us at morningNewsNow@NBCUNI.com with your questions, and we will work to get them answered by our experts.
Now, our coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues throughout the hour, but we also do have several other major stories we're following this morning.
Today's the first day of the 2022 midterms. Voters in Texas are heading to the polls to vote in critical primary races there today. Coming up, what to watch for that could shape national politics.
Plus, President Biden is gearing up for his first State of the Union address as the world grapples with Russia's invasion. We're speaking with the president's former speechwriter next on what to expect from Biden tonight after the break.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back. We'll have more of our coverage out of Ukraine this morning coming up in just a little bit, but there is some other news we want to get to as well. Voters in the state of Texas are heading to the polls today for the first primary election of the 2022 midterms. There's a lot on the line as voters cast their ballots for both local and national races. Joining us now with a preview of what we can expect is NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So, I mean, this is one of the first big opportunities to get this temperature check of voters for this year's midterms. What are some of the races we should be watching out for in Texas, and some that maybe will have national implications?
Yeah, Savannah, the one at the very top of the list is Texas Governor Greg Abbott, a Republican, is facing a Republican primary challenge from his right. And the expectation is that that he will be able to exceed the 50% needed to avoid a runoff, but he is getting a challenge. There's even a more competitive race for Attorney General on the Republican side, where incumbent Ken Paxton, who has received an endorsement from former President Trump, is getting primaried from the likes of George P. Bush, that is Jeb Bush's son, as well as Louis Gohmert, a conservative Republican congressman from Texas. And then maybe my favorite race of all is a congressional Democratic primary in South Texas between incumbent Congressman Henry Cuellar versus progressive Jessica Cisneros, just to see how much if progressives are able to make gains in these primaries starting in Texas and across the country, Savannah.
Now, tell us about some of the issues that voters there are passionate about ahead of this primary. What are we going to see people telling us is the reason that they came out to the polls in Texas?
It really runs the gamut. And again, I think it's very consistent with what a lot of national polls are telling us. And so obviously the economy and inflation, certainly the situation with COVID, you know, all of a sudden, and I know we're talking about the situation in Ukraine, and that will be a focus on President Biden's State of the Union address, but it will be interesting to see how that kind of trickles into the midterm matrix.
Absolutely, especially with as much attention as there is on it. Now, Mark, we've been talking, of course, about the new restrictive election law in Texas. We're going to see that firsthand today, the differences that it's made. How much of an impact will it have on the primary? Tell us what types of things have been changed.
Yeah, it remains to be seen on this primary. There has been controversy because there were new requirements for mail-in ballots, that they actually had to have people's driver's license number to be able to match with your ballot. And that ended up resulting in a lot of early mail-in ballots getting rejected, but still with the ability to people to fix the ballots. It is worth noting that Texas has historically been a really poor mail-in ballot state, only allowing that for people who are senior citizens as well as disabled Texans. But we're going to be watching just to see how many people's ballots ended up getting affected and whether they were able to get fixed days earlier.
All right, Mark Murray, thank you so much.
This escalating crisis in Ukraine comes in the wake of a complicated and challenging first year in office for President Biden.
Yeah, COVID, inflation, political division. It's all put pressure on Americans across the country. And the president is preparing for tonight's State of the Union address on Capitol Hill. White House advisors say despite all these challenges, Biden's speech will be optimistic. NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has more on the president's speech. Hey, Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, good morning. Nice to see both of you. The president was, of course, initially eyeing this speech as a reset of sorts, an opportunity really to try to focus on his domestic priorities. But the Russian invasion clearly has forced him to drastically revise his speech. It's not going to be a wholesale overhaul of his planned address, we're told, but the president will emphasize his long-running theme of defending democracies against autocracy.
The State of the Union address is the biggest stage for any president, but tonight President Biden faces unique challenges both at home and abroad, juggling the war in Ukraine with the worries of Americans. And while the COVID situation is improving nationwide, Americans are struggling with record inflation and soaring gas prices. Still, senior advisors say the president will present an optimistic view of the country's future. President Biden recently detailing what he hopes his legacy will be.
I hope my legacy is that I was able to restore some decency and honor to the office. I was able to bring the middle class back to a place where they had real opportunity, given an even chance to succeed. And I was able to reconstruct our alliances, which had been frayed so badly internationally.
But Americans have been largely unimpressed with low approval ratings in his first year in office. A new poll showing only a third of Americans are satisfied with the president's handling of the Ukraine crisis. On Monday, President Biden trying to downplay the risk of a nuclear standoff after Vladimir Putin put his nuclear deterrence forces on high alert.
Mr. President, should Americans be worried about nuclear war?
No.
While the U.S. is leading a coalition of allies, ratcheting up stiff sanctions against Russia and delivering hundreds of millions of dollars in military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine, the White House has ruled out imposing a no-fly zone over parts of Ukraine. despite President Zelensky's urging the U.S. and NATO to do so.
Is there any way in which the U.S. would support a no-fly zone over Ukraine?
It would essentially mean the U.S. military would be shooting down planes, Russian planes. That is definitely escalatory. That is not something the president wants to do.
Lawmakers speaking out overnight after a classified briefing on the crisis.
It clearly appears to be a war to terrorize the population, and I think in many ways the worst is yet to come in that regard. Their clear focus at this point, if you just watch how they've positioned the troops, he's progressing towards laying siege, like a medieval siege of Kiev, at which point you're going to have a bunch of millions of starving people.
This is going to be a high-stakes balancing act for the president tonight. Some officials here have told me that they hope America's collective COVID haze is lifting with serious illness and cases dropping dramatically. And while most Americans do believe the worst of the pandemic is behind us, new polling shows that they are not giving President Biden credit for that improving situation. As we said, aides say he's also going to talk about the need to demonstrate American leadership before the world when democracy is under threat overseas and here at home. And he'll focus on his agenda, like bringing down the price of prescription drugs and other items, and what aspects and other aspects of the Build Back Better plan, even though it is no longer packaged together under that one umbrella as Build Back Better. Joan and Savannah.
All right, Peter Alexander at the White House for us. Thank you so much. Now, President Biden's State of the Union address will take on a drastically different tone in light of the unfolding crisis in Ukraine.
Here with more is Matthew Littman, a former speechwriter for then Senator Biden and current partner at Perceptual Advisors. Good to have you with us, Matthew. So we know presidents can strike different tones in their States of the Union addresses based on what the country is going through. With what's happening in Ukraine, what's the tone you think he needs to strike tonight? How much time can he devote to domestic issues, issues that affect Americans perhaps more directly?
Well, those are great questions. First of all, with the situation in the Ukraine, you have to be realistic about it. And then on the way that the nation is going, you could say, I feel your pain in a sense, like Bill Clinton used to say, but he does want to be optimistic about things like the economy and COVID. So one thing I saw in your poll that you just showed, that the country's not yet giving Biden credit for his leadership on Ukraine. I think that's going to change a lot, and it's going to change starting tonight. You know, we're in a great spot with Biden and Secretary of State Blinken and what they've been able to do to rally the world. And I think you're going to hear a lot about how they've rallied the world around the situation in Ukraine.
So, Matthew, you just kind of gave us a little hint at what we might see right now from this president in terms of kind of highlighting that, what his administration has done in light of this crisis. But can you help us kind of put some historical perspective around this? How has the message of a president in their State of the Union address changed during times of war? I mean, do you expect the president to deliver a wartime address tonight to the American people? What would that look like? And is that what's happened in the past?
Well, in the past, if you go back, for example, to FDR in 1941, he gave the Four Corners speech where he talked about the four freedoms that people should be able to expect around the world. I'm sure that in FDR's mind, we were not yet at war in World War II, but we were headed that way later that year. And so that speech ended up being very little about the American economy and almost all about the situation abroad. And that is a way of just rallying the country behind your leadership and your vision and telling people the tough truths about what may go on. And so that's what's going to happen tonight with Joe Biden. A few weeks ago, he was not planning as president to talk about Ukraine. And obviously that changes now. But at the same time, you have to balance that with the crisis of COVID, which is an ongoing crisis, and the economy. The economy has some very positive news and some negative news. The negative is obviously that inflation is super high. The positive is that people are quitting their jobs to get better jobs. That's an incredible situation. So you have to balance those things for the American people. The speech is long. It could be like an hour long. But you have to balance those things. You'll have plenty of time on each topic.
Matthew, as we mentioned, you're a former speechwriter to the president when he was a senator for Delaware. Every politician is different. What's his process like?
That's a good question. It's a little bit different with Joe Biden because Joe Biden's been doing this since the early 1970s. So as a speechwriter, it's impossible to know what Joe Biden knows, right? So I'll just give you an example. The very first speech I wrote for Joe Biden had a quote from Lincoln at the top, and then it's about 10 minutes of other stuff about labor unions. And his person calls me up afterward and says, great job on the speech. He used the quote that you gave him. He never uses quotes speechwriters give him. And I said, that's great. What about the rest of the speech? And he said he didn't use a word of the rest of the speech. And that was considered a great job. So It's different a little bit with Biden because he also has a lot of people who've been around him for a long time. And some of those people, for example, the current Secretary of State used to be a speechwriter for Joe Biden. There are a lot of people around him who've been doing this for a while. State of the Union is more difficult because it goes through dozens of people. I mean, if I were writing a speech for one of you, it would be me, you, and maybe your manager or your agent. This goes through dozens of people. It's a very difficult speech to write. And a lot of those people have been around Joe Biden for a very long time.
Wow, very interesting insight there from somebody who has done the job and lots to watch for tonight. Matthew Lippman, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our continuing series, County to County, takes us now to Washoe County, Nevada, where people there plan to pay attention to the State of the Union speech. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Reno, Nevada, with more on how they're feeling ahead of the address. Guad, good morning to you. So give us a lay of the land politically in Nevada, especially in the county you're in right now.
Joe, good morning. Well, Nevada is a state that was won by the Democrats. Biden won Nevada. And of course, Republicans do have a strong presence, especially in the rural areas. Now, we're in Washoe County because this place is so diverse. When you look at voters in Nevada, you got to look at it. Clark County, that's where Las Vegas is, which is expected to vote blue. And then the rural areas, which are expected to vote red. Then you have Washoe County, one of the most diverse places in the country. A place where 1/3 of the voters are Democrats, 1/3 are Republican, and the other third are nonpartisan. You have so many undecided voters that this county could swing the election one way or the other. So both Democrats and Republicans know they have to win these voters over in the next midterm election, Joe.
So, Guad, how are people feeling ahead of the speech? Is the Ukraine crisis top of mind for them right now?
So we've been speaking to a lot of these undecided voters. You know, a month ago, people would talk about other domestic issues. But of course, now, as soon as you bring up the Biden administration, they say they want to find a solution to the Ukraine crisis. They want to see the Biden administration get involved and help find a solution. But they also keep bringing up other issues that they say have been affecting Americans since the Biden administration took over. Let's hear from one of these voters.
I am not particularly happy with what's going on domestically. What I would like to hear tomorrow is, of course, we're all very concerned about Ukraine. However, that cannot lead us to become distracted from our problems at home. I'm not happy about the way the administration has handled basically the energy crisis, the economy, washing the economy with unnecessary, in my opinion, levels of money that has pushed inflation up.
So voters here expecting more from the current administration. Now, what's interesting is when you speak to voters here, they will talk about issues. They will talk about the things that they aren't happy with, but they don't really mention political parties. They don't really care about the political party as much as they do care about the issues.
Guad, real quickly, any other domestic issues people there are concerned about?
Well, just like in other parts of the country, housing continues to be at the top of people's minds here. The governor just announced they're investing an additional $500 million to create more affordable housing. So you ask people about what worries them, and it's the cost of housing. Places like Reno here in Washoe County, where the median house will cost more than $500,000, you know, and we have a lot of people that are homeless, people that just can't afford a place to live. And then, of course, everything that has to do with the economy. People here feel like the cost of living is too much. Things are just getting too expensive and very unhappy with the inflation. So they like to see the president do more. Let's hear from another voter talking about other issues that matter to them here.
Be more done. I think there should be, you know, there's like a lot of promises that were promised and that have not been fulfilled yet. Student loans have not been forgiven. That was something that he raced on, you know, like he ran on that. You know, climate change is still an issue.
I'm really hoping that Biden can, you know, help the nation come together and kind of find a sense of unity between everybody.
So they speak about unity. We heard from Brena just now. She was standing next to her best friend. At the end of the interview, they said, you know, in the next election, she might vote Republican, I might vote Democrat, and it doesn't matter because what we care about is the issues. So there is a strong sense of a lack of unity in the country by the voters here in Washoe who tell us that they're still undecided, Joe.
compared with some people who are very passionate about who they're voting for and which party they align with. All right, Guad, thanks so much for that report. Appreciate it. And just a reminder, you can watch the State of the Union right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage kicks off tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific time. The speech will get underway just after 9 o'clock.
Let's now get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is back with us. Bill, good morning.
Good morning. March is I don't know, it's a temperamental month. Like, you're hot and it's cold, it's stormy, and then it's nice. And yeah, we usually get a lot of wild swings in March.
You mean like a lamb or a lion?
And if yeah, I mean, sometimes that works, but this year we're kind of like lamb, and then who knows what we're going to end up. Maybe we're going to reverse it this month. I don't know. So let me get into explain kind of the northern half of the country. You just don't really get excited about the beginning of March. I mean, the wind chill right now is -15 in Caribou, Maine. It's 0 in areas of the northern Great Lakes. International Falls is -1. So the northern half of the U.S., it's not a very warm start to March. It was a frigid yesterday. We got a little bit of snow that's going to develop through northern New England during the day today. And then we have another batch that's going to go through the Great Lakes tomorrow, then into New England as we go through Wednesday night. So we're not done with the snow. It doesn't look like a big ordeal, but Buffalo 1 to 2 inches. Areas in Maine will get about 1 to 3 inches. And this is in complete contrast with everyone that's excited about spring. In the middle of the country, throughout the plains, the Midwest, throughout the South, everyone's like, this is fantastic. Let me see what my golf clubs look like, my tennis racket. 75 today in Kansas City, 66 in Atlanta, even Richmond's at 64. Tomorrow we do it all over again. 64 in Cincinnati. Tennessee is gorgeous. Dallas, 75 degrees. Denver, 71. I mean, this is the fantastic stuff that everyone in northern New England and the northern Great Lakes gets extremely jealous of this time of year, because look at New York. We're stuck around 40 degrees right through the weekend, where our friends in Richmond are much warmer. But I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter. We just have to wait till April.
No.
It's fine.
Yeah, never bitter. All right, never bitter Bill. That's what
No
we're calling you.
complaints.
Right.
Yeah,
Never.
yeah. You're so mild, Bill. So mild. All right, thanks, Bill.
Coming up, we have much more of our coverage of the Ukraine invasion in the next few minutes.
Yeah, including the help pouring in from all over the world to help the Ukrainian people. The small acts of solidarity, both here in the U.S. and overseas, up next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At home and around the world, people from all walks of life are showing their support to Ukraine and its people.
NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has more on this global response.
Hey there, about 1 million people in the United States have ties to Ukraine, and both here and around the world, folks are coming together to help those under attack in ways both big and small.
From Istanbul
to Detroit and Chicago, millions, young and old, speaking with one voice, saying, "We stand with Ukraine."
All my thoughts and all my mind in Ukraine right now.
The U.S. home to more than 1 million Ukrainians. For many, their only option to rally others in protest.
They want to hear the Ukrainian voices. They need to hear your voice. They need to hear our family's voice.
At the White House, the First Lady wearing a mask with a sunflower, Ukraine's national flower. And in Salt Lake City, a massive rally outside the state capitol. Several states also calling to end the sale of Russian alcohol. Maryland's governor wants to sever all financial ties.
We're not doing anything to support Russia in any way or their economy.
In New Jersey, a prayer vigil.
We pray for peace. We pray for the souls of those who have been lost.
Overseas, protests in major cities around the world. More than 100,000 marching in Berlin, 80,000 in Prague, and tens of thousands in Rome. Israelis outside the parliament building in Jerusalem calling on their government to take stronger action against Russia.
It's not just an attack against Ukraine, it is an attack on the whole free world.
The sports world leading the way in an all-out boycott. FIFA now banning Russia's national and club soccer teams from international competition after teams from Poland, Sweden, and the Czech Republic refused to take the pitch against Russia in the upcoming World Cup playoffs. Fans doing their part, too, showing support for Ukrainian-born players. Striker Roman Yaremchuk moved to tears when supporters in Portugal showered him with a standing ovation and waving signs saying, "We are with you." At the request of Ukrainian officials over the weekend, people from around the world have donated tens of millions of dollars in cryptocurrency to the government and to NGOs there. It's just another way the world's coming together to support Ukraine. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you so much.
Coming up, researchers are warning Pfizer's COVID vaccine may not offer as much protection in kids as originally thought.
We have a doctor joining us next with what parents need to know about the spread of COVID right now and if kids should keep the masks on after the break.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
As the Ukraine crisis unfolds, big businesses are responding by cutting ties with Russia or sending help to Ukraine.
Yeah, Bertha Coombs joins us now with the latest on that. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Joan, Savannah. A shipment of Starlink satellite internet terminals from SpaceX has arrived in Ukraine. The country's vice president sharing a photo of one of the antennas on social media. Elon Musk, who is the CEO of SpaceX, announced over the weekend that the company had activated Starlink internet service in Ukraine. Broadband service there has been disrupted since Russia launched its invasion last week. Visa and MasterCard are blocking several Russian financial institutions from their payment networks, complying with Western sanctions imposed on Moscow. The sanctions require the companies to suspend access for entities listed as specially designated nationals, such as Russia's central bank and its second largest vendor, VTB, or lender rather, VTB. Visa and MasterCard are also pledging to donate $2 million each for humanitarian aid. And here in the U.S., some bars and liquor stores are pulling Russian vodka off of their shelves and promoting Ukrainian brands instead. One bar owner in Michigan has rid his stockroom of the old Soviet brand Stolichnaya, replacing with Ukraine's Vector. Stoli is owned by a Russian-born tycoon, but it's actually made in Latvia. So on its website, Stoli says it stands for peace in Europe and solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Very complicated situation there at Stoli.
Yeah, we're seeing a few situations like that. All right,
Yeah,
Bertha,
absolutely.
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bertha. Now, the CDC says indoor masks are no longer necessary across most of the U.S., and now some states are looking to ease mask requirements in schools, while new research shows that Pfizer's vaccine may offer little protection from infection in children ages 5 to 11. Joining us now with everything you need to know is Dr. Uche Blackstock. She's an MSNBC contributor. Doctor, good to have you with us. So let's start with this vaccine for kids, this research from New York State Department of Health, that this Pfizer vaccine didn't do all that much for kids. What did it find? What should parents be thinking about as mask mandates are dropped?
Great, Savannah. Thank you so much for having me. So the biggest take home is that, the vaccine was not as effective at preventing infections in children 5 to 11-year-old. It was also less effective at preventing hospitalizations in this age group. And there was a big difference compared to the 12 to 17 group. And we think that is because it is dose related. The dose that 5 to 11-year-olds get is about a third the dose of 12 to 17-year-olds. So we will have to see, Pfizer's continuing to study a third dose of the vaccine to see if maybe that will be more effective than the 2 vaccine dose in 5 to 11-year-olds.
Let's talk about some other New York news. New York City Mayor Eric Adams announced they're ending the indoor vaccine requirement for businesses and dining beginning on March 7th. We've gotten very used to here having to show that to go into restaurants. If COVID-19 cases numbers continue to trend down, we'll no longer have to do that. Adams also said mask mandates will be lifted in public schools. What do you think of this decision? And then especially on the school part, considering that this new research about Pfizer's vaccine, kids being in school without masks on?
Right. Well, 2 things. I think lifting both mask and vaccine requirements for businesses at the same time is a bit too aggressive. I would be more cautious of that, either one or the other. And then 2, I think that given this news that we have about the Pfizer vaccine being less effective in 5 to 11-year-olds, we need to, again, be cautious about lifting masks in schools. We know that a multi-layered strategy is key to preventing the spread of the virus within schools, and masks are part of that strategy. So lifting it now when we know that vaccines are not as effective, I don't think is a wise decision.
Doctor, I want to ask you a viewer question. It's about children's vaccines, and I think it's a really good one, especially considering right now we have this research that it's less effective in 5 to 11-year-olds. This is from the parent of a 7-year-old asking, can you please explain why there's only one approved vaccine for kids? When can we expect a second option?
Right. And so there are several different reasons why, but one is we have to make sure the vaccines are effective in adults first, and then there is a de-escalation in terms of age. So the youngest children will be the last, but also there needs to be an adequate safety and efficacy study done on these medications. We need to make sure that they are safe to use in children. We know that Pfizer will hopefully have some more data on the 3-dose vaccine series in March, and then we should also have some data from Moderna as well. So there is a regulatory process that has to be followed. We cannot undermine that because we know what happens when we undermine that regulatory process. public trust is undermined. So unfortunately, we have to follow the process, and hopefully we'll have a vaccine that is both safe and effective for young children.
All right, Dr. Blackstock, always great to have you. Thank you so much. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. Email us at morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com with your questions, and let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous.
Coming up, another sign of progress in the pandemic, Mardi Gras is back.
New Orleans is bringing the festivities back after COVID canceled events last year. The plans from the city to avoid celebrations turning into a super spreader. That's next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it just
It's official. Mardi Gras is back.
1 year after the pandemic forced New Orleans to all but cancel its famous carnival, the parades are rolling and the beads are flying again. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from New Orleans. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Savannah Joe, good morning. Nothing quite like the magic of a Mardi Gras morning here in the Big Easy. And what better way to celebrate it than walking alongside the big stars today? And that is the floats, guys. They didn't have a chance to hit the streets last year. And just take a look at some of the craftsmanship they have. We're walking alongside the Rex organization's floats this year. They're celebrating 150 years. How about this one right here, guys? A streetcar named Desire. Always exciting, always fun to bring back Mardi Gras, albeit this year with a slightly cautious tone. Call it the sound of New Orleans or the soul of the city. Either way, that Mardi Gras magic is back.
Let the good times roll!
1 year after the pandemic canceled the biggest party in town, the city's planned a cautious return. As exciting as it is to see this, do you still have concerns?
Yeah, of course. We are still in the middle of a global pandemic, and we don't take that lightly. It was not an option to repeat the tragedies of what happened 2 years ago.
The city's health director, Dr. Jennifer Avegno, remembers Mardi Gras 2020 as one of the nation's first COVID super spreader events. This year, she says tens of thousands of free COVID tests are being handed out, just like beads. And masks required indoors, including bars and restaurants. Proof of vaccination also required to enter certain areas.
We know what we lost in 2020, and then we know what it felt like last year to not have this.
The parades changing too. Police and city staffing shortages forcing officials to streamline routes. Tourism has yet to return to pre-pandemic levels when 1 million people poured in for Mardi Gras. But for those who made it here, the legendary Carnival crews are ready to give everyone the show they've been waiting for.
We're excited. This community needed it. The nation needed it.
We caught up with the crew of Argus, prepping floats.
Get ready, bring your bag, because you're going to catch a lot.
One honoring healthcare workers. Another paying homage to the city's signature sweet treat, the beignet. All of them part of a beloved tradition. Now finally, back on track.
It feels great. It feels like we're getting a fresh start. It feels like the city's coming back alive, and it just feels like home.
Morgan, I understand you're with some of those famous float crews now.
Yeah, Joe, they've actually rolled out all of their floats onto the street here ahead of the big parade today. And I just want to give you a little close-up here. They have spent the past year putting these floats together, and you just get a sense of the craftsmanship and attention that goes into every single one of these floats. They're going to go out there, be welcomed by hundreds of thousands of people here in New Orleans. Then they're going to roll back in, be taken down, and they start all over again for next year's Mardi Gras. Everyone telling me they're just glad to have this back. This truly is part of the soul of this city, and it's going to be a pretty big day today. We'll send it back to you.
Oh,
they've earned it, too.
Yeah, exactly. Great to see. City's back.
Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
This morning, Ukraine's president is fighting to keep his country out of Russian control. Volodymyr Zelensky spoke to the European Parliament this morning, pushing for more help for his country and making his case to join the European Union, something that would bring even more aid into Ukraine. This comes as Russian forces advance on his capital. New satellite images show what appears to be a military convoy about 50 miles north of Kyiv. With Kyiv on alert, an explosion hit Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, overnight in a series of strikes that Ukrainian officials say killed at least 10 people and hurt dozens more. Ukraine is also accusing Russia of hitting residential areas of Kharkiv with heavy shelling.
Here's a look at where Russia has attacked so far. And while Ukraine has been putting up a strong resistance against the Russians, thousands of Ukrainians are fleeing the country, hundreds of thousands. To the east in Russia, thousands of people have been arrested in protests against Vladimir Putin. New U.S. intelligence shows Putin is growing increasingly frustrated by his military struggles in Ukraine and sees his only option as doubling down on violence.
We begin our coverage this hour in western Ukraine, where the refugee crisis is growing. UN officials say there are currently 660,000 Ukrainian refugees in neighboring countries, and that number is rising by the hour. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas joins us now from the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. Tom, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. You know, we've been telling you so much about the civilian effort to take on the Russians when it comes to the battlefield. Well, there's also a civilian effort to help out each other. Just behind me here, this is one of the major depots where people are coming to volunteer and hand out supplies. Those bags are filled with water, with food, with winter clothes. They're going to the regions that are war-torn all across this country because so many people are struggling right now. They need supplies immediately. So people are working here 24 hours a day, right around the clock. They're not stopping to help their fellow countrymen. Here in western Ukraine, where a humanitarian crisis is unfolding, the city of Lviv increasingly on edge. Volunteers manning checkpoints to keep out Russian saboteurs.
We're looking for enemy documents, maps, GPS.
And you feel you have to do this, right? You have to protect your town?
Yeah, absolutely. My child here, my wife here, and I must be here and protect my family and my city.
These checkpoints have been running 24 hours a day since the war started. For many of the smaller towns, these are the frontline defense. They have things like these tire spikes to stop cars. And for bigger vehicles, like, say, a Russian tank, they have what they call hedgehogs. They hope these can at least slow down those larger military vehicles. And if Russian forces arrive, ordinary citizens ready to fight back. Men like Igor have been working around the clock, making thousands of Molotov cocktails.
All Ukrainians, from kids of 6 years old to the old persons from 60, 70 years old, are in the condition of war.
Meanwhile, the mass exodus continues. Border crossings and train stations packed with mothers and young children. Families trying to get to safety while coping with the heartbreak of separation. This man putting his pregnant wife on the train for Poland, while Yevhenia, traveling with her young daughter, is leaving behind her husband.
So hard and so scary about my husband. I don't want to say goodbye.
Do you think the Russians are going to come here?
Yes.
Despite the odds, many in Lviv say they refuse to give up hope, bringing food and clothing for those who've lost their homes and come here to seek shelter and safety.
We are sending a message that we are not alone and we can help each other and we are together.
And if you notice something just behind me, the Ukrainians who are helping out here, they're of all ages here. You have mothers, you have children, you have teenagers, everyone coming together. We actually just spoke to a college student who was studying at the university in Kyiv. He obviously can't go to school anymore, but he can fight. And he said he wanted to come here to help before the Russians get here. Of course, they're still in the eastern part of the country. We're in western Ukraine right now, but everyone here trying to do their part to help their country. Guys,
so many
back to you.
Examples of community, of resilience, and of bravery. Tom, thanks so much for that report.
Now, over in the capital, Kyiv, Ukrainians are nervously eyeing a massive Russian military convoy advancing toward the city. That's as Russia intensifies its bombing campaign over in Kharkiv. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more from the capital.
Kyiv this morning is staring down the barrel of a Russian assault column that's reportedly up to 40 miles long. Satellite images confirm it's big, deadly, and dangerous, with hundreds of armored vehicles, tanks, and towed artillery, and that it's heading toward the capital of 3 million people. Russia seems to be changing tactics. So far, Russia has been using small group attacks with incursions into towns and cities, which the Ukrainian military has been able to repel with brave and determined resistance. What's coming looks more like old, blunt Russian siege warfare. It's already happening outside of Kiev, with Russian forces attacking Mariupol in the south, home to 500,000 people, with tragic consequences and disturbing images emerging. A 6-year-old girl next to her parents at a supermarket was hit by a shell. She was rushed to an ambulance, alive but just clinging. At the hospital, her injuries proved too much. Show this to Putin, a doctor told a camera from the Associated Press. The eyes of this child and crying doctors. In Kharkiv, Ukraine's second city, more siege and assault. Russia pounding the city center and its administrative building in ways that appear indiscriminate, including Ukrainian officials and a human rights group allege with banned cluster munitions. Russia denies the accusation. President Volodymyr Zelensky overnight saying the Russians targeted residential sections of the city, calling it a military crime. But Ukrainians are not being cowed. Russian troops did capture the small port city of Berdyansk, but residents came out and shouted down the armed Russians. Berdyansk is Ukraine, they yelled. The Russian troops seemed surprised and held their fire. In Kiev, those staying behind are readying themselves for street fighting, with sandbagged checkpoints manned by armed volunteers, and with seemingly endless supplies of Molotov cocktails.
They have no chance to get into our city and into our country. So that's why they should leave, or they will be all dead. That's the simple reason. Us or them.
As Ukraine braces for a new, possibly even more brutal chapter of this unprovoked war.
The UN says it has documented 136 Ukrainians killed so far, including at least 12 children. But the real death toll is feared to be much higher.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
A grim situation is developing in a Ukrainian town that's putting hundreds of children in danger.
Yeah, 2 orphanages in the town of Mykolaiv in southern Ukraine could be cut off from government funding as Russian forces close in around the area. The lack of resources could lead to a dire food shortage. Mark Davis is the founding director of Abundance International, which runs the 2 orphanages, and he joins us now from Ukraine. Mark, good morning. First, thank you so much for being with us in these tough times. And just first, tell us, how are the children in these 2 orphanages doing right now?
Thank you for asking, letting us share the story, because the story of the orphans has been missing over the last months leading up into this story. And right now there's a lot of fear, confusion. Imagine the trauma for the orphanages we work with. They're 0 to 4 years old, and a third of them are special needs, disabled, Down syndrome kids, which cannot understand what the noises are, but more the trauma of them being ushered down to a bomb shelter to have to sit every time the sirens go off. And the doctors who help run the facilities are assuring that we'll give them psychological care afterwards, but it's not right. These kids don't deserve that. And immediately when we saw this happening, I put together with Adam Lyons, who does business planning, a way to try to expand the help here and across to other orphanages. So what we're doing at abundanceinternational.org is taking donations from people who love and care and want to see these kids cared for. We are finding resources because this orphanage here, we were down to 1 week of food supplies left. And we scrambled, and God bless the people here. They were so helpful. The grocery stores were helpful. They let us go to the front of the lines. We're finding it. And now we're getting requests all across the country. And we're trying to give aid because these places can't leave. People keep asking us, can't you get the kids out of the country? I go, how do you take kids with disabilities who are on critical medical attention in bus rides in war zones? We have to be able to survive until the roads are clear, until it's safe to do something else. Here you've seen the video. This is the bomb shelter, an entire orphanage brought down here. These kids don't understand it. And in the audio, you'd hear the crying. And God bless the nurses and the nannies for just trying to be that calm, loving voice down here. And I want to thank everybody. The outpouring of love, the giving that's been happening at abundanceinternational.org has been tremendous. And it's making a difference. And we are able to get the money right now to the orphanages. I can use my debit card to buy things. And until the banking system gets shut off, we have a window of time to get as much aid as we can to these kids who really can't leave. They're here stuck in a war zone, and we need to care for them.
God bless everyone who's helping right now. Mark, is there Ukrainian support nearby? And do you have any indication that Russian forces are anywhere near where you are?
Of course. And again, I'm not going to get into the military thing. I'm just going to tell you what I see. For the last 4 days in a row, we've had sirens, we've had explosions, we've had active conflict, we've had death, we've had military people. The Russians have not taken the city. I have not personally seen any of them. I've not personally seen any tanks, but there are plenty of videos of people who've been watching the battles and trying to keep them back as more of the fighting has happened in the neighboring city of Kherson, where we also have an orphanage, and that entire orphanage is having to live in the basement of a church.
Oh, it's just haunting to hear you say, if you could hear the audio on this video, we would hear these children crying. Mark, tell us sort of what your plan is, because I think it might also sort of illuminate kind of what a lot of people who are stuck are thinking. You are caring for these children who cannot leave, as you point out, due to the medical care that they need in this facility. They can't be in a bus for days, stopping on dangerous highways. But what ultimately are the people of Ukraine thinking right now? Is it to be in these bomb shelters and to, as you use the word, survive currently through this attack, and then it would be to leave? What are you thinking? What is your plan for these children?
Honestly, the best thing, even for those who've evacuated and are in Poland, a lot of the Ukrainians go, I just want the dust to settle to come back home. People love Ukraine. They love their cities. They're very patriotic. There's no reason for these kids to have to go anywhere else. Now, I do have another breaking story where one of the children has been approved for adoption, and the mother was 2 months away from coming and picking it up, and she's paranoid and freaked out. How is my child doing? And they're separated from this child they're about to adopt. So there are many things that will happen, but right now we've got to get past this immediate crisis, the immediate war, and see what's on the other side. But the honest answer is, if we can keep supporting these, they're given amazing, wonderful medical care, loving environments, and a good start at life right here. And then the hopes of, because of people like you helping to get the word out, we will have, when the dust settles, more people wanting to adopt these beautiful babies and give them good homes.
Mark, real quickly, we want to let people know one more time, what is the best way for them to help you and the children out right now?
Right now, the giving is absolutely helpful. Abundanceinternational.org. We can use the funds here, and we can get them to orphanage directors. We can help. We're building a network across the country of people who can also deliver goods to them. So I'm pleased with the effort. It's overwhelming, but It's very rewarding, and your gifts, please, they make a difference. AbundanceInternational.org. Thank you so much. We will keep up to date with you the status of these and what's happening with all of these gifts. Thank you so much. Your love is felt. Trust me, it's felt.
Please do keep us updated. We're thinking of you, Mark. We're thinking of the kids. We're thinking of everyone helping those kids right now. Thank you.
Yeah, God bless you and what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, countries around the world are tightening the vice around Russia and its economy, increasing pressure on Vladimir Putin to end the invasion. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Moscow. Hey, Keir, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. And we're less than a mile away from the Kremlin, but we may as well be a million miles away from that place where President Putin is isolated and holed up. This is Europe Square. We wanted to bring you here to show you. Behind me there is the Europe Mall. You can see the big name brands being advertised on the front of that mall. But like dominoes, companies have been cutting their ties to this part of the world. People have been telling us they don't want to be disconnected from the West. And you see those flagpoles there? Those are the flags of Europe still flying.
President Putin under increasing pressure on multiple fronts, militarily, with his forces facing unexpectedly stiff resistance in Ukraine. Politically, with protests across Russia and thousands of arrests. And economically, the Russian ruble falling to a record low, the Russian stock market suspended all week with fears it could crash. The Russian leader growing increasingly frustrated and, according to US officials, is lashing out and isolated, meeting with his bankers and finance ministers at a distance. Even his military chiefs are not allowed too close.
When dictators hold on for too long, they overreach. They get disconnected from reality. They don't listen to their advisors. That's exactly what's going on here.
Senator Marco Rubio, who sits on the Intelligence Committee, tweeting, "It's pretty obvious to many that something is off with Putin. He's always been a killer, but his problem now is different and significant." And there are early signs of panic among his people, with lines at banks. Outside a mall, a line of cabs, drivers telling me business collapsed a week ago. Inside, we find another line at an ATM, many hoping to withdraw dollars or euros. We meet musicians, Marina, who lived in Boston for 6 years, and Natalie.
So everyone's scared now. My husband was trying to buy foreign currency yesterday. He didn't get a chance to do that.
Couldn't get any?
No.
Caught between Russian government crackdowns and sanctions.
They're already shutting down the Facebook. Everybody's talking about Instagram being shut down, and
they fear a new iron curtain between Russia and the West.
I don't know how can I get my visa.
And this morning, indications of concern among the oligarchs who surround President Putin. Billionaires known for yachts, private jets and mansions. A spokesperson for Roman Abramovich, estimated by Forbes to be worth $13 billion, and who owns Britain's Chelsea Football Club, saying he's now involved in peace negotiations.
And we should note that the Russians still have the potential to make hundreds of millions of dollars a day from oil and gas. As we know, Europe very concerned not to have that oil and gas cut off. But people here have been telling us that they are no longer able to use things like Apple Pay and Google Pay. Now, I know that sounds like a small thing compared with hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue for Russia, but it does put pressure on ordinary people's lives. The question is President Putin even listening, Savannah?
Absolutely. It's that combination of those ordinary people and those oligarchs. Keir, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. He's the former commanding general of the U.S. Army Europe and is now the Pershing Chair in Strategic Studies at the Center for European Policy Analysis. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to start with your reaction to what we heard from Keir, what we're hearing from our colleagues at NBC News. U.S. officials say that Putin is lashing out, could escalate violence in Ukraine, fears he's going to double down. How concerned are you about what we're going to see in the next few days?
Well, I have to say, I've been impressed with Keir. I've been listening to him for quite a few days now, and the reporting he does from Moscow is really very helpful, frankly. I think Ambassador McFaul was on target when he said that, you know, this is when you have an autocrat who becomes detached over time. I suspect there is a bubble around him and that he's not the kind of guy that seems open to pushback or counter opinions to what he wants to do. This makes it dangerous. So I think that we've got to continue doing exactly what we are doing. I think the Biden administration has done a very good job here, bringing along our allies, working with our allies. We need to increase as much as possible support to Ukraine. But also, I think we could do better at the information effort inside Russia. I don't think many Russians actually truly understand what's going on, why their soldiers are in Ukraine. So maybe some more effort there to help them understand what's happening and create more pressure inside Russia.
Let's shift now to this international response. And we're lucky to have you with us as an expert on European policy. We're seeing these major shifts from countries like Germany, like Sweden, like Switzerland, either committing to send weapons or, not having that neutrality stance anymore. Help our viewers understand why that's such a big deal. What does that mean for the international community going forward, especially if people are thinking, why aren't we doing more to help Ukraine? Explain these big moves and if you think that it is having any impact on Russia and them potentially ending this invasion.
Well, first of all, the fact that so many nations of the world are in agreement on this changes the narrative completely away from what the Kremlin would like to have, their fairy tale that somehow it's the fault of the West, that they've been encircled, that we are the aggressor. The fact that almost every nation in the world agrees with what the West is doing now is very, very powerful. And that's what has enabled nations like Germany, the key in Europe, to change policy, both in terms of not only their own defense spending, but the willingness to join the sanctions. And when Germany joins, that means most of the European Union comes along, and which is the critical part, I think, for these sanctions to work. And it also reinforces the notion that there are things that are more important than the price of gas. And for sure, it's going to be painful for all of us on price of gas and other side effects of these sanctions. But the idea that sovereignty of nations, that the desire for people to want to be free, that in this day and age, 2 or 3 big countries don't get to decide the foreign policy of all the smaller countries. This is why this is important.
Lieutenant General Hodges, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us. And if you, our viewers, have any questions about what's happening in Ukraine, you can email us at morningNewsNow@NBCUNI.com with your questions, and we will work to get them answered by our experts.
Now, our coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues throughout the hour, but we also do have several other major stories we're following this morning.
Today's the first day of the 2022 midterms. Voters in Texas are heading to the polls to vote in critical primary races there today. Coming up, what to watch for that could shape national politics.
Plus, President Biden is gearing up for his first State of the Union address as the world grapples with Russia's invasion. We're speaking with the president's former speechwriter next on what to expect from Biden tonight after the break.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. We'll have more of our coverage out of Ukraine this morning coming up in just a little bit. But there is some other news we want to get to as well. Voters in the state of Texas are heading to the polls today for the first primary election of the 2022 midterms. There's a lot on the line as voters cast their ballots for both local and national races. Joining us now with a preview of what we can expect is NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So, I mean, this is one of the first big opportunities to get this temperature check of voters for this year's midterms. What are some of the races we should be watching out for in Texas, and some that maybe will have national implications?
Yeah, Savannah, the one at the very top of the list is Texas Governor Greg Abbott, a Republican, is facing a Republican primary challenge from his right. And the expectation is that that he will be able to exceed the 50% needed to avoid a runoff, but he is getting a challenge. There's even a more competitive race for Attorney General on the Republican side, where incumbent Ken Paxton, who has received an endorsement from former President Trump, is getting primaried from the likes of George P. Bush, that is Jeb Bush's son, as well as Louis Gohmert, a conservative Republican congressman from Texas. And then maybe my favorite race of all is a congressional Democratic primary in South Texas between incumbent Congressman Henry Cuellar versus progressive Jessica Cisneros, just to see how much if progressives are able to make gains in these primaries starting in Texas and across the country, Savannah.
Now, tell us about some of the issues that voters there are passionate about ahead of this primary. What are we going to see people telling us is the reason that they came out to the polls in Texas?
It really runs the gamut. And again, I think it's very consistent with what a lot of national polls are telling us. And so obviously the economy and inflation, certainly the situation with COVID. You know, all of a sudden, and I know we're talking about the situation in Ukraine, and that will be a focus on President Biden's State of the Union address, but it will be interesting to see how that kind of trickles into the midterm matrix.
Absolutely, especially with as much attention as there is on it. Now, Mark, we've been talking, of course, about the new restrictive election law in Texas. We're going to see that firsthand today, the differences that it's made. How much of an impact will it have on the primary? Tell us what types of things have been changed.
Yeah, it remains to be seen on this primary. There has been controversy because there were new requirements for mail-in ballots, that they actually had to have people's driver's license number to be able to match with your ballot. And that ended up resulting in a lot of early mail-in ballots getting rejected, but still with the ability to people to fix the ballots. It is worth noting that Texas has historically been a really poor mail-in ballot state, only allowing that for people who are senior citizens as well as disabled Texans. But we're going to be watching just to see how many people's ballots ended up getting affected and whether they were able to get fixed days earlier.
All right, Mark Murray, thank you so much.
This escalating crisis in Ukraine comes in the wake of a complicated and challenging first year in office for President Biden.
Yeah, COVID, inflation, political division. It's all put pressure on Americans across the country. And the president is preparing for tonight's State of the Union address on Capitol Hill. White House advisors say despite all these challenges, Biden's speech will be optimistic. NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has more on the president's speech. Hey, Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, good morning. Nice to see both of you. The president was, of course, initially eyeing this speech as a reset of sorts, an opportunity really to try to focus on his domestic priorities. But the Russian invasion clearly has forced him to drastically revise his speech. It's not going to be a wholesale overhaul of his planned address, we're told, but the president will emphasize his long-running theme of defending democracies against autocracy.
The State of the Union address is the biggest stage for any president, but tonight President Biden faces unique challenges both at home and abroad, juggling the war in Ukraine with the worries of Americans. And while the COVID situation is improving nationwide, Americans are struggling with record inflation and soaring gas prices. Still, senior advisors say the president will present an optimistic view of the country's future. President Biden recently detailing what he hopes his legacy will be.
I hope my legacy is that I was able to restore some decency and honor to the office. I was able to bring the middle class back to a place where they had real opportunity, given an even chance to succeed. And I was able to reconstruct our alliances, which had been frayed so badly internationally.
But Americans have been largely unimpressed with low approval ratings in his first year in office. A new poll showing only a third of Americans are satisfied with the president's handling of the Ukraine crisis. On Monday, President Biden trying to downplay the risk of a nuclear standoff after Vladimir Putin put his nuclear deterrence forces on high alert.
Mr. President, should Americans be worried about nuclear war?
No.
While the U.S. is leading a coalition of allies ratcheting up stiff sanctions against Russia and delivering hundreds of millions of dollars in military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine, the White House has ruled out imposing a no-fly zone over parts of Ukraine, despite President Zelensky's urging the U.S. and NATO to do so.
Is there any way in which the U.S. would support a no-fly zone over Ukraine?
It would essentially mean the U.S. military would be shooting down planes, Russian planes. That is definitely escalatory. That is not something the president wants to do.
Lawmakers speaking out overnight after a classified briefing on the crisis.
It clearly appears to be a war to terrorize the population, and I think in many ways the worst is yet to come in that regard. Their clear focus at this point, if you just watch how they've positioned the troops, he's progressing towards laying siege, like a medieval siege of Kiev, at which point you're going to have a bunch of millions of starving people.
This is going to be a high-stakes balancing act for the president tonight. Some officials here have told me that they hope America's collective COVID haze is lifting, with serious illness and cases dropping dramatically. And while most Americans do believe the worst of the pandemic is behind us, new polling shows that they are not giving President Biden credit for that improving situation. As we said, aides say he's also going to talk about the need to demonstrate American leadership before the world when democracy is under threat overseas and here at home. And he'll focus on his agenda, like bringing down the price of prescription drugs and other items, and what aspects and other aspects of the Build Back Better plan, even though it is no longer packaged together under that one umbrella as Build Back Better. Joan, Savannah.
All right, Peter Alexander at the White House for us. Thank you so much. Now, President Biden's State of the Union address will take on a drastically different tone in light of the unfolding crisis in Ukraine.
Here with more is Matthew Littman, a former speechwriter for then Senator Biden and current partner at Perceptual Advisors. Good to have you with us, Matthew. So we know presidents can strike different tones in their States of the Union addresses based on what the country is going through. With what's happening in Ukraine, what's the tone you think he needs to strike tonight? How much time can he devote to domestic issues that affect Americans perhaps more directly?
Well, those are great questions. First of all, with the situation in the Ukraine, you have to be realistic about it. And then on the way that the nation is going, you could say, I feel your pain in a sense, like Bill Clinton used to say, but he does want to be optimistic about things like the economy and COVID. So one thing I saw in your poll that you just showed, that the country's not yet giving Biden credit for his leadership on Ukraine. I think that's going to change a lot, and it's going to change starting tonight. You know, we're in a great spot with Biden and Secretary of State Blinken and what they've been able to do to rally the world. And I think you're going to hear a lot about how they've rallied the world around the situation in Ukraine.
So, Matthew, you just kind of gave us a little hint at what we might see right now from this president in terms of kind of highlighting that, what his administration has done in light of this crisis. But can you help us kind of put some historical perspective around this? How has the message of a president in their State of the Union address changed during times of war? I mean, do you expect the president to deliver a wartime address tonight to the American people? What would that look like? And is that what's happened in the past?
Well, in the past, if you go back, for example, to FDR in 1941, he gave the Four Corners speech where he talked about the four freedoms that people should be able to expect around the world. I'm sure that in FDR's mind, we were not yet at war in World War II, but we were headed that way later that year. And so that speech ended up being very little about the American economy and almost all about the situation abroad. And that is a way of just rallying the country behind your leadership and your vision and telling people the tough truths about what may go on. And so that's what's going to happen tonight with Joe Biden. A few weeks ago, he was not planning, this president, to talk about Ukraine. And obviously that changes now. But at the same time, you have to balance that with the crisis of COVID, which is an ongoing crisis, And the economy has some very positive news and some negative news. The negative is obviously that inflation is super high. The positive is that people are quitting their jobs to get better jobs. That's an incredible situation. So you have to balance those things for the American people. The speech is long. It could be like an hour long. But you have to balance those things. You'll have plenty of time on each topic.
Matthew, as we mentioned, you're a former speechwriter to the president when he was a senator for Delaware. Every politician is different. What's his process like?
It's a good question. It's a little bit different with Joe Biden because Joe Biden's been doing this since the early 1970s. So as a speechwriter, it's impossible to know what Joe Biden knows, right? So I'll just give you an example. The very first speech I wrote for Joe Biden had a quote from Lincoln at the top, and then it's about 10 minutes of other stuff about labor unions. And his person calls me up afterward and says, great job on the speech. He used the quote that you gave him. He never uses quotes speechwriters give him. And I said, that's great. What about the rest of the speech? And he said he didn't use a word of the rest of the speech. And that was considered a great job. So it's different a little bit with Biden because he also has a lot of people who've been around him for a long time. And some of those people, for example, the current Secretary of State used to be a speechwriter for Joe Biden. There are a lot of people around him who've been doing this for a while. State of the Union is more difficult because it goes through dozens of people. I mean, if I were writing a speech for one of you, it would be me, you, and maybe your manager or your agent. This goes through dozens of people. It's a very difficult speech to write. And a lot of those people have been around Joe Biden for a very long time.
Wow, very interesting insight there from somebody who has done the job and lots to watch for tonight. Matthew Lippman, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our continuing series, County to County, takes us now to Washoe County, Nevada, where people there plan to pay attention to the State of the Union speech. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Reno, Nevada, with more on how they're feeling ahead of the address. Guad, good morning to you. So give us a lay of the land politically in Nevada, especially in the county you're in right now.
Joe, good morning. Well, Nevada's a state that was won by the Democrats. Biden won Nevada. And, of course, Republicans do have a strong presence, especially in the rural areas. Now, we're in Washoe County because this place is so diverse. When you look at voters in Nevada, you got to look at it. Clark County, that's where Las Vegas is, which is expected to vote blue. And then the rural areas, which are expected to vote red. Then you have Washoe County, one of the most diverse places in the country. A place where 1/3 of the voters are Democrats, 1/3 are Republican, and the other third are nonpartisan. You have so many undecided voters that this county could swing the election one way or the other. So both Democrats and Republicans know they have to win these voters over in the next midterm election, Joe.
So, Guad, how are people feeling ahead of the speech? Is the Ukraine crisis top of mind for them right now?
So we've been speaking to a lot of these undecided voters. You know, a month ago, people would talk about other domestic issues. But of course, now, as soon as you bring up the Biden administration, they say they want to find a solution to the Ukraine crisis. They want to see the Biden administration get involved and help find a solution. But they also keep bringing up other issues that they say have been affecting Americans since the Biden administration took over. Let's hear from one of these voters.
I am not particularly happy with what's going on domestically. What I would like to hear tomorrow is, of course, we're all very concerned about Ukraine. However, that cannot lead us to become distracted from our problems at home. I'm not happy about the way the administration has handled basically the energy crisis, the economy, washing the economy with unnecessary, in my opinion, levels of money that has pushed inflation up.
So voters here expecting more from the current administration. Now, what's interesting is when you speak to voters here, they will talk about issues. They will talk about the things that they aren't happy with, but they don't really mention political parties. They don't really care about the political party as much as they do care about the issues.
Guad, real quickly, any other domestic issues people there are concerned about?
Well, just like in other parts of the country, housing continues to be at the top of people's minds here. The governor just announced they're investing an additional $500 million to create more affordable housing. So you ask people about what worries them, and it's the cost of housing. Places like Reno here in Washoe County, where the median house will cost more than $500,000, you know, and we have a lot of people that are homeless, people that just can't afford a place to live. And then, of course, everything that has to do with the economy. People here feel like the cost of living is too much. Things are just getting too expensive and very unhappy with the inflation. So they like to see the president do more. Let's hear from another voter talking about other issues that matter to them here.
Be more done.
I think there should be, there's like a lot of promises that were promised and that have not been fulfilled yet. Student loans have not been forgiven. That was something he raced on, like he ran on that. Climate change is still an issue.
I'm really hoping that Biden can, help the nation come together and kind of find a sense of unity between everybody.
So they speak about unity. We heard from Brenna just now. She was standing next to her best friend. At the end of the interview, they said, in the next election, she might vote Republican, I might vote Democrat, and it doesn't matter because what we care about is the issues. So there is a strong sense of a lack of unity in the country by the voters here in Washoe who tell us that they're still undecided, Joe.
Compared with some people who are very passionate about who they're voting for and which party they align with. All right, Guad, thanks so much for that report. Appreciate it. And just a reminder, you can watch the State of the Union right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage kicks off tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific time. The speech will get underway just after 9 o'clock.
Let's now get a check on your morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is back with us. Bill, good morning.
Good morning. March is it's a temperamental month. Like, you're hot and it's cold, it's stormy, and then it's nice. And yeah, we usually get a lot of wild swings in March.
You mean like a lamb or a lion?
Sometimes that works, but this year we're kind of like lamb, and then who knows what we're going to end up. Maybe we're going to reverse it this month. I don't know. So let me get into explain kind of the northern half of the country. You just don't really get excited about the beginning of March. I mean, the wind chill right now is -15 in Caribou, Maine. It's 0 in areas of the northern Great Lakes. International Falls is -1. So in the northern half of the U.S., it's not a very warm start to March. It was a frigid yesterday. We got a little bit of snow that's going to develop through northern New England during the day today. And then we have another batch that's going to go through the Great Lakes tomorrow, then into New England as we go through Wednesday night. So we're not done with the snow. It doesn't look like a big ordeal, but Buffalo 1 to 2 inches. Areas in Maine will get about 1 to 3 inches. And this is in complete contrast with everyone that's excited about spring. In the middle of the country, throughout the plains, the Midwest, throughout the South, everyone's like, this is fantastic. Let me see what my golf clubs look like, my tennis racket. 75 today in Kansas City, 66 in Atlanta, even Richmond's at 64. Tomorrow we do it all over again. 64 in Cincinnati. Tennessee is gorgeous. Dallas, 75 degrees. Denver, 71. I mean, this is the fantastic stuff that everyone in northern New England and the northern Great Lakes gets extremely jealous of this time of year, because look at New York. We're stuck around 40 degrees right through the weekend, where our friends in Richmond are much warmer. But I'm not bitter. We just have to wait till April.
No.
It's fine.
Yeah, never bitter. All right, never bitter Bill. That's what
no
we're calling
complaints.
Right.
Yeah,
Never.
Yeah. You're so mild, Bill. So mild. All right, thanks, Bill.
Coming up, we have much more of our coverage of the Ukraine invasion in the next few minutes.
Yeah, including the help pouring in from all over the world to help the Ukrainian people. The small acts of solidarity, both here in the U.S. and overseas, up next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At home and around the world, people from all walks of life are showing their support to Ukraine and its people.
NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has more on this global response.
Hey there, about 1 million people in the United States have ties to Ukraine, and both here and around the world, folks are coming together to help those under attack in ways both big and small. From Istanbul to Detroit and Chicago, millions, young and old, speaking with one voice, saying, "We stand with Ukraine."
All my thoughts and all my mind in Ukraine right now.
The U.S., home to more than 1 million Ukrainians. For many, their only option to rally others in protest.
They want to hear the Ukrainian voices. They need to hear your voice. They need to hear our family's voice.
At the White House, the First Lady wearing a mask with a sunflower, Ukraine's national flower. And in Salt Lake City, a massive rally outside the state capitol. Several states also calling to end the sale of Russian alcohol. Maryland's governor wants to sever all financial ties.
We're not doing anything to support Russia in any way or their economy.
In New Jersey, a prayer vigil.
We pray for peace. We pray for the souls of those who have been lost.
Overseas, protests in major cities around the world. More than 100,000 marching in Berlin, 80,000 in Prague, and tens of thousands in Rome. Israelis outside the Parliament building in Jerusalem calling on their government to take stronger action against Russia.
It's not just an attack against Ukraine, it is an attack on the whole free world.
The sports world leading the way in an all-out boycott. FIFA now banning Russia's national and club soccer teams from international competition after teams from Poland, Sweden, and the Czech Republic refused to take the pitch against Russia in the upcoming World Cup playoffs. Fans doing their part, too, showing support for Ukrainian-born players. Striker Roman Yaremchuk moved to tears when supporters in Portugal showered him with a standing ovation and waving signs saying, "We are with you." At the request of Ukrainian officials over the weekend, people from around the world have donated tens of millions of dollars in cryptocurrency to the government and to NGOs there. It's just another way the world's coming together to support Ukraine. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you so much.
Coming up, researchers are warning Pfizer's COVID vaccine may not offer as much protection in kids as originally thought.
We have a doctor joining us next with what parents need to know about the spread of COVID right now and if kids should keep the masks on after the break.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of state house.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As the Ukraine crisis unfolds, big businesses are responding by cutting ties with Russia or sending help to Ukraine.
Yeah, Bertha Coombs joins us now with the latest on that. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Joan, Savannah. A shipment of Starlink satellite internet terminals from SpaceX has arrived in Ukraine. The country's vice president sharing a photo of one of the antennas on social media. Elon Musk, who is the CEO of SpaceX, announced over the weekend that the company had activated Starlink internet service in Ukraine. Broadband service there has been disrupted since Russia launched its invasion last week. Visa and MasterCard are blocking several Russian financial institutions from their payment networks, complying with Western sanctions imposed on Moscow. The sanctions require the companies to suspend access for entities listed as specially designated nationals, such as Russia's central bank and its second largest vendor, VTB. Visa and MasterCard are also pledging to donate $2 million each for humanitarian aid. And here in the U.S., some bars and liquor stores are pulling Russian vodka off of their shelves and promoting Ukrainian brands instead. One bar owner in Michigan has rid his stockroom of the old Soviet brand Stolichnaya, replacing with Ukraine's Vector. Stoli is owned by a Russian-born tycoon, but it's actually made in Latvia. So on its website, Stoli says it stands for peace in Europe and solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Very complicated situation there at Stoli.
Yeah, we're seeing a few situations like that. All right,
Yeah,
Bertha,
absolutely.
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bertha. Now, the CDC says indoor masks are no longer necessary across most of the U.S., and now some states are looking to ease mask requirements in schools, while new research shows that Pfizer's vaccine may offer little protection from infection in children ages 5 to 11. Joining us now with everything you need to know is Dr. Uche Blackstock. She's an MSNBC contributor. Doctor, good to have you with us. So let's start with this vaccine for kids, this research from New York State Department of Health, that this Pfizer vaccine didn't do all that much for kids. What did it find? What should parents be thinking about as mask mandates are dropped?
Great, Savannah. Thank you so much for having me. So the biggest take home is that, the vaccine was not as effective at preventing infections in children 5 to 11-year-old. It was also less effective at preventing hospitalizations in this age group. And there was a big difference compared to the 12 to 17 group. And we think that is because it is dose related. The dose that 5 to 11-year-olds get is about a third the dose of 12 to 17-year-olds. So we will have to see, Pfizer's continuing to study a third dose of the vaccine to see if maybe that will be more effective than the 2 vaccine dose in 5 to 11-year-olds.
Let's talk about some other New York news. New York City Mayor Eric Adams announced they're ending the indoor vaccine requirement for businesses and dining beginning on March 7th. We've gotten very used to here having to show that to go into restaurants. If COVID-19 cases numbers continue to trend down, we'll no longer have to do that. Adams also said mask mandates will be lifted in public schools. What do you think of this decision? And then especially on the school part, considering that this new research about Pfizer's vaccine, kids being in school without masks on?
Right. Well, two things. I think lifting both mask and vaccine requirements for businesses at the same time is a bit too aggressive. I would be more cautious of that, either one or the other. And then two, I think that given this news that we have about the Pfizer vaccine being less effective in 5 to 11-year-olds, we need to, again, be cautious about lifting masks in schools. We know that a multi-layered strategy is key to preventing the spread of the virus within schools, and masks are part of that strategy. So lifting it now when we know that vaccines are not as effective, I don't think is a wise decision.
Doctor, I want to ask you a viewer question. It's about children's vaccines, and I think it's a really good one, especially considering right now we have this research that it's less effective in 5 to 11-year-olds. This is from the parent of a 7-year-old asking, can you please explain why there's only one approved vaccine for kids? When can we expect a second option?
Right. And so there are several different reasons why, but one is we have to make sure the vaccines are effective in adults first, and then there is a de-escalation in terms of age. So the youngest children will be the last, but also there needs to be an adequate safety and efficacy study done on these medications. We need to make sure that they are safe to use in children. We know that Pfizer will hopefully have some more data on the 3-dose vaccine series in March, and then we should also have some data from Moderna as well. So there is a regulatory process that has to be followed. We cannot undermine that because we know what happens when we undermine that regulatory process. Public trust is undermined. So unfortunately, we have to follow the process, and hopefully we'll have a vaccine that is both safe and effective for young children.
All right, Dr. Blackstock, always great to have you. Thank you so much. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. Email us at morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com with your questions, and let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous.
Coming up, another sign of progress in the pandemic, Mardi Gras is back.
New Orleans is bringing the festivities back after COVID canceled events last year. The plans from the city to avoid celebrations turning into a super spreader. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's official. Mardi Gras is back.
1 year after the pandemic forced New Orleans to all but cancel its famous carnival, the parades are rolling and the beads are flying again. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from New Orleans. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Savannah Joe, good morning. Nothing quite like the magic of a Mardi Gras morning here in the Big Easy. And what better way to celebrate it than walking alongside the big stars today, and that is the floats, guys. They didn't have a chance to hit the streets last year, and just take a look at some of the craftsmanship they have. We're walking alongside the Rex organization's floats this year. They're celebrating 150 years. How about this one right here, guys? A streetcar named Desire. Always exciting, always fun to bring back Mardi Gras, albeit this year with a slightly cautious tone. Call it the sound of New Orleans or the soul of the city. Either way, that Mardi Gras magic is back.
Let the good times roll!
1 year after the pandemic canceled the biggest party in town, the city's planned a cautious return. As exciting as it is to see this, do you still have concerns?
Yeah, of course. We are still in the middle of a global pandemic, and we don't take that lightly. It was not an option to repeat the tragedies of what happened 2 years ago.
The city's health director, Dr. Jennifer Avegno, remembers Mardi Gras 2020 as one of the nation's first COVID super spreader events. This year, she says tens of thousands of free COVID tests are being handed out, just like beads. And masks required indoors, including bars and restaurants. Proof of vaccination also required to enter certain areas.
We know what we lost in 2020, and then we know what it felt like last year to not have this.
The parades changing too. Police and city staffing shortages forcing officials to streamline routes. Tourism has yet to return to pre-pandemic levels when 1 million people poured in for Mardi Gras. But for those who made it here, the legendary Carnival crews are ready to give everyone the show they've been waiting for.
We're excited. This community needed it. The nation needed it.
We caught up with the crew of Argus, prepping floats.
Get ready, bring your bag, because you're going to catch a lot.
One honoring healthcare workers. Another paying homage to the city's signature sweet treat, the beignet. All of them part of a beloved tradition, now finally back on track.
It feels great. It feels like we're getting a fresh start. It feels like the city's coming back alive, and it just feels like home.
Morgan, I understand you're with some of those famous float crews now.
Yeah, Joe, they've actually rolled out all of their floats onto the street here ahead of the big parade today. And I just want to give you a little close-up here. They have spent the past year putting these floats together, and you just get a sense of the craftsmanship and attention that goes into every single one of these floats. They're going to go out there, be welcomed by hundreds of thousands of people here in New Orleans. Then they're going to roll back in, be taken down, and they start all over again for next year's Mardi Gras. Everyone telling me they're just glad to have this back. This truly is part of the soul of this city, and it's going to be a pretty big day today. We'll send it back to you.
Oh, they've earned it, too.
Yeah, exactly. Great to see. The city's back.
Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Show of force. Russia's military launching a deadly overnight assault on Kharkiv. A government building destroyed by a massive airstrike. What both Russia and Ukraine are vowing to do next. State of the Union. The war in Ukraine likely a central focus of President Biden's address to the nation. What lawmakers are hoping to hear when he speaks to Congress tonight. No protection? Surprising new research about Pfizer's COVID vaccine for kids. What parents need to know. And switched at birth. 2 babies ended up going home with the wrong families some 50 years ago. How the stunning discovery was made and what those families are saying about it now. And good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin this hour with Russia's bombardment of Ukraine's second largest city. Ukraine's state emergency services saying a Russian airstrike destroyed an administration building in Kharkiv. Ukrainian officials say at least 10 people have been killed in the latest round of attacks. That explosion and shelling across the city, leaving blocks covered with rubble. An area known as Freedom Square was the main target. In his speech to the European Union's parliament today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky responded to the attacks.
Believe you me, every square of today, no matter what it's called, it's going to be called, as today, Freedom Square in every city of our country. Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians.
Meanwhile, Russian forces have also set their sights on Kyiv. Satellite images from an American space technology company showing a 40-mile-long military convoy moving toward the capital city. We are following the late-breaking developments on all fronts at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Cal Perry. He's in Lviv, Ukraine. Cal, what is the situation on the ground where you are today? Obviously, a fresh day of concern there. How are people living there reacting?
You know, this is a city, I think, in many ways, Aaron, that's starting to burst at the seams. You have this steady flow of refugees coming from the east of the country. We have updated numbers from the United Nations. At least 660,000 people have already left Ukraine, most of them, at least the majority, going to Poland. UNHCR starting to double their efforts there. We saw encampments, Red Cross encampments, the Polish Red Cross here outside the main train station in Lviv. And that train station here in Lviv really is becoming a hub for refugees that are either headed towards Poland or for soldiers headed in the other direction. I had a chance, Aaron, to speak to a 12-year-old girl a little bit about her story, what she thinks about what's going on here. Take a listen.
Do you feel safe?
Not really.
Why not?
I don't know. It's scary.
What do you want the world to know about what's happening here?
That Russia's just killing people for no reason. Yeah.
So you have not only the deteriorating humanitarian situation, but a situation in which refugees who are even fleeing as far as I am here are not feeling safe, Aaron.
Cal, what can you tell us about the military effort right now? We've seen these new images coming out of Kharkiv today. What about the movements by the Russians toward the capital city?
So that Kharkiv fighting continues to be heavy, the city now being encircled from three directions, the north, the south, and the east, which is true as well in the capital. You mentioned those satellite images, Maxar technology, releasing images that show 40 miles of heavy armor moving towards the city. Look, there is a playbook here that people have seen in the past. Grozny in 1994, the Russians encircled, basically flattened, and we had some ominous signs that that could be something that happens. We heard a Russian general say this weekend they would make a humanitarian corridor to let civilians out, but the implicit message there is that if you remain behind, you could be killed, Aaron.
Cal, thank you for that. I want to bring in NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake now. Garrett, I know senators were briefed on the situation in Ukraine last night. What are you hearing from them after that briefing, and how are they reacting to all of this?
The briefing was a classified briefing, and so much of the details of what senators learned has not been made public. They're not talking about it, but you could tell lawmakers were deeply concerned about what they saw as the potential for much worse future violence, like what Cal was just laying out. They did come out, however, praising the work that the Ukrainian military has done thus far and promising when all is said and done, there's going to be justice for the Ukrainian people and against the Russian leadership. Here's a sampling of what we heard from lawmakers after that briefing last night.
The Ukrainian military has performed beyond everybody's expectation. You have grandmothers in the streets with weapons. They will use them. I think there's a commitment by the Ukrainian people to fight to the death.
Vladimir Putin will lose this battle. He will lose this war. He will be a pariah amongst not only NATO and America, but amongst all civilized nations around the world.
All that said, Aaron, I think the other key takeaway here is that these lawmakers believe, after everything they heard in this classified briefing last night, that the worst is probably still yet to come on the ground in Ukraine.
All right, Garrett Hake for us on Capitol Hill today. Garrett, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas now. He is in Lviv, Ukraine for us today. Tom, the UN now saying 600,000+ people have fled Ukraine in just 6 days of fighting there?
Those numbers are growing every single day, but we knew they were going to get there because when we were crossing over from Poland into Ukraine, we saw the miles and miles of people waiting in their cars and also the crowds just trying to cross over. And I just want to point out that number has jumped from 150,000 to Sunday to now almost to what you said. I guess we're approaching 700,000, over 600,000. It's truly incredible. What we saw today, Aaron, is something new, though. We've been talking so much about how the citizens are ready to take on the Russians when it comes to the battlefield. Today, I saw up close how they're trying to do it and help each other out because so many Ukrainians are now suffering. They're living in these war-torn regions and they need help. And other Ukrainians, especially here in the Western region, are coming together, working 24 hours a day to help their fellow countrymen. Here in western Ukraine, where a humanitarian crisis is unfolding, the city of Lviv increasingly on edge. Volunteers manning checkpoints to keep out Russian saboteurs.
We're looking for enemy documents, maps, GPS.
And you feel you have to do this, right? You have to protect your town?
Yeah, absolutely. My child's here, my wife here, and I must be here and protect my family and my city.
These checkpoints have been running 24 hours a day since the war started. For many of the smaller towns, these are the frontline defense. They have things like these tire spikes to stop cars. And for bigger vehicles, like, say, a Russian tank, they have what they call hedgehogs. They hope these can at least slow down those larger military vehicles. And if Russian forces arrive, ordinary citizens ready to fight back. Men like Igor have been working around the clock, making thousands of Molotov cocktails.
All Ukrainians, from kids of 6 years old to the old persons from 60, 70 years old, are in the condition of war.
Meanwhile, the mass exodus continues. Border crossings and train stations packed with mothers and young children. Families trying to get to safety while coping with the heartbreak of separation. This man putting his pregnant wife on the train for Poland, while Yevhenia, traveling with her young daughter, is leaving behind her husband.
So hard and so scary about my husband. I don't want to say goodbye.
Do you think the Russians are going to come here?
Yes.
Despite the odds, many in Lviv say they refuse to give up hope, bringing food and clothing for those who've lost their homes and come here to seek shelter and safety.
We are sending a message that we are not alone and we can help each other and we are together.
Tom, you feel so much for folks who are dealing with this there in Ukraine now. I have to wonder, have any of the refugees you've spoken to said anything about their hopes of eventually being able to come back to Ukraine?
Aaron, it's a great question, and honestly, I got to tell you, I don't really hear that a lot because I think so many people are sort of trapped in the mindset of trying to get out. It's so hard for people to get out. They spend days. Trips that usually take 9 hours cross-country here are taking 50 hours. So people are sort of in this daze. They just want to get out, and they feel so desperate that they're not even thinking of returning. I have, though, heard from some people who are talking about how their cities were so beautiful, and they make it a point to tell me that they built these beautiful cities over time, and now Russia is completely destroying them. And I think a lot of them are just confused what they're going to come back to. And I think the reality is, even though everyone you talk to will say Ukraine is going to win this war, they believe that they're going to beat the Russians, I'm sure in the back of their heads, especially the ones that are leaving, they're not sure what they're going to come back to, or and I hate to say this, or the possibility if they even come back if things get really, really bad here.
It's a tough reality, obviously, for them to have to deal with. Tom Yamas in Ukraine for us today. Tom, we appreciate your reporting. We'll look for more tonight on Top Story. Now, the Russian invasion of Ukraine will be a critical focal point during tonight's State of the Union address. This will be President Biden's first official message to Congress on the condition of the nation, which is required by the Constitution. The president is also expected to address the pandemic, the economy, infrastructure, voting rights, climate change, and Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson. Tonight's speech comes at a time when the president's approval ratings are underwater. Real Clear Politics has Biden's job approval average at just above 40%. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli now, and Gary Grumbach, who's also in Washington for us today. Mike, first to you. This State of the Union address is going to be a critical one for President Biden. It's set against the backdrop of the pandemic. We know there's record inflation now, this war in Ukraine. What's the messaging we can expect to hear from the president tonight?
Well, Aaron, this State of the Union address is actually later in the calendar than we usually see. It's typically in late January, early February. The White House scheduled this today, March 1st, in part because it was viewed as an opportunity for the president to really kick things off for his party heading into the midterm elections, talk about their accomplishments, especially the infrastructure law, and also acknowledge the biggest political headwind they're facing, inflation, and lay out some policies to address it. Now, the White House today is talking about the president delivering a message about a unity agenda that he'll present to Congress. But as we heard from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki yesterday, the situation in Ukraine obviously going to be a focal point as well. Take a listen.
Certainly, what we're seeing on the ground in Ukraine, the fact that the president has built a coalition of countries around the world to stand up to Russian aggression, to stand up to President Putin, to put in place crippling sanctions, that will be a part of what people will hear in the speech. That wouldn't have been the case 3 months ago.
Now, this has been a consequential few weeks for the president. One of the other issues that he's been dealing with lately, the Supreme Court, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will not be in attendance tonight, but the president will make a case for her qualifications for the high court.
All right, Mike Memoli for us near the White House today. Mike, thank you. Now, law enforcement is on high alert for the president's speech tonight. Fencing is back up surrounding the U.S. Capitol. Authorities are worried about the possibility of protests there. President Biden will be speaking in a room that rioters nearly breached during the January 6th insurrection last year. Now, NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us from outside the Capitol building now. Gary, give us an idea of what the security status is outside the Capitol and inside and around as well.
Hey there. Yes, we are just hours away from President Biden taking the House chamber there and doing the State of the Union. But we can see outside what this looks like right now. We've got the 9-foot non-scale fencing that completely surrounds the U.S. Capitol building itself. If you look at a map here that we have for you, it actually is somewhat of a square from Independence Avenue to Constitution Avenue. You've also got the military-grade cameras that are actually straight from Afghanistan here at the U.S. Capitol, scattered around the campus. And of course, you have that physical law enforcement presence. We are talking about not just the U.S. Capitol Police, but Metro Police, NYPD. We're also talking about the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, Secret Service, and 700 members of the National Guard. This is really D.C.'s Super Bowl. This is anybody who's anybody is going to be inside this building here tonight. And the U.S. Capitol Police chief says it's going to be a safe event, and he and his team are ready for anything.
All right, Gary Grumbach for us on Capitol Hill in Washington. Gary, thank you. And of course, you can watch the State of the Union address right here on NBC News Now. Special coverage begins tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now to some alarming new data about COVID and kids. A new study found 2 doses of the Pfizer vaccine offering almost no protection against infection in kids ages 5 to 11. Researchers found the vaccine's effectiveness dropped from 68% to 12% in that age group from December to January. While the findings have not been peer-reviewed at this point, the Pfizer vaccine is the only COVID shot approved for that age group in this country. There is also some hope, however, on the vaccine front. Cuba has quietly developed 5 of its own vaccines, giving the shot to children as young as 2 years old. We'll talk to our doctor about all this in just a moment. Let's begin, though, with NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards. Erica, I want to start with the new data about Pfizer's vaccine for that 5 to 11-year-old set. Break down the data for us and what it means for children who fall into that group.
Yeah. Hey, Aaron. So this study was from the New York State Department of Health. It was done, as you said, while Omicron was really circulating widely between December and January. In addition to protection against infection falling, protection against severe disease and hospitalization also dropped by about half, from 100% to about 50%. Now, why this is happening is still a little bit unclear. Some experts think that perhaps it's because of the lower dose that's given to kids between the ages of 5 and 11. Now, right now, there's no booster dose that's authorized. Boosters are only authorized for kids 12 and older. It's unclear whether Pfizer will actually go ahead and ask the FDA for a 3rd dose in this particular age group. Aaron?
And Erica, I do want to ask you quickly about Cuba's development, these 5 different COVID vaccines we've heard about. That's a pretty impressive accomplishment in Cuba. What do we know about how this is being done?
Yeah, Cuba has been investing in biotechnology since about the 1980s. They have a strong national immunization program. These new vaccines from Cuba are a little bit different than the mRNA vaccines that we use. It's a protein-based vaccine that's not really necessarily foreign to us. Some vaccines that we use, such as the ones for hepatitis, the shingles, also use the same kind of technology. It also does not require the kind of refrigeration that other vaccines would require. Now, how well it works is a little bit unclear. Just a few bits of research have been published in peer-reviewed journals, so it still remains to be seen how this will play out with the pandemic. Aaron?
All right, Erica Edwards for us today. Erica, thank you. Let's bring in Dr. Tina Carroll Scott now. She's the medical director at South Miami Children's Hospital. So, Dr. Scott, we have this new data on Pfizer's vaccine being less effective in little kids, it seems. What would you tell parents at this point who may be still a little skeptical about getting their kids vaccinated?
Yeah, so, I think that the first thing is that, we need to be careful about using the term alarming. I think it's definitely disappointing for parents who were hoping for a higher level of protection. And I think we also need to pause for a moment and remember that these findings have not been peer reviewed. And peer review is basically quality control to make sure that the validity of the findings are accurate. It's kind of like the checks and balances, so to speak, in the scientific world. But with that said, if these findings turn out to be accurate, we still have to remember that the endpoint of these vaccines was never to prevent getting infected at all, but rather to take the strain off of our hospital systems and to prevent severe disease, hospitalizations, and death. And even though that has decreased somewhat, I think the vaccines are still doing their job.
We are seeing widespread data about, that's leading states to drop their mask requirements in schools. At this point, more data is coming in, obviously. If the vaccine is seemingly less effective in protecting some of these younger kids, this particular Pfizer vaccine, do you think that should be something that changes the calculus on kids wearing masks in schools as the requirement is being dropped?
Okay, so, I just want to say that this news out of New York is not a reason to forego vaccination if you have a child in this age group who is unvaccinated. We can't take our foot off the gas and abandon vaccination efforts, which we know significantly decrease severe disease, hospitalization, and death in all age groups. And if we slow down on our vaccination efforts, we may get the next variant that completely escapes our immune response. And I don't think anyone wants that. But I think we also need to do a better job of messaging to remind people that it's not just about the vaccines. It's a layered approach, and we need to use common sense measures such as masking. And that's really going to depend on the community that you're in. If you're in a community where the positivity rate is low and you have a high vaccination rate at your particular school, then maybe you could forego masking your child. But it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all strategy. And I think people have to look at their individual situation, the risk of their child or children, their family situation, and what's going on in the community to make those decisions.
All right, we will leave it there for now. Dr. Tina Carroll Scott, thanks so much. We are learning new details about a deadly shooting at a church in California. A gunman killed his 3 children, their chaperone, and himself during a court-supervised visit in Sacramento last night. Brian Hickey of our NBC affiliate in Sacramento is joining us now. Brian, bring us up to speed here. What do we know about this gunman and the latest on the investigation there?
Well, about the gunman himself, we don't know a whole lot. That is something that the Sheriff's Department is actively looking into right now. What we know is that his estranged wife had a restraining order against him, so obviously some troubled relationships there. The court, though, had granted this man supervised visits with his children, and that visit was happening here at this church. It's called the Church in Sacramento behind me. And it was all happening around 5 o'clock yesterday when the calls came in for help of an active shooter inside the church. Now, of course, that brought out law enforcement from Sacramento County and the city police departments here swarming this area, fearing the worst in terms of a mass casualty incident. They didn't know if the church was open, didn't know anything that was going on at the church. But once they got here, once they got inside, they found the worst. They found 3 children ages 9, 10, and 13, 3 girls, now been identified as the gunman's children, all shot and killed here at the scene. The supervisor that was pointed to this case was also shot and killed, and then they say the gunman turned on himself, killing himself. So 5 people dead here at this church. Now, of course, the questions into what led up to this as a motive and questions into that restraining order.
All right, KCRA's Brian Hickey for us in Sacramento, California. Brian, thank you. Texas voters are heading to the polls today for the first election of the 2022 primary season. It's also the first time Texans will cast their ballots since Republican lawmakers passed controversial new voting restrictions. And with a number of notable primaries in key congressional districts, all eyes are on the Lone Star State today. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton in Houston for us now. Antonia, talk to us about these new voting restrictions and how they're already impacting voters.
Well, Aaron, here on the ground today on primary day, this is the first election where voters here in Texas are going to be experiencing SB1. And that law brought in a whole slew of changes. It ended 24-hour voting. It ended drive-through voting, measures that were popular with voters here in Houston during the pandemic when people were very concerned about their health and safety. It also has added new freedoms and movements for partisan poll watchers inside polling stations, something that has some election workers and voters here nervous about possible intimidation or confrontations when they actually get inside and try to vote. And then most importantly, it made some changes to mail-in voting. So election workers are going to be watching to see, are some of the people who tried and failed to cast their ballots through the mail-in voting process this cycle showing up today to correct and cast their ballots in person. The changes that were made required voters to submit identification information that needed to match exactly what they provided when they first registered to vote, something that has proved to be quite challenging for elderly people, and the location where I am at is quite popular with the elderly and disabled because it's an accessible location, Aaron. So we're keeping an eye on all of that today and talking to voters about what these voting rights changes have done for them.
Yeah, at the same time, Antonia, I know you had a chance to speak with a few of the candidates as well. What are they saying about the primary today?
That's right. On the Republican side, one of the most interesting things to watch tonight is going to be the continued influence of former President Trump over the GOP here. Are his favorites people who end up rising to the top? Do candidates like Attorney General candidate, the incumbent Ken Paxton, who's the Trump favorite, but also dealing with scandal and investigations right now? For example, does he eke it through? Does he make it to the top? And then on the Democratic side, many of the candidates are very concerned about the changes brought by SB1. Voting rights is top of mind for them and the voters that they've been reaching out to. And so they're keeping an eye on impacts. They want to know how partisan poll watchers interact with voters today. And they want to know if people who failed to vote through the mail-in voting process are able to correct and get their voices heard. Take a listen to some of my conversation with Rochelle Garza. She's the leading Democratic candidate for Attorney General.
There is a very concerted effort to silence the voices of voters, and it impacts communities of color. It impacts the elderly, folks that can't get to the polls, people with disabilities. And it's a very deliberate thing that we're seeing, and we've got to stop it.
Thousands of people were rejected through the mail-in ballot process, and so candidates like Rochelle Garza are going to be eyeing very closely tonight and over the next couple days how many of those voters were able to get their ballots corrected, who ended up coming out in person, and of course, how did these races ultimately turn out? Aaron.
All right, Antonia Hilton in Houston for us today. Antonia, thank you. Now, one of the key groups we're keeping a close eye on today is Hispanic voters. In 2020, Republicans surprised the nation in the Rio Grande Valley. All 4 of its counties shifted conservative, including Starr County, which saw the biggest tilt to the right of any of the places in the country. Keep in mind the population there is more than 96% Hispanic. Our Morgan Radford is in McAllen, Texas today, right in the heart of the Rio Grande. Morgan, it's good to see you. I think one of the things that some folks are going to be thinking about today is, was it just a fluke, what we saw in 2020, or can Republicans actually keep going there? What are you hearing?
Aaron, that's a great question. We are here in the heart of the Rio Grande Valley. You can see people, you can feel the energia, all the energy here of people who are behind me campaigning for their candidates. The heart of South Texas, all 4 counties here, interestingly, in 2020 went Democrat, but they saw this really significant shift right, especially in places like Starr County. It's near where we are, but they saw the biggest right shift in the entire country, and that's just between 2016 and 2020. Republicans gained 55 percentage points there. So your question is a good one. Is this a sort of one-off fluke for Republicans, or are they going to capture that momentum and really flip the tenor of these counties? So we've been speaking to people all across here, McAllen, Texas. Important to know this is border country. So the border is right in their backyard. The issues that are spoken about on a federal level, especially when it comes to Latino voters, sometimes they say it feels differently here when that issue is localized, because this is an area in all 4 of the counties here, more than 90% Latino. So I want to let you hear from the people themselves. For example, we spoke to a man named David. He was reached out by a conservative organization. He said that, like many South Texans, he grew up Democrat, his parents voted Democrat, but he was interested in learning and perhaps trying something new. And so when this conservative organization reached out to him, he was open. He wanted to know how they could help him. And then, of course, we also spoke to Democrats, and they said, no, we are going to take and maintain this area and keep it blue. And here's why. Take a listen. Is there something that the Democrats are getting wrong here? Is there something that the left-leaning organizations aren't doing when it comes to reaching you and your community?
I mean, I haven't been reached out beyond other than Lieber. I mean, they're one of the only few that actually touch base with people. They actually personally text me or call me.
So you haven't been reached out to by Democrats?
No, I've never been reached out by them.
You all, the Democrats, won this area. But there was a significant shift to the right. Do you think that's the beginning of a larger right shift?
It's a one-off thing. It wasn't that the Republicans turned out more voters. We were just demoralized, so a lot of Democrats stayed home. Plus, COVID did not make it any easier. We chose to abide by the CDC guidelines and stayed home, while the Republicans were knocking on doors. So these are factors that played out 2 years ago that I promise you will not play out this year again. We also had a candidate, Biden, who on national TV came out strongly against the oil and gas industry. The oil and gas industry has, a lot of people who are vested in it in South Texas. Okay, so
that's a lot of jobs here.
A lot of jobs out here. So you have people in households who have no high school education, and they work in oil and gas industry, and they make most of the household income. So to go openly against them was a big mistake.
Did Democrats miss the boat in 2020 when it came to really speaking to the issues of Latino voters? And are you afraid in any way that you guys maybe would miss that boat again this time around?
I think that we saw with the Republican Party and through the Trump campaign specifically, they were setting the talking points and everyone was following suit. But I think it's important that Democrats are, like I said, not in the defensive, but in the offensive during this election cycle. It's important that we are speaking about our community in the way that our community speaks about it itself.
So as you can see, Aaron, the Republicans are running a very strategic ground game here. But Democrats say this time around, they're playing offense, not defense. Back to you.
All right, Morgan Bradford for us in Texas today. Morgan, thank you. Of course, we'll see you back on the desk later this week. Cities under siege across Ukraine as the Russian invasion intensifies. Still ahead, the new pressure on Vladimir Putin to bring this crisis to an end.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making news right now, a teacher in Indiana banned from school property after allegedly hitting a student. Security footage appears to show former Jimtown High School teacher Mike Hosinski slapping a young student in the face. The student hit his head against the wall and then fell to the ground. The school board granted the teacher an early retirement last night. Police are looking into this incident. 12 people are recovering after a school bus flipped over on a North Carolina highway. This happened yesterday afternoon in Clayton, North Carolina. The bus driver and 11 of the 31 students on board were taken to local hospitals. All of the injuries appear to be minor. And Target is upping its starting pay at some of its stores. Target announcing yesterday that it will adopt minimum wages ranging from $15 to $24 an hour, with the highest pay going to workers in the most competitive markets. The company had paid a universal starting wage of $15 an hour. At the bottom of the hour now, we are turning back to Ukraine and the growing humanitarian crisis in Europe. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians are lining up to get into neighboring countries. Intense shelling against some of Ukraine's biggest cities is pushing residents out in droves now. The Ukrainian government says massive explosions like this in Kharkiv left at least 10 people dead and 20 others wounded. Ukrainian officials condemning the attack, calling it a, quote, barbaric assault. And new images showing a large Russian convoy heading toward Kyiv, where President Volodymyr Zelensky is preparing to defend his capital city. NBC News correspondents are tracking this developing story from several angles. Foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea is in eastern Poland for us today as the refugee crisis unfolds there. Kelly, we've seen these reports about more than 600,000 Ukrainians entering neighboring countries, trying to get away from the Russians. What's the situation you're seeing on the ground right now?
Well, we're in a pretty busy area right now, as you can probably see, Aaron, because this is a distribution site for refugees. This is where they're coming to get all kinds of donations, free accommodation, also rides, not just to places here in Poland, but cities beyond Poland. And you can probably see there's a huge volunteer army that's been mobilized in this country to help give people necessities. And again, as I said, places to stay and rides to different cities. And we spoke to one of the volunteers here a little bit earlier, a Russian citizen who's living in Poland. Here's what he had to say. Actually, I don't think we have that, but what he told us was that he was ashamed of what was happening in his government, in the Russian government, and ashamed that they were attacking Ukraine, and he felt that he had to come here and help. Now, the Polish Prime Minister said yesterday that the situation on the ground is changing hour by hour, that the numbers are going up, and at this point they're seeing about 100,000 refugees come across the various borders in Poland alone every day. So the numbers are continuing to rise, Aaron.
You know, Kelly, we talked about this convoy, this 40-mile-long convoy of Russian troops and armored vehicles making their way toward Kyiv. How or is this impacting the flow of refugees, knowing that more is coming?
Yeah, well, it's already getting much more difficult to get to those border towns, to get out of Ukraine, but the people do continue to come. We're hearing from people who were trying to cross the border a day ago, and there are still very long lines at the foot border, and lots of people coming in by train, some 4 trains coming in today. So those numbers are still very high. People are still coming. And what we hear from the UN, their prediction is that if fighting escalates, we could be looking at least 4 million, if not 5 million people trying to flee Ukraine. So this could get drastically worse very quickly.
Kelly Kobiea for us in eastern Poland today. Kelly, thank you. A couple in Georgia trying to unite with their newborn twins. The preemies were born half a world away to a surrogate who is stuck in Ukraine. Now their parents are just trying to get them home. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is joining us now with that story. Hi, Jesse.
Hey, good morning, Aaron. I've spoken with the boy's father again this morning. He tells me that thankfully they've made it safely to a better hospital in Kyiv, but they are still stuck in that war zone with their parents in the United States, trying to get them home safely.
Like all premature babies, Lenny and Moisha Spector were born tough. But this morning, the twin brothers are fighting harder than any newborn ever should.
It's unimaginable. What can I say? It's impossible to wrap your mind around.
New parents Alex Spector and Irma Nunez couldn't be with their surrogate at the end of a challenging pregnancy when she gave birth Friday at 32.5 weeks in Kyiv. They were in the U.S. when their preemie twins came into the world. The infants somehow sleeping soundly, with the sounds of war in the distance. From another continent, mom and dad working the phones, trying to find a safe ride to a better hospital, one with its own basement bomb shelter. Getting the babies out of Ukraine entirely, even more challenging.
The fact that they're premature plays against us, right? So there's a conflict. They need to stay put. We need to take them out.
Moisha struggling to breathe. Mom and dad hunting down special preemie milk.
I talked to this pharmacy in the morning. By afternoon, when one of our contacts got there, it was already shelled and it was closed.
Thankfully, Spector says they found the milk, but the search for that ambulance continued Monday. Spector says a pediatrician and their surrogate are still watching over the 4-day-old boys, putting their own lives at risk to keep them safe.
It's families, it's their surrogate, it's their child.
Surrogacy provider Adonis Fertility International says close to 100 American and Canadian client families have been impacted by the conflict. Some surrogates still carrying unborn children, some parents trapped in Ukraine with their newborns. Moishe and Lenny's dad with this plea for President Joe Biden.
Just get our babies out. Or if that's not possible, at least to Lviv, somewhere westward, where they would be safe.
That family's search for supplies like diapers and clothing, that still continues, they tell me. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department would not comment specifically on this case, but advises surrogacy and adoptive parents to avoid Ukraine at this time. Aaron.
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us today. Jesse, thank you. Now, as the Russian convoy approaches Kyiv, Ukrainians are signing up in droves, as we've mentioned, to join their country's military. Some of them are mixing Molotov cocktails to hurl at Russian tanks. Here's Sky News correspondent John Sparks.
The Russian government says it's willing to negotiate, but the Russian military has decided to bomb. This is Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, as filmed through the windows of its residents. It shakes and it shudders under a fiery barrage. The attacks seem indiscriminate. It was a bloody day. The government says dozens of people have been killed. In the north, the city of Chernihiv has been targeted by artillery and by missile strikes too. A popular shopping center was hit and a residential building was partially destroyed. The Ukrainian government said there was an unknown number of casualties. In the south, the Russians have taken ground, securing the city hall in Berdyansk. But the community's residents did not cower. Instead, they faced the enemy and told them to go home. Such confrontations have been replicated around the country. As the attack on Ukraine intensifies, the parties met for talks on the border of Belarus. But there seems little prospect of success. The Russians began the day complaining the Ukrainians were late. We've been waiting all night to talk while their civilians are dying, said their delegation's head. The besooted Russians, here on the left, said little about their aims, while the Ukrainians have demanded an immediate ceasefire. Their president, Volodymyr Zelensky, seeks salvation in the West and sees his country's future in the EU.
We ask the European Union to admit Ukraine immediately under a new special procedure. We are grateful to our partners for fighting with us, but our goal is to be together with all Europeans.
Later, he signed an application for membership and posted it online. As the Russians press forward, the Ukrainians sign up, here registering for the army in the city of Dnipro. We were asked not to show their faces. So many people have put themselves forward, the authorities are turning them away. Many are now making Molotov cocktails instead. Their commander says he's inspired.
Піднесення і любов до своєї України. І вдячність країнам Євросоюзу, Сполученим Штатам Америки, Великої Британії. Раніше вони тільки озабоченість велика, зараз це конкретна допомога. Дякуємо.
The station in Lviv, in western Ukraine, now stands as a beacon of sorts, offering passage to Poland by train. And tens of thousands want a seat.
sooner or late everything could come. So me and my kids and my mom, we are going to travel to Poland first. I don't know which way now. We're gonna try because it's really hard to do now, and then we're gonna go to Germany.
It is a difficult journey, fueled by anxiety and disbelief, and their return beset by uncertainty. It takes courage to stay put in cities like Kiev as the Russians deploy the might of their military machine. They will not sleep in the Ukrainian capital, but the majority seem prepared to defend it. John Sparks, Sky News in Ukraine.
John Sparks reporting there from Sky News. Let's bring in Joel Wasserman now. He is an American living right now in Lviv, Ukraine, which is now a hub for Ukrainians trying to get out of that country, as we've been telling you. Joel, I do have to ask you first, how safe do you feel where you are at this moment?
Right now I feel fine. Who knows what the future brings? I'm somewhat worried with fighting going on in the area of Lutsk and Rivne, which is north towards the intersection of the Belarusian and Polish borders. If Western Ukraine comes under threat, then I'm concerned, but I haven't seen that yet. So I feel safe right now. I feel safe tonight. I'll hopefully sleep fairly comfortably.
Yeah. Do you have a plan to leave if that part of Ukraine does come under attack? Do you have a way out?
I made the decision when the United States urged Americans to evacuate that I was basically putting my lot in with that of the Ukrainian people, I'll be in the same situation as Ukrainians. So if the Russians start coming towards Lviv, I'll get out. How? Same way they will.
So many Ukrainians we've seen over the last many days have taken up arms. They are prepared to fight if the fight comes to where they are. Are you included in that group? Are you prepared to fight?
I'm here to help, but it's ultimately not my war. And I'm not sure how useful I would be because while I speak fairly good Ukrainian and quite good Russian, I feel like the language difficulties would make me something of a burden. But while I'm here, I'm trying to do whatever I can to help. I delivered supplies of actually just single-use cups to the train station today. The scene, I'm happy to say, was actually well under control. It was not especially crowded. There were volunteers and workers with the Red Cross handing out sandwiches and hot tea. The line onto the platform to get to Poland was not oppressively long. I told the two women who were staying with me who are trying to get to Poland that they could very well do it tonight, but I'm still not sure what their plans are.
You know, Joel, I'm curious, as someone who's been in the position that you're in for a while now, what would you say to Americans here at home, some of whom are asking themselves, why should they care about what's happening in Ukraine? How would you explain it?
These are simple, good people. This country the United States has not covered itself in glory recently with how it has treated refugees, and that has been very heavy on my heart as an American. But we have a chance to make it right here. These are people who just want to live in peace. They work hard. They are, just regular people. They're good people, and if you give them the help, number one, they can help take care of themselves. And America certainly will not regret taking in as many of these people as we can.
Joel Wasserman, we appreciate you making time for us today and sharing your perspective. We hope that you're able to stay safe there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The first criminal trial linked to the Capitol riot is underway. Up next, how this could signal what's ahead for the hundreds of other rioters waiting for their day in court.
grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The first trial connected to the Capitol riot last year is underway in Washington. Guy Reffitt is facing 5 charges for his part in the January 6th riot. Jury selection has begun there. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is joining us now with the latest. Pete, I know you've been following this. Help us understand exactly what Reffitt is charged with and what's happened in court to this point.
So some of the conduct he's charged with happened at the Capitol, but some happened back home in Texas. As you mentioned, 5 counts, obstruction of an official proceeding, entering a restricted grounds with a firearm. The charges say he actually brought a rifle, a long gun, and a handgun into Washington and then had the handgun with him when he came up to the Capitol. And then obstruction of justice. Now, the last charge has to do with what the government says happened when he got back home to Texas. 2 of his children will testify at the trial that when he returned home, he said that if either of them talked to the police or the FBI about what he did when he went to Washington, that they would be traitors. And he said, you know what happens to traitors? They would be shot. So he threatened to kill his own children. And his son actually recorded some of these conversations, the government says, on his phone. And that tape, that audio will be played for the jury during the trial. At least that's the prosecution's plan. So it's a variety of charges. Even though he didn't actually enter the Capitol building, he nonetheless faces some of the most serious counts.
All right, Pete Williams for us in our Washington bureau today. Pete, thank you. Former President Donald Trump is pushing back against a court order to answer questions about his business. The New York Attorney General's office is looking into the Trump Organization's business practices. Trump now appealing the decision that he and 2 of his children be deposed under oath. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is joining us now. Danny, let's take a step back here for a second. What's your understanding of what the AG is looking at within the Trump Organization at this point?
Basically, the AG, which is charged in New York with overseeing corporations and making sure they follow the rules in being corporations, is looking into whether, for example, the Trump entities inflated their value for the purpose of obtaining loans and deflated their value when the tax man cometh. Pretty standard scheme, if true. So now that the Trumps have been ordered to give depositions, not surprisingly, they are appealing, and they will almost surely move to stay. In other words, pause the lower court's order while they seek that appeal.
So, Danny, if you're Donald Trump's lawyer, why do you want to avoid being deposed under oath?
Really, anyone would want to avoid being deposed under oath if the attorney general is investigating you, whether it's civil, criminal, or any reason. And that's really the core here. Nobody likes to be deposed. It's generally not a good idea, certainly not for someone like Trump, but extra not a good idea if the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is also simultaneously investigating you criminally. That's why it's pretty standard in cases to seek a stay of any kind of civil action during the pendency of criminal proceedings. Most of the time, if I'm going to depose someone who's under criminal investigation, I want that because I don't want them to come into the deposition and just plead the Fifth Amendment. I won't get any information. The Attorney General in this case cares a little less about that because if the Trumps take the Fifth Amendment, that itself is kind of a win.
So then, Danny, how does this all move forward? What's the end game here?
The Trumps are appealing. They will then move to stay. That's the key. I mean, an appeal doesn't help much if the lower court's order goes forward. And I mean, if you're watching your clock, it's a matter of days before the Trumps have to turn over information and sit for deposition. So the appeal, not a surprise. Critical will be how the court will rule on the stay. And that's that pause of the lower proceedings while the Trumps seek relief at the appellate division.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas with us today. Danny, thank you. It is a 50-year-old mystery that may never be solved. After the break, how a do-it-yourself DNA kit unraveled a story of being switched at birth.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Well, it is a stunning switched at birth story that took more than half a century to come to light. Two women in Oklahoma made a shocking discovery after taking DNA tests, and it's rocked both of their families. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow.
Jill Lopez and Tina Ennis were born on the same day in 1964. They grew up about 2 hours away from one another, total strangers, until 2 years ago when, at the age of 55, they and their families discovered that they had been switched when they were babies in the hospital.
I just loved her instantly.
It was 1964 in Duncan, Oklahoma, and Catherine Jones had just given birth to her second child.
And I thought she was the most beautiful little baby and had such a beautiful complexion.
As a kid, Tina loved to make people laugh. How would you describe Tina growing up?
Oh, she was just always a blessing. Always happy-go-lucky.
Tina calls her childhood just normal.
My mom's grandparents were terrific. We had horses with them, and he took us to rodeos and play days. And
sounds really nice. Sounds very Oklahoma.
Yeah, it was very Oklahoma. Yeah.
Life was pretty normal until 2019, when Tina, then 55 years old, took an Ancestry.com DNA test and was sent a list of people she was genetically related to. And did you recognize any of those names?
The only name I recognized was my daughter's.
Tina was confused and asked her mother, Catherine, to take the test.
Ours didn't match up.
There was no overlap?
Nothing.
Tina's daughter started searching the internet for the surnames that did come up and found 55-year-old Jill Lopez, born on the same day in 1964. Tina, what did you think when you saw Jill's photo?
I thought it looked just like my mother.
Tina reached out to Jill, and she also took a DNA test. With those results came a life-changing, destabilizing new reality. Jill was Catherine's biological daughter. Tina was the biological daughter of Jill's parents, who are now deceased. Somehow the girls were switched at birth.
It's a hard thing to get around.
Yeah. All I could think about was how I was going to tell my mom. I just thought she's not going to be able to handle it.
Tina gathered the siblings she was raised with to tell Catherine.
It just devastated me, totally devastated me. It felt like somebody took a hatchet or something and hatched out a big part of my heart.
She was afraid she was going to lose me, and she wasn't going to. I wasn't going to leave her.
Their new reality has brought a confusing swirl of emotions that they're still processing. Pain, grief, regret, anger.
It's a hard thing to know what to do, you know?
You don't know how to move forward when your whole world is turned upside down.
Yeah, because to me, there's so many people involved. I mean, it's not just me and Jill, it's two entire families.
Jill held a gathering to introduce Tina to some of her biological family.
A bunch of people are there that you don't know, but they're all related to you.
That must be strange.
It was very strange.
Catherine is sorry she missed so much of Jill's life. They're spending time together. They both love purple, shopping, and estate sales. Jill said you've become friends.
That's correct.
Maybe not mother-daughter, but friends.
Yes. And it's a very good start.
But Tina will always be Catherine's little girl.
I could not lose Tina. She'll just always be my daughter. I've loved her from the second they laid her in my arms. All three women want to hold the hospital responsible. Represented by the Smith Barkett law firm, they filed suit against the current regional hospital there, who they argue merged long ago with the hospital where Tina and Jill were born. But the regional hospital says it was formed in the 1970s, and it is not the legal successor to the hospital that switched Tina and Jill at birth. That legal battle still playing out in court. No one really knows, by the way, how the infants were switched. Both delivering doctors and the nurses involved in 1964, they've all passed away, so we may never know. Back to you.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. City under siege, a deadly overnight assault on Ukraine. More than 500,000 people now fleeing their homes. The tense moments now unfolding on the war front. Making his case, President Biden just hours away from delivering his first State of the Union address. What he's expected to say against the backdrop of war. Getting out the vote, the first state on the 2022 calendar kicking off the midterm election season. What to watch for tonight as results roll in from Texas. And let the good times roll. New Orleans back with its first full-scale Mardi Gras since the pandemic started. What to expect from this year's parades as the city eases up on COVID restrictions. And good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault on Ukraine's second largest city. Ukraine's state emergency services says a Russian airstrike destroyed an administration building in Kharkiv. That as the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, addressed the European Union today. His message actually left the translator struggling to speak.
Can you imagine this morning, 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square, dozens of killed ones. This is the price of freedom.
Now, at a session of the UN Human Rights Council, delegates walked out as Russia's foreign minister spoke virtually. Later in that same session, Secretary of State Antony Blinken raised a major question about Russia.
One can reasonably ask whether a UN member state that tries to take over another UN member state while committing horrific human rights abuses and causing massive humanitarian suffering should be allowed to remain on this council.
We begin our coverage on the ground in Ukraine. NBC's Cal Perry is in Lviv for us again. Cal, first to you, what's the reaction to Russia's newest offensive across Ukraine?
Look, I think there's a lot of apprehension, a lot of fear, because we've seen this uptick, this pace increasing, especially in the eastern part of the city, the country. You mentioned Kharkiv, really in its 3rd day of a heavy bombardment with heavy fighting. We saw those, what we assume to be those Grad rockets sort of hitting the center of the city there. That's what Volodymyr Zelensky was talking about. And then there is this armored column that is still headed towards Kyiv. Now, we do understand from some reporting from my colleague Courtney Kuby out of the Pentagon that they're having some supply chain issues. This is really important. You have to keep supplies headed to the front if you're moving an army towards a city. And it seems like they're having issues there, be it food or fuel. Certainly, the hope amongst Ukrainians is that turns out to be true. Now, in the west of the country where I am, a continuing deterioration of the humanitarian conditions here on the ground. We're seeing an influx of people continue to flee that fighting. And interestingly enough, Aaron, you're talking to thousands of foreign students. Thousands of foreign students are stuck here in the city of Lviv, where I am, having fled from as far as 600 miles away in Kharkiv. That was the case with 2 Egyptian students that I had a chance to speak to a short time ago. Take a listen to part of their story.
It's going hard. It's very, very hard here in Ukraine right now. But
I hope safe Ukraine.
Yes, as I told you, and we hope that everything will be fine. But as I see and how I see that Ukraine is trying to help us.
Aaron, according to the United Nations, 660,000 people at least have already left Ukraine. You can bet that the IDP numbers, those internally displaced numbers, are far higher.
I want to bring in NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney now in Washington. Ken, what are U.S. officials saying about the Russian president now and these reports in particular that he's frustrated about Russia's progress in its war?
Aaron, officials told us that Western intelligence agencies have some visibility into Putin right now and are closely watching his moves for any significant behavioral changes. Now, despite a lot of speculation about what appears to be his erratic and irrational decision-making, U.S. officials say there is no intelligence saying that Putin is mentally unstable or suffering any kind of significant physical ailment. What does concern our sources, though, Aaron, is that they believe Putin is displaying a different pattern of behavior than they have seen in the past. For example, U.S. intelligence has learned that Putin has exploded in anger at people in his inner circle, expressing frustration over the state of the military campaign in Ukraine and the worldwide condemnation of his actions. That's unusual, they say, because as a former intelligence officer, Putin usually keeps his emotions in check. Several officials told us that because of COVID, Putin has spent very little time in the Kremlin over the last 2 years and is not hearing from as wide a circle of people as he used to. One Western diplomat told us that Putin appeared to be increasingly isolated and misinformed, and that, quote, we don't believe he has a realistic understanding of what's going on, Aaron.
Yeah, Ken, from your post there in Washington, what have you been able to sort of gather about, what we know about Russia's movements toward Kyiv, toward the capital of Ukraine?
So my colleague Courtney Kuby recently spoke to a senior defense official about this, and what she is reporting is that the U.S. believes that this massive movement of Russian forces towards Ukraine has essentially bogged down, has stalled. They're having food and fuel problems, as Cal alluded to earlier. There's also some intelligence suggesting that that this is a self-imposed pause. They're sort of reassessing where they are right now, and they really haven't moved very much in the last 24 hours. And that's one of the puzzling aspects of this, among many puzzling aspects of this Russian military offensive, including why there haven't been more massive cyber attacks, why there hasn't been more concentration of bombing. Although we are seeing, Aaron, an escalation of violence, more reports of shelling and rockets against civilian targets. So clearly Putin has decided to amp up the violence, but Russian forces appear to be bogged down right now.
All right, Ken Delaney and Forrest in Washington, Cal Perry in Lviv, Ukraine today. Thank you both. Now, this war in Ukraine will be a central subject in President Biden's State of the Union address tonight. This comes as his administration is facing headwinds on other key issues: the pandemic, the economy, infrastructure, voting rights, climate change, and his Supreme Court nomination. The president is expected to address all of those issues tonight. The White House hoping the speech will be the beginning of a turning point in public opinion. Polls show more than half of the country is not happy with the president's job so far. His approval rating sits at just under 41%, according to a Real Clear Politics average. Let's begin our coverage with NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander and senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Peter, I know you've been talking to your sources there at the White House. What do we need to know about the president's speech tonight?
Well, it's clear that the White House viewed this speech initially as a chance for a reset of sorts, an opportunity really to focus on some of the president's domestic priorities, things that affect Americans in their pocketbook. They have to deal with combating inflation, want to tout and promote the way the economy has been recovering to this point. But obviously, as a function of the invasion we're watching in Ukraine right now, the White House has sort of had to revamp it, not so much to start over, I'm told by the press secretary, Jen Psaki, but really to whittle it down. So we will hear one of those repeated themes that the president first initiated during the course of the campaign and what he's focused on since then, which is this idea of democracies facing off against autocracies. No better example than what we're seeing overseas right now in the aggression by Vladimir Putin. The president will try to cast this as a leadership moment for America to say what the U.S. has done and how the NATO alliance has been fortified. But obviously for a lot of Americans, and these are in some ways intertwined, the impact of this war overseas will impact what it costs to buy products at home. Certainly the cost of gas is going to go up as well. The president will push some new proposals. You know, he had been focused on that Build Back Better agenda for so long. It appears clear that he's not going to be focusing on it under that umbrella anymore. Obviously, that's become stalled on Capitol Hill. But the ideas, the message within that, I think we'll hear from him again today, trying to lower prescription drug prices for Americans, trying to talk about paid leave for families as well. Some of the issues the president really believes are urgent and Americans want to hear about.
Sahil, what's the security looking like at the Capitol right now as the Hill gets ready for the president to visit?
Well, security is beefed up around the Capitol perimeter. There is a fence all the way around the Capitol complex, so ordinary visitors can't simply walk up to the building as they usually would be able to do. In addition, there have been 700 National Guard troops deployed to the area. Now, officials have made clear that these troops are there mainly to do things like direct traffic and keep the peace. They're not going to be conducting law enforcement activities such as arrests, for instance, if things get out of control. So there is a real presence, of them in the area in case they are needed, but it'll still be left to D.C. Metro Police and Capitol Police to conduct most law enforcement operations.
And Sahil, very quickly, can you tell us who's giving the Republican response tonight and what we can expect to hear?
It'll be Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds. I would expect a fairly standard cocktail of Republican messaging. She has not given a readout of exactly what she's going to say, but she put out a tweet highlighting some standard Republican issues like cutting taxes, supporting law enforcement. She mentioned kids in the classroom and parental choice, some of the culture war issues that have been prominent. One thing I'm watching for is to see how aggressive she gets on the issue of Russia, Ukraine. There's been some tension within the Republican Party about whether to go after President Biden or whether to kind of rally around the president in a moment where the United States wants to appear unified with NATO allies. And the other thing I'll watch for is whether there'll be policy prescriptions on the domestic front or whether it'll be more of a Biden bad flavor. Aaron.
All right, well, I'll be watching for that. Sahil Kapoor and Peter Alexander at the White House for us today. Gentlemen, thank you both. Now, the economy will certainly be a huge issue in the president's address tonight, and voters across the country will be paying close attention to what he has to say. NBC News Now anchor Joshua Johnson spoke with some voters. He joins us now from Dallas. Joshua, what are you hearing from people there in Texas ahead of tonight's speech?
Hey, Aaron, we're hearing a lot of the things that Peter Alexander just talked about in terms of those pocketbook issues that definitely affect businesses all over the country, including here in Dallas. This is the Bishop Arts District, a really cool, kind of funky neighborhood, one of the neighborhoods that doesn't get a lot of attention in Dallas, even though it should. One of the businesses we spoke to is right up the street, a chocolate shop that is concerned about things like tax policy. If there are these new programs that President Biden wants to implement to help the American people, we're going to have to pay for it somehow. And there's some concern that if the taxes that are raised come from small businesses, that could make it harder for them to pay more money or offer more benefits, things like that. We even heard about things like immigration policy so that workers who are undocumented or DACA recipients can come further out of the shadows and get some of the many jobs that are available. Even things like student loan debt relief so that people are able to afford their first homes. Here are three of the people that we spoke to. Rodney Anderson, who owns a mortgage brokerage near Dallas, Cindy Pedraza, who owns Coco Andre Chocolates, which is right up the street, and Dwight Harvey, who owns Off the Bone Barbecue, which is just kind of on the other side of the highway from where we are in Dallas. Here's part of what they said is affecting them. Watch.
Well, we're hearing prices are going up. And it's from our employees, it's from our customers, it's from my spouse, it's from everybody. And so a lot of people are concerned.
If they were to lower taxes for small businesses, it would give us a bigger break and a better incentive to be able to pay our employees a higher wage that could compete with like big box companies, because we don't get those same tax breaks.
Talk about the impact that PPP had for this restaurant. Like if that had not been there, what might that have meant?
We would not be sitting here at this point. I mean, that was, we needed those finances to continue to grow and continue to be open, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, they were extremely important to us.
And Aaron, I should note that PPP loans came up for more than a few of the businesses that we spoke to. They said that was a big help for them.
You know, Joshua, I always wonder, I lived in D.C. for 10 years. I wonder what people who live outside the Beltway think about this State of the Union speech. I mean, does it matter to them if they're not in Washington and tuned in very closely?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And look, everybody's talking about what's going on in Ukraine, right? Everyone here that we spoke to is thinking about it. But they're thinking about it in a slightly different way, because this war in some ways is being fought economically as well as militarily. And the policies that are implemented affect the whole world, including the Bishop Arts District, including Deep Ellum, including every part of this city. So whatever happens around the world is going to be felt here in Dallas with these businesses. Part of what they want to know is how the president will balance all of those needs, how he'll deal with more particularly domestic issues that affect small businesses, as well as the bigger macroeconomic, geopolitical issues that will also affect them anyway. Aaron?
All right, Joshua Johnson for us in Dallas today. Joshua, thank you. Now, we are now 252 days away from the midterm elections, and tonight's address is certain to be a preview of the Democrats' message heading into November. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is talking to voters in the battleground area of Washoe County, Nevada. Guad, what are people there looking to hear from the president tonight?
Aaron, we just heard Joshua talk about the issues in Texas. A lot of those issues are the same that are being discussed here. Now, when you look at Washoe County here in Nevada, it's very interesting. It's very diverse. About a third of voters are nonpartisan. And it's interesting because the voters we've been speaking to, undecided voters, they tell us they're not Republican, they're not Democrat, but they do agree on the issues. All of them saying Ukraine is important. They want to see the Biden administration get involved and find a solution. And they also want to hear more solutions on the crisis when it comes to inflation and things that are affecting their pocket. Let's hear from one of the voters.
I am not particularly happy with what's going on domestically. What I would like to hear tomorrow is, of course, we are all very concerned about Ukraine. However, that cannot lead us to become distracted from our problems at home. I would like to hear about how the administration plans on dealing with the current incredible increase in inflation, how the administration plans on dealing with the uptick in the crime rate that is affecting our bigger cities.
A lot of the voters that we spoke to also adding that they'd like to see more unity across the country, so they want to hear a message that helps Americans unite.
And Guad, we've been talking a little bit today about the president's approval ratings. How do people there in that county perceive the job President Biden has done so far?
All right, Aaron, so I mentioned the voters we spoke to said they don't identify as Republican or Democrat. They care about the issues. But the one thing they do agree on, those that voted for Biden and the ones that didn't, is that they expected more from the current administration. They keep saying that the administration hasn't really delivered on a lot of the things they expected. We're going to hear from another voter.
There are a lot of challenges, but what I'd like to hear is what he can do to address the problems that everyday people are facing. And you just mentioned it, you know, the cost of things. I know some wages have gone up, but I think the cost of food and gas.
And again, these are voters that have not decided how they will choose in the coming midterm elections. Very important, because for Democrats and Republicans, if they want to win Nevada, they'll have to win the votes of the people in Washoe County.
All right, Guad Venegas for us in Nevada today. Guad, thank you. Now, don't forget, you can watch the State of the Union address right here on NBC News Now. Coverage begins tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Americans appear to be less worried about catching and spreading COVID-19. A new Associated Press poll shows 24% of people are extremely or very worried about themselves or family members being infected. That's down from 36% who felt that way just a couple of months ago. The same poll also found support for mask mandates fading. Soon, children in California, Oregon, Washington, and New York will no longer be required to wear a mask in school. New York City also promising to lift some vaccine requirements for businesses. Let's start our COVID coverage with NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla?
Well, Aaron, the mayor here says New York City is one step closer to returning to normal, back in business, doing away with some of those COVID mandates. Check it out.
Relief. It was news Harlem restaurant owner Susanna Coteen was happy to hear. New York City announcing plans to lift indoor vaccination requirements for dozens of businesses.
What does this announcement mean for you and your business?
If the mandate for masks and vaccines is going away because the numbers are going way down, hopefully we're nearing the end of this really difficult time. It's been a really tough 2 years.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams announced plans to end the vaccination requirement for restaurants, gyms, movie theaters, and more on Sunday, citing a decline in COVID numbers.
The goal was to get people vaccinated. That's how we got here.
For nearly 6 months, New York City customers over the age of 5 have been required to show proof of vaccination to go inside most public spaces. Now, the mayor says that could be over by Monday. The city's daily average of percent positive tests now less than 2%. That number expected to keep going down. The news seen by some as the biggest sign yet of a return to normal in what was once the epicenter of the pandemic.
I think it's okay because it's time to open up. We can't be afraid. And like they said, as long as you got your shots and you're all right, you should be good.
More than 96% of adults in New York City have received at least one vaccine dose, but risks remain for the immunocompromised and those unable to be vaccinated, including children under 5. The mayor has also promised to lift mask mandates in New York City's public schools if there are no unforeseen spikes, as more than 1 million students return from midwinter break this week.
If you don't want your child to remove his or her mask, you can allow them to keep it on.
Some parents worried about losing the extra layer of protection.
Everybody is not getting vaccinated, so I don't think it really makes a difference. I feel like stay vaccinated and stay with the mask.
That change also expected to take effect on Monday, March 7th, following similar moves made across the country. And it comes amid news of the Pfizer vaccine's limited effectiveness against Omicron in children 5 to 11.
That effectiveness could drop to as little as 11%, a dramatic decline. This points to a signal that 5 to 11-year-olds might need a booster shot.
As some mandates in New York City end, one thing that won't change is the requirement that all private sector workers in the city be fully vaccinated, including teachers and restaurant workers.
Will you continue to ask for proof of vaccination?
It does make me feel safe for my team, and I think guests really feel more comfortable. So we might continue for a few more weeks.
And Aaron, while the efficacy in that vaccine in 5 to 11-year-olds may wane, doctors tell me that it's important for parents to remember there may still be variants, particularly as these mask mandates and COVID mandates are rolled back across the country, and it is better for their child to have some protection than none.
All right, Priscilla Thompson for us today. Priscilla, thank you. Now, after a COVID hiatus, Mardi Gras is back in the Big Easy. 1 year after the pandemic forced New Orleans to all but cancel its famous celebrations, the parades are rolling and the beads are flying once again. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in New Orleans for us today, and the crowds have already formed out there, Morgan.
Yeah, Aaron, they certainly have. Crowds have returned to New Orleans in a very big way. Nothing quite like having that Mardi Gras magic back in this city. And just take a look. This is the Rex organization, and these are all of the floats they have been waiting so long to show off to these crowds, hungry for those beads and really just hungry to have this one-of-a-kind event back in this city. So much anticipation, but also a cautious return for the biggest party in town.
Call it the sound of New Orleans or the soul of the city. Either way, that Mardi Gras magic is back.
Let the good times roll.
1 year after the pandemic canceled the biggest party in town, the city's planned a cautious return.
As exciting as it is to see this, do you still have concerns?
Yeah, of course. We are still in the middle of a global pandemic, and we don't take that lightly. It was not an option to repeat the tragedies of what happened 2 years ago.
The city's health director, Dr. Jennifer Avegno, remembers Mardi Gras 2020 as one of the nation's first COVID super spreader events. This year, she says tens of thousands of free COVID tests are being handed out, just like beads. And masks required indoors, including bars and restaurants. Proof of vaccination also required to enter certain areas.
We know what we lost in 2020, and then we know what it felt like last year to not have this.
The parades changing too. Police and city staffing shortages forcing officials to streamline routes. Tourism has yet to return to pre-pandemic levels when 1 million people poured in for Mardi Gras. But for those who made it here, the legendary Carnival crews are ready to give everyone the show they've been waiting for.
We're excited. This community needed it. The nation needed it.
We caught up with the crew of Argus, prepping floats.
Get ready, bring your bag, because you're going to catch a lot.
One honoring healthcare workers. Another paying homage to the city's signature sweet treat, the beignet. All of them part of a beloved tradition, now finally back on track.
It feels great. It feels like we're getting a fresh start. It feels like the city's coming back alive, and it just feels like home.
Yeah, that's really the sentiment we've heard from everyone we've spoken to. And again, just in case you were wondering, before you could even get on any of these floats and participate, you did have to have a negative COVID test or proof of vaccination. You can hear that music going. It is so exciting to see the spirit return to this city the way in which it has this year. Parade's going to be going on all day long. Of course, this is Fat Tuesday. Everyone getting that partying in before Ash Wednesday. Yeah. Send it back to you.
As messy as it's going to get tonight, it's nice to see a little excitement return to the Big Easy there. Morgan Chesky for us in New Orleans. Thank you, Morgan. We want to turn to California now, where investigators are trying to determine a motive after a deadly shooting at a church. Police in Sacramento say a man shot and killed his 3 children and another victim before turning the gun on himself. Brian Hickey of our NBC affiliate in Sacramento is joining us now. Brian, what do we know about what happened there, and can you tell us anything about the gunman?
Yeah, Aaron, it's just unthinkable what happened here. 5 people dead at this church behind us here last night. And now we're learning from investigators that the gunman is the father of 3 girls who were killed in this shooting. The girls ages 9, 10, and 13. They were here as part of a court-supervised visitation with their father when they say the father opened fire on the supervisor and then the 3 girls before turning the gun on himself. So at this point, when officers arrived here, they were expecting that this might be some sort of a mass casualty where they were targeting targeting churchgoers. But when they got here, they realized that this was a case of domestic violence. And so now many questions around the relationship between the father, the daughters, and the estranged wife. And that is where the investigation goes from here. They've wrapped up the investigation on scene, but obviously a lot of questions, not only for investigators, but the community around this church as well. Aaron?
All right, KCRA's Brian Hickey for us in Sacramento today. Brian, thank you. It is Election Day in Texas, the first primary of the 2022 midterms. It's also the first election since a controversial new voting law was enacted last year. And already we are seeing a significant impact on voters. Let's bring in NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim, who's been tracking voting rights and elections for us. Jane, so where are we seeing some of the bigger issues with voting right now, and who's the most impacted?
Aaron, as you remember, Texas Republicans fought for months to overhaul the state's election code last year, and we're seeing the impacts of this law in this first real test. This is the first statewide election, these primaries today, since this law was enacted or implemented in December, and male voters are seeing some of the biggest effects. Now, this new law required voters to include ID numbers, like a social security number or a driver's license, on their ballot application, as well as their mail ballot. And thousands of voters are simply forgetting to include that number on their ballots. You just saw that number across the screen. In Harris County, Texas's largest county with 4 million residents, 29% of voters currently, as of February 26th, had forgotten to include or had a mismatch on that ID number, either wrote a number wrong or simply wrote a number that election officials don't have. So even voters who are trying to comply with this new law, they may just get caught up on using a number, a valid number, that election officials just don't know is theirs. Now, older voters are facing these effects the most because Texas limits who can vote by mail, and the over 65 are the most common male voters. So they're the people who are going to see these effects. Voters can correct their ballots, but it does take an extra step, and they'll have to do it either by today online or by mail, or in the next few days for some voters whose errors were caught quickly or late in the process, rather.
Yeah, Jane, we've talked about over the last many months, we've talked about other places having similar provisions or looking at similar provisions. What sort of traction are you seeing out there?
You know, voting laws are contagious, and other states have been considering similar ones. Arizona is close to putting a ballot question on the November ballot that would ask voters to approve a constitutional amendment, adding ID requirements to early ballots. Now, in Arizona, 80% of voters vote on early ballots, either by mail or in person, but early. So this would be a hugely influential law that would affect millions of voters in Arizona, perhaps more than these thousands we're seeing in Texas if they did apply this.
All right, Jane Tim for us today. Jane, we appreciate it. Thanks. A 40-mile convoy of Russian forces closing in on the Ukrainian capital. Still ahead, the thousands of people escaping the war zone and the new countries uniting against Vladimir Putin.
The Today Show's newest fan,
little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, prosecutors in Nevada asking a grand jury to review evidence in the case of a missing boy found dead in a freezer. The suspect was arrested last week after a young girl gave her teacher notes saying her mother was being held captive and thought her brother was dead. The suspect insists he is innocent. And the suspect in the murder of Kentucky lawyer Jordan Morgan is now in police custody. Police say Shannon Gilday was found walking along a road in Madison County yesterday. The 23-year-old is charged with several counts, including murder and burglary. And Hollywood icons Niecy Nash and Jessica Betts are making history. They've become the first same-sex couple to grace the cover of Essence magazine. Essence says the issue featuring the married couple honors breakthrough moments of even more black women in every area of their lives. The magazine hits newsstands today. At the bottom of the hour now, let's bring you up to date on the breaking developments surrounding the invasion of Ukraine. Moments ago, President Volodymyr Zelensky tweeted that he spoke to President Biden. He says they discussed sanctions on Russia and defense assistance for Ukraine. This comes after Zelensky addressed the European Parliament earlier today, begging for help. He's asking the European Union to accept Ukraine as a member nation and to join in its defense.
So do prove that you are with us. Do prove that you will not let us go. Do prove that you indeed are Europeans. And then life will win over death.
Now, his plea comes after Ukraine's largest cities endured heavy shelling earlier today. One explosion left at least 10 people dead and 20 injured. That's according to Ukrainian officials. Zelensky is calling Russia a, quote, terrorist state. And as European nations like Switzerland and Germany unite against Russia, others in Eastern Europe and Asia are stepping into the fray now. Ukraine recalling its ambassadors from Kyrgyzstan and Georgia for their responses to the invasion. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman in Brussels. Also with us, NBC News senior digital reporter Alex Seitzwald. First to you, Josh. Zelensky's address to the European Parliament, the European Union's parliament, came after Russia slammed Kharkiv with heavy shelling, we know, earlier today. What more can you tell us about his speech and the EU's response to it?
There was a sense of the surreal quality here, Aaron, as these European parliamentarians gathered in this stately hall behind me, giving a standing ovation to President Zelensky, who was not here in person, but was beaming in from some type of nondescript room at an undisclosed location via grainy video feed from Ukraine, a lone Ukrainian flag behind him, as he pleaded with Europe for support, for solidarity with his country as they are facing this really existential threat from Russia, with the Ukrainian leader saying that they have proven themselves over these last 5 days, proven that they are the equals of folks here in Europe. Take a listen to what President Zelensky had to say about what Ukrainians are fighting for right now.
We are fighting for our rights, for our freedoms, for life, for our life. But we are fighting also to be equal members of Europe. I believe that today we are showing everybody that's exactly what we are.
Zelensky also saying that Ukrainians are fighting not just for their freedom, but to show that they are equal members of Europe. And as far as how Europe is responding, Aaron, here at the European Parliament behind me, you can see they've replaced some of the EU flags with Ukrainian flags here for the day, showing that solidarity with Ukraine and demonstrating that while Ukraine might not be an EU member yet, the Europeans still consider it to be an integral part of their community and one that they will stand with against this aggression from Russia.
Yet another statement being made in support of Ukraine now. Josh, the International Criminal Court potentially investigating Russia for war crimes. That's been making some headlines. What more are you hearing about that?
Yeah, so the ICC prosecutor is saying there's substantial reason to believe that war crimes may have been committed, and so he is pledging to quickly open a full-fledged investigation. There had already been an International Criminal Court inquiry dating back to the violence in 2014, but now this is stepping up to a new level, with the prosecutor saying that given how fast these events are moving, Aaron, he is going to look not only at crimes that may have been committed already, but potentially additional war crimes that could be committed in the coming days. Now, neither Ukraine nor Russia are parties to the treaty that set up the ICC, but Ukraine in the past has accepted the court's jurisdiction. The prosecutor saying that means that the court now has jurisdiction over potential war crimes committed in this conflict as well.
All right, Josh Letterman for us in Belgium today. Josh, thank you. Now, much of Europe is uniting behind Ukraine, as we've indicated, to help in its defense against Russia. Even countries with long histories of neutrality, Switzerland and Sweden, for example, are joining the effort to punish Russia. Let's bring in senior digital politics reporter Alex Seitzwald now. Alex, put this into some perspective for us. Why is this moment of European unity so historically significant?
Right. I mean, this is a continent that has been at war with itself for practically, all of recorded human history, and now joining together in an almost unprecedented degree to back Ukraine against Russian aggression. Even Switzerland, which has remained neutral since Napoleon, stayed neutral during both world wars, joining this larger effort. Now, basically all of European airspace is closed to Russian aircraft, sanctions coming from all European countries, targets on individual leaders in Russia. And this is a much bigger deal for Europeans than it might be for Americans. Our economy is not nearly as intertwined with the Russian economy as the European markets are. So there's going to be real sacrifices for many residents of these European countries. And it's notable that this comes after years in which it seemed like European unity was fraying after Brexit. And some people are saying now that in a few days, Vladimir Putin has done more to strengthen the unity of Europe than what politicians in Europe have done for years and years.
Alex, we're seeing Germany, too, breaking its policy of pacifism that we have come to know over many years. Now Germany is sending weapons to Ukraine, too. How does Germany's involvement change this conflict?
Yeah, this is a really big deal. Since World War II, to sort of atone for the crimes that the Nazi regime committed, Germany has maintained a policy of pacifism, of engagement. There's this idea in the German kind of popular imagination that their economic ties to the Soviet Union during the Cold War helped bring about the end of that regime. And they've tried to maintain friendly relations with Russia, with Moscow, even as Vladimir Putin has stepped up his aggression. They have a policy against sending weapons to countries that are actively involved in conflicts. And they've even used their authority to block other countries from sending any German-made weapons to conflict zones. So the Netherlands just last week wanted to send weapons to help the Ukrainians, and the Germans blocked that. Then over the weekend, they did this 180, allowing the Netherlands to send their weapons, saying that they're going to send their own weapons. And with that move, because Germany is, the biggest, most powerful country in Europe, that change allowed the entire European Union, for the first time in its history, all 27 countries, to unanimously use its own funds to help the Ukrainian military to target sanctions across the entire board. So Germany has now gone from resisting putting pressure on Russia to really leading the way.
Seismic moves happening in Europe to support Ukraine now. Alex Seitzwald, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you. Russia's invasion has led to catastrophic suffering for the Ukrainian people. In Kyiv, children inside a cancer ward are facing grave threats from the attacks. Here's Sky News correspondent Deborah Haynes.
The trauma of war in a children's hospital. This boy was hit by gunfire as Russian forces advanced on Ukraine's capital. Just 14 years old, he suffered face, back and leg wounds 3 nights ago. His latest procedure described as minor surgery. Russia's invasion prompted medics to set up this makeshift emergency department. 3 children have been brought in so far, including a 10-year-old who died en route.
That was the quiet place with just kids, with the scheduled operations, and now in one moment it changes. So, okay, this is war. We are and 2 days ago we have the gunfights all around the block with the artillery fights, etc., etc. But this night was a little bit calm. So, and the war changes the priority. So now, if you can take a shower and take a coffee, it is luxury.
He's barely slept. As well as preparing to treat war casualties, he and his colleagues have an equally vital job to do. Here in the emergency department, the doctors are tired. They're worried about an influx of more patients, and they're also worried about what to do with the very sick children who are being treated in this hospital before the war started.
The lights are off,
because of we should be like nobody should see us. So we without light.
4-year-old Nikita has leukemia. He receives chemotherapy and blood transfusions. The little boy also has Down syndrome.
But usually children should not be in the corridor.
The noise you can hear is his teeth grinding. Something he's done since Russian missiles started falling. This is where he should be treated. But his mother now has to shuttle up and down from the basement, where it's safer for them to stay.
How are you feeling dealing with all of this? I'm sorry to ask.
You know, trembling, hands are trembling, legs like you are in fitness gym, because downstairs 10,000 meters a day, steps a day, up and down with children, with bags.
She wants to take him out of the country, but it's hard.
Our children can't live without hospital, without medical treatment. You know, it's just a few days and that's all. So we should, if we will go to another country, we should cross the border, but with a doctor.
They're not alone. Other children dealt the same cruel blows, fighting life-threatening disease in the middle of a war zone, and with Russian forces closing in on the capital. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Kyiv.
Dramatic satellite images are giving us a better understanding of the true scale of this invasion of Ukraine. The pictures show a Russian military convoy about 40 miles long heading toward Ukraine's capital. The images come from Maxar. It's a private American satellite imaging company. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has now appointed a general tasked specifically with defending Kyiv, the capital. Let's bring in Veronika Melkozarova now. She is the executive editor at the New Voice of Ukraine. She's joining us from Kyiv at this hour. Veronika, can you describe the situation in the capital city right now?
Yes, just an hour ago, Russians attacked the main TV tower in Kyiv, which is located right next to Babyn Yar, a ravine where Nazis killed more than 100,000 Jews in 1941, just 80 years ago. Today, this attack killed 5 people. Whole family was burned alive, 5 more injured. Kyiv is getting ready for this column that is going in our direction from the south. Every district is being fortified. Locals are preparing. Everyone is preparing. Today, I took a pause from journalism and I reunited with my granny finally, and we're now in her district. We joined the local security force, which was. It's not this territorial defense force, because now territorial defense is not accepting more people. They have a lot already. So we are helping civilians by providing food and supplies. And today, me and my husband, we went and bought pampers, like diapers, and other supplies for a woman who gave birth in bomb shelter on February 24, the day of the attack of the Russians.
Veronika, you've been doing some really important and incredible reporting. We've talked to you several times over the last few days while you've been in Russia. Just while we have a little bit of time left today, what's your message to the U.S., to the international community, to regular people who are watching what's unfolding there in Ukraine? What's your message about what they can do, should do, to help?
Close the sky for Ukraine, because Russia is an overwhelming force. Our air defense systems are good, but they cannot stop every Russian missile. Today, Russians almost destroyed Kharkiv, and they were attacking the central square, which is called Freedom Square in Kharkiv. They destroyed the Kharkiv City Council, and 7 people died there, and 24, as I remember, were wounded. Kharkiv is the biggest predominantly Russian-speaking city. So I think that Putin is getting angrier, and so do something, close the sky.
Veronica, we appreciate you again finding time, making time to talk to us and share some of your reporting and your perspective there in Ukraine. We hope that you're able to stay safe. Thank you. A setback in the Senate on abortion rights. Up next, what this means as the future hangs in the balance of the Supreme Court.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Supreme Court will have the final say in the latest debate over abortion. This comes after the U.S. Senate rejected the Women's Health Protection Act, a Democrat-proposed bill that would have locked abortion rights into federal law. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now from her post. Ali, what exactly does this mean for abortion rights now that the Senate has rejected this bill?
Yeah, Aaron, we know that the Supreme Court is taking a look at a case right now that could fundamentally alter or strike down the protections offered by their landmark case, Roe versus Wade. In the meantime, though, Democrats have tried to use their majorities to codify abortion protections at the federal level, thusly rendering whatever the court would decide moot. Of course, the House was able to pass that Women's Health Protection Act bill that you were just talking about. The Senate yesterday, though, failed to advance it. Yesterday, voting on a motion to proceed onto the substance of the bill, effectively a procedural measure that allows them to actually vote on the substance of the Women's Health Protection Act. And that failed. Joe Manchin joining with all of the Republicans to stop that from passing into its next phase there. There's a few notable pieces here. 6 senators didn't vote. That's a combination of senators from both Republican and Democratic sides. But Joe Manchin crossed lines to vote with Republicans, and notably, Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey voted on the motion to proceed, although he is one of the Democratic senators with concerns about the substance of the bill, though at this point, we're not even close to that. One senator, though, reminding me she feels this is just day one of a more continued and longer push. Aaron?
So, Ali, as it relates to the court, when do we expect to hear from the Supreme Court on this?
Yeah, that's going to come in the spring, just a few months from now, and it could come at a really pivotal moment at the peak of the midterms, right when folks here on Capitol Hill are gearing up for, in the House, their own re-election battles, and some in the Senate for their own re-election battles. The point of this, as I was talking to Democrats and reproductive allies yesterday, the point of putting this to a vote, even though it failed and everyone expected it to fail, was so that voters would have a sense of where their elected officials are on this. It's not a clean sweep from a partisan perspective. Again, there were Democrats who did not vote in lockstep with the bulk of their party here, but at the same time, it's something that Democrats may try to use as a cudgel against Republicans, especially as we see across the country sweeping restrictions. And I should note, if the court were to strike down Roe, it would trigger restrictive laws across the country in more than 24 states.
All right, Ali Vitale for us on Capitol Hill today. Ali, thank you. Now, with the midterm elections officially getting underway today in Texas, for example, the GOP is looking to the future. Former President Donald Trump cemented his status as the leader of the Republican Party at this weekend's CPAC in Florida, the conference there. But in Washington, a much smaller gathering of anti-Trump Republicans struggled to forge a new path for their party. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is joining us now. So, Mark, first tell us about this Principles First Summit and what we heard from it.
Yeah, Aaron, it was essentially basically the convention of the Never Trump crowd 1 year after Donald Trump ended up leaving the White House. And, you know, Donald Trump has had his critics within the Republican Party, even when he was running for the Republican nomination. But this crowd is just a sliver of the Republican Party, a very small minority. And during this conference, the ideas were, what should happen to the Republican Party? Should you stay in? Should you splinter off as a third party? Do you end up waiting out Trump and trying to actually have a kind of a return to the Republican Party that a lot of these people experienced before Donald Trump?
Well, you know, Mark, even the former Attorney General Bill Barr is urging the party to move on from Trump, but he's still popular, we know, with the base there. How do you not isolate those voters?
Yeah, you know, Aaron, so, you know, there are Republicans like the former Attorney General who want to be able to move on. But still, what is different about this Principles First crowd is that they are wholly opposed to Donald Trump. There are some people who would either in the Republican Party tolerate him or maybe go 50% and not all 100% mimic the former president. But when you are virtually opposed to him, the way that we're seeing like Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, there are a lot of Republicans who say that there is not a place for you in today's GOP.
You know, you mentioned Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. Is there any indication that folks like them could actually run for president in 2024?
Possibly, Aaron, and the kids, you know, 2024 is a long ways away. Liz Cheney has a very important Republican primary where she's getting a challenge from a Trump-backed opponent in August. And so we need to see how she fares there. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is going to be some type of voice from the Never Trump crowd. But as I was just saying, that's going to be a difficult place to launch a presidential bid, just given how small a sliver of the party it represents.
All right, Mark Murray for us today. Mark, thanks. Appreciate it. A doctor on the front lines of the fight against COVID dies by suicide. After the break, how her family is turning their anguish into activism and catching the attention of the president.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
In his State of the Union address tonight, President Biden is expected to talk about a new law to protect healthcare workers. That law aims to protect doctors and nurses from burnout after a New York City doctor died by suicide in the early days of the pandemic. Here's today's show host, Savannah Guthrie.
Hi, Aaron. During tonight's State of the Union address, the president is expected to mention a noteworthy bill recently passed by Congress, the Dr. Lorna Breen Healthcare Provider Protection Act. You may remember this story. Lorna Breen was a top ER doctor here in New York. She treated COVID patients in the early days of the pandemic. Her family says she was suffering from burnout and depression, and she died by suicide. They have fought tirelessly since that day in her name to help other healthcare workers, and I got the chance to speak with them yesterday.
I never could have imagined losing my sister, ever. I thought we would be old ladies together.
Jennifer Feist lost her sister, Lorna Breen, 2 years ago. Since then, Jennifer and her husband, Corey, have been on a mission to keep Lorna's memory alive by helping those who help us.
The thing that's actually interesting, Savannah, is as we go through this journey, we became aware of the issues more acutely after my sister died of burnout and the issue of healthcare support or lack thereof in the medical industry.
Dr. Lorna Breen was treating COVID patients on the front lines in New York City at the beginning of the pandemic when beds were full and the number of people dying was skyrocketing. She contracted COVID herself, barely taking any time off to recover and returning to work just days later. She was working 12-hour shifts when she called her sister asking for help. Dr. Lorna Breen died by suicide soon after. Her family says she had no history of mental health issues. Now, the Feist will remember and honor her legacy with the Dr. Lorna Breen Healthcare Provider Protection Act. It's the first legislation of its kind and aims to reduce burnout of healthcare professionals, promote treatment for mental health struggles, and prevent death by suicide. The act provides federal grants for training programs on treatment and encourages the medical community to ask for help. Since the pandemic began, nearly half of physicians surveyed by Medscape have reported feeling burned out. Nearly 1 in 5 healthcare workers have quit their jobs.
We heard from hundreds and hundreds of healthcare workers across the country, in some cases across the world, who said to us, we have not been able to get help ourselves. We've not been able to take a break.
The Lorna Breen Protection Act easily passed both chambers of Congress, and now it's headed to President Biden's desk to be signed into law.
How do you feel like this impact is going to actually be felt?
The impact is already being felt, Savannah. We are hearing from the healthcare workforce and that it is already working and helping. And the gratitude and appreciation for this right now, given what they've been through, is frankly even more important than the dollar.
What would she have thought about all of this effort and meaning you've tried to bring to a tragedy in your family?
My mom texted me right before we started talking to you, and she said, here's my 2 cents. I think Lorna is in heaven smiling down at all the good that has come about. We are so pleased and honored to be turning it into something positive and turning it into an experience that will help others for years to come. I think my sister would be thrilled by that.
It's been a long journey for Jennifer and Corey and the whole family, but they told me they are just getting started. Aaron, back to you.
If you or anyone you know is suffering, please call or text the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. The number is on your screen, or you can go to suicidepreventionlifeline.org. Thank you for being with us this hour. A programming note for you. You can watch President Biden's State of the Union address right here on NBC News Now. Special coverage begins tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. For now, I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Show of force. Russia's military launching a deadly overnight assault on Kharkiv. A government building destroyed by a massive airstrike. What both Russia and Ukraine are vowing to do next. State of the Union. The war in Ukraine likely a central focus of President Biden's address to the nation. What lawmakers are hoping to hear when he speaks to Congress tonight. No protection? Surprising new research about Pfizer's COVID vaccine for kids. What parents need to know. And switched at birth. 2 babies ended up going home with the wrong families some 50 years ago. How the stunning discovery was made and what those families are saying about it now. And good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin this hour with Russia's bombardment of Ukraine's second largest city. Ukraine's state emergency services saying a Russian airstrike destroyed an administration building in Kharkiv. Ukrainian officials say at least 10 people have been killed in the latest round of attacks. That explosion and shelling across the city, leaving blocks covered with rubble. An area known as Freedom Square was the main target. In his speech to the European Union's parliament today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky responded to the attacks.
Believe you me, every square of today, no matter what it's called, it's going to be called, as today, Freedom Square in every city of our country. Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians.
Meanwhile, Russian forces have also set their sights on Kyiv. Satellite images from an American space technology company showing a 40-mile-long military convoy moving toward the capital city. We are following the late-breaking developments on all fronts at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Cal Perry. He's in Lviv, Ukraine. Cal, what is the situation on the ground where you are today? Obviously a fresh day of concern there. How are people living there reacting?
You know, this is a city, I think, in many ways, Aaron, that's starting to burst at the seams. You have this steady flow of refugees coming from the east of the country. We have updated numbers from the United Nations. At least 660,000 people have already left Ukraine, most of them, at least the majority, going to Poland. UNHCR starting to double their efforts there. We saw encampments, Red Cross encampments, the Polish Red Cross here outside the main train station in Lviv. And that train station here in Lviv really is becoming a hub for refugees that are either headed towards Poland or for soldiers headed in the other direction. I had a chance, Aaron, to speak to a 12-year-old girl a little bit about her story, what she thinks about what's going on here. Take a listen. Do you feel safe?
Not really.
Why not?
I don't know. It's scary.
What do you want the world to know about what's happening here?
That Russia is just killing people for no reason. Yeah.
So you have not only the deteriorating humanitarian situation, but a situation in which refugees who are even fleeing as far as I am here are not feeling safe, Aaron.
Cal, what can you tell us about the military effort right now? We've seen these new images coming out of Kharkiv today. What about the movements by the Russians toward the capital city?
So that Kharkiv fighting continues to be heavy, the city now being encircled from 3 directions, the north, the south, and the east, which is true as well in the capital. You mentioned those satellite images, Maxar technology, releasing images that show 40 miles of heavy armor moving towards the city. Look, there is a playbook here that people have seen in the past. Grozny in 1994, the Russians encircled, basically flattened, and we had some ominous signs that that could be something that happens. We heard a Russian general say this weekend they would make a humanitarian corridor to let civilians out, but the implicit message there is that if you remain behind, you could be killed, Aaron.
Cal, thank you for that. I want to bring in NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake now. Garrett, I know senators were briefed on the situation in Ukraine last night. What are you hearing from them after that briefing, and how are they reacting to all of this?
The briefing was a classified briefing, and so much of the details of what senators learned has not been made public. They're not talking about it, but you could tell lawmakers were deeply concerned about what they saw as the potential for much worse future violence, like what Cal was just laying out. They did come out, however, praising the work that the Ukrainian military has done thus far and promising when all is said and done, there's going to be justice for the Ukrainian people and against the Russian leadership. Here's a sampling of what we heard from lawmakers after that briefing last night.
The Ukrainian military has performed beyond everybody's expectation. You have grandmothers in the streets with weapons. They will use them. I think there's a commitment by the Ukrainian people to fight to the death.
Vladimir Putin will lose this battle. He will lose this war. He will be a pariah amongst not only NATO and America, but amongst all civilized nations around the world.
All that said, Aaron, I think the other key takeaway here is that these lawmakers believe, after everything they heard in this classified briefing last night, that the worst is probably still yet to come on the ground in Ukraine.
All right, Garrett Haake for us on Capitol Hill today. Garrett, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas now. He is in Lviv, Ukraine for us today. Tom, the UN now saying 600,000+ people have fled Ukraine in just 6 days of fighting there?
Those numbers are growing every single day, but we knew they were going to get there because when we were crossing over from Poland into Ukraine, we saw the miles and miles of people waiting in their cars and also the crowds just trying to cross over. And I just want to point out that number has jumped from 150,000 to Sunday to now almost to what you said. I guess we're approaching 700,000, over 600,000. It's truly incredible. What we saw today, Aaron, is something new, though. We've been talking so much about how the citizens are ready to take on the Russians when it comes to the battlefield. Today, I saw up close how they're trying to do it and help each other out because so many Ukrainians are now suffering. They're living in these war-torn regions and they need help. And other Ukrainians, especially here in the Western region, are coming together, working 24 hours a day to help their fellow countrymen. Here in Western Ukraine, where a humanitarian crisis is unfolding, the city of Lviv increasingly on edge. Volunteers manning checkpoints to keep out Russian saboteurs.
We're looking for enemy documents, maps, GPS.
And you feel you have to do this, right? You have to protect your town?
Yeah, absolutely. My child here, my wife here, and I must be here and protect my family and my city.
These checkpoints have been running 24 hours a day since the war started. For many of the smaller towns, these are the frontline defense. They have things like these tire spikes to stop cars. And for bigger vehicles, like, say, a Russian tank, they have what they call hedgehogs. They hope these can at least slow down those larger military vehicles. And if Russian forces arrive, ordinary citizens ready to fight back. Men like Igor have been working around the clock, making thousands of Molotov cocktails.
All Ukrainians, from kids of 6 years old to the old persons from 60, 70 years old, are in the condition of war.
Meanwhile, the mass exodus continues. Border crossings and train stations packed with mothers and young children. Families trying to get to safety while coping with the heartbreak of separation. This man putting his pregnant wife on the train for Poland, while Yevhenia, traveling with her young daughter, is leaving behind her husband.
So hard and so scary about my husband. I don't want to say goodbye.
Do you think the Russians are going to come here?
Yes.
Despite the odds, many in Lviv say they refuse to give up hope, bringing food and clothing for those who've lost their homes and come here to seek shelter and safety.
We are sending a message that we are not alone and we can help each other and we are together.
Tom, you feel so much for folks who are dealing with this there in Ukraine now. I have to wonder, have any of the refugees you've spoken to said anything about their hopes of eventually being able to come back to Ukraine?
Aaron, it's a great question. And honestly, I got to tell you, I don't really hear that a lot because I think so many people are sort of trapped in the mindset of trying to get out. It's so hard for people to get out. They spend days. Trips that usually take 9 hours cross country here are taking 50 hours. So people are sort of in this daze. They just want to get out and they feel so desperate that they're not even thinking of returning. I have, though, heard from some people who are talking about how their cities were so beautiful. And they make it a point to tell me that they built these beautiful cities over time, and now Russia is completely destroying them. And I think a lot of them are just confused what they're going to come back to. And I think the reality is, even though everyone you talk to will say Ukraine is going to win this war, they believe that they're going to beat the Russians, I'm sure in the back of their heads, especially the ones that are leaving, they're not sure what they're going to come back to, or and I hate to say this, or the possibility if they even come back if things get really, really bad here.
It's a tough reality, obviously, for them to have to deal with. Tom Yamas in Ukraine for us today. Tom, we appreciate your reporting. We'll look for more tonight on Top Story. Now, the Russian invasion of Ukraine will be a critical focal point during tonight's State of the Union address. This will be President Biden's first official message to Congress on the condition of the nation, which is required by the Constitution. The president is also expected to address the pandemic, the economy, infrastructure, voting rights, climate change, and Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson. Tonight's speech comes at a time when the president's approval ratings are underwater. Real Clear Politics has Biden's job approval average at just above 40%. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli now, and Gary Grumbach, who's also in Washington for us today. Mike, first to you. This State of the Union address is going to be a critical one for President Biden. It's set against the backdrop of the pandemic. We know there's record inflation now, this war in Ukraine. What's the messaging we can expect to hear from the president tonight?
Well, Aaron, this State of the Union address is actually later in the calendar than we usually see. It's typically in late January, early February. The White House scheduled this today, March 1st, in part because it was viewed as an opportunity for the president to really kick things off for his party heading into the midterm elections, talk about their accomplishments, especially the infrastructure law, and also acknowledge the biggest political headwind they're facing, inflation, and lay out some policies to address it. Now, the White House today is talking about the president delivering a message about a unity agenda that he'll present to Congress. But as we heard from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki yesterday, the situation in Ukraine obviously going to be a focal point as well. Take a listen.
Certainly, what we're seeing on the ground in Ukraine, the fact that the president has built a coalition of countries around the world to stand up to Russian aggression, to stand up to President Putin, to put in place crippling sanctions, that will be a part of what people will hear in the speech. That wouldn't have been the case 3 months ago.
Now, this has been a consequential few weeks for the president. One of the other issues that he's been dealing with lately, the Supreme Court, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will not be in attendance tonight, but the president will make a case for her qualifications for the high court.
All right, Mike Memoli for us near the White House today. Mike, thank you. Now, law enforcement is on high alert for the president's speech tonight. Fencing is back up surrounding the U.S. Capitol. Authorities are worried about the possibility of protests there. President Biden will be speaking in a room that rioters nearly breached during the January 6th insurrection last year. Now, NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us from outside the Capitol building now. Gary, give us an idea of what the security status is outside the Capitol and inside and around as well.
Hey there. Yes, we are just hours away from President Biden taking the House chamber there and doing the State of the Union. But we can see outside what this looks like right now. We've got the 9-foot non-scale fencing that completely surrounds the U.S. Capitol building itself. If you look at a map here that we have for you, it actually is somewhat of a square from Independence Avenue to Constitution Avenue. You've also got the military-grade cameras that are actually straight from Afghanistan here at the U.S. Capitol, scattered around the campus. And of course, you have that physical law enforcement presence. We are talking about not just the U.S. Capitol Police, but Metro Police, NYPD. We're also talking about the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, Secret Service, and 700 members of the National Guard. This is really D.C.'s Super Bowl. This is anybody who's anybody is going to be inside this building here tonight. And the U.S. Capitol Police chief says it's going to be a safe event, and he and his team are ready for anything.
All right, Gary Grumbach for us on Capitol Hill in Washington. Gary, thank you. And, of course, you can watch the State of the Union address right here on NBC News Now. Special coverage begins tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now to some alarming new data about COVID and kids. A new study found 2 doses of the Pfizer vaccine offering almost no protection against infection in kids ages 5 to 11. Researchers found the vaccine's effectiveness dropped from 68% to 12% in that age group from December to January. While the findings have not been peer-reviewed at this point, the Pfizer vaccine is the only COVID shot approved for that age group in this country. There is also some hope, however, on the vaccine front. Cuba has quietly developed 5 of its own vaccines, giving the shot to children as young as 2 years old. We'll talk to our doctor about all this in just a moment. Let's begin, though, with NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards. Erica, I want to start with the new data about Pfizer's vaccine for that 5 to 11-year-old set. Break down the data for us and what it means for children who fall into that group.
Yeah. Hey, Aaron. So this study was from the New York State Department of Health. It was done, as you said, while Omicron was really circulating widely between December and January. In addition to protection against infection falling, protection against severe disease and hospitalization also dropped by about half, from 100% to about 50%. Now, why this is happening is still a little bit unclear. Some experts think that perhaps it's because of the lower dose that's given to kids between the ages of 5 and 11. Now, right now, there's no booster dose that's authorized. Boosters are only authorized for kids 12 and older. It's unclear whether Pfizer will actually go ahead and ask the FDA for a 3rd dose in this particular age group. Aaron?
And Erica, I do want to ask you quickly about Cuba's development, these 5 different COVID vaccines we've heard about. That's a pretty impressive accomplishment in Cuba. What do we know about how this is being done?
Yeah, Cuba has been investing in biotechnology since about the 1980s. They have a strong national immunization program. These new vaccines from Cuba are a little bit different than the mRNA vaccines that we use. It's a protein-based vaccine that's not really necessarily foreign to us. Some vaccines that we use, such as the ones for hepatitis, the shingles, also use the same kind of technology. It also does not require the kind of refrigeration that other vaccines would require. Now, how well it works is a little bit unclear. Just a few bits of research have been published in peer-reviewed journals, so it still remains to be seen how this will play out with the pandemic. Aaron?
All right, Erica Edwards for us today. Erica, thank you. Let's bring in Dr. Tina Carroll Scott now. She's the medical director at South Miami Children's Hospital. So, Dr. Scott, we have this new data on Pfizer's vaccine being less effective in little kids, it seems. What would you tell parents at this point who may be still a little skeptical about getting their kids vaccinated?
Yeah, so, I think that the first thing is that, we need to be careful about using the term alarming. I think it's definitely disappointing for parents who were hoping for a higher level of protection. And I think we also need to pause for a moment and remember that these findings have not been peer reviewed. And peer review is basically quality control to make sure that the validity of the findings are accurate. It's kind of like the checks and balances, so to speak, in the scientific world. But with that said, if these findings turn out to be accurate, we still have to remember that the endpoint of these vaccines was never to prevent getting infected at all, but rather to take the strain off of our hospital systems and to prevent severe disease, hospitalizations, and death. And even though that has decreased somewhat, I think the vaccines are still doing their job.
We are seeing widespread data about, that's leading states to drop their mask requirements in schools. At this point, more data is coming in, obviously. If the vaccine is seemingly less effective in protecting some of these younger kids, this particular Pfizer vaccine, do you think that should be something that changes the calculus on kids wearing masks in schools as the requirement is being dropped?
Okay, so, I just want to say that this news out of New York is not a reason to forego vaccination if you have a child in this age group who is unvaccinated. We can't take our foot off the gas and abandon vaccination efforts, which we know significantly decrease severe disease, hospitalization, and death in all age groups. And if we slow down on our vaccination efforts, we may get the next variant that completely escapes our immune response. And I don't think anyone wants that. But I think we also need to do a better job of messaging to remind people that it's not just about the vaccines. It's a layered approach, and we need to use common sense measures such as masking. And that's really going to depend on the community that you're in. If you're in a community where the positivity rate is low and you have a high vaccination rate at your particular school, then maybe you could forego masking your child. But it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all strategy. And I think people have to look at their individual situation, the risk of their child or children, their family situation, and what's going on in the community to make those decisions.
All right, we will leave it there for now. Dr. Tina Carroll Scott, thanks so much. We are learning new details about a deadly shooting at a church in California. A gunman killed his 3 children, their chaperone, and himself during a court-supervised visit in Sacramento last night. Brian Hickey of our NBC affiliate in Sacramento is joining us now. Brian, bring us up to speed here. What do we know about this gunman and the latest on the investigation there?
Well, about the gunman himself, we don't know a whole lot. That is something that the Sheriff's Department is actively looking into right now. What we know is that his estranged wife had a restraining order against him, so obviously some troubled relationships there. The court, though, had granted this man supervised visits with his children, and that visit was happening here at this church. It's called the Church in Sacramento behind me. And it was all happening around 5 o'clock yesterday when the calls came in for help of an active shooter inside the church. Now, of course, that brought out law enforcement from Sacramento County and the city police departments here swarming this area, fearing the worst in terms of a mass casualty incident. They didn't know if the church was open, didn't know anything that was going on at the church. But once they got here, once they got inside, they found the worst. They found 3 children, ages 9, 10, and 13, 3 girls, now been identified as the gunman's children, all shot and killed here at the scene. The supervisor that was pointed to this case was also shot and killed, and then they say the gunman turned on himself, killing himself. So 5 people dead here at this church. Now, of course, the questions into what led up to this as a motive and questions into that restraining order.
All right, KCRA's Brian Hickey for us in Sacramento, California. Brian, thank you. Texas voters are heading to the polls today for the first election of the 2022 primary season. It's also the first time Texans will cast their ballots since Republican lawmakers passed controversial new voting restrictions. And with a number of notable primaries in key congressional districts, all eyes are on the Lone Star State today. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton in Houston for us now. Antonia, talk to us about these new voting restrictions and how they're already impacting voters.
Well, Aaron, here on the ground today on primary day, this is the first election where voters here in Texas are going to be experiencing SB1. And that law brought in a whole slew of changes. It ended 24-hour voting. It ended drive-through voting, measures that were popular with voters here in Houston during the pandemic when people were very concerned about their health and safety. It also has added new freedoms and movements for partisan poll watchers inside polling stations, something that has some election workers and voters here nervous about possible intimidation or confrontations when they actually get inside and try to vote. And then most importantly, it made some changes to mail-in voting. So election workers are going to be watching to see, are some of the people who tried and failed to cast their ballots through the mail-in voting process this cycle showing up today to correct and cast their ballots in person. The changes that were made required voters to submit identification information that needed to match exactly what they provided when they first registered to vote, something that has proved to be quite challenging for elderly people, and the location where I am at is quite popular with the elderly and disabled because it's an accessible location, Aaron. So we're keeping an eye on all of that today and talking to voters about what these voting rights changes have done for them.
Yeah, at the same time, Antonia, I know you had a chance to speak with a few of the candidates as well. What are they saying about the primary today?
That's right. On the Republican side, one of the most interesting things to watch tonight is going to be the continued influence of former President Trump over the GOP. Here are his favorites, people who end up rising to the top. Do candidates like Attorney General candidate, the incumbent Ken Paxton, who's the Trump favorite, but also dealing with scandal and investigations right now. For example, does he eke it through? Does he make it to the top? And then on the Democratic side, many of the candidates are very concerned about the changes brought by SB1. Voting rights is top of mind for them and the voters that they've been reaching out to. And so they're keeping an eye on impacts. They want to know how partisan poll watchers interact with voters today. And they want to know if people who failed to vote through the mail-in voting process are able to correct and get their voices heard. Take a listen to some of my conversation with Rochelle Garza. She's the leading Democratic candidate for Attorney General.
There is a very concerted effort to silence the voices of voters, and it impacts communities of color. It impacts the elderly, folks that can't get to the polls, people with disabilities. And it's a very deliberate thing that we're seeing, and we've got to stop it.
Thousands of people were rejected through the mail-in ballot process, and so candidates like Rochelle Garza are going to be eyeing very closely tonight and over the next couple days how many of those voters were able to get their ballots corrected, who ended up coming out in person, and of course, how did these races ultimately turn out? Aaron.
All right, Antonia Hilton in Houston for us today. Antonia, thank you. Now, one of the key groups we're keeping a close eye on today is Hispanic voters. In 2020, Republicans surprised the nation in the Rio Grande Valley. All 4 of its counties shifted conservative, including Starr County, which saw the biggest tilt to the right of any of the places in the country. Keep in mind the population there is more than 96% Hispanic. Our Morgan Radford is in McAllen, Texas today, right in the heart of the Rio Grande. Morgan, it's good to see you. I think one of the things that some folks are going to be thinking about today is, was it just a fluke, what we saw in 2020, or can Republicans actually keep going there? What are you hearing?
Aaron, that's a great question. We are here in the heart of the Rio Grande Valley. You can see people, you can feel the energía, all the energy here of people who are behind me campaigning for their candidates. The heart of South Texas, all 4 counties here, interestingly, in 2020 went Democrat, but they saw this really significant shift right, especially in places like Starr County. It's near where we are, but they saw the biggest right shift in the entire country, and that's just between 2016 and 2020. Republicans gained 55 percentage points there. So your question is a good one. Is this a sort of one-off fluke for Republicans, or are they going to capture that momentum and really flip the tenor of these counties? So we've been speaking to people all across here, McAllen, Texas. Important to know, this is border country. So the border is right in their backyard. The issues that are spoken about on a federal level, especially when it comes to Latino voters, sometimes they say it feels differently here when that issue is localized, because this is an area in all 4 of the counties here, more than 90% Latino. So I want to let you hear from the people themselves. For example, we spoke to a man named David. He was reached out by a conservative organization. He said that, like many South Texans, he grew up Democrat, his parents voted Democrat, but he was interested in learning and perhaps trying something new. And so when this conservative organization reached out to him, he was open. He wanted to know how they could help him. And then, of course, we also spoke to Democrats, and they said, no, we are going to take and maintain this area and keep it blue, and here's why. Take a listen. Is there something that the Democrats are getting wrong here? Is there something that the left-leaning organizations aren't doing when it comes to reaching you and your community?
I mean, I haven't been reached out beyond other than Lieber. I mean, they're one of the only few that actually touch base with people. They actually personally text me or call me.
So you haven't been reached out to by Democrats?
No, I've never been reached out by Democrats.
You all, the Democrats, won this area. But there was a significant shift to the right. Do you think that's the beginning of a larger right shift?
It's a one-off thing. It wasn't that the Republicans turned out more voters. We were just demoralized, so a lot of Democrats stayed home. Plus, COVID did not make it any easier. We chose to abide by the CDC guidelines and stayed home, while the Republicans were knocking on doors. So these are factors that played out 2 years ago that I promise you will not play out this year again. We also had a candidate, Biden, who on national TV came out strongly against the oil and gas industry. The oil and gas industry has, a lot of people who are vested in it in South Texas. Okay, so
that's a lot of jobs here.
A lot of jobs out here. So you have people in households who have no high school education, and they work in oil and gas industry, and they make most of the household income. So to go openly against them was a big mistake.
Did Democrats miss the boat in 2020 when it came to really speaking to the issues of Latino voters? And are you afraid in any way that you guys maybe would miss that boat again this time around?
I think that we saw with the Republican Party and through the Trump campaign specifically, they were setting the talking points and everyone was following suit. But I think it's important that Democrats are, like I said, not in the defensive, but in the offensive during this election cycle. It's important that we are speaking about our community in the way that our community speaks about it itself.
So as you can see, Aaron, the Republicans are running a very strategic ground game here. But Democrats say this time around, they're playing offense, not defense. Back to you.
All right, Morgan Bradford for us in Texas today. Morgan, thank you. Of course, we'll see you back on the desk later this week. Cities under siege across Ukraine as the Russian invasion intensifies. Still ahead, the new pressure on Vladimir Putin to bring this crisis to an end.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, a teacher in Indiana banned from school property after allegedly hitting a student. Security footage appears to show former Jimtown High School teacher Mike Hosinski slapping a young student in the face. The student hit his head against the wall and then fell to the ground. The school board granted the teacher an early retirement last night. Police are looking into this incident. 12 people are recovering after a school bus flipped over on a North Carolina highway. This happened yesterday afternoon in Clayton, North Carolina. The bus driver and 11 of the 31 students on board were taken to local hospitals. All of the injuries appear to be minor. And Target is upping its starting pay at some of its stores. Target announcing yesterday that it will adopt minimum wages ranging from $15 to $24 an hour, with the highest pay going to workers in the most competitive markets. The company had paid a universal starting wage of $15 an hour. At the bottom of the hour now, we are turning back to Ukraine and the growing humanitarian crisis in Europe. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians are lining up to get into neighboring countries. Intense shelling against some of Ukraine's biggest cities is pushing residents out in droves now. The Ukrainian government says massive explosions like this in Kharkiv left at least 10 people dead and 20 others wounded. Ukrainian officials condemning the attack, calling it a, quote, barbaric assault. And new images showing a large Russian convoy heading toward Kyiv, where President Volodymyr Zelensky is preparing to defend his capital city. NBC News correspondents are tracking this developing story from several angles. Foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea is in eastern Poland for us today as the refugee crisis unfolds there. Kelly, we've seen these reports about more than 600,000 Ukrainians entering neighboring countries, trying to get away from the Russians. What's the situation you're seeing on the ground right now?
Well, we're in a pretty busy area right now, as you can probably see, Aaron, because this is a distribution site for refugees. This is where they're coming to get all kinds of donations, free accommodation, also rides, not just to places here in Poland, but cities beyond Poland. And you can probably see there's a huge volunteer army that's been mobilized in this country to help give people necessities. And again, as I said, places to stay and rides to different cities. And we spoke to one of the volunteers here a little bit earlier, Russian citizen who's living in Poland. What he told us was that he was ashamed of what was happening in his government, in the Russian government, and ashamed that they were attacking Ukraine, and he felt that he had to come here and help. Now, the Polish Prime Minister said yesterday that the situation on the ground is changing hour by hour, that the numbers are going up, and at this point they're seeing about 100,000 refugees come across the various borders in Poland alone every day. So the numbers are continuing to rise, Aaron.
You know, Kelly, we talked about this convoy, this 40-mile-long convoy of Russian troops and armored vehicles making their way toward Kyiv. How or is this impacting the flow of refugees, knowing that more is coming?
Yeah, well, it's already getting much more difficult to get to those border towns, to get out of Ukraine, but the people do continue to come. We're hearing from people who were trying to cross the border a day ago, and there are still very long lines at the foot border and lots of people coming in by train, some 4 trains coming in today. So those numbers are still very high. People are still coming. And what we hear from the UN, their prediction is that if fighting escalates, we could be looking at least 4 million, if not 5 million people trying to flee Ukraine. So this could get drastically worse very quickly.
Kelly Kobieja for us in eastern Poland today. Kelly, thank you. A couple in Georgia trying to unite with their newborn twins. The preemies were born half a world away to a surrogate who is stuck in Ukraine. Now the parents are just trying to get them home. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is joining us now with that story. Hi, Jesse.
Hey, good morning, Aaron. I've spoken with the boy's father again this morning. He tells me that thankfully they've made it safely to a better hospital in Kyiv, but they are still stuck in that war zone with their parents in the United States, trying to get them home safely. Like all premature babies, Lenny and Moishe Spector were born tough. But this morning, the twin brothers are fighting harder than any newborn ever should.
It's unimaginable. What can I say? It's impossible to wrap your mind around.
New parents Alex Spector and Irma Nunez couldn't be with their surrogate at the end of a challenging pregnancy when she gave birth Friday at 32.5 weeks in Kyiv. They were in the U.S. when their preemie twins came into the world. The infant somehow sleeping soundly with the sounds of war in the distance. From another continent, mom and dad working the phones, trying to find a safe ride to a better hospital, one with its own basement bomb shelter. Getting the babies out of Ukraine entirely, even more challenging.
The fact that they're premature plays against us, right? So there is a conflict. They need to stay put. We need to take them out.
Moishe struggling to breathe. Mom and dad hunting down special preemie milk.
I talked to this pharmacy in the morning. By afternoon, when one of our contacts got there, it was already shelled and it was closed.
Thankfully, Spector says they found the milk, but the search for that ambulance continued Monday. Spector says a pediatrician and their surrogate are still watching over the 4-day-old boys, putting their own lives at risk to keep them safe.
It's families, it's their surrogate, it's their child.
Surrogacy provider Adonis Fertility International says close to 100 American and Canadian client families have been impacted by the conflict. Some surrogates still carrying unborn children, some parents trapped in Ukraine with their newborns. Moishe and Lenny's dad with this plea for President Joe Biden.
Just get our babies out. Or if that's not possible, at least to Lviv, somewhere westward, where they would be safe.
That family's search for supplies like diapers and clothing, that still continues, they tell me. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department would not comment specifically on this case, but advises surrogacy and adoptive parents to avoid Ukraine at this time. Aaron.
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us today. Jesse, thank you. Now, as the Russian convoy approaches Kyiv, Ukrainians are signing up in droves, as we've mentioned, to join their country's military. Some of them are mixing Molotov cocktails to hurl at Russian tanks. Here's Sky News correspondent John Sparks.
The Russian government says it's willing to negotiate, but the Russian military has decided to bomb. This is Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, as filmed through the windows of its residents. It shakes and it shudders under a fiery barrage. The attacks seem indiscriminate. It was a bloody day. The government says dozens of people have been killed. In the north, the city of Chernihiv has been targeted by artillery and by missile strikes too. A popular shopping center was hit and a residential building was partially destroyed. The Ukrainian government said there was an unknown number of casualties. In the south, the Russians have taken ground, securing the city hall in Berdyansk. But the community's residents did not cower. Instead, they faced the enemy and told them to go home. Such confrontations have been replicated around the country. As the attack on Ukraine intensifies, the parties met for talks on the border of Belarus. But there seems little prospect of success. The Russians began the day complaining the Ukrainians were late. We've been waiting all night to talk while their civilians are dying, said their delegation's head. The besooted Russians, here on the left, said little about their aims, while the Ukrainians have demanded an immediate ceasefire. Their president, Volodymyr Zelensky, seeks salvation in the West and sees his country's future in the EU.
We ask the European Union to admit Ukraine immediately under a new special procedure. We are grateful to our partners for fighting with us, but our goal is to be together with all Europeans.
Later, he signed an application for membership and posted it online. As the Russians press forward, the Ukrainians sign up, here registering for the army in the city of Dnipro. We were asked not to show their faces. So many people have put themselves forward, the authorities are turning them away. Many are now making Molotov cocktails instead. Their commander says he's inspired.
Піднесення і любов до своєї України. І вдячність країнам Євросоюзу, Сполученим Штатам Америки, Великої Британії. Раніше вони тільки озабоченість велика, зараз це конкретна допомога. Дякуємо.
The station in Lviv, in western Ukraine, now stands as a beacon of sorts, offering passage to Poland by train. And tens of thousands want a seat.
Sooner or late, everything could come, so me and my kids and my mom, we are going to travel to Poland first. I don't know which way now. We're going to try because it's really hard to do now, and then we're going to go to Germany.
It is a difficult journey, fueled by anxiety and disbelief, and their return beset by uncertainty. It takes courage to stay put in cities like Kiev as the Russians deploy the might of their military machine. They will not sleep in the Ukrainian capital, but the majority seem prepared to defend it. John Sparks, Sky News in Ukraine.
John Sparks reporting there from Sky News. Let's bring in Joel Wasserman now. He is an American living right now in Lviv, Ukraine, which is now a hub for Ukrainians trying to get out of that country, as we've been telling you. Joel, I do have to ask you first, how safe do you feel where you are at this moment?
Right now, I feel fine. Who knows what the future brings? I'm somewhat worried with fighting going on in the area of Lutsk and Rivne, which is north towards the intersection of the Belarusian and Polish borders. If Western Ukraine comes under threat, then I'm concerned, but I haven't seen that yet. So I feel safe right now. I feel safe tonight. I'll hopefully sleep fairly comfortably.
Yeah. Do you have a plan to leave if that part of Ukraine does come under attack? Do you have a way out?
I made the decision when the United States urged Americans to evacuate that I was basically putting my lot in with that of the Ukrainian people, I'll be in the same situation as Ukrainians. So if the Russians start coming towards Lviv, I'll get out. How? Same way they will.
So many Ukrainians we've seen over the last many days have taken up arms. They are prepared to fight if the fight comes to where they are. Are you included in that group? Are you prepared to fight?
I'm here to help, but it's ultimately not my war. And I'm not sure how useful I would be because while I speak fairly good Ukrainian and quite good Russian, I feel like the language difficulties would make me something of a burden. But while I'm here, I'm trying to do whatever I can to help. I delivered supplies of actually just single-use cups to the train station today. The scene, I'm happy to say, was actually well under control. It was not especially crowded. There were volunteers and workers with the Red Cross handing out sandwiches and hot tea. The line onto the platform to get to Poland was not oppressively long. I told the two women who were staying with me who are trying to get to Poland that they could very well do it tonight, but I'm still not sure what their plans are.
You know, Joel, I'm curious, as someone who's been in the position that you're in for a while now, what would you say to Americans here at home, some of whom are asking themselves, why should they care about what's happening in Ukraine? How would you explain it?
These are simple, good people. This country has, the United States has not covered itself in glory recently with how it has treated refugees. And that has been very heavy on my heart as an American, but we have a chance to make it right here. These are people who just want to live in peace. They work hard. They are, just regular people. They're good people. And if you give them the help, number one, they can help take care of themselves. And America certainly will not regret taking in as many of these people as we can.
Joel Wasserman, we appreciate you making time for us today and sharing your perspective. We hope that you're able to stay safe there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The first criminal trial linked to the Capitol riot is underway. Up next, how this could signal what's ahead for the hundreds of other rioters waiting for their day in court.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special.
It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The first trial connected to the Capitol riot last year is underway in Washington. Guy Reffitt is facing 5 charges for his part in the January 6th riot. Jury selection has begun there. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is joining us now with the latest. Pete, I know you've been following this. Help us understand exactly what Reffitt is charged with and what's happened in court to this point.
So some of the conduct he's charged with happened at the Capitol, but some happened back home in Texas. As you mentioned, 5 counts, obstruction of an official proceeding, entering a restricted grounds with a firearm. The charges say he actually brought a rifle, a long gun, and a handgun into Washington and then had the handgun with him when he came up to the Capitol. And then obstruction of justice. Now, the last charge has to do with what the government says happened when he got back home to Texas. 2 of his children will testify at the trial that when he returned home, he said that if either of them talked to the police or the FBI about what he did when he went to Washington, that they would be traitors. And he said, you know what happens to traitors? They would be shot. So he threatened to kill his own children. And his son actually recorded some of these conversations, the government says, on his phone. And that tape, that audio, will be played for the jury during the trial. At least that's the prosecution's plan. So it's a variety of charges. Even though he didn't actually enter the Capitol building, he nonetheless faces some of the most serious counts.
All right, Pete Williams for us in our Washington bureau today. Pete, thank you.
Yep.
Former President Donald Trump is pushing back against a court order to answer questions about his business. The New York Attorney General's office is looking into the Trump Organization's business practices. Trump now appealing the decision that he and 2 of his children be deposed under oath. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is joining us now. Danny, let's take a step back here for a second. What's your understanding of what the AG is looking at within the Trump Organization at this point?
Basically, the AG, which is charged in New York with overseeing corporations and making sure they follow the rules in being corporations, is looking into whether, for example, the Trump entities inflated their value for the purpose of obtaining loans and deflated their value when the tax man cometh. Pretty standard scheme, if true. So now that the Trumps have been ordered to give depositions, not surprisingly, they are appealing, and they will almost surely move to stay. In other words, pause the lower court's order while they seek that appeal.
So, Danny, if you're Donald Trump's lawyer, why do you want to avoid being deposed under oath?
Really, anyone would want to avoid being deposed under oath if the Attorney General is investigating you, whether it's civil, criminal, or any reason. And that's really the core here. Nobody likes to be deposed. It's generally not a good idea, certainly not for someone like Trump, but extra not a good idea if the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is also simultaneously investigating you criminally. That's why it's pretty standard in cases to seek a stay of any kind of civil action during the pendency of criminal proceedings. Most of the time, if I'm going to depose someone who's under criminal investigation, I want that because I don't want them to come into the deposition and just plead the Fifth Amendment. I won't get any information. The Attorney General in this case cares a little less about that because if the Trumps take the Fifth Amendment, that itself is kind of a win.
So then, Danny, how does this all move forward? What's the end game here?
The Trumps are appealing. They will then move to stay. That's the key. I mean, an appeal doesn't help much if the lower court's order goes forward. And I mean, if you're watching your clock, it's a matter of days before the Trumps have to turn over information and sit for deposition. So the appeal, not a surprise. Critical will be how the court will rule on the stay, and that's that pause of the lower proceedings while the Trumps seek relief at the appellate division.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos with us today. Danny, thank you. It is a 50-year-old mystery that may never be solved. After the break, how a do-it-yourself DNA kit unraveled a story of being switched at birth.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, it is a stunning switched at birth story that took more than half a century to come to light. Two women in Oklahoma made a shocking discovery after taking DNA tests, and it's rocked both of their families. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow.
Jill Lopez and Tina Ennis were born on the same day in 1964. They grew up about 2 hours away from one another, total strangers, until 2 years ago when, at the age of 55, they and their families discovered that they had been switched when they were babies in the hospital.
I just loved her instantly.
It was 1964 in Duncan, Oklahoma, and Catherine Jones had just given birth to her second child.
And I thought she was the most beautiful little baby and had such a beautiful complexion.
As a kid, Tina loved to make people laugh. How would you describe Tina growing up?
Oh, she was just always a blessing. Always happy-go-lucky.
Tina calls her childhood just normal.
My mom's grandparents were terrific. We had horses with them, and he took us to rodeos and play days. And
sounds really nice. Sounds very Oklahoma.
Yeah, it was very Oklahoma. Yeah.
Life was pretty normal until 2019, when Tina, then 55 years old, took an Ancestry.com DNA test and was sent a list of people she was genetically related to. And did you recognize any of those names?
The only name I recognized was my daughter's.
Tina was confused and asked her mother, Catherine, to take the test.
Ours didn't match up.
There was no overlap?
Nothing.
Tina's daughter started searching the internet for the surnames that did come up and found 55-year-old Jill Lopez, born on the same day in 1964. Tina, what did you think when you saw Jill's photo?
I thought it looked just like my mother.
Tina reached out to Jill, and she also took a DNA test. With those results came a life-changing, destabilizing new reality. Jill was Catherine's biological daughter. Tina was the biological daughter of Jill's parents, who are now deceased. Somehow the girls were switched at birth.
It's a hard thing to get around.
Yeah. All I could think about was how I was going to tell my mom. I just thought she's not going to be able to handle it.
Tina gathered the siblings she was raised with to tell Catherine.
It just devastated me, totally devastated me. It felt like somebody took a hatchet or something and hatched out a big part of my heart.
She was afraid she was going to lose me and she wasn't going to. I wasn't going to leave her.
Their new reality has brought a confusing swirl of emotions that they're still processing: pain, grief, regret, anger.
It's a hard thing to know what to do, you know?
You don't know how to move forward when your whole world is turned upside down.
Yeah, because to me, there's so many people involved. I mean, it's not just me and Jill, it's 2 entire families.
Jill held a gathering to introduce Tina to some of her biological family.
A bunch of people are there that you don't know, but they're all related to you.
That must be strange.
It was very strange.
Catherine is sorry she missed so much of Jill's life. They're spending time together. They both love purple, shopping, and estate sales. Jill said you've become friends.
That's correct.
Maybe not mother-daughter, but friends.
Yes. And it's a very good start.
But Tina will always be Catherine's little girl.
I could not lose Tina. She'll just always be my daughter. I've loved her from the second they laid her in my arms.
All 3 women want to hold the hospital responsible. Represented by the Smith Barkett law firm, they filed suit against the current regional hospital there, who they argue merged long ago with the hospital where Tina and Jill were born. But the regional hospital says it was formed in the 1970s and it is not the legal successor to the hospital that switched Tina and Jill at birth. That legal battle still playing out in court. No one really knows, by the way, how the infants were switched. Both delivering doctors and the nurses involved in 1964, they've all passed away, so we may never know. Back to you.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. City under siege, a deadly overnight assault on Ukraine. More than 500,000 people now fleeing their homes. The tense moments now unfolding on the war front. Making his case, President Biden just hours away from delivering his first State of the Union address. What he's expected to say against the backdrop of war. Getting out the vote, the first state on the 2022 calendar kicking off the midterm election season. What to watch for tonight as results roll in from Texas. And let the good times roll. New Orleans back with its first full-scale Mardi Gras since the pandemic started. What to expect from this year's parades as the city eases up on COVID restrictions. And good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault on Ukraine's second largest city. Ukraine's state emergency services says a Russian airstrike destroyed an administration building in Kharkiv. That as the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, addressed the European Union today. His message actually left the translator struggling to speak.
Can you imagine this morning, 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square, dozens of killed ones. This is the price of freedom.
Now, at a session of the UN Human Rights Council, delegates walked out as Russia's foreign minister spoke virtually. Later in that same session, Secretary of State Antony Blinken raised a major question about Russia.
One can reasonably ask whether a UN member state that tries to take over another UN member state while committing horrific human rights abuses and causing massive humanitarian suffering should be allowed to remain on this council.
We begin our coverage on the ground in Ukraine. NBC's Cal Perry is in Lviv for us again. Cal, first to you, what's the reaction to Russia's newest offensive across Ukraine?
Look, I think there's a lot of apprehension, a lot of fear, because we've seen this uptick, this pace increasing, especially in the eastern part of the city, the country. You mentioned Kharkiv, really in its 3rd day of a heavy bombardment with heavy fighting. We saw those, what we assume to be those Grad rockets sort of hitting the center of the city there. That's what Volodymyr Zelensky was talking about. And then there is this armored column that is still headed towards Kyiv. Now, we do understand from some reporting from my colleague Courtney Kuby out of the Pentagon that they're having some supply chain issues. This is really important. You have to keep supplies headed to the front if you're moving an army towards a city, and it seems like they're having issues there, be it food or fuel. Certainly, the hope amongst Ukrainians is that turns out to be true. Now, in the west of the country where I am, a continuing deterioration of the humanitarian conditions here on the ground. We're seeing an influx of people continue to flee that fighting, and interestingly enough, Aaron, talking to thousands of foreign students are stuck here in the city of Lviv, where I am, having fled from as far as 600 miles away in Kharkiv. That was the case with 2 Egyptian students that I had a chance to speak to a short time ago. Take a listen to part of their story.
It's going hard. It's very, very hard here in Ukraine right now. But
I hope safe Ukraine.
Yes, as I told you, and we hope that everything will be fine. But as I see and how I see that Ukraine is trying to help us.
Aaron, according to the United Nations, 660,000 people at least have already left Ukraine. You can bet that the IDP numbers, those internally displaced numbers, are far higher.
I want to bring in NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney now in Washington. Ken, what are U.S. officials saying about the Russian president now and these reports in particular that he's frustrated about Russia's progress in its war?
Aaron, officials told us that Western intelligence agencies have some visibility into Putin right now and are closely watching his moves for any significant behavioral changes. Now, despite a lot of speculation about what appears to be his erratic and irrational decision-making, U.S. officials say there is no intelligence saying that Putin is mentally unstable or suffering any kind of significant physical ailment. What does concern our sources, though, Aaron, is that they believe Putin is displaying a different pattern of behavior than they have seen in the past. For example, U.S. intelligence has learned that Putin has exploded in anger at people in his inner circle, expressing frustration over the state of the military campaign in Ukraine and the worldwide condemnation of his actions. That's unusual, they say, because as a former intelligence officer, Putin usually keeps his emotions in check. Several officials told us that because of COVID, Putin has spent very little time in the Kremlin over the last 2 years and is not hearing from as wide a circle of people as he used to. One Western diplomat told us that Putin appeared to be increasingly isolated and misinformed, and that, quote, we don't believe he has a realistic understanding of what's going on, Aaron.
Yeah, Ken, from your post there in Washington, what have you been able to sort of gather about, what we know about Russia's movements toward Kyiv, toward the capital of Ukraine?
So my colleague Courtney Kuby recently spoke to a senior defense official about this, and what she is reporting is that the U.S. believes that this massive movement of Russian forces towards Ukraine has essentially bogged down, has stalled. They're having food and fuel problems, as Cal alluded to earlier. There's also some intelligence suggesting that that this is a self-imposed pause. They're sort of reassessing where they are right now, and they really haven't moved very much in the last 24 hours. And that's one of the puzzling aspects of this, among many puzzling aspects of this Russian military offensive, including why there haven't been more massive cyber attacks, why there hasn't been more concentration of bombing. Although we are seeing, Aaron, an escalation of violence, more reports of shelling and rockets against civilian targets. So clearly Putin has decided to amp up the violence, but Russian forces appear to be bogged down right now.
All right, Ken Delaney and Forrest in Washington, Cal Perry in Lviv, Ukraine today. Thank you both. Now, this war in Ukraine will be a central subject in President Biden's State of the Union address tonight. This comes as his administration is facing headwinds on other key issues: the pandemic, the economy, infrastructure, voting rights, climate change, and his Supreme Court nomination. The president is expected to address all of those issues tonight. The White House hoping the speech will be the beginning of a turning point in public opinion. Polls show more than half of the country is not happy with the president's job so far. His approval rating sits at just under 41%, according to a Real Clear Politics average. Let's begin our coverage with NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander and senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Peter, I know you've been talking to your sources there at the White House. What do we need to know about the president's speech tonight?
Well, it's clear that the White House viewed this speech initially as a chance for a reset of sorts, an opportunity really to focus on some of the president's domestic priorities, things that affect Americans in their pocketbook. They have to deal with combating inflation, want to tout and promote the the way the economy has been recovering to this point. But obviously, as a function of the invasion we're watching in Ukraine right now, the White House has sort of had to revamp it, not so much to start over, I'm told by the press secretary, Jen Psaki, but really to whittle it down. So we will hear one of those repeated themes that the president first initiated during the course of the campaign and what he's focused on since then, which is this idea of democracies facing off against autocracies. No better example than what we're seeing overseas right now in the aggression by Vladimir Putin. The president will try to cast this as a leadership moment for America to say what the U.S. has done and how the NATO alliance has been fortified. But obviously for a lot of Americans, and these are in some ways intertwined, the impact of this war overseas will impact what it costs to buy products at home. Certainly the cost of gas is going to go up as well. And the president will push some new proposals. You know, he had been focused on that Build Back Better agenda for so long. It appears clear that he's not going to be focusing on it under that umbrella anymore. Obviously, that's become stalled on Capitol Hill. But the ideas, the message within that, I think we'll hear from him again today, trying to lower prescription drug prices for Americans, trying to talk about paid leave for families as well. Some of the issues the president really believes are urgent and Americans want to hear about.
Sahil, what's the security looking like at the Capitol right now as the Hill gets ready for the president to visit?
Well, security is beefed up around the Capitol perimeter. There is a fence all the way around the Capitol complex, so ordinary visitors can't simply walk up to the building as they usually would be able to do. In addition, there have been 700 National Guard troops deployed to the area. Now, officials have made clear that these troops are there mainly to do things like direct traffic and keep the peace. They're not going to be conducting law enforcement activities such as arrests, for instance, if things get out of control. So there is a real presence, of them in the area in case they are needed, but it'll still be left to D.C. Metro Police and Capitol Police to conduct most law enforcement operations.
And Sahil, very quickly, can you tell us who's giving the Republican response tonight and what we can expect to hear?
It'll be Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds. I would expect a fairly standard cocktail of Republican messaging. She has not given a readout of exactly what she's going to say, but she put out a tweet highlighting some standard Republican issues like cutting taxes, supporting law enforcement. She mentioned kids in the classroom and parental choice, some of the culture war issues that have been prominent. One thing I'm watching for is to see how aggressive she gets on the issue of Russia, Ukraine. There's been some tension within the Republican Party about whether to go after President Biden or whether to kind of rally around the president in a moment where the United States wants to appear unified with NATO allies. And the other thing I'll watch for is whether there'll be policy prescriptions on the domestic front or whether it'll be more of a Biden bad flavor. Aaron.
All right, well, I'll be watching for that. Sahil Kapoor and Peter Alexander at the White House for us today. Gentlemen, thank you both. Now, the economy will certainly be a huge issue in the president's address tonight, and voters across the country will be paying close attention to what he has to say. NBC News Now anchor Joshua Johnson spoke with some voters. He joins us now from Dallas. Joshua, what are you hearing from people there in Texas ahead of tonight's speech?
Hey, Aaron, we're hearing a lot of the things that Peter Alexander just talked about in terms of those pocketbook issues that definitely affect businesses all over the country, including here in Dallas. This is the Bishop Arts District, a really cool, kind of funky neighborhood, one of the neighborhoods that doesn't get a lot of attention in Dallas, even though it should. One of the businesses we spoke to is right up the street, a chocolate shop that is concerned about things like tax policy. If there are these new programs that President Biden wants to implement to help the American people, we're going to have to pay for it somehow. And there's some concern that if the taxes that are raised come from small businesses, that could make it harder for them to pay more money or offer more benefits, things like that. We even heard about things like immigration policy so that workers who are undocumented or DACA recipients can come further out of the shadows and get some of the many jobs that are available. Even things like student loan debt relief so that people are able to afford their first homes. Here are three of the people that we spoke to. Rodney Anderson, who owns a mortgage brokerage near Dallas, Cindy Pedraza, who owns Coco Andre Chocolates, which is right up the street, and Dwight Harvey, who owns Off the Bone Barbecue, which is just kind of on the other side of the highway from where we are in Dallas. Here's part of what they said is affecting them. Watch.
Well, we're hearing prices are going up. And it's from our employees, it's from our customers, it's from my spouse, it's from everybody. And so a lot of people are concerned.
If they were to lower taxes for small businesses, it would give us a bigger break and a better incentive to be able to pay our employees a higher wage that could compete with like big box companies because we don't get those same tax breaks.
Talk about the impact that PPP had for this restaurant? Like, if that had not been there, what might that have meant?
We would not be sitting here at this point. I mean, that was, we needed those finances to continue to grow and continue to be open, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, they were extremely important to us.
And Aaron, I should note that PPP loans came up for more than a few of the businesses that we spoke to. They said that was a big help for them.
You know, Joshua, I always wonder, I lived in D.C. for 10 years. I wonder what people who live outside the Beltway think about this State of the Union speech. I mean, does it matter to them if they're not in Washington and tuned in very closely?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And look, everybody's talking about what's going on in Ukraine, right? Everyone here that we spoke to is thinking about it. But they're thinking about it in a slightly different way, because this war in some ways is being fought economically as well as militarily. And the policies that are implemented affect the whole world, including the Bishop Arts District, including Deep Ellum, including every part of this city. So whatever happens around the world is going to be felt here in Dallas with these businesses. Part of what they want to know is how the president will balance all of those needs, how he'll deal with more particularly domestic issues that affect small businesses, as well as the bigger macroeconomic geopolitical issues that will also affect them anyway. Aaron?
All right, Joshua Johnson for us in Dallas today. Joshua, thank you. Now, we are now 252 days away from the midterm elections, and tonight's address is certain to be a preview of the Democrats' message heading into November. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is talking to voters in the battleground area of Washoe County, Nevada. Guad, what are people there looking to hear from the president tonight?
Aaron, we just heard Joshua talk about the issues in Texas. A lot of those issues are the same that are being discussed here. Now, when you look at Washoe County here in Nevada, it's very interesting. It's very diverse. About a third of voters are nonpartisan. And it's interesting because the voters we've been speaking to, undecided voters, they tell us they're not Republican, they're not Democrat, but they do agree on the issues. All of them saying Ukraine is important. They want to see the Biden administration get involved and find a solution. And they also want to hear more solutions on the crisis when it comes to inflation and things that are affecting their pocket. Let's hear from one of the voters.
I am not particularly happy with what's going on domestically. What I would like to hear tomorrow is, of course, we are all very concerned about Ukraine. However, that cannot lead us to become distracted from our problems at home. I would like to hear about how the administration plans on dealing with the current incredible increase in inflation, how the administration plans on dealing with the uptick in the crime rate that is affecting our bigger cities.
A lot of the voters that we spoke to also adding that they'd like to see more unity across the country, so they want to hear a message that helps Americans unite.
And Guad, we've been talking a little bit today about the president's approval ratings. How do people there in that county perceive the job President Biden has done so far?
All right, Aaron, so I mentioned the voters we spoke to said they don't identify as Republican or Democrat. They care about the issues. But the one thing they do agree on, those that voted for Biden and the ones that didn't, is that they expected more from the current administration. They keep saying that the administration hasn't really delivered on a lot of the things they expected. We're going to hear from another voter.
There are a lot of challenges, but what I'd like to hear is what he can do to address the problems that everyday people are facing. And you just mentioned it, the cost of things. I know some wages have gone up, but I think the cost of food and gas.
And again, these are voters that have not decided how they will choose in the coming midterm elections. Very important, because for Democrats and Republicans, if they want to win Nevada, they'll have to win the votes of the people in Washoe County.
All right, Guad Venegas for us in Nevada today. Guad, thank you. Now, don't forget, you can watch the State of the Union address right here on NBC News Now. Coverage begins tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Americans appear to be less worried about catching and spreading COVID-19. A new Associated Press poll shows 24% of people are extremely or very worried about themselves or family members being infected. That's down from 36% who felt that way just a couple of months ago. The same poll also found support for mask mandates fading. Soon, children in California, Oregon, Washington, and New York will no longer be required to wear a mask in school. New York City also promising to lift some vaccine requirements for businesses. Let's start our COVID coverage with NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla?
Well, Aaron, the mayor here says New York City is one step closer to returning to normal, back in business, doing away with some of those COVID mandates. Check it out.
Relief.
It was news Harlem restaurant owner Susanna Coteen was happy to hear. New York City announcing plans to lift indoor vaccination requirements for dozens of businesses. What does this announcement mean for you and your business?
If the mandate for masks and vaccines is going away because the numbers are going way down, hopefully we're nearing the end of this really difficult time. It's been a really tough 2 years.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams announced plans to end the vaccination requirement for restaurants, gyms, movie theaters, and more on Sunday, citing a decline in COVID numbers.
The goal was to get people vaccinated. That's how we got here.
For nearly 6 months, New York City customers over the age of 5 have been required to show proof of vaccination to go inside most public spaces. Now, the mayor says that could be over by Monday. The city's daily average of percent positive tests now less than 2%. That number expected to keep going down. The news seen by some as the biggest sign yet of a return to normal in what was once the epicenter of the pandemic.
I think it's okay because it's time to open up. We can't be afraid. And like they said, as long as you got your shots and you're all right, you should be good.
More than 96% of adults in New York City have received at least one vaccine dose, but risks remain for the immunocompromised and those unable to be vaccinated, including children under 5. The mayor has also promised to lift mask mandates in New York City's public schools if there are no unforeseen spikes, as more than 1 million students return from midwinter break this week.
If you don't want your child to remove his or her mask, you can allow them to keep it on.
Some parents worried about losing the extra layer of protection.
Everybody is not getting vaccinated, so I don't think it really makes a difference. I feel like stay vaccinated and stay with the mask.
That change also expected to take effect on Monday, March 7th, following similar moves made across the country. And it comes amid news of the Pfizer vaccine's limited effectiveness against Omicron in children 5 to 11.
That effectiveness could drop to as little as 11%, a dramatic decline. This points to a signal that 5 to 11-year-olds might need a booster shot.
As some mandates in New York City end, one thing that won't change is the requirement that all private sector workers in the city be fully vaccinated, including teachers and restaurant workers. Will you continue to ask for proof of vaccination?
It does make me feel safe for my team, and I think guests really feel more comfortable. So we might continue for a few more weeks.
And Aaron, while the efficacy in that vaccine in 5 to 11-year-olds may wane, doctors tell me that it's important for parents to remember there may still be variants, particularly as these mask mandates and COVID mandates are rolled back across the country, and it is better for their child to have some protection than none.
All right, Priscilla Thompson for us today. Priscilla, thank you. Now, after a COVID hiatus, Mardi Gras is back in the Big Easy. 1 year after the pandemic forced New Orleans to all but cancel its famous celebrations, the parades are rolling and the beads are flying once again. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in New Orleans for us today, and the crowds have already formed out there, Morgan.
Yeah, Aaron, they certainly have. Crowds have returned to New Orleans in a very big way. Nothing quite like having that Mardi Gras magic back in this city. And just take a look. This is the Rex organization, and these are all of the floats they have been waiting so long to show off to these crowds, hungry for those beads and really just hungry to have this one-of-a-kind event back in this city. So much anticipation, but also a cautious return for the biggest party in town.
Call it the sound of New Orleans or the soul of the city. Either way, that Mardi Gras magic is back.
Let the good times roll!
1 year after the pandemic canceled the biggest party in town, the city's planned a cautious return.
As exciting as it is to see this, do you still have concerns?
Yeah, of course. We are still in the middle of a global pandemic, and we don't take that lightly. It was not an option to repeat the tragedies of what happened 2 years ago.
The city's health director, Dr. Jennifer Avegno, remembers Mardi Gras 2020 as one of the nation's first COVID super spreader events. This year, she says tens of thousands of free COVID tests are being handed out. just like beads. And masks required indoors, including bars and restaurants. Proof of vaccination also required to enter certain areas.
We know what we lost in 2020, and then we know what it felt like last year to not have this.
The parades changing too. Police and city staffing shortages forcing officials to streamline routes. Tourism has yet to return to pre-pandemic levels when 1 million people poured in for Mardi Gras. But for those who made it here, the legendary Carnival crews are ready to give everyone the show they've been waiting for.
We're excited. This community needed it. The nation needed it.
We caught up with the crew of Argus, prepping floats.
Get ready, bring your bag, because you're going to catch a lot.
One honoring healthcare workers. Another paying homage to the city's signature sweet treat, the beignet. All of them part of a beloved tradition, now finally back on track.
It feels great. It feels like we're getting a fresh start. It feels like the city's coming back alive, and it just feels like home.
Yeah, that's really the sentiment we've heard from everyone we've spoken to. And again, just in case you were wondering, before you could even get on any of these floats and participate, you did have to have a negative COVID test or proof of vaccination. You can hear that music going. It is so exciting to see the spirit return to this city the way in which it has this year. Parade's going to be going on all day long. Of course, this is Fat Tuesday. Everyone getting that partying in before Ash Wednesday. Send it back to you.
As messy as it's going to get tonight, it's nice to see a little excitement return to the Big Easy there. Morgan Chesky for us in New Orleans. Thank you, Morgan. We want to turn to California now, where investigators are trying to determine a motive after a deadly shooting at a church. Police in Sacramento say a man shot and killed his 3 children and another victim before turning the gun on himself. Brian Hickey of our NBC affiliate in Sacramento is joining us now. Brian, what do we know about what happened there, and can you tell us anything about the gunman?
Yeah, Aaron, it's just unthinkable what happened here. 5 people dead at this church behind us here last night. And now we're learning from investigators that the gunman is the father of 3 girls who were killed in this shooting. The girls ages 9, 10, and 13. They were here as part of a court-supervised visitation with their father when they say the father opened fire on the supervisor and then the 3 girls before turning the gun on himself. So at this point, when officers arrived here, they were expecting that this might be some sort of a mass casualty where they were targeting churchgoers, but when they got here, they realized that this was a case of domestic violence. And so now many questions around the relationship between the father, the daughters, and the estranged wife, and that is where the investigation goes from here. They've wrapped up the investigation on scene, but obviously a lot of questions, not only for investigators, but the community around this church as well. Aaron?
All right, KCRA's Brian Hickey for us in Sacramento today. Brian, thank you. It is Election Day in Texas, the first primary of the 2022 midterms. It's also the first election since a controversial new voting law was enacted last year. And already we are seeing a significant impact on voters. Let's bring in NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim, who's been tracking voting rights and elections for us. Jane, so where are we seeing some of the bigger issues with voting right now, and who's the most impacted?
Aaron, as you remember, Texas Republicans fought for months to overhaul the state's election code last year. And we're seeing the impacts of this law in this first real test. This is the first statewide election, these primaries today, since this law was enacted or implemented in December. And male voters are seeing some of the biggest effects. Now, this new law required voters to include ID numbers like a social security number or a driver's license on their ballot application, as well as their mail ballot. And thousands of voters are simply forgetting to include that number on their ballots. You just saw that number across the screen in Harris County, Texas's largest county with 4 million residents. 29% of voters currently, as of February 26th, had forgotten to include or had a mismatch on that ID number, either wrote a number wrong or simply wrote a number that election officials don't have. So even voters who are trying to comply with this new law, they may just get caught up on using a number, a valid number that election officials just don't know is theirs. Now, older voters are facing these effects the most because Texas limits who can vote by mail, and the over 65 are the most common male voters. So they're the people who are going to see these extra steps, and they'll have to do it either by today online or by mail, or in the next few days for some voters whose errors were caught quickly or late in the process, rather.
Yeah, Jane, we've talked about over the last many months, we've talked about other places having similar provisions or looking at similar provisions. What sort of traction are you seeing out there?
You know, voting laws are contagious, and other states have been considering similar ones. Arizona is close to putting a ballot question on the November ballot that would ask voters to approve a constitutional amendment, adding ID requirements to early ballots. Now, in Arizona, 80% of voters vote on early ballots, either by mail or in person, but early. So this would be a hugely influential law that would affect millions of voters in Arizona, perhaps more than these thousands we're seeing in Texas if they did apply this.
All right, Jane Tim for us today. Jane, we appreciate it. Thanks. A 40-mile convoy of Russian forces closing in on the Ukrainian capital. Still ahead, the thousands of people escaping the war zone and the new countries uniting against Vladimir Putin.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
The piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Making news right now, prosecutors in Nevada asking a grand jury to review evidence in the case of a missing boy found dead in a freezer. The suspect was arrested last week after a young girl gave her teacher notes saying her mother was being held captive and thought her brother was dead. The suspect insists he is innocent. And the suspect in the murder of Kentucky lawyer Jordan Morgan is now in police custody. Police say Shannon Gilday was found walking along a road in Madison County yesterday. The 23-year-old is charged with several counts, including murder and burglary. And Hollywood icons Niecy Nash and Jessica Betts are making history. They've become the first same-sex couple to grace the cover of Essence magazine. Essence says the issue featuring the married couple honors breakthrough moments of even more black women in every area of their lives. The magazine hits newsstands today. At the bottom of the hour now, let's bring you up to date on the breaking developments surrounding the invasion of Ukraine. Moments ago, President Volodymyr Zelensky tweeted that he spoke to President Biden. He says they discussed sanctions on Russia and defense assistance for Ukraine. This comes after Zelensky addressed the European Parliament earlier today, begging for help. He's asking the European Union to accept Ukraine as a member nation and to join in its defense.
So do prove that you are with us. Do prove that you will not let us go. Do prove that you indeed are Europeans. And then life will win over death.
Now, his plea comes after Ukraine's largest cities endured heavy shelling earlier today. One explosion left at least 10 people dead and 20 injured. That's according to Ukrainian officials. Zelensky is calling Russia a, quote, terrorist state. And as European nations like Switzerland and Germany unite against Russia, others in Eastern Europe and Asia are stepping into the fray now. Ukraine recalling its ambassadors from Kyrgyzstan and Georgia for their responses to the invasion. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman in Brussels. Also with us, NBC News senior digital reporter Alex Seitzwald. First to you, Josh. Zelensky's address to the European Parliament, the European Union's parliament, came after Russia slammed Kharkiv with heavy shelling, we know, earlier today. What more can you tell us about his speech and the EU's response to it?
There was a sense of the surreal quality here, Aaron, as these European parliamentarians gathered in this stately hall behind me, giving a standing ovation to President Zelensky, who was not here in person, but was beaming in from some type of nondescript room at an undisclosed location via grainy video feed from Ukraine, a lone Ukrainian flag behind him, as he pleaded with Europe for support, for solidarity with his country as they are facing this really existential threat from Russia, with the Ukrainian leader saying that they have proven themselves over these last 5 days, proven that they are the equals of folks here in Europe. Take a listen to what President Zelensky had to say about what Ukrainians are fighting for right now.
We are fighting for our rights, for our freedoms, for life, for our life. But we are fighting also to be equal members of Europe. I believe that today we are showing everybody that's exactly what we are.
Zelensky also saying that Ukrainians are fighting not just for their freedom, but to show that they are equal members of Europe. And as far as how Europe is responding, Aaron, here at the European Parliament behind me, you can see they've replaced some of the EU flags with Ukrainian flags here for the day, showing that solidarity with Ukraine and demonstrating that while Ukraine might not be an EU member yet, the Europeans still consider it to be an integral part of their community and one that they will stand with against this aggression from Russia.
Yet another statement being made in support of Ukraine now. Josh, the International Criminal Court potentially investigating Russia for war crimes. That's been making some headlines. What more are you hearing about that?
Yeah, so the ICC prosecutor is saying there's substantial reason to believe that war crimes may have been committed, and so he is pledging to quickly open a full-fledged investigation. There had already been an International Criminal Court inquiry dating back to the violence in 2014, but now this is stepping up to a new level, with the prosecutor saying that given how fast these events are moving, Aaron, he is going to look not only at crimes that may have been committed already, but potentially additional war crimes that could be committed in the coming days. Now, neither Ukraine nor Russia are parties to the treaty that set up the ICC, but Ukraine in the past has accepted the court's jurisdiction. The prosecutor saying that means that the court now has jurisdiction over potential war crimes committed in this conflict as well.
All right, Josh Letterman for us in Belgium today. Josh, thank you. Now, much of Europe is uniting behind Ukraine, as we've indicated, to help in its defense against Russia. Even countries with long histories of neutrality, Switzerland and Sweden, for example, are joining the effort to punish Russia. Let's bring in senior digital politics reporter Alex Seitzwald now. Alex, put this into some perspective for us. Why is this moment of European unity so historically significant?
Right. I mean, this is a continent that has been at war with itself for practically, all of recorded human history, and now joining together in an almost unprecedented degree to back Ukraine against Russian aggression. Even Switzerland, which has remained neutral since Napoleon, stayed neutral during both world wars, joining this larger effort. Now, basically all of European airspace is closed to Russian aircraft, sanctions coming from all European countries, targets on individual leaders in Russia. And this is a much bigger deal for Europeans than it might be for Americans. Our economy is not nearly as intertwined with the Russian economy as the European markets are. So there's going to be real sacrifices for many residents of these European countries. And it's notable that this comes after years in which it seemed like European unity was fraying after Brexit. And some people are saying now that in a few days, Vladimir Putin has done more to strengthen the unity of Europe than what politicians in Europe have done for years and years.
You know, Alex, we're seeing Germany, too, breaking its policy of pacifism that we have come to know over many years. Now Germany is sending weapons to Ukraine, too. How does Germany's involvement change this conflict?
Yeah, this is a really big deal. Since World War II, to sort of atone for the crimes that the Nazi regime committed, Germany has maintained a policy of pacifism, of engagement. There's this idea in the German kind of popular imagination that their economic ties to the Soviet Union during the Cold War helped bring about the end of that regime. And they've tried to maintain friendly relations with Russia, with Moscow, even as Vladimir Putin has stepped up his aggression. They have a policy against sending weapons to countries that are actively involved in conflicts. And they've even used their authority to block other countries from sending any German-made weapons to conflict zones. So the Netherlands just last week wanted to send weapons to help the Ukrainians, and the Germans blocked that. Then over the weekend, they did this 180, allowing the Netherlands to send their weapons, saying that they're going to send their own weapons. And with that move, because Germany is, the biggest, most powerful country in Europe, that change allowed the entire European Union, for the first time in its history, all 27 countries, to unanimously use its own funds to help the Ukrainian military to target sanctions across the entire board. So Germany has now gone from resisting putting pressure on Russia to really leading the way.
Seismic moves happening in Europe to support Ukraine now. Alex Seiswald, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you. Russia's invasion has led to catastrophic suffering for the Ukrainian people. In Kyiv, children inside a cancer ward are facing grave threats from the attacks. Here's Sky News correspondent Deborah Haynes.
The trauma of war in a children's hospital. This boy was hit by gunfire as Russian forces advanced on Ukraine's capital. Just 14 years old, he suffered face, back and leg wounds 3 nights ago. His latest procedure described as minor surgery. Russia's invasion prompted medics to set up this makeshift emergency department. 3 children have been brought in so far, including a 10-year-old who died en route.
That was the quiet place with just kids, with the scheduled operations, and now in one moment it changes. So, okay, this is war. We are and 2 days ago we have the gunfights all around the block with the artillery fights, etc., etc. But this night was a little bit calm. So, and the war changes the priority. So now, if you can take a shower and take a coffee, it is luxury.
He's barely slept. As well as preparing to treat war casualties, he and his colleagues have an equally vital job to do. Here in the emergency department, the doctors are tired. They're worried about an influx of more patients, and they're also worried about what to do with the very sick children who are being treated in this hospital before the war started.
The lights are off because of we should be like nobody should see us, so we're without light.
4-year-old Nikita has leukemia. He receives chemotherapy and blood transfusions. The little boy also has Down syndrome.
But usually children should not be in the corridor.
The noise you can hear is his teeth grinding. Something he's done since Russian missiles started falling. This is where he should be treated. But his mother now has to shuttle up and down from the basement, where it's safer for them to stay. How are you feeling dealing with all of this? I'm sorry to ask.
Trembling, hands are trembling, legs like you are in fitness gym because downstairs 10,000 meters a day, steps a day, up and down with children, with bags.
She wants to take him out of the country, but it's hard.
Our children can't live without hospital, without medical treatment. It's just a few days and that's all. So we should, if we will go to another country, we should cross the border, but with a doctor.
They're not alone. Other children dealt the same cruel blows, fighting life-threatening disease in the middle of a war zone, and with Russian forces closing in on the capital. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Kyiv.
Dramatic satellite images are giving us a better understanding of the true scale of this invasion of Ukraine. The pictures show a Russian military convoy about 40 miles long heading toward Ukraine's capital. The images come from Maxar. It's a private American satellite imaging company. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has now appointed a general tasked specifically with defending Kyiv, the capital. Let's bring in Veronica Melkozarova now. She is the executive editor at the New Voice of Ukraine. She's joining us from Kyiv at this hour. Veronica, can you describe the situation in the capital city right now?
Yes, just an hour ago, Russians attacked the main TV tower in Kyiv, which is located right next to Babyn Yar, a ravine where Nazis killed more than 100,000 Jews in 1941, just 80 years ago. Today, this attack killed 5 people. Whole family was burned alive, 5 more injured. Kyiv is getting ready for this column that is going in our direction from the south. Every district is being fortified. Locals are preparing. Everyone is preparing. Today, I took a post from journalism and I reunited with my granny finally, and we're now in her district. We joined the local security force, which was it's not this territorial defense force, because now territorial defense is not accepting more people. They have a lot already. So we are helping civilians by providing food and supplies. And today, me and my husband, we went and bought pampers, like diapers, and other supplies for a woman who gave birth in bomb shelter on February 24, the day of the attack of the Russians.
Veronica, you've been doing some really important and incredible reporting. We've talked to you several times over the last few days while you've been in Russia. Just while we have a little bit of time left today, what's your message to the U.S., to the international community, to regular people who are watching what's unfolding there in Ukraine? What's your message about what they can do, should do, to help?
Close the sky for Ukraine, because Russia is an overwhelming force. Our air defense systems are good, but they cannot stop every Russian missile. Today, Russians almost destroyed Kharkiv, and they were attacking the central square, which is called Freedom Square in Kharkiv. They destroyed the Kharkiv City Council, and 7 people died there, and 24, as I remember, were wounded. Kharkiv is the biggest predominantly Russian-speaking city. So I think that Putin is getting angrier, and so do something, close the sky.
Veronica, we appreciate you again making time to talk to us and share some of your reporting and your perspective there in Ukraine. We hope that you're able to stay safe. Thank you. A setback in the Senate on abortion rights. Up next, what this means as the future hangs in the balance of the Supreme Court.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Supreme Court will have the final say in the latest debate over abortion. This comes after the U.S. Senate rejected the Women's Health Protection Act, a Democrat-proposed bill that would have locked abortion rights into federal law. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now from her post. Ali, what exactly does this mean for abortion rights now that the Senate has rejected this bill?
Yeah, Aaron, we know that the Supreme Court is taking a look at a case right now that could fundamentally alter or strike down the protections offered by their landmark case, Roe versus Wade. In the meantime, though, Democrats have tried to use their majorities to codify abortion protections at the federal level, thusly rendering whatever the court would decide moot. Of course, the House was able to pass that Women's Health Protection Act bill that you were just talking about. The Senate yesterday, though, failed to advance it. Yesterday, voting on a motion to proceed onto the substance of the bill, effectively a procedural measure that allows them to actually vote on the substance of the Women's Health Protection Act. And that failed. Joe Manchin joining with all of the Republicans to stop that from passing into its next phase there. There's a few notable pieces here. 6 senators didn't vote. That's a combination of senators from both Republican and Democratic sides. But Joe Manchin crossed lines to vote with Republicans, and notably, Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey voted on the motion to proceed, although he is one of the Democratic senators with concerns about the substance of the bill, though at this point, we're not even close to that. One senator, though, reminding me she feels this is just day one of a more continued and longer push. Aaron?
So, Ali, as it relates to the court, when do we expect to hear from the Supreme Court on this?
Yeah, that's going to come in the spring, just a few months from now, and it could come at a really pivotal moment at the peak of the midterms, right when folks here on Capitol Hill are gearing up for, in the House, their own re-election battles, and some in the Senate for their own re-election battles. The point of this, as I was talking to Democrats and reproductive allies yesterday, the point of putting this to a vote, even though it failed and everyone expected it to fail, was so that voters would have a sense of where their elected officials are on this. It's not a clean sweep from a partisan perspective. Again, there were Democrats who did not vote in lockstep with the bulk of their party here, but at the same time, it's something that Democrats may try to use as a cudgel against Republicans, especially as we see across the country sweeping restrictions. And I should note, if the court were to strike down Roe, it would trigger restrictive laws across the country in more than 24 states.
All right, Ali Vitale for us on Capitol Hill today. Ali, thank you. Now, with the midterm elections officially getting underway today in Texas, for example, the GOP is looking to the future. Former President Donald Trump cemented his status as the leader of the Republican Party at this weekend's CPAC in Florida, the conference there. But in Washington, a much smaller gathering of anti-Trump Republicans struggled to forge a new path for their party. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is joining us now. So, Mark, first tell us about this Principles First Summit and what we heard from it.
Yeah, Aaron, it was essentially basically the convention of the Never Trump crowd 1 year after Donald Trump ended up leaving the White House. And, you know, Donald Trump has had his critics within the Republican Party, even when he was running for the Republican nomination. But this crowd is just a sliver of the Republican Party, a very small minority. And during this conference, the ideas were, what should happen to the Republican Party? Should you stay in? Should you splinter off as a third party? Do you end up waiting out Trump and trying to actually have a kind of a return to the Republican Party that a lot of these people experienced before Donald Trump?
Well, you know, Mark, even the former Attorney General Bill Barr is urging the party to move on from Trump, but he's still popular, we know, with the base there. How do you not isolate those voters?
Yeah, Aaron, so, there are Republicans like the former attorney general who want to be able to move on. But still, what is different about this Principles First crowd is that they are wholly opposed to Donald Trump. There are some people who would either in the Republican Party tolerate him or maybe go 50% and not all 100% mimic the former president. But when you are virtually opposed to him, the way that we're seeing like Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, there are a lot of Republicans who say that there is not a place for you in today's GOP.
You mentioned Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. Is there any indication that folks like them could actually run for president in 2024?
Possibly, Aaron, and 2024 is a long ways away. Liz Cheney has a very important Republican primary where she's getting a challenge from a Trump-backed opponent in August, and so we need to see how she fares there. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is going to be some type of voice from the Never Trump crowd. But as I was just saying, that's going to be a difficult place to launch a presidential bid, just given how small a sliver of the party it represents.
All right, Mark Murray for us today. Mark, thanks. Appreciate it. A doctor on the front lines of the fight against COVID dies by suicide. After the break, how her family is turning their anguish into activism and catching the attention of the president.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In his State of the Union address tonight, President Biden is expected to talk about a new law to protect healthcare workers. That law aims to protect doctors and nurses from burnout after a New York City doctor died by suicide in the early days of the pandemic. Here's today's show host, Savannah Guthrie.
Hi, Aaron. During tonight's State of the Union address, the president is expected to mention a noteworthy bill recently passed by Congress, the Dr. Lorna Breen Healthcare Provider Protection Act. You may remember this story. Lorna Breen was a top ER doctor here in New York. She treated COVID patients in the early days of the pandemic. Her family says she was suffering from burnout and depression, and she died by suicide. They have fought tirelessly since that day in her name to help other healthcare workers, and I got the chance to speak with them yesterday.
I never could have imagined losing my sister, ever. I thought we would be old ladies together.
Jennifer Feist lost her sister, Lorna Breen, 2 years ago. Since then, Jennifer and her husband, Corey, have been on a mission to keep Lorna's memory alive by helping those who help us.
The thing that's actually interesting, Savannah, is as we go through this journey, we became aware of the issues more acutely after my sister died of burnout and the issue of healthcare support or lack thereof in the medical industry.
Dr. Lorna Breen was treating COVID patients on the front lines in New York City at the beginning of the pandemic when beds were full and the number of people dying was skyrocketing. She contracted COVID herself, barely taking any time off to recover and returning to work just days later. She was working 12-hour shifts when she called her sister asking for help. Dr. Lorna Breen died by suicide soon after. Her family says she had no history of mental health issues. Now, the Feist will remember and honor her legacy with the Dr. Lorna Breen Healthcare Provider Protection Act. It's the first legislation of its kind and aims to reduce burnout of healthcare professionals, promote treatment for mental health struggles, and prevent death by suicide. The act provides federal grants for training programs on treatment and encourages the medical community to ask for help. Since the pandemic began, nearly half of physicians surveyed by Medscape have reported feeling burned out. Nearly 1 in 5 healthcare workers have quit their jobs.
We heard from hundreds and hundreds of healthcare workers across the country, in some cases across the world, who said to us, we have not been able to get help ourselves. We've not been able to take a break.
The Lorna Breen Protection Act easily passed both chambers of Congress, and now it's headed to President Biden's desk to be signed into law.
How do you feel like this impact is going to actually be felt?
The impact is already being felt, Savannah. We are hearing from the healthcare workforce and that it is already working and helping. And the gratitude and appreciation for this right now, given what they've been through, is frankly even more important than the dollar.
What would she have thought about all of this effort and meaning you've tried to bring to a tragedy in your family?
My mom texted me right before we started talking to you, and she said, here's my 2 cents. I think Lorna is in heaven smiling down at all the good that has come about. We are so pleased and honored to be turning it into something positive and turning it into an experience that will help others for years to come. I think my sister would be thrilled by that.
It's been a long journey for Jennifer and Corey and the whole family, but they told me they are just getting started. Aaron, back to you.
If you or anyone you know is suffering, please call or text the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. The number is on your screen, or you can go to suicidepreventionlifeline.org. Thank you for being with us this hour. A programming note for you. You can watch President Biden's State of the Union address right here on NBC News Now. Special coverage begins tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. For now, I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everybody, I'm Yasmin Vasugian in for Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening this hour. You got a massive Russian military convoy closing in on the capital city, Kyiv. Now U.S. officials saying a frustrated Putin may see his only option as doubling down on violence. And President Biden delivering his first State of the Union address tonight. How he can drive home his message. Plus, switch to birth. How a mix-up in 1964 led to a startling revelation for one Oklahoma woman more than a half a century later. Certainly a busy day today, everybody. We're going to start this hour with Russian President Vladimir Putin scaling up violent attacks on Ukraine as he grows frustrated over the slow pace of the invasion. That is according to current and former U.S. officials. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney reporting this, quote, Putin could order his military to use brute force to seize the capital city of Kyiv and other cities by employing indiscriminate bombing and shelling of civilian areas. And Ken is joining me now. Ken, as always, it's great to see you. This is incredibly disturbing, this latest development when it comes to Vladimir Putin. You actually spoke with the former U.S. ambassador to Russia, who told you, quote, it is not a failed invasion, but certainly a faltering one. Tell us about the struggles that Russian troops are reportedly facing right now.
Yeah, Yasmin, we're seeing reports of morale problems, of Russian conscripts not even told that they were invading Ukraine, of abandoned vehicles. And what we set out to do with that reporting that you just showed is to try to figure out what the U.S. intelligence is saying about the mindset of Vladimir Putin, amid a lot of speculation that I'm sure you've seen by experts and people who have dealt with Putin over the years who say, hey, there may be something wrong here. This is not the Putin that we knew back in 2008. And what we learned, Yasmin, is that four U.S. officials told us there is no intelligence product suggesting that Vladimir Putin is mentally unfit or is suffering from some physical ailment, but that a widespread group of officials believes that Putin has changed, that he is more isolated than he ever has been before, that through COVID, for example, he spent very little time in the Kremlin. I'm sure you've seen those pictures of him at a very long table with two advisors at the other side about 30 feet away. He appears to be pretty paranoid about COVID. And so he's not getting the kind of fulsome advice that he used to be getting. It's not clear who's making decisions, who's calling the shots around him. And he's increasingly frustrated by the faltering nature of this military action, and was even known to have exploded in anger at a couple of members of his inner circle, which we were told is not normal for him. He is a former KGB agent, usually keeps his emotions under control. So a lot of concern about his mindset right now, Yasmin.
Talk to me about how the CIA is approaching this. I know that you spoke with former CIA Director John Brennan. I mean, it's important to note, I think, that the CIA has spent a lot of time studying Vladimir Putin historically, right? I mean, he has been really enemy number one for them when it comes to clandestine intelligence gathering, although he has evaded much of that gathering because of what you said, the fact that he is also a former KGB agent and he knows how to do so. That being said, in speaking with Brennan, what did he have to say to you?
Well, Brennan was really stark in saying that Putin has really put himself in a box with almost no way out, that everything is collapsing around Putin, and that Putin knows this. I mean, I've never heard Brennan talk like this. He thinks that this perhaps could be the end of Vladimir Putin. He said he's no longer the same cold-blooded, clear-eyed dictator he was in 2008, but he went beyond that and said these are catastrophic decisions that Putin has made. And you're absolutely right. The CIA has spent years creating profiles and behavior analysis of Putin. But right now, their main goal is to try to figure out, who is he listening to? Who can influence him? How can they find a way for him to somehow climb down from this place where he's found himself while saving face without destroying the country of Ukraine? Because he's a man with immense power to do a lot more harm than he's done so far, Yasmin.
Hey, can I wonder this? Because of kind of this vacuum that we've all been living in, right, during this pandemic over the last 2 years, you talk about, of course, the reporting that Vladimir Putin has been incredibly isolated throughout this pandemic, much of which is contributing to his behavior now. I'm wondering if there was a lapse in intelligence gathering when it came to Vladimir Putin and the circle surrounding him that may have led to kind of this unpredictability of us understanding where he is now. Have you heard any of this?
That's a great question, Yasmin. Of course, we don't have perfect visibility over the secret activities of the CIA, but we know that there was a source that the CIA had close to Putin that was providing them information about the Russian effort to interfere in the 2016 election, and that person was evacuated essentially from Russia and found their way to the United States for safe harbor, and so that was a source that was lost. Now, we don't know to what extent they've been able to replace that source or develop other people around Putin. We don't know the extent that they have penetrated Russian communication, although we do know from all these releases of all the plans and intentions that have proven to be accurate that the U.S. and British and other Western intelligence agencies have done a pretty good job ferreting out what Putin's plans and intentions were for this invasion. We just don't know what their fidelity is on the inner circle, on what he's doing in those rooms, in those dachas, what he's saying and thinking. That seems to be a little bit of a mystery to U.S. intelligence.
I got to say, though, that is an incredible loss to the U.S. intelligence agency if you have a source that's in the inner circle of Vladimir Putin that is then evacuated to the United States and no longer to obtain intelligence from that. One other question, Ken, before I let you go, and that is about the Ukrainian military. What are we learning about their status as of now? What are we learning from U.S. officials?
Well, I mean, U.S. officials say it's been remarkable, the resilience of the under-equipped Ukrainian forces. I mean, they've just been putting up an incredible fight, and the U.S. is rushing them weapons, including Stinger anti-aircraft shoulder-fired missiles, which could do a lot of damage. They already had those Javelin anti-tank weapons, and we're seeing that, and they've used Turkish drones as well to great effect in destroying Russian armor, Russian columns. It's really something that none of the military experts I talked to before this thing happened, none of them predicted that this was going to go this way, and U.S. officials are pleasantly surprised by the performance of Ukrainian fighters, Yasmin.
Ken Delaney, as always, great reporting on this. We appreciate it, my friend.
You bet.
All right, at 677,000 people have now fled Ukraine. That's according to the latest figures from the UN Refugee Agency. Meanwhile, the civilians that remain in the country, they're making weapons and manning checkpoints as they prepare to defend their homes. Here is NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas in Lviv, Ukraine.
Fires burning outside of the Lviv train station in western Ukraine. Inside the station, the massive exodus comes to light.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine right now. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland. These entranceways are filled with people. It is sad, it is desperate, but this is one of the only ways these families can get out. Who are you traveling with here?
I was my daughter.
Yevgenia and her daughter Emma are trying to reach Poland, but what truly breaks this mother's heart is that her husband is there to say goodbye. He says he's going back to help defend his country. Men of fighting age are not allowed to leave.
So hard and so scary about my husband. I don't want to say goodbye.
Russia's victims in this war stretch farther than the battlefield.
It's a wonderful city.
It was being destroyed.
Yes. It's destroyed. Russia destroyed all.
Svetlana and her son David have traveled from the east to the west, trying to find a way out. They leave for Romania. David has an ID card in case they are separated. He's only 9 years old, but already understands some of the realities of this war.
Putin monster.
Putin is a monster.
Yes. He killed us. He just killed.
As hundreds of thousands flee for safety, so many others staying put and preparing.
It makes temperature of fire more high.
In an old and unmarked warehouse that smelled like a gas station, we met Igor.
You're going to use this to take on the Russians?
Yes.
He's crafting these Molotov cocktails around the clock.
How many of these cocktails have you made?
2,500.
2,000?
Yes.
2,500.
Yes.
And he says he's not alone.
If you could talk to the Russian troops, the Russian military, what would you tell them?
Go away. Go out from Ukraine. Off from us. They have their own country. Why they're going to us?
All right, thank you to Tom for that. Want to go now to NBC News correspondent Cal Perry, who is standing by live for us in Lviv, Ukraine. Cal, it's good to see you, my friend. Let's just kind of talk about what's taken place over the last 12 hours or so. It has been a brutal day of shelling attacks across the country there. You had a TV tower in Kyiv hit by Russian forces. According to Ukraine's Interior Ministry, at least 5 people were killed there. There's this video showing smoke surrounding the tower there. There is also surveillance video showing an explosion at a regional government building. The Interior Ministry saying at least 10 people were killed there. How is the government today, right now, at this hour, responding to these assaults?
I think it was a big development, the TV tower getting hit. By the way, when we talk about civilian casualties, we're going to be using the phrase at least an awful lot, because the reality is we don't have a good picture on how many civilians have been killed across the country, right? We just don't know. I mean, the city of Kharkiv, all the way in the northeastern part of the country, is being shelled right now heavily, and there is heavy fighting there. So people are dying. That is the reality. How is the government reacting? When those TV stations went down again, I think that was a big moment here, because for 6 days now, the Ukrainian people, and journalists included, we've been getting a lot of our information off Ukrainian television. We know, of course, this is what they want us to see. We know that it is its own form of propaganda, but it was a way of Zelensky to communicate with the Ukrainian people without any interruption on television. He will still use Telegram. He'll still be able to use his social media access. But this was one of those first things that we thought maybe we would see at the beginning of the war. We thought maybe the Russians would take out the communications. They would take out the television. They've done it today. Curious why on day 6, but I think it'll have an effect, Yasmin, for sure.
So talk to me about Zelensky, as you just mentioned him, right, communicating with the public there. We know at the beginning of this whole thing, actually, he tried to address and or communicate with the Russian people to reach out to them, and obviously been communicative through social media as well with the Ukrainian people there. Speaking with the European Parliament, saying we are literally, himself included, fighting for our lives. And we are seeing that in every story told. Tell us more as to what we heard from him.
Boy, and he has struck this chord with the Ukrainian people and with the world, I think. And talk about a leader who has literally risen from the ashes. I mean, this is a man who is seen on morning television drinking coffee in a trench with the soldiers of the Ukrainian army, a man who, according to the government, is actually leading and helping to plan the resistance of the capital. He gave this impassioned speech today. At one point, the translator even breaking up. You're going to hear it, I think, in this clip here. Take a little bit of a listen to what he had to say today.
Square. Can you imagine this morning 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square, dozens of killed ones. This is the price of freedom. Do prove that you are with us. Do prove that you will not let us go. Do prove that you indeed are Europeans. And then life will win over death, and light will win over darkness. Glory be to Ukraine.
Emotionally, that's where the Ukrainian people are. I mean, I see it every day here in the city of Lviv. People are completely emotionally exhausted. I'm not even just talking about folks that come from Kiev and Kharkiv where the shelling is heavy, but it's hard to imagine, but it's true even here when the sirens go off 5 or 6 times a day, it rattles people. People run to the bomb shelters, they run back. And so this is a nation that is exhausted. This is a nation that is at war, and they're feeling very well represented by their president.
6 days in, and we don't even know how much longer this is actually going to go on. Or again, what the end game is here. Today I saw a quote, I believe, from Michael McFaul saying, listen, Vladimir Putin gets Kyiv, and then what? And then what is he actually going to do with that city? And then what does the future of that country look like? You were speaking with folks, as you mentioned, I want to pull on this thread a little bit, inside of a camp there in Lviv. That's supposed to be the safe zone, right? 30 miles or so, I believe, from the Polish border. What did they have to say about their experiences so far?
And you and I have been talking about this now for the better part of a week, right? That maybe Putin won't attack here, that the Russian army won't come here because it is so close, not only to the border with Europe, but to the border with NATO. And I was talking to a 12-year-old girl today who spoke perfect English. She went to school in Canada, and she looked at me and my whole crew, and she said, "You don't think the war will come here? It could very easily come here." And sort of like, wow. I mean, this is the way people are thinking here. They have no idea how wide this war is going to get. In addition to that, you have this civilian-led Herculean effort to try to get supplies both to the front, but also to help refugees who have come here. And it's like everybody now serves a dual role as either a volunteer and a soldier, as a doctor and a soldier, a medic and a soldier, you know, a teacher and a soldier. I had a chance to speak to a volunteer. I asked him sort of to explain to me what was going on. Here's, again, a little bit of his story.
34 seconds.
And this is a tragedy. And this is a Putin's fault that we are now at war, and the people are dying, and the children are dying, and I believe in the end, and the whole territory, the whole Ukrainians believe that we will win that war.
If you have to fight, will you fight?
Yeah.
The first and second day we were here, we would ask people what were their reactions were to the war, and there was such a marked difference between that and now, between the war has arrived for your country and the war has arrived for you. And I think almost a week into this war, as you speak to people individually, you're seeing that the war has arrived for them. It is affecting their personal lives. It has touched everyone's life now in this country, Yasmin.
And they're probably asking, will we ever be able to go home? And what will that home look like? Who will it be governed by? As always, Cal Perry, my friend, you and your team stay safe. Thanks for joining us this hour. Coming up, everybody, President Biden getting ready for a State of the Union address, what the president is expected to say about Ukraine, and his new unity agenda. Coming up next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She is following the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hey, Yasmin. We start in Washington, D.C., where the House passed legislation that would make lynching a federal hate crime. The Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act will now go to the Senate. Lawmakers have failed to pass anti-lynching bills more than 200 times since 1900. Abbott Laboratories is recalling some of its Similac PM6040 baby formula after an infant exposed to the powder died. The company already recalled 3 other formulas following complaints of bacterial infections. Queen Elizabeth is returning to virtual audiences more than a week after testing positive for COVID. Palace officials say the 95-year-old British monarch will continue light duties at Windsor Castle. In the Philippines, dense crowds are back after officials have allowed businesses and public transportation to operate at full capacity. The Philippines had imposed one of the longest COVID lockdowns in the world. And TikTok videos are about to get longer. The app will allow users to post videos up to 10 minutes.
Wow.
TikTok last upped its maximum video length in July from 1 minute to 3. Yasmin.
Wow, that is a lot of TikTok.
It's going to be long. It's going to be long.
Isn't the whole point of TikTok to be short and sweet?
I thought so too.
10 minutes. You're going to be like, okay, see the dance over. Anyways.
Right.
Thank you, Maya. Appreciate it. All right, the president just a few hours away from giving his first State of the Union address on Capitol Hill. Tonight's speech coming at a critical time, of course, and it's certain to be a preview, right, of the Democrats' message heading into the midterm elections. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Washoe County in the key battleground state of Nevada to find out what voters are expecting. Guad, as always, it is great to see you. Listen, you got undecided, kind of nonpartisan voters here, right? Making up a third of registered voters in Washoe County where you are. You've been talking to folks there on the ground. What do they want to hear from the president tonight?
Yasmin, right. These are the voters that both Republicans and Democrats would like to win over here in Washoe County. So as we spoke to a lot of these voters, many of them undecided, the one thing we've heard across the board is now with the crisis in Europe, they would like to see the Biden administration find a solution. They want to see the U.S. As a world leader offering a solution that will bring peace in Ukraine. So they'd like to hear Biden talk about what will be done. And they also care about the issues that affect them here. Many of them talking about the economy issues. They're very upset because of inflation and other things that have just affected their pocket. Let's hear from some of these voters.
I would like to hear about how the administration plans on dealing with the current incredible increase in inflation, how the administration plans on dealing with the uptick in the crime rate that is affecting our bigger cities.
I know some wages have gone up, but I think the cost of food and gas and, you know, you look at the oil company profits, you know, where a lot of that additional money we're paying is going. They've had record-breaking profits, but, you know, I guess even bigger, that's a long-term issue. The short-term is we need to not have another world war.
You know, it's interesting, when these voters spoke to us, they would all say that they're not Republican or Democrat. They're not leaning towards a party. They're leaning towards issues. So they want to hear a good plan from President Biden, and they want him to deliver on his promises tonight.
So talk to me about how they feel as if the president is doing so far, right? We've talked a lot about the approval ratings of the president. They're pretty low right now. And so I think, you know, there is a question as to how these voters particularly feel about him.
Right. So we heard about the approval ratings and we felt it when we spoke to these voters. Now, it's interesting. Some of them voted for Biden. Others did not. But all of them feel like the administration has not delivered on a lot of the promises that were made during the campaign. Let's hear from one of these voters.
Student loans have not been forgiven. That was something he raced on, you know, like he ran on that. You know, climate change is still an issue. Like, we're still having a lot of these social issues that were promised, you know, like even like the Black Lives Matter.
So across the board, the voters that we spoke to who said they supported the Biden administration when they first voted for him say that he just hasn't delivered these promises. Another issue is immigration. He made a lot of promises. None of those things have happened. Then, of course, you add now the crisis in Ukraine. They would like to hear a speech where he offers solutions and believe that the administration really will come through making these changes. And, of course, they just want the price situation, the inflation, to get better for Americans all across the country, Yasmin.
Yeah, certainly a lot on the president's plate tonight to satisfy a lot of those voters as well. For now, Guad Venegas, thank you. So the president, as we well know at this point, putting the finishing touches, of course, on his State of the Union address just a couple hours away. The crisis in Ukraine, our economy, going to be key topics in the president's speech. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee is joining me now from Washington, D.C. As always, my friend, it's great to see you. Let's talk through this, right? Because Ukraine obviously is fairly new to his agenda. This thing is usually in the works months leading up to delivering the State of the Union. He has now had to rework this thing, considering what's taking place in Ukraine. You just heard from Guad. Voters want to hear what the solution is, right, without getting into another world war.
Yeah, that's right. And look, the president's supposed to talk about the way forward, according to administration officials. But he's also was recently, Yasmin, earlier today, asked by our own Lester Holt in an anchor luncheon, which is a tradition that presidents do on the State of the Union. They invite anchors in for a private lunch with the president to talk about his speech. And Lester asked, what is the message, what's really important about your speech that you want to convey, particularly as it pertains to Ukraine? And the president said unity around NATO and the West. That is the emphasis. That's the most important thing he wants to convey. And he said that he's very determined to make sure that the West is united and the U.S. and its allies are on the same page. And the reason he said, Yasmin, I'll just read you part of his quote, is because that's the one thing that gives us power to impose severe consequences on Putin for what he's done. And one of the few things that I'm confident he's going to have to think twice about long term as this continues to bite. So that's one of the messages the president will have tonight. And his advisor, Cedric Richmond, spoke with MSNBC earlier today and underscored that this is how the president is going to frame his remarks on Ukraine. Take a listen.
What the president will do is highlight the hard work that he's done over the past couple of months, unifying the entire world over Russian aggression. And so you've seen that. You've seen the unity from around the world. And I think that he'll just point to that, highlight that, and then preview where we go from here.
So there you have it, the where we go from here. As you mentioned, this is what people want to hear. And so the president's going to outline that, too. If you'll note in his statement, his comments to Lester, he said that those sanctions are going to maybe make Putin think twice in the long term. So not in the short term. There's nothing that he's saying that's going to stop Putin in his tracks, that all administration officials that I've spoken to believe that this is going to continue and go forward and is going to get worse before it gets better. So how the president talks about the U.S. role in that will be something that everyone's going to want to listen to tonight.
Let's stick with this unity agenda, because it seems as if, Carol, right, this is going to be kind of the overarching theme to his entire speech. You've got unity in NATO, which is understandable that he's talking about that, because it certainly was not necessarily predicted. Vladimir Putin certainly didn't predict it, considering the calculations that he made upon his invasion. Then you got unity, it seems as if domestically the president wanting to kind of stick with this unity agenda, talking about mental health as well within this unity agenda. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure, and this is something, Yasmin, that the president and the White House is hoping that they can frame as things that should get bipartisan support. So they're calling this the unity agenda, and it looks at, I'll give you a couple of examples. One of the things they want to do is expand the workforce to build capacity to meet mental health, behavioral health needs, and then connect more people to care by breaking down financial and other barriers. This is the White House's words I'm using here. And essentially to foster supportive environments, promote wellness and recovery in schools and online, but also in workplaces. We know there's been a lot of talk about mental health through the pandemic. A number of people, including a lot of children, are suffering from mental health issues. And so the president and the White House is trying to frame this as something that could get bipartisan support, that these are issues that both parties should be able to come together and pass legislation on. And we're also told that the president will make specific asks of Congress to pass certain bills to get to his desk. So that's part of going to be his focus tonight.
So, of course, before I let you go, we got to talk about his Supreme Court nominee, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. What is he expected to say about her tonight?
We're told that their colleague Kristen Welker spoke with a senior administration official who said that the president's simply going to outline her credentials and say that she is deeply qualified for this job and that she is a jurist in the mold of the person she will be replacing if she's confirmed by the Senate, Justice Breyer. And we're also told, Yasmin, that she will not attend the State of the Union address tonight. Sitting Supreme Court justices typically do attend the State of the Union, but it would be a little out of character for someone who's up for a nomination to attend an event on behalf of the president. It would just be seen as a little political.
Carol Lee, thank you as always, my friend. All right, so we know what President Biden plans to say tonight, but what does he need to say when it comes to the American people? David Litt is a best-selling author who served as a speechwriter in the Obama administration, and he joins me now. David, as always, it's great to see you. The president has a lot to get through this evening, and a lot of things he didn't necessarily plan for, one in which is war, right? Vladimir Putin deciding to invade Ukraine. He's had some accomplishments throughout his time in office so far. He had infrastructure passed, right? He had the American Rescue Plan passed as well. He can talk about some of those accomplishments, but he's also got to talk about the economy. He's got to talk about inflation. He's got to address the war in Ukraine. He's got to talk about the pandemic. Hello, we're still inside of a pandemic, and what comes next with that. How does he accomplish that?
Well, Yasmin, first of all, thank you for having me on today. And I think right now, Americans love a comeback story, and Joe Biden has begun a comeback story that's really great, but not enough Americans, if we're being honest, have heard that story yet. I think there was a poll out today that said some substantial number of Americans think that we've lost jobs in the last year, that the economy is losing jobs. In fact, we've had an amazing jobs year. That kind of story and that kind of fact check is what Joe Biden can start with tonight. He can tell this story about a country that a year ago had a vaccine rollout that was sputtering, that was estranged from its allies, that had a pandemic that was raging. And now we're on our way back. And he can talk about all of those successes you just said, and then get to the point where he tells us where we're going to go from here, because certainly we still have a lot of challenges to face as a country. I mean, everyone can see that right now, but he needs to first make the case that he's put us in place to face down those challenges. And the facts on the ground, I think, really do support that case. And this is his chance to get out there and tell that story.
It's really interesting, right? Because the way in which you're talking about it, right, it seems as if the president has had a fairly successful run up until this point. But you look at the approval ratings, and it's not telling the same story. He's at 40.8% in approval, according to Real Clear Politics. That's not a good place to be right now for a sitting president ahead of the State of the Union. So how does he bridge the gap?
Yeah, I think one of the things that is great about Joe Biden is that he is not only focused on his approval rating, he's trying to do what's right. But that said, you would absolutely like your approval rating to be higher than that. I'm sure that people in the White House would appreciate if those numbers went up. And I think that part of what's happening right now is, if you look at the last year, there really have been three events, Afghanistan, Delta, and Omicron, that have pushed Biden's approval rating down. And the way I think about that, that means there are people who voted for Joe Biden, who less than a year ago strongly supported Joe Biden, who have now forgotten what they liked about him. Those events have pushed that out of their minds. This speech, and also the next couple of months, because I don't want to put everything on one big speech, is an opportunity to remind people what they liked about Joe Biden just 9 months ago. And so, as a speechwriter, I always liked working on speeches where I felt like there was a gap, that people ought to be on our side and agreeing with us, but they don't yet. That is the upside of lower than you would want approval ratings. It's a chance to bring people back into the fold, have people watch this speech or watch bits of it online and say, oh yeah, that's the guy I voted for. That's what I wanted in a president.
Taking behind the scenes here, because you just mentioned that, obviously, being a former speechwriter yourself for President Obama, these things are being planned for months in advance of the State of the Union, right? Now you have Ukraine. I'm sure the president and his team didn't necessarily think they were going to be leading with war, but it seems like tonight that's top of mind for all Americans.
Well, I think that is absolutely right. And I should say, I was a junior speechwriter in the White House. This was always a chief speechwriter speech, so I was never directly in the room when we were doing State of the Union stuff. But it was the kind of thing, it sort of consumed the speechwriting office, and you could see that process take place for weeks. And one of the things that makes speechwriters, White House speechwriters, the moment where you really step up, and I certainly saw this in the chief speechwriters who were there, who I worked for in the Obama White House, was events change, there's a crisis, and suddenly you have to throw out what you were working on and, turn around and write something really great in a really short amount of time. And so, I know the speechwriting team in the Biden White House, they're fantastic speechwriters. And it's not the kind of challenge any speechwriter wants, because it means something in the world has gone wrong. But I think they are up to the challenge. And I think it's certainly, it's why they're in the positions they're in, because that is a really challenging job for a speechwriter. And I suspect, knowing them, that they're going to step up and that the president's going to step up and, deliver a pretty impressive speech under pretty difficult circumstances.
David Litt, don't diminish your job as junior speechwriter to the former president. That is a pretty big freaking job.
Yeah, no, I just I was thrilled to have it. I just wanted to make it clear.
Yeah,
I didn't want to say,
clear.
when I was in the room, when I wasn't in the room.
I'm sure your parents were incredibly proud, as we all are.
They were. My parents were quite proud. They were sure I was running the government.
Thank you, as all of our parents do. Thank you.
Exactly.
All right, coming up, everybody. An American couple desperate to get their newborn twins out of Ukraine. After their surrogate delivered the babies premature, we hear from those parents trying to get them home safe. That's coming up.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of state house.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, Ukrainian parents with sick children inside hospitals are desperate to leave, but there are no good options for them to escape while making sure their children get the treatments that they need. Meanwhile, those same hospitals are actually fighting to save children injured in these attacks. Sky News security and defense editor Deborah Haynes takes us inside Kyiv's main pediatric hospital.
The trauma of war in a children's hospital. This boy was hit by gunfire as Russian forces advanced on Ukraine's capital. Just 14 years old, he suffered face, back and leg wounds 3 nights ago. His latest procedure described as minor surgery. Russia's invasion prompted medics to set up this makeshift emergency department. 3 children have been brought in so far, including a 10-year-old who died en route.
That was the quiet place with just kids, with the scheduled operations, and now in one moment it changes. So, okay, this is war. We are and 2 days ago we have the gunfights all around the block with the artillery fights, etc., etc. But this night was a little bit calm. So, and the war changes the priority. So now, if you can take a shower and take a coffee, it is luxury.
He's barely slept. As well as preparing to treat war casualties, he and his colleagues have an equally vital job to do.
Here in the emergency department, the doctors are tired, they're worried about an influx of more patients, and they're also worried about what to do with the very sick children who were being treated in this hospital before the war started.
The lights are off because of we should be like nobody should see us. So we without light.
4-year-old Nikita has leukemia. He receives chemotherapy and blood transfusions. The little boy also has Down syndrome.
But usually children should not be in the corridor.
The noise you can hear is his teeth grinding. Something he's done since Russian missiles started falling. This is where he should be treated. But his mother now has to shuttle up and down from the basement, where it's safer for them to stay.
How are you feeling dealing with all of this? I'm sorry to ask.
You know, trembling, hands are trembling, legs like you are in fitness gym because downstairs 10,000 meters a day, steps a day, up and down with children, with bags.
She wants to take him out of the country, but it's hard.
Our children can't live without hospital, without medical treatment. You know, it's just a few days and that's all. So we should, if we will go to another country, we should cross the border, but with a doctor.
They're not alone. Other children dealt the same cruel blows, fighting life-threatening disease in the middle of a war zone, and with Russian forces closing in on the capital.
Even children, the most vulnerable among us, affected by this war. All right. A couple in Georgia is fighting to get their newborn twins, born by surrogate, out of Ukraine and into their home. The infants are only days old, born premature in Kyiv. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has their story.
Like all premature babies, Lenny and Moishe Spector were born tough. But this morning, the twin brothers are fighting harder than any newborn ever should.
It's unimaginable. What can I say? It's impossible to wrap your mind around.
New parents Alex Spector and Irma Nunez couldn't be with their surrogate at the end of a challenging pregnancy when she gave birth Friday at 32 and a half weeks in Kyiv. They were in the U.S. when their preemie twins came into the world. The infants somehow sleeping soundly, with the sounds of war in the distance. From another continent, mom and dad working the phones, trying to find a safe ride to a better hospital, one with its own basement bomb shelter. Getting the babies out of Ukraine entirely, even more challenging.
The fact that they're premature plays against us, right? So there is a conflict. They need to stay put. We need to take them out.
Moishe struggling to breathe. Mom and dad hunting down special preemie milk.
I talked to this pharmacy in the morning. By afternoon, when one of our contacts got there, it was already shelled and it was closed.
Thankfully, Spector says they found the milk, but the search for that ambulance continued Monday. Spector says a pediatrician and their surrogate are still watching over the 4-day-old boys, putting their own lives at risk to keep them safe.
It's families, it's their surrogate, it's their child.
Surrogacy provider Adonis Fertility International says close to 100 American and Canadian client families have been impacted by the conflict. Some surrogates still carrying unborn children, some parents trapped in Ukraine with their newborns. Moishe and Lenny's dad with this plea for President Joe Biden.
Just get our babies out. Or if that's not possible, at least to Lviv, somewhere westward, where they would be safe.
Okay. A growing global movement to support Ukraine in a time of need, from businesses and sport leagues taking action to rock bands boycotting concerts. Here's NBC News reporter Zinkley Asamoah with a look at those efforts.
Solidarity with Ukraine is growing around the world as local governments, businesses, and students are taking action. In sports, the National Hockey League suspended relationships with business partners in Russia and paused its Russian-based social and digital media sites. FIFA and the Union of European Football Associations also suspended Russia's national teams from international soccer competitions. In music, the band Green Day says it will not play its planned May concert in Moscow. And it's not just on Earth. Support for the country has launched into space. On Saturday, the country's vice prime minister challenged Tesla CEO Elon Musk to provide satellite internet service in Ukraine. Hours later, mission accomplished. Musk tweeted, Starlink service is now active in Ukraine, with more terminals en route. Back on Earth, New York, Maryland, and Colorado leadership have called for an end to state economic ties to Russian entities.
We're not doing anything to support Russia in any way or their economy.
Several state governors have even called for an end to the sale of Russian alcohol.
Evil Pie is going to be offering $5 F. Putin shots of Ukrainian vodka.
With many U.S. liquor stores now promoting the sale of Ukrainian alcohol. The solidarity extended from the Sunday night red carpet.
Say a word about Ukraine.
To the soccer field. One Ukrainian soccer player moved to tears. The crowd in Portugal cheered for him and his countrymen. In New York, Saturday Night Live invited the Ukrainian Choir of New York to open its show. And Monday night, students gathered to mourn and protest.
I'm calling for Putin to stop the war in Ukraine.
As Russian forces continue to blast Ukraine, Ukrainians and those standing with them hope for an end to the violence.
What message do you hope people hear from you?
Honestly, I would appreciate some action more than just some nice words at this point.
All right, primary in the Lone Star State, everybody. Up next, how a new voting law in Texas could impact today's key races. That's coming up.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. So voters in Texas heading to the polls today for a primary election both parties are keeping a close watch on. It is the first primary ahead of the 2022 midterms and also the first under the state's new voting restrictions. NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki is tracking the key races from the big board. But first, I want to go to NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, who's in Houston for us. Antonia, let's talk about some of these voting restrictions, right? Because during early voting there was a lot of concern that this new law was actually confusing some voters, straining poll workers as well. What are you hearing today?
That's right. And actually, for many of the election workers here, today is actually a bit easier on them than, honestly, the last several weeks of work. What they described to me was being incredibly tired, in some cases having to sleep overnight in the election center here in the city, and answering thousands of phone calls from panicked voters who were confused by the changes that came with SB1. That included an end to drive-through voting, an end to 24-hour voting. It added new freedoms and movement for partisan poll watchers, something that has some voters and poll watchers or poll workers concerned that there could be confrontations or intimidation at the polls, potential criminal charges for election workers who helped or solicited people to do mail-in voting. And then when it comes to mail-in voting, new ID requirements that require people to submit the exact identification number they used when they first registered to vote, which has proved to be quite challenging for elderly voters who in many cases don't remember what number they used when they registered decades ago. And so thousands of ballots, mail-in ballots, were rejected during that early voting period. And there's concern now that today some of those voters are not going to come in person to cure those ballots, Yasmin.
So we're hearing obviously from the poll workers that you've been speaking to, but what about the voters as well when it comes to SB1 and their thoughts on it today?
Well, for some younger voters and able-bodied folks, they feel like SB1 hasn't necessarily changed the game for them. They can afford to take time off work and stand in a line like the one behind me here for a good amount of time if it's necessary. It's really the older voters and disabled voters and many voters of color who had taken advantage of mail-in voting and other measures that were popular during the pandemic to make voting easier who are most feeling affected by SB1. Many of them say that they feel that, in fact, SB1 was designed to target a community like Harris County, where I am right now. This is the most populous part of Texas. It's an extremely diverse community with people of every ethnic, linguistic background, and they feel like this vote or this law particularly targeted their votes. Take a listen to one conversation I had with a voter and business owner here in Houston named Marcus Davis. He had, a view that while some parts of this law were useful or tackled important issues here with election security, that at the end of the day, it was ultimately about power. Take a listen.
There were some things that needed to be corrected and addressed. They weren't overwhelming, they weren't overbearing, but there were some issues that needed to be addressed. The games that are played in local politics with the mail-in ballots is a real game, and the Democrats have to be honest about that. And so while the intention was not pure, the opportunity to fix something that was a challenge still existed. And that's how you know that it was all about preservation of power.
I should add that there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud in the elections here in Texas, not the last election cycle, and as of now, not in this one. But it's really the mail-in voters or the voters who tried and failed to vote by mail that people are keeping an eye on. Do they come in person today, Yasmin, and try to cure their votes? Are they able to get their voices heard?
Antonia, thank you. We appreciate it. So the results of today's primary could offer an indication of what is to come in races across the country leading up to November. With that, we have NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki joining me from the big board. So it's kind of like, two things happening here. You got SB1 on the books in Texas officially, and then you had the first of the primary season, the first of many leading up to November. You combine those and you think, we're all watching Texas. So what should we be watching? What are you watching?
Yeah, a couple of things here, Yasmin. Obviously just getting the midterm primary season kicked off here. So curious, all eyes on Texas, just in sort of the big picture. But in terms of individual races, okay, Greg Abbott, Republican incumbent governor, he is actually facing some opposition in the Republican primary, most notably from Alan West. He'd been a congressman from Florida a while back, also was the Texas State Republican Party chairman. Abbott is expected to win this nomination pretty easily. The key here in Texas is, does he clear 50%? Does Abbott get 50% tonight and avoid a runoff, win the Republican nomination on the spot? We'll keep an eye on that. Also on the Democratic side, Beto O'Rourke, the overwhelming favorite to win the Democratic nomination again. Does he clear 50%, avoid the runoff? Do we know at the end of tonight that it's officially Abbott and O'Rourke for the governorship of Texas? Certainly it is expected to be. We'll see if they both avoid a runoff. The most closely watched statewide race in Texas, you're looking at it right here tonight, Republican race for Attorney General. The incumbent there, Ken Paxton, of course, he had sued to try to overturn the 2020 presidential election. He has Donald Trump's endorsement. He also has some ethical baggage. There's a lingering indictment that's been over him for years. He is being challenged by multiple candidates in this Republican primary, most notably George P. Bush, Jeb's son, Louis Gohmert, a congressman. There's a fourth candidate as well, likely to be a runoff here. Who are the top two that emerge here? Those are the marquee statewide races. And then again, there are just a number of congressional primaries we're keeping an eye on. I'll just circle three here. Van Taylor, Chip Roy, and Dan Crenshaw. They are all Republicans whose districts by redistricting became much more Republican. And in some ways, they have kind of found themselves at odds with the Trump wing of the party. We're going to keep an eye on these races tonight. We're not expecting any of them to lose. But if any of them have unexpected trouble, I think that could portend some MAGA-fueled trouble for other Republicans in primaries as this season progresses.
All right, so those are some things to watch. Steve Kornacki, we're going to be watching you all night, so thank you.
Look forward to
in
it.
advance for all your hours ahead.
You got it.
All right, a shocking discovery, everybody. How a DNA testing kit upended the lives of 2 women and their families. We'll be right back.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In a stunning switched at birth story, 2 women in Oklahoma, born on the same day at the same hospital, went home with the wrong parents. The shocking discovery made more than a half a century later. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow.
I just loved her instantly.
It was 1964 in Duncan, Oklahoma, and Catherine Jones had just given birth to her second child.
And I thought she was the most beautiful little baby and had such a beautiful complexion.
As a kid, Tina loved to make people laugh.
How would you describe Tina growing up? Oh, she was just always a blessing. Always happy-go-lucky.
Tina calls her childhood just normal.
My mom's grandparents were terrific. We had horses with them, and he took us to rodeos and play days. And
sounds really nice. Sounds very Oklahoma.
Yeah, it was very Oklahoma. Yeah.
Life was pretty normal until 2019, when Tina, then 55 years old, took an Ancestry.com DNA test and was sent a list of people she was genetically related to.
And did you recognize any of those names?
The only name I recognized was my daughter's.
Tina was confused and asked her mother, Catherine, to take the test.
Ours didn't match up.
There was no overlap?
Nothing.
Tina's daughter started searching the internet for the surnames that did come up and found 55-year-old Jill Lopez, born on the same day in 1964.
Tina, what did you think when you saw Jill's photo?
I thought it looked just like my mother.
Tina reached out to Jill, and she also took a DNA test. With those results came a life-changing, destabilizing new reality. Jill was Catherine's biological daughter. Tina was the biological daughter of Jill's parents, who are now deceased. Somehow the girls were switched at birth.
It's a hard thing to get around. Yeah. All I could think about was how I was going to tell my mom. I just thought she's not going to be able to handle it.
Tina gathered the siblings she was raised with to tell Catherine.
It just devastated me, totally devastated me. It felt like somebody took a hatchet or something and hatched out a big part of my heart.
She was afraid she was going to lose me, and she wasn't going to. I wasn't going to leave her.
Their new reality has brought a confusing swirl of emotions that they're still processing: pain, grief, regret, anger.
It's a hard thing to know what to do, you know?
You don't know how to move forward when your whole world has turned upside down.
Yeah, because to me, there's so many people involved. I mean, it's not just me and Jill, it's 2 entire families.
Jill held a gathering to introduce Tina to some of her biological family.
A bunch of people are there that you don't know, but they're all related to you.
That must be strange.
It was very strange.
Catherine is sorry she missed so much of Jill's life. They're spending time together. They both love purple, shopping, and estate sales.
Jill said you've become friends. That's correct. Maybe not mother-daughter, but friends. Yes. And it's a very good start.
But Tina will always be Catherine's little girl.
I could not lose Tina. She'll just always be my daughter. I've loved her from the second they laid her in my arms.
Hey everybody, I'm Yasmin Vasugian in for Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening this hour. Hundreds of thousands fleeing Ukraine as explosions rock the country's second largest city, the ICC, now investigating war crimes. We are on the ground in Ukraine with the very latest. Millions of dollars in humanitarian aid sent to Ukraine from the Be Strong initiative. We're going to talk to the founder about how you can help those most in need. And President Biden just hours away from giving his State of the Union address, what he is expected to say, and what voters want to hear. Hey, everybody, good to see you. We're going to start today with the invasion of Ukraine. The country's president delivering an incredibly emotional address to the EU Parliament a day after he signed an official application to join the bloc. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is in Brussels for us.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky opening his remarks here by wishing good day to Europe's parliament and then saying, for so many in Ukraine, it will not be a good day. It will be their last day. And that really set the tone for what was an urgent appeal from President Zelensky for unity from Europe, for solidarity. Even the logistics of his speaking to Parliament today, making clear the dire situation Ukraine is in, with parliamentarians gathered, giving him a standing ovation here in Brussels, while Zelensky was beamed in via grainy video from a nondescript room somewhere in Ukraine, a lone Ukrainian flag behind him, as he appealed to Europe to stand with Ukraine, accept it into the European Union sooner than later. Zelensky saying they are fighting not just for their freedom, not just for their lives, but to be treated as equal members of Europe. And here in Brussels, there are signs all over that Europe is rallying to Ukraine's side, even if it will take some time for them to become an official part of the EU. At European Parliament headquarters just behind me, many of the flags replaced with Ukrainian flags today, right alongside EU flags. And we also saw a large demonstration of pro-Ukraine supporters here outside Parliament today, standing still and silent as the Ukrainian national anthem was played, in one more sign of how Europe is sending its solidarity to Ukraine against this aggression from Russia.
And the International Criminal Court saying it will investigate potential war crimes committed by Russian forces. Earlier today, Secretary of State Tony Blinken condemning Russian attacks on Ukrainian cities and civilians.
Reports of Russia's human rights abuses and violations of international humanitarian law are mounting by the hour. Russian strikes are hitting schools, hospitals, residential buildings. They're destroying critical infrastructure, which provides millions of people across Ukraine with drinking water, gas to keep them from freezing to death.
All right, NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is joining me now from Moscow. Keir, as always, it's great to see you, my friend. Listen, the Kremlin's rejecting these accusations that the Russian military is targeting civilians. So how, in fact, are they describing it?
Well, Yasmin, they continue to claim that they are simply targeting military installations, the Ukrainian military, that they aren't targeting civilians. The evidence is plainly against that. We've seen reports of allegations of the use of cluster bombs and visual images that appear to suggest that is very much the case. And here in Moscow, what we're seeing tonight, which I think really gives the lie to those claims that are made by the Kremlin. We're seeing tonight that the Russian censor has taken Radio Echo Moscow off the air. That's an independent radio station. And that the prosecutor is threatening to close down the Russian Wikipedia because of its page called Invasion of Ukraine 2022. So even the Russian government, just by its actions, making clear it's not really have full faith in its own claims.
I always find it fascinating, Keir, to open up the newspaper, right, watch the state-sponsored television news media to see exactly how the government is communicating with their people. about what's actually happening overseas, especially during war times. What are you seeing? What's the front page of the newspaper right in Moscow this morning? What are people waking up to every morning and hearing about this war? What are they being told?
Well, they are waking up often to state TV, and that's where a lot of people here get their news from. And it is one message. It is the Kremlin's message. It is watched very much by older generation, by people who don't live in the cities. I mean, clearly, you always want to be careful with stereotyping. There's going to be a mix of people inevitably in any country. But yeah, there is that picture that we know in the West, that in the US, that different kinds of groups watching different kinds of media, getting different kinds of messages. And that's one of the reasons why, honestly, President Putin still does have support in the country. Mitigating against that are the people who are able to talk to friends and loved ones in Ukraine, and there are many here, the people who are able to access information on their phones. All of those different sources tend to lead to different perspectives here in Russia. And I think the big question for President Putin is how many people are hearing about what's really happening, and is it changing their view of his leadership?
Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about this investigation in the International Criminal Courts. If, in fact, they find that Russian forces did, in fact, commit war crimes, what could be the potential penalty here, Keir?
Well, ultimately, it's a long prison sentence, perhaps a 30-year prison sentence. Obviously, these things have to be proven, and there is always a challenge in the fog of war. One thing, though, about modern warfare is that so much of it gets caught on camera. So, the evidence is different from even, for example, the big example of war crimes being pursued, the Second World War. Well, just think about how different it was then, how much more evidence there is now. And another point to make, and I think it's an important one, what we're really seeing is that the Russian military is struggling right now. That might change. But one of the issues for just soldiers on the ground is that if there are challenges with their assault, with their rollout, if they don't even know what they're supposed to be doing, then that does risk that they, if you like, in a way, for some of them, stumble into war crimes, or for others are told to commit war crimes in order to pursue this war that isn't going so well for Russia.
Before I let you go, Keir, we talk a lot here about Vladimir Putin's puppets. Another one of his puppets, former Russian president, Dmitry Medvedev, who was actually basically given the position of president by Vladimir Putin so that Vladimir Putin could then be prime minister and tell him everything that he wanted him to do, issuing a pretty stark warning against further sanctions from the West today. What did he say?
Yeah, he did issue a warning, and I think that this in particular goes to the question of NATO, Russia's, President Putin in particular's fury with NATO, the danger that there is a clash with NATO. So Medvedev said today some French minister has said that they have declared an economic war on Russia. And Medvedev says, watch your tongue, gentlemen, and don't forget that in human history, economic wars have often turned into real ones. So that's just another example of a threat from the Russian government. I will say this, just finally, Yasmin, about Medvedev. It's pretty extraordinary. He was once a liberal lawmaker, a liberal politician here in Russia. It goes to show how President Putin's grip has tightened, how his view has solidified, and if you don't agree with him, then you are in trouble here.
It's a great point. Keir Simmons, as always, thank you for your reporting on this. We appreciate it, my friend. All right, 677,000 people have now fled Ukraine from bordering countries, according to the United Nations Refugee Agency. A UN spokesperson warning that the exodus could turn into Europe's largest refugee crisis of the century. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiela joins us now from near the Poland-Ukraine border. Kelly, as always, it's great to see you. You have been speaking with volunteers there at an aid distribution center on the ground. What have they been telling you there about this growing crisis?
Yeah, Yasmin, I mean, volunteers are playing a huge role here in Poland and in other neighboring countries. They've basically created this army of not just a few dozen or hundreds, but thousands of volunteers coming from as far away as Estonia and the Netherlands, offering free rides. They're donating and helping to hand out supplies, toiletries, necessities, blankets toys to these kids who came here with nothing. I spoke to one of the volunteers today, actually. I spoke to a few of them, but here's what one of them had to say about why she decided to give her time. Who organized all of this?
People. I came 5 minutes ago.
You came 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, from Krakow.
You're kidding.
No.
Why did you come?
Because I feel I need. Actually, yesterday I arrived from Budapest, where I was staying for a few days, and I just couldn't sit still at home. You know, thousands of people are coming here, and that's it. They have nothing. They left homes, they left houses if they're still standing there. So.
And, you know, the numbers are just incredible, especially here in Poland, where 377,000 refugees have now arrived. Those numbers from UNHCR, and those were from earlier this morning. So, of course, they've grown since. Yasmin.
Talk to me more about what you're hearing from the refugees that are leaving Ukraine. You talk about that huge number of people that are leaving right now. That number, it seems, is going to be increasing exponentially over the coming days, depending on how long this war actually goes on.
Yeah, sorry to jump in there. But yeah, I spoke to a mother today who was in a processing center at the train station with her daughters. And she said, you know, she didn't want to leave. She left her husband behind, her sister, her parents, other relatives, and she brought the girls. And she said she did it because she needed to get the children out. The children were afraid. And we're hearing that over and over and over again. And we also heard, again, another staggering figure, UNICEF telling us today that half of the refugees who've come across the border so far are children.
Wow.
And, you know, again, Yasmin, those numbers are not diminishing at all. The Polish prime minister saying that they're now seeing 100,000 refugees cross the border every day. It's just a situation that is not going away.
I just struggle to think what these parents are having to tell their kids about their new reality, where they're going, not even knowing themselves what's next, what tomorrow looks like, and what these kids have to deal with emotionally. As always, Kelly, thank you. All right, entrepreneur turned philanthropist Bethany Frankel, is sending $10 million in aid to the Ukrainian people. Her disaster relief initiative, Be Strong, is working in partnership with the Global Empowerment Mission, and Bethany is joining me now. Bethany, it's great to see you. What an initiative that you're leading here, and obviously so many people need that help. You're hearing hundreds of thousands of people. I know you're a mom yourself, I am as well. The children, it's just heartbreaking to hear. You've committed to $10 million in aid. You've since increased your goal. Tell me what you've been able to accomplish so far.
Well, the $10 million in aid will come from our warehouse in Miami. That's donated aid from major corporations. That we have $16 million in aid there throughout the year. So that will go into Ukraine. So aid into Ukraine and distributed strategically into places that need it the most, with trusted partners to help us distribute, because that's a big issue that comes up in distributing aid. And refugees out. So the mandate is refugees out, aid in. And refugees out, that entails relocation for families of refugees. Some want to move on and move to different areas of Europe. Some want to stay in limbo, but getting them out of those camps will be critical, because those camps will overrun their societies and are not a sustainable model. And the $5 million, this morning, we were up to $5 million. We probably are closer to $6 million by the end of the day. Wow. It's looked about $1 million a day. So that money will go to travel relocation. A $50 donation can get someone a train ticket. A $250 donation could be a whole family relocating. So that's really important for Poland and Ukraine and individuals, just to get people to where they need to be, get to the camps, get their information, get their passports, figure out what they want, individualized attention about where they're going to go, and keep people moving in the right direction. 100% goes to the effort, as always. And now we're in full mode.
I can't help but think about how complicated it must be to organize kind of the logistics surrounding all this stuff, especially during a wartime area. You actually tweeted that we're waist deep in logistics, trucking, shipping, mapping out exactly where in Poland and in Ukraine our aid can be most effective. The refugee camps are not, as you mentioned, sustainable or good for those countries. Tell me about, Bethany, some of those challenges and how you're able to work around them.
You basically, with every effort, it's similar. You have to have a system that is trustworthy. And the thing is, with aid, you have to make sure it's going to get to where it needs to get to. Sometimes people don't think about the far-reaching areas. In Puerto Rico, everybody was sending aid into San Juan and not people in the mountains and the hills where no one could get to them. So now we'll have to figure out the trucking routes and the logistics and be strategic about where aid will be distributed and work with the right people that can be trusted, because there's a lot of corruption in philanthropy. So that's one part. We partnered with a travel partner, and we'll spend our first $2 million of what is now probably closer to $6 million on relocation. And the money that's been raised is really individuals around this country. It's $50, $10, $5 donations. It's really an every American effort, which has been crazy because people are so passionate about this. And we have spoken to people connected to Zelensky's team and cabinet, and are now, thanks to social media, speaking to people on the inside to ensure that our aid gets in safely and crosses the border into the right hands. So there are many different areas of logistics. It's funny because earlier someone asked me about this, and I realized I used to do large scale, multi-million-dollar event production.
Yeah.
And that's effectively what this is. It's so many moving parts, making sure that you don't miss a detail and that things get executed long after the headlines fade.
So here's the thing, though. First, how do you identify the families that need the most help, right? And then I'm sure you're also organizing with countries, with governments, which, by the way, is not easy, especially if you're talking about relocation.
So we are located in Poland, and we have base camps where people just come and check in. They need diapers, they might need water, they need baby supplies. That's sort of right when you walk into Medica. So we connect with them there about next steps. There are buses taking people in every single direction, and many of those buses are going to camps. So we have now started the process of so we're getting people's information there, getting their details, their passport information, and then we're now entering into camps to connect with people at the camps to then say, where do you want to go? We had a woman named Christina who wanted to go to Spain. So we safely relocated her and her baby into Spain.
Wow.
So the travel portion will be huge because it's a double problem. One is that people just don't want to be stranded, and we need to get them somewhere to friends or family. And two is the camps will take a massive toll on these areas. Sometimes people come to these camps, it happened in Haiti, when they're not even there for the right reasons. They're not a victim of this crisis. They're just coming to camps because they're food and shelter. So
right.
There are many layers to this. So but the mandate is refugees out and aid in.
How do people help, Bethany?
Bethany.com, BETHENY.com/BeStrong.
Doing great work. Thank you, Bethany, for joining us and talking to us about it. We appreciate it, as do the Ukrainians. All right, everybody. Russia's stepping up attacks in major Ukrainian cities on day 6 of its assault. 5 people have been killed after Russian forces hit a TV tower in Kyiv. An explosion at a government building killed at least 10 people in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is joining us from Lviv. Cal, good to see you once again. One of the main stops where you are is Lviv for people fleeing the violence, of course. What have you been seeing so far today?
Yeah, so look, this is really the city become a way station for 2 reasons. The first is for soldiers headed to the front. This is sort of a staging area. You have this main train station here. You have the train line still operating. You have recruitment stations here. And again, you have this ban on all military-age males 18 to 60 from leaving the country. So what's been happening, it seems, in great numbers, is a lot of the men have been dropping their families off, then coming back to the train station and going to the front. So you have that's the one bit of traffic. But as those soldiers go off to the front, they're faced with the faces of refugees who have just come from the front. And it is terrifying to see folks come off these trains so desperate, so frantic, not knowing what to do, having only carried what they could from the places they came from, not knowing if their houses have been destroyed, not knowing where it is that they're going to go next. The border with Poland is a nightmare. There's a 36-hour to 48-hour wait. It was snowing, it was beautiful, but it's not beautiful because people are sleeping outside, it's cold, the ground is wet. So a lot of people are staying here in this city, but the city is starting to burst at the seams. You've got restaurants running out of food, you have places running out of places to put people. It really is becoming a deteriorating refugee situation. And you do have a group stepping in, the Polish Red Cross was here today, but as the conversation you just had, right, how sustainable is it? How long is this going to last? There is no end in sight. People don't know what the parameters are, and that's only adding to the fear, Yasmin.
So we know Zelensky spoke with Biden today. I think it went on for about 30 minutes or so. Do we know what they talked about?
We know a little bit. We know the broad strokes. Let's put up that tweet, if the control room can put up that tweet. Zelensky tweeted, just had a conversation with POTUS, the American leadership on anti-Russian sanctions and defense assistance was discussed. We must stop the aggressor as soon as possible. Thank you for your support. Now, the White House putting out a readout of the call. It was one of these standard readouts that the U.S., of course, supports Ukraine, stands with the people of Ukraine. You have on the ground here, people are living through hell. They're living through war. So when you ask them, you know, what do you want from the West? The answer is we want everything.
Yeah.
We want a no-fly zone. We want them to hit this convoy. We want action, right? I don't know how the U.S. deconflicts that. They're desperate to deconflict that. They don't want to do that. They don't want to get involved because nobody knows how that ends. I mean, that is a horrifying possibility when you hear what Putin has said. But the reality here on the ground is very much people want more. They understand the sanctions. They understand in theory how the sanctions are going to work. But when you're underneath the bombs that are falling on top of you, you will do anything to stop them. So there is a desperation here, certainly. And I think people will, even though it'll be 5 in the morning. But when people do wake up, those folks who have power and are not being shelled, they're going to turn on the TV to see what the American president has said, knowing that this is the definitive issue right now going on in the world, Yasmin.
Do they feel supported or abandoned, Cal?
They feel supported for now. For now, they feel supported. They see the aid coming off the trucks. They hear about the sanctions. They see the weapons flowing in. But that can change on a dime. I mean, in every conflict I have ever covered, the world has your back until those cities start getting shelled and people start running out of food, and then it's going to be desperate, and people are going to wonder, where is the West? Now, we're not there yet, right? We're not there yet, but there is a convoy that runs 40 miles long of Russian armor that is headed towards the city of Kyiv. Now, look, the Defense Department says that it's stalled. I think that would be great news for everybody hearing that in Ukraine, but everybody that I would speak to would tell you that's optimistic thinking. People are scared. They don't see the end of this, and they don't know what the end of this looks like.
Yeah. Cal Perry, thank you, my friend. Coming up, all eyes on the economy at the State of the Union. What we should expect from President Biden tonight and what small business owners want to hear. That's coming up next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, everybody, let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's following the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hi again, Maya.
Hi, Yasmin. We start in New York this time, where researchers say the Pfizer COVID vaccine may offer almost no protection for kids 5 to 11. The data found effectiveness dropped from 68% to 12% during the Omicron surge. The maker of the allergy treatment EpiPen will pay $264 million to settle a class action lawsuit. The lawsuit accuses the manufacturers of engaging in an anti-competitive scheme to maintain a monopoly. An ex-police chief charged with more than 70 felonies has been arrested after faking his own death and fleeing to South Carolina. William Anthony Spivey was charged with evidence mishandling and drug trafficking. The House voted to award the Congressional Gold Medal to the only all-black female unit to serve in World War II, known as the 6888. The unit is credited with solving a mail crisis in England. Only 6 of the 850 members are still alive today. And the Uber app is adding an Explore feature that will allow users to make dinner reservations and buy concert tickets. The addition comes as the car service app looks to expand its offerings. Yasmin.
You can do everything on Uber, then, it seems.
Seems like it.
The Uber app. And by the way, go 6888. Go, ladies.
Incredible. Yes.
Thank you, Maya. All right, we are less than 5 hours away from President Biden's State of the Union address. The economy and inflation are going to be a major focus tonight. We have team coverage with NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee, who is in Washington, D.C. for us, and NBC News Now anchor Joshua Johnson, who is in Dallas, talking with small business owners. Carol, let me start with you on this one. So last hour, you and I spoke about kind of this overarching theme of unity we know coming from the president, especially when it comes to NATO and Ukraine. There is also this building a better America theme as well, emerging from what we will hear from the State of the Union tonight. Talk me through that.
Sure. That's largely, Yasmin, about the president pointing to things that he's done in terms of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and then trying to segue into things that he wants to get done. As you know, there's that Build Back Better legislation that stalled at the end of last year. That's not necessarily what the president is going to call it, but there are a number of elements in there, that different provisions and measures and things that the president still wants to get passed through Congress that he's likely to highlight. And so the other thing that he's going to do is try to show more empathy. Joe Biden is known as an empathetic politician. It's something that his aides think is one of his best political assets. There's a feeling in the White House that that hasn't been front and center enough, and that it's not enough for the president to talk about what he's done when people aren't feeling so good about it. So he needs to empathize with their economic struggles that continue. Mitch Landrieu, the president's infrastructure czar, talked about this a little bit earlier on MSNBC. Take a listen.
One of the things that he will talk about tonight is how hard the last couple of years have been for the American people. I mean, it's just been a tough time, and I think everybody knows that. And there's nobody that I know who's got more empathy and understanding for that. But he's also going to call on the American people to be strong, to be resilient, to look forward.
So as part of the president's economic agenda and pushing for new measures that he's going to call on Congress to pass that he thinks will help the economy, he's going to empathize with people a little and say, hey, I know it's tough. We're working on it. Here's what I'm going to try to do.
Joshua, let's stick with the economy for a moment as you're speaking with business owners there in Texas, right? We know wage growth is up. We know unemployment is down as well. The economy is doing fairly well overall, right? Big picture, if you're looking at it. Of course, we're emerging from a 2-year pandemic where so many businesses had to shut down for moments of time. But inflation is still a major issue in this country. What are business owners there wanting to hear from the president this evening?
You know, Yasmin, businesses that we spoke to want to hear a lot of the same things that Carol just talked about, particularly, I think, the empathy piece that she referred to might augur well for President Biden. Speaking to folks here, we are in the Bishop Arts District of Dallas, this really cool, funky neighborhood that's a little ways south of downtown Dallas. And the businesses that we spoke to are dealing with people who are dealing with all those same economic issues. Now, Texas has done better than many states. According to the Federal Reserve, 4 states have come through the pandemic with a higher employment level than they had before: Texas, Utah, Idaho, and Arizona. But still, you've got people who are dealing with rising supply chain challenges and the difficulty of finding employees. The cost of gas is affecting everybody. Here are 2 of the businesses that we spoke to. The first person you're going to hear from runs a mortgage brokerage firm outside of Dallas. The second runs a chocolate shop just a few blocks away. Here's some of what they told us. Watch.
We're hearing prices are going up. And it's from our employees, it's from our customers, it's from my spouse, it's from everybody. It doesn't matter what political party you're with. When you go to the mailbox or when you go online, let's face it, we all have bills, and those bills don't go away.
If they were to lower taxes for small businesses, it would give us a bigger break and a better incentive to be able to pay our employees a higher wage that could compete with like big box companies, because we don't get those same tax breaks and we can't afford to give all the bonuses and bells and whistles that those big companies can.
And Yasmin, Cindy Pedraza, who you just heard from, has been working hard to cut costs and make this work as best she can, even down to buying fewer ribbons for the chocolates that she makes and switching to paper wrappings instead.
That's good. It's all about the chocolate. The ribbons can go away just as long as the chocolate's there. So Carol, the economy is incredibly personal, right? We can talk to a million economists who can kind of tell us, wow, you know, the economy is doing great. Economic growth is nowhere near where we thought it was going to be. It's doing wonderful. That being said, when you have bills, as one of those business owners said, when you go to the pump and it's costing a heck of a lot more to fill up your tank, that's an issue. You talk about gas prices, obviously, not only going into this war, they were high. They're going to go even higher because of what's happening with Russia. The administration releasing 30 million barrels of oil from the strategic reserve as well. What is the White House saying about that move, and how is the president going to address that as well?
This is another one, Yasmin, where empathy again comes in, because when it comes to gas prices, there's just very little that the president can do to change them. And so it's something that the White House has been struggling with for some time. They've been saying publicly that they're weighing various options. They did announce this release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This is the second time they've done this since November, and the U.S. and others got together, other international allies got together, and there's 60 million barrels total, half of which is coming from the U.S. And I'll read you part of the statement about that. They said that the White House press secretary said this is another example of partners around the world condemning Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine and working together to address the impact of President Putin's war of choice. President Biden was clear from the beginning that all tools are on the table to protect American businesses and consumers, including from rising prices at the pump. So they really want to try to do something about this. This is an option. It's long been an option. They're using it now. It's not clear at all how far this is going to take them on this issue, and what else the president might have in store to try to do. Because, like I said, there's just not that much that he can do on this issue.
Yeah. Joshua, what else do people want to hear?
Well, it's a little mixed, because this is primary election day here in Texas, and there are a lot of big races on the ballot today. You've got Governor Abbott, who's up for re-election, the Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, the Attorney General Ken Paxton, who's had an array of controversies. Here in Dallas, there are 2 big congressional races. Eddie Bernice Johnson, who's one of the most senior African Americans in Congress. She is retiring. She, by the way, was the first nurse elected to Congress. North of Dallas, you've got Van Taylor, who is up for a tough re-election race as a Republican. He was one of the 4 Texas Republican members of Congress who voted to certify the 2020 election, and presumably as a result did not get Donald Trump's endorsement for his re-election. But people here also want to hear about what's happening in Ukraine. I think part of what's going to make the difference tonight is the balance, right? The way that the president is able to talk about social issues and economic issues and foreign policy and domestic policy. And by the way, some of those hot button issues. Today makes 6 months since SB 8, that controversial abortion bill, went into law here in Texas. There's been a lot more hue and cry this week about laws related to, or policies related to transgender children in the state of Texas. So we're listening out for a whole lot. It's going to be interesting to see how the president separates heat from light in terms of the balance of tonight's speech. Yasmin.
A lot of eyes on Texas right now. Eyes on Washington and eyes on Texas. Joshua, Carol, great to see you. Thank you. By the way, NBC News Now is going to have special coverage of President Biden's State of the Union address tonight. Hallie Jackson will preview the speech. Then Chuck Todd and Kristen Welker will have full post-address analysis. Coverage begins at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on News Now. All right, there are some moments from the State of the Union that people will never forget. Historic declarations, lines that have both united and divided lawmakers, and a clap. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale looks back at some highlights from the past State of the Union.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
From the optimistic
state of this old but youthful union is good,
to the blunt,
that the State of the Union is not good,
and the unexpected.
Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg reportedly told a crowd that she was, quote, not 100% sober during this year's State of the Union address.
The State of the Union always brings memorable moments. Even before it was televised or aired live on the radio, the State of the Union was making headlines and spurring intrigue. In 1861, excerpts from Abraham Lincoln's first speech to Congress were leaked to a New York newspaper. Lawmakers investigated. Some even thought Lincoln's wife, Mary Todd, was the leaker, but the mystery was never solved. 80 years later, the State of the Union came as much of the world was at war. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt delivered his Four Freedoms speech, articulating a powerful global vision for freedom of religion and speech, but also freedom from want and fear. By the following year, the U.S. would join the war after the bombing attack at Pearl Harbor. Though impactful, FDR's were not the first to be broadcast on TV. That honor goes to Harry Truman, who delivered his first State of the Union in 1947.
What we do or fail to do at home affects not only ourselves, but millions throughout the world.
In 1964, the State of the Union came just weeks after another national moment of reckoning, the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. But President Johnson also used the moment to declare
unconditional war on poverty in America.
10 years later, a defiant Richard Nixon used the night to address what he deemed the so-called Watergate affair.
I believe the time has come to bring that investigation and the other investigations of this matter to an end. 1 year of Watergate is enough.
7 months after that speech, Nixon resigned. 8 years later, President Ronald Reagan started a new, now well-known tradition, inviting a guest. 4 years later, he became the first president to postpone his State of the Union after the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster. And President Bill Clinton, after riding to office on the unofficial mantra that it's the economy, stupid, used his 1996 State of the Union to shine a focus on, you guessed it, the economy, famously declaring,
"The era of big government is over."
Clinton would appear before the Congress 3 years later, mired in scandal. The Congress he spoke to voting to impeach him exactly 1 month before. Clinton didn't mention impeachment once. Fast forward to 2002, just 4 months after the September 11th attacks. President George W. Bush stood before Congress to deliver a new warning to America's enemies.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world.
In 2009, a noticeable partisan shift, emblematic of the divides deepening in Washington. Republican Congressman Joe Wilson interrupting President Barack Obama in the middle of his remarks on immigration reform.
The reforms I'm proposing would not apply to those who are here illegally. It's not true.
Divisive moments, but also lines of levity.
I have no more campaigns to run. My only agenda, I know because I won both of them.
And then the Trump years. Donald Trump shared time in the camera frame with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi brought multiple viral moments. In 2019, her clap became an instant meme. A year later, she ripped Trump's speech in half at the end of his address. It was less than 2 months after Congress voted to impeach him. Pelosi would be in the spotlight once again a year later for a very different reason, alongside Vice President Kamala Harris.
Madam Speaker, Madam Vice President. No president has ever said those words from this podium. No president has ever said those words, and it's about time.
Biden coming before Congress last time, not only at the apex of the coronavirus pandemic, but mere weeks after the national tragedy of January 6th, when pro-Trump insurrectionists stormed the building. What moments will live on from tonight? Time and your screen will tell.
All right, voters in Texas heading to the polls today in the first primary ahead of the 2022 midterms. The results here could offer a preview of what is to come in November, and it is the first election since Texas enacted new voting restrictions. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford is in McAllen, Texas for us. Morgan, as always, my friend, it's great to see you. Talk to us about why McAllen specifically is so important right now for both Democrats and Republicans.
Yasmin, great to see you. Good afternoon, and wonderful question. McAllen is important because we are in the heart of the Rio Grande Valley. I mean, this is border country. The border is right in their backyard. And so a lot of these issues that we're talking about nationally play out pretty uniquely here locally. So, for example, this is such an important area and district to watch because if you look back at 2020, although the Democrats won all 4 counties here in the Rio Grande Valley, Republicans gained a lot of ground. For example, if you look just at Starr County alone, which is near where we are now, Republicans picked up 55 percentage points just between 2016 and 2020. And that is the largest shift right we've seen anywhere in the country in that time period. So the big question right now is, will they do it again? Or will Democrats maintain their stronghold in this particular area? And Yasmin, one of the things that's so interesting is that the Republicans have a very strategic ground game at this point. They're offering services to the community, and then they're talking to them about what their choices are, trying to see if they can reach some of those people who may have historically voted Democrat. But when we spoke to a lot of the voters here on the ground throughout McAllen, many of them said they hadn't seen the same level of outreach from Democrats. Take a listen both to the Hidalgo County Democratic chair, but also to a man who said that he grew up in a Latino Democratic voting family, but decided he wanted to try something different and vote Republican. Take a listen.
It's a one-off thing. It wasn't that the Republicans turned out more voters. We were just demoralized, so a lot of Democrats stayed home. Plus, COVID did not make it any easier. We chose to abide by the CDC guidelines and stayed home, while the Republicans were knocking on doors. So these are factors that played out 2 years ago that I promise you will not play out this year again.
You haven't been reached out to by Democrats?
No, I've never been reached out by Democrats. Not with an initiative like this, or not like something like this. You know, these are the only true, from what I've been contacted by, and this was the only one that has actually helped me in any way.
Libre, which focuses on more conservative ideals.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just to give you a very big picture, Yasmin, remember in this area, every county here in the Rio Grande Valley is more than 90% Latino. So when you're talking about voters, you are inherently talking to and about Latino voters.
So you talk about, obviously, that breakdown. We know one of the major issues in border towns like that is it's immigration, right? That's huge for them. What else, though, are they focusing on going into the primary?
There is so much. Number one, inflation. Everyone we have spoken to here, whether it's outside of a grocery store or at a park somewhere, they said, look, the prices are just getting so high. And so I want to vote for the party that I think can help me. And we spoke to one gentleman who said he made even less money 5 years ago, but he feels like he has more money. He felt like he had more money then, even though he was making less because the prices were lower. And now he has less money to spend, even though he got a $5 per hour raise. But then a second thing you see here is oil and gas. For example, the Democratic chair of the Hidalgo County said what's tough is that President Biden hasn't actually been here, and you can't come here and campaign on green energy when so many of the people here are employed in natural gas. So it's a place where you can come out of high school and have a really good job and support your family in that industry. So green energy may not be the thing that makes someone vote Democratic in this particular area. And finally, when you mention border security, border patrol, and even just border border and immigration issues in general, Yasmin, it takes on a really different tone here, because you have to remember that here it's hard to find someone who in their family doesn't have someone who works for Border Patrol, who isn't in the military, who isn't a police officer. And so when you're saying, you know, something that is against immigration, they want to see sort of a healthier, fuller, funded policy, one that also is protecting and supporting the Border Patrol agents, many of whom they know. Yasmin?
Hence why it is such a fine line to walk in addressing so many of these issues for the president in the State of the Union tonight, and making sure he addresses the American people directly. Morgan Radford, great reporting. Thank you as always. Coming up, everybody, we're going to tell you all about the app that is helping Black-owned restaurants stir up some customers.
A critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state. Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, everybody, it is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. The markets, by the way, not a pretty sight yet again. The Dow falling 597 points, the NASDAQ and S&P 500 also finishing down at close. Russia's attacks, of course, on Ukraine driving another volatile day of trading. Just after the bell, by the way, CNBC confirming Apple stopping all product sales in Russia, meaning customers, by the way, in Russia can no longer purchase Macs, iPhones, iPads, all other Apple devices. All of this, of course, as the president is preparing to deliver his first State of the Union address tonight. So what is the state of the economy ahead of the speech? Want to bring in Investopedia editor-in-chief, Caleb Silver. Caleb, great to see you. Give it to us. Give us the truth here. What is the state of the economy as we speak right now? And how should the president, in fact, address where we are?
Well, you said it earlier. The economy is very personal, just like real estate. We all feel it very personally. But when you look broadly and you pull out, you're seeing an economy that has rebounded very aggressively. We have unemployment down at 4%. Remember, full employment is between 3 and 4%. We're still missing about 4 million jobs. There's 10.5 million job openings, but there's 6.5 million people sort of out of work right now. That's actually better than it was, and the trend is getting better. GDP is strong. That said, we do have inflation at a 40-year high, only made worse by the Russia attack on Ukraine and the rising oil prices, which is also driving up rising food prices. Food and oil, two of the most expensive things we buy, have been getting more expensive every month. Consumers have been hanging in there, spending about 7.2% for 2021. That's pretty good, but their savings rate is starting to dwindle, and we're starting to dip into credit. So I would say strong, but getting fragile, especially with these rising prices lately.
Let's talk oil prices here that you just mentioned, surging, I should say, to a 7-year high. There's no U.S. ban on Russian oil imports. Canada, though, has in fact imposed one. You got the International Energy Agency agreeing to release 60 million barrels of oil as well from the global reserves. Is there a sign here of the unwillingness to take Russian crude right now?
Yeah, there is, and you're starting to see big multinational companies like BP and others close their assets or get out of their deals with Russian oil producers in Russia. So you're already seeing that start to happen, but you're also seeing pressure, especially on the Western European countries that depend on Russia and Ukraine for so much of their oil and natural gas. They're starting to think about what they can do to get out of this predicament where they're not depending on it. But oil prices are something that hits everybody everywhere they go. So we pay it at the pump. The national gas price average is around $3.53. It was $2.50 a year ago for different reasons, but that surge, and we're going to expect to see higher prices the next couple of weeks because of these rising prices. That hits everybody. That not only makes you pay more when you fill up at the pump, but it makes the cost of goods cost more to transport. So food costs are going up. Raw material costs are going up. Transporters across the world are feeling it, and you're feeling it right here at home if you're a U.S. consumer. The question is, how much can U.S. consumers hang in when they see rising food prices and rising gas prices every month?
Yeah, I mean, it affects every industry, right, when you see these rising oil prices. You think, for instance, if you want to go on vacation, right, you want to go away for your Easter vacation, you want to book a flight maybe to Florida, it's going to cost a heck of a lot more because those airlines have to pay more money to fuel up their planes. That's going to hit, obviously, the customer. And so many other instances we can talk about and how Americans are going to be kind of feeling the heat with this. How long do we, Caleb, expect this to last? Or is it completely unpredictable depending on what happens overseas?
Well, a lot of it is unpredictable depending on what happens with Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah.
But before all of this went down a couple of weeks ago, consumer expectations for inflation saw that rates were going to go down over the next few months. Consumers felt that inflation was going to ease. It's up around 7.2% right now. The prediction was for about 4 or 5% inflation over the next few months, and then for it to gradually decrease over time. I don't know if we're going to see that now, given the complications we're seeing with Russia and Ukraine, but that's what consumers were expecting. And consumer spending, as you know, is 70% of U.S. GDP. We've spent our way out of the recovery, through the recovery, into this period right now. Will we continue to do that? Consumer debt keeps rising. We hit $15 trillion last year, up $333 billion. Consumer credit card debt is going up. Consumer mortgage payments are going up. So consumers are starting to feel it. How strong will they be, and for how long will they remain that strong? That's a huge question, and the president's going to have to try to encourage that tonight.
Yeah, I wonder how much the president warning the country of kind of an impending economic turmoil because of this war with Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine, how much that will resonate with the American people, right? If they have such a short memory that they won't necessarily kind of appreciate that the president said, listen, this might very well happen if, in fact, we want to kind of defend Ukraine financially and economically. We'll have to wait and see what happens there as well. Caleb, thank you. We appreciate it. All right, so one Brooklyn restaurant knows all too well the challenges Black-owned businesses face across the country, a lack of mentorship, funding battles, to name a couple. But an app is helping point hungry diners right to them and other Black-owned restaurants nationwide as well. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin has more as part of our Black in Business series.
Hello, good morning. How you doing? How's it going?
You have an expectation of what you're going to do when you're open, and you have a slate that just gets wiped away.
Cousins Darnell and Travis wanted to open their Brooklyn restaurant for purpose back in 2019, but a delayed liquor license pushed their opening date to July 2020, in the middle of the pandemic. 2 years later, they're still dealing with pandemic uncertainty and challenges faced by many Black businesses, like lack of mentorship and getting funding.
As a Black business, you have to be perfect all the time, because the question is, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? We got questions that had an answer, but it's as though, the banks and certain institutions didn't understand.
One Federal Reserve study found that Black business owners are turned down for loans about twice as much as white business owners. But Darnell and Travis say they've gotten help from this app, made by fellow Brooklynites, Janique and Anthony.
I kind of made the suggestion to him one day, like, hey, you should make an app that would make it super easy for people to find, Black-owned restaurants in their area. And, as crazy as he is, he ran with the idea, and now we're here.
Eat Okra's been directing Hungry Diners since 2016, but it really blew up in 2020 as the U.S. dealt with a racial reckoning after George Floyd's murder.
Why do you think this app is needed right now? There are a lot of systemic barriers that Black-owned businesses are faced with, and this app is not the answer to all of those problems, but if we as a community say these businesses are important to us, then I think that message will, ricochet to everyone.
Now Eat Okra's been downloaded more than 400,000 times, and spots like For Purpose have seen a direct impact.
Many a times trying to put this place together in construction, people, the first thing they say is this Black owned? That's the first thing they say. So when they find us on Eat Okra, there's no question to it. It's almost like a badge of courage, like, all right.
You got to be willing to try. As a business owner, as a Black business owner, you always got to be willing to try. You can't be scared of the obstacles. So it's always fun to see those obstacles and watch how quickly we jump over them. Because it's like, we know we're going to get past it. It's just, what are the steps?
All right, coming up, it is Fat Tuesday, and Mardi Gras is back. How New Orleans is kicking off the beloved tradition safely. That's next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
All right, in New Orleans, the biggest party in town is back, Mardi Gras. But what do the celebrations look like in the COVID era? NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is there.
Call it the sound of New Orleans or the soul of the city. Either way, that Mardi Gras magic is back.
Let the good times roll.
1 year after the pandemic canceled the biggest party in town, the city's planned a cautious return.
As exciting as it is to see this, do you still have concerns?
Yeah, of course. We are still in the middle of a global pandemic, and we don't take that lightly. It was not an option to repeat the tragedies of what happened 2 years ago.
The city's health director, Dr. Jennifer Avegno, remembers Mardi Gras 2020 as one of the nation's first COVID super spreader events. This year, she says tens of thousands of free COVID tests are being handed out, just like beads. And masks required indoors, including bars and restaurants. Proof of vaccination also required to enter certain areas.
We know what we lost in 2020, and then we know what it felt like last year to not have this.
The parades changing too. Police and city staffing shortages forcing officials to streamline routes. Tourism has yet to return to pre-pandemic levels when 1 million people poured in for Mardi Gras. But for those who made it here, the legendary Carnival crews are ready to give everyone the show they've been waiting for.
We're excited. This community needed it. The nation needed it.
We caught up with the crew of Argus, prepping floats.
Get ready, bring your bag, because you're going to catch a lot.
One honoring healthcare workers. Another paying homage to the city's signature sweet treat, the beignet. All of them part of a beloved tradition, now finally back on track.
It feels great. It feels like we're getting a fresh start. It feels like the city's coming back alive, and it just feels like home.
That does it for us, everybody. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We're coming on the air with Ukrainians doing whatever they can to get out of the line of fire as Russia launches hundreds of missiles, including at TV towers, even a Holocaust memorial site in Kyiv. Coming up, we'll hear from a mother and daughter just trying to survive. Plus, U.S. intelligence officials say they're worried that Vladimir Putin's getting so frustrated with the Ukrainian resistance, he might actually escalate the violence there. We're live in Moscow with more on how the world is trying to isolate the Kremlin. And this just in, right as I was walking to the set, Apple just announcing it's going to stop selling products there. We'll take you live to Moscow. And here in Washington, Ukraine is one of several topics you know President Biden will be talking about in tonight's State of the Union. How he'll make his pitch to the nation at a key moment for him and his administration. We're also going to get real about how these kinds of big deal speeches actually come together with a special edition of our Backstory segment featuring someone who used to do that very job for former President Obama. And while all this is going down, you've got the midterms officially kicking off tonight in Texas with a first look at how people will deal with the state's restrictive new voter laws. We've got more on the problems some folks are running into with a live report later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie. And tonight, you've got this new stage in the war in Ukraine with more civilians, just people trying to survive, in the line of fire with this huge 40-mile convoy of Russian tanks that was supposedly inching toward Kyiv, apparently actually stalled. That's according to a senior defense official telling us the convoy, this is some of the video of that, not moving all that much. Right now, about 20 miles from the capital, you've got the Russians running out of food and gas. And in the words of that official, reevaluating to figure out what they need to do now in the face of Ukrainian resistance. The Ukrainians aren't seeing much of this on TV right now, and here's why. TV there is temporarily down after that missile strike hit Kyiv's TV tower, killing at least 5 people. And it comes as more parts of a different city, Kharkiv, are being targeted. This, on your screen, this is what it looked like after an explosion hit the main government building, a direct hit. One woman telling NBC News she spent the night sheltering from this in a basement with neighbors and family and her 5-month-old baby. It's similar over in Mariupol, the city's mayor saying attacks have killed women and children, including a 6-year-old girl. So today, President Zelensky is calling Russia very clearly a terrorist state. This is him. He's talking directly to European Parliament from a bunker, again asking to get his country fast-tracked into the EU. And when he was finished, a standing ovation there. I want to start with Cal Perry, who is on the ground in Ukraine. Cal, we know the military in Russia has launched hundreds of missiles into Ukraine. We're seeing that assault from the air. We know that more civilians seem to be targeted. Give me the feeling where you are right now.
It feels like we're at an inflection point here. As you sort of laid out, you know, there's this column that is headed for Kyiv. It feels like the Russians are at least reassessing their battle plan. So in a way that only our viewers have become accustomed to in the last few years, prepare that split screen moment, right, where the president's going to be talking and it's likely that Kyiv is going to be shelled. It's being shelled right now. We're hearing fresh explosions from the capital. Those are the reports that are coming out. And of course, all of this is creating a humanitarian crisis, a nightmare for a country that is already already fighting a battle in the East, now facing this very difficult situation here in the West. As you said, 650,000 people have already left this country. We know the numbers for internally displaced people are going to be far higher. I spent part of the day, again, at this Lviv train station where you have soldiers headed in one direction, young men who have just dropped their families off at the Polish border headed in one direction, and as they head that way, they're faced with this scene of people coming scared and confused and tired and exhausted, carrying only what they could with them, trying to get their families out. I had a chance to talk to a 12-year-old girl who was educated in Canada and her mother. I asked them just to talk a little bit about what it is they're going through. Take a little listen to that report.
Russia is just killing people for no reason.
Now he have to defend his country, and we live, we stay in Ukraine with him, and we have to support our husband, our armies.
And so you have a deteriorating situation also because of the weather. There are people sleeping outside. It is cold here. It is wet here. Folks who can't find anywhere to go are stuck in this city. Other people are trying for the border. But it's getting worse and worse, Hallie, and it's only going to get worse as the fighting spreads.
There's this phrase that I hear more and more of in Washington, and that is war crimes. We heard it. I know you're hearing it where you are from President Zelensky in Ukraine. A significant statement given that you have the International Criminal Court, the ICC, opening an investigation into whether Russia is committing war crimes.
And let's be honest about this. I think people were ready for this before the war even started. The Russians in Syria were bombing hospitals. They were indiscriminately killing civilians. This is proven. This is not me saying this. This has been proven by international tribunals, international courts. And so people were aware of this. We were at a hospital just yesterday. And in doing our report, we were talking to the hospital staff, and they were very happy we were there. We were getting supplies as they came off the back of the van, and they wanted that information out there. But what they didn't want out there was the name of the hospital and the location of the hospital. People here are keenly aware of how Russia has been in previous conflicts, be it Grozny in 1994, be it Syria more recently. People are aware of it. They are terrified that the Russians, if they cannot move as quickly as they want to, will do things like possibly encircle Kyiv and just bomb it and just bomb it. And we heard from a general in Russia over the weekend who said maybe we'll create a humanitarian corridor to let civilians out. The implicit message there was if you remain behind, you could be killed. And that's what's scaring people here.
Real quick, Cal, it seems like what Putin has done is only accelerate Ukraine's entry onto sort of the European stage. You have what I referenced right at the top of the show, the idea that, we know Zelensky wants to get into the EU. You saw that standing ovation from the European Parliament today. What's the status on that front?
So they said they'll fast track the application. It's a little bit kind of ridiculous because there's nothing fast about joining the European Union, but they're fast tracking the application, which means they've accepted the application. But the political point that he's making is if this was part of the European Union, where I'm standing right here, there'd be no border with Poland. All of those refugees, all of those internally displaced people would be able to flow into Poland and into Europe. Now, there are plenty of countries in Europe that are not going to be thrilled with that idea, but the political point still stands. He wants this country to be a part of Europe, and your point is the right one. He's pushing Ukraine.
Right.
Vladimir Putin is pushing Ukraine into the arms of Europe and into the arms of NATO.
Cal Perry, live for us in Lviv. Cal, thank you for being up late for us there tonight. I appreciate it. You got this pressure growing on every side for Putin and his government as we've seen the economy really hit hard because of these sanctions from the international community. And we said it at the top of the show, just happening just into us. Apple distancing itself from Russia now. The company has just announced it's going to stop selling products there because of the invasion. They've also restricted apps for Russian state news outlets, RT and Sputnik. Now you can only see those outlets in Russia. And then today, you talk about split-screen moments. We showed you that standing ovation for President Zelensky in Ukraine. Look what happened here to the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Yeah, that's everybody there standing up, turning their backs on him to protest this invasion while he was delivering a speech in Geneva. All of it, putting more and more pressure on Vladimir Putin. And from the tea leaves we can read and from what we're hearing from reporting from the defense officials that our teams are talking to and elsewhere, it seems like Putin is getting more and more frustrated. Intel agencies say he's lashing out. They're worried that frustration may lead him to step up the violence, basically. Keir Simon joins us now from Moscow. And Keir, there's a bunch of pieces to this. Let me start with Apple. Listen, big company. Everybody knows Apple. Now saying, hey, they too are not okay with their products being sold in Russia, trying to send a signal to Putin that this is not okay.
Yeah, and you can imagine that there are millions of Russians who don't get to buy Apple products, and it won't impact them, but it will impact the middle classes here in Moscow and cities like this, St. Petersburg, and that does have an impact because, of course, it is the middle class society that often sustains a leader, and in the case of President Putin, he does need to keep the big cities like Moscow behind him, not just the rural areas, not just the older generation who watch state television and believe what they watch. But, Hallie, as we prepare to hear from President Biden speaking to Congress, speaking to the American people, speaking to the world, another president, President Putin here in Moscow, is trying to limit what people here in Russia get to know about what's happening in Ukraine. So Radio Echo Moscow, an independent radio station, has been closed down today. Its broadcasts have been closed down. We think you can still hear it on the internet. The Wikipedia site, Wikipedia Russia, says it's been threatened by the Russian prosecutor with being closed down over its post-invasion of Ukraine 2022. So truth is having a less and less of a place here in Russia, as the truth is that President Putin's campaign in Ukraine struggles.
Struggles, the question is for how long, right, Keir? And this is a question that I've been trying to get at from folks that I'm talking to in Washington, because Russia is obviously a military superpower. And you see this assessment now coming into us from the reporting that our teams are doing, that perhaps there is a real concern. Putin is frustrated and may just unleash in a way that is going to be devastating potentially to people in Ukraine.
Yeah, there's a saying from another European war, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. And so that's true of all conflicts. But, this one, I think, is showing signs of difficulties at the top. The plans that President Putin had are not coming to fruition. And I think part of the reason why we might be hearing these reports of President Putin being angered by this is actually, when you look back at previous Russian campaigns, Crimea in 2014, for example, there do appear to have been, despite the fact that it was seen as a success, there do appear to have been logistical issues emerging, supply-side issues emerging. So Putin may well be furious that those things haven't been fixed. It kind of reminds you of another European war, World War I. The leaders of that war, the generals, of course, so out of touch with their people on the ground. So, I think there are real problems for the Russians. That's not to say, from a military standpoint, that they won't be able to fix them. But as you mentioned, they may be trying to fix them with terrible bloodshed, more violence. And again, in the end, the problem for President Putin is he began this by saying this is not going to be an occupation of Ukraine. But the more that he has to use terrible violence, the more he turns the Ukrainian people against him, which means, well, what's the exit plan?
That's it. Keir Simmons, I appreciate the view from Moscow and for your reporting and analysis, as always, with us tonight. Thank you, thank you. You've got the other piece of this invasion, right, which is what the UN is saying could be Europe's biggest refugee crisis this century. We are seeing something like 660,000 people, they say, who have now left Ukraine, 100,000 more than when we talked 24 hours ago on this show. And these are just some of the people whose lives have been changed in a matter of days. Women, kids, families, many of them waiting at the Polish border, the Romanian border, the Moldovan border, sometimes for as long as 60 hours. One mom realizing just how fast it took for everything to fall apart. Watch. So EU leaders are meeting Thursday, and they may approve a temporary solution to all this. Countries would be allowed to bypass the usual refugee procedures and speed up some of the processing that they need so desperately right now. Kelly Kobier is there. You might have seen her in that shot we just showed, actually. She is joining us now from Poland. Kelly, tell me how the situation has evolved in the last 24 hours. I know you've been out there, as we just saw, talking to folks about this.
Yeah, Hallie, it has improved in terms of just getting people processed, getting people off of those trains that are arriving at that very small train station at the border, getting them through border and customs, and then on to wherever they may land. A lot of people are staying in private homes. They're staying with relatives. They're staying with friends. They're spreading out to different cities. Some are staying in schools and in churches and sports halls. But a lot of people are staying with friends. We spoke to the daughter of Olga, who told us about just how quickly everything happened for her. Take a listen. Oh, actually, we don't have that, I'm told. But she talked about hearing gunshots and sounds of war, essentially, and the next morning her mother waking her up and saying, "We have to go, pack your bag." It was really that quick. And she and her sister said that they took their 2 dogs and their pet guinea pig. And she showed me their pet guinea pig. But it's just, you know, it's absolutely heartbreaking, Hallie, when you talk to some of these families and about what they're going through. And the fact that they're leaving fathers, brothers, husbands behind. And that was the case for this family.
And the reason for that, of course, is because men between 18 and 60 have to stay in Ukraine, basically. So you're seeing, Kelly, not just the unimaginable pain of people having to leave their homes.
Oh,
but as you know, to leave their families too. Kelly, do you still have us? Kelly Kobiaev, you can hear me? All right. Kelly, live for us there from Poland. We appreciate her reporting, being on the front lines there of this growing humanitarian crisis. That is, again, one of the pieces of this story. The other is what we're hearing from Ukraine's President Zelensky, who's really asking President Biden to go even further with sanctions, economic penalties with Russia. After they talked on the phone this afternoon, you can see here the president on the phone, a picture that I believe the White House has given us. They talked for just about a half an hour, and yeah, that's a White House photo on that. We had heard Mr. Zelensky talk about how negotiations between Ukraine and Russia went a few days ago and what it would take to end all this violence.
It began 6 days ago. Yes. I think there are principal things you can do it, and that is very important moment. If you'll do this, and if those side is ready, it means that they are ready for the peace.
We know that President Biden and his team have been reworking his State of the Union coming up in just a couple of hours. You'll see it live right here on NBC News Now to more heavily emphasize some of what you're looking at here, right? The Russian escalation in Ukraine, what is happening in Ukraine. He's planning to look specifically, too, at the effort between the U.S. and its allies, the penalties the U.S. has put in place on Russia. Let me bring in Carol Lee now at the latest out of the White House. And Carol, so that people know, you know, oftentimes on a State of the Union, it's tradition for a president to host news anchors for an off-the-record sort of sit-down, usually a luncheon. President Biden was talking with our own Lester Holt, who was there on the record, about specifically his message as it relates to Ukraine, what he wants the American people to know about. Give us a preview.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. He was asked, what is the most important thing that you want to convey in your speech as it pertains to Ukraine? And I'll read you part of what the president said. He said essentially that this is what he wants to convey is unity among America and its allies. And he said, my determination to see to it that the EU, NATO, and our allies are on the same exact page in terms of sanctions against Russia and how we deal with the invasion. And it is an invasion of Ukraine, he says, because that's the one thing that gives us power to impose severe consequences on Putin. So the president saying that his message is the world needs to continue to stand united, and standing together and keeping and maintaining that unity is really ultimately what might change the situation in Ukraine. However, huge caveat, the president said that over the long term, this is not something he's talking about in the short term. Anyone in the administration that I've talked to is still very much thinks that this is going to get much worse before it gets better, and that they just don't think that Vladimir Putin has changed his goals here in terms of going in and ultimately taking Kyiv.
There's this question of not just Russia's actions being classified as war crimes. There's this question that's out there, too, that has been raised in reporting about what is Vladimir Putin's state of mind. There's also a question, and I talked with the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee about this just within the last couple hours, Carol, of could there be a no-fly zone put in place over Ukraine? The White House has been very cool to that idea. And Senator Menendez, too, said, well, he doesn't want to shut the door on it. That opens a whole new can of worms that doesn't seem particularly, useful or a line that the U.S. wants to cross right now.
Yeah, and it reminds me, Hallie, sorry, I'm hearing these protests.
I know, that's okay.
Of the debate that some of the same people in the administration had about Syria a few years ago and creating a fly zone there. And the reason they don't want to do it is exactly the same. It's that it draws you into a military conflict. And what we've heard from White House officials is, look, somebody has to maintain a no-fly zone. This is not just some, magic carpet that gets laid out and nobody has to patrol it and survey it. And so if Russian planes were to cross that airspace, they would have to shoot them down. And that gets them into a hot war with Russia, and they don't want to do that. Also, the NATO Secretary General, Hallie, has said this is just not something that NATO allies want to do.
You know, Carol, you mentioned that we hear the horns, we hear the voices behind you. We often hear that from your perspective where you are for this live shot. I wonder if there's more of it tonight because of the State of the Union. This is a really key moment for President Biden, as you well know. We'll be talking more about that later on tonight, but this is a significant moment for him to address millions of Americans in prime time, not just on the crisis in Ukraine and what Russia's doing, but also, as the White House, I'm sure, hopes to try to highlight what they see as his accomplishments over the last year.
Yeah, I mean, you know this because you've covered a number of these. This is the largest audience a president typically will get in any year, and it has the microphone, it's prime time, and so you want to make the most of that if you're a White House. And what we're told is the president, obviously he has to talk about Ukraine far more than he would have expected to in the early drafts of his speech. But he also is going to talk about the economy. He's going to talk about inflation. He's going to have to talk about gas prices. Gas prices are spiking. His climate change agenda, his legislative agenda. The president hasn't pushed anything legislatively since that stalled effort on voting rights, and before that, a stalled effort on his Build Back Better plan. So you can see there his pandemic response. How is he going to talk about the pandemic? An interesting visual will be, you know, some of the changes in the pandemic will just be inherent because not everyone's going to be wearing a mask this time. And so all of those things are on top of mind for Americans, and it's also something, therefore, that the president's going to want to address. And empathy, Hallie, that's the one thing that we've been told for several weeks. The president's going to try to convey more empathy, basically saying, look, I know it's really bad. I get it. I'm here. I'm trying.
Carol Lee, outside the White House. Carol, thank you. We'll be seeing more of you tonight on NBC News Now. Appreciate it. First election night of the 2022 midterms is happening in Texas. And because it's a primary, voters are deciding who will represent their parties come November. This is also, call it what it is, right? It's the first statewide test for Texas's new voting law, which adds some new rules on things like voter identification and mail-in ballots. We're hearing, and our teams are hearing from some local officials, that they're already seeing the impact of this. Look at Harris County, for example. It has the biggest population in the state. Almost a third of the mail-in ballots that they've gotten so far have been flagged for errors. All those people will now have to go make corrections in person, or else their vote won't count. For the latest on what's happening there, let's bring in NBC's Antonia Hilton live from Houston, which, by the way, is in Harris County. So, Antonia, you're on the ground. You're eyes and ears there. Tell us what you're seeing.
Well, Hallie, I am at one of the busiest polling locations in Harris County, which, as you said, is the most populous county in the entire state. And many of the voters who I've spoken to here, especially Democratic voters, say that voting rights and in general just the state of our democracy is top of mind for them this cycle, particularly in the shadow of the passage of this new election law, which got rid of 24-hour voting. It got rid of drive-through voting, which were two measures that were popular with people concerned about their health in the pandemic. It added potential criminal penalties for election workers who solicited or encouraged people to take part in mail-in voting. And then when it came to mail-in voting, it had a new ID requirement, which required people to submit the exact identification number that matched whatever they first used when they first registered to vote. Something that has proved to be quite difficult for elderly voters here who ended up registering, in many cases, decades ago and are having trouble, in many cases, remembering what numbers they originally used. So thousands of mail-in ballots were flagged for rejection, and people are worried their voices aren't going to be heard. Take a listen to a conversation I had with one voter who tried to help some elderly people earlier during the early voting period and saw many of them fail.
I believe it was to minimize minority votes, period, straight, no chaser. Because of the demographics in Texas are flipping quicker than anybody anticipated. And in just a few years, and I mean that, Texas is going to be Democrat. It will be. They are concerned about that. The demographics do not lie. The redistricting does.
And the concern here among these voters is not actually just limited to SB 1. There's also the passage of SB 8 in Texas, which famously restricted abortion rights here. There's also the new announcement from the governor and attorney general here about potential investigations of transgender children and their parents for child abuse for receiving gender-affirming care. And so there's sort of a widespread anxiety here about the state of the democracy in Texas and around the country and the potential rollback of people's people's civil rights, Hallie.
NBC's Antonia Hilton live for us there in Texas. Antonia, thank you. Coming up here on this show. So what does it really take to write a State of the Union speech? In tonight's Backstory, we get a behind-the-scenes look at that process. I'm joined by former President Obama's speechwriter next, plus a look at past State of the Unions and some of the most memorable moments. So how might tonight's measure up? That's later on in the hour.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Tonight, you have mothers and children sheltering in the basement of a children's hospital in Kyiv. They're trying to take cover from Russia's attacks. We're talking about some of these kids who have cancer. They're really sick. They cannot be moved. And they now have to keep up with their treatments while Russian missiles and bombs are falling. Imagine that. Think about what that might be like. You've also got this hospital, the same hospital, taking in kids, young patients who have been hurt from the violence that is devastating their country. Deborah Haynes takes us inside one of Kyiv's main pediatric hospitals. Watch.
The trauma of war in a children's hospital. This boy was hit by gunfire as Russian forces advanced on Ukraine's capital. Just 14 years old, he suffered face, back and leg wounds 3 nights ago. His latest procedure described as minor surgery. Russia's invasion prompted medics to set up this makeshift emergency department. 3 children have been brought in so far, including a 10-year-old who died en route.
That was the quiet place with just kids, with the scheduled operations, and now in one moment it changes. So, okay, this is war. We are and 2 days ago we have the gunfights all around the block with the artillery fights, etc., etc. But this night was a little bit calm. So, and the war changes the priority. So now, if you can take a shower and take a coffee, it is luxury.
He's barely slept. As well as preparing to treat war casualties, he and his colleagues have an equally vital job to do. Here in the emergency department, the doctors are tired. They're worried about an influx of more patients, and they're also worried about what to do with the very sick children who are being treated in this hospital before the war started.
The lights are off because of we should be like nobody should see us. So we without light.
4-year-old Nikita has leukemia. He receives chemotherapy and blood transfusions. The little boy also has Down syndrome.
But usually children should not be in the corridor.
The noise you can hear is his teeth grinding. Something he's done since Russian missiles started falling. This is where he should be treated. But his mother now has to shuttle up and down from the basement, where it's safer for them to stay.
How are you feeling dealing with all of this? I'm sorry to ask.
You know, trembling, hands are trembling, legs like you are in fitness gym because downstairs 10,000 meters a day, steps a day, up and down with children, with bags.
She wants to take him out of the country, but it's hard.
Our children can't live without hospital, without medical treatment. You know, it's just a few days and that's all. So we should, if we will go to another country, we should cross the border, but with a doctor.
They're not alone. Other children dealt the same cruel blows, fighting life-threatening disease in the middle of a war zone, and with Russian forces closing in on the capital. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Kyiv.
Our thanks to Deborah for that important reporting. And we have to note here, you do have relief agencies looking to step up to help the millions of people in Ukraine, like those kids who desperately need medical supplies. They need food, they need safe drinking water. If you want to help, take a quick screen grab of this. Take a picture with your phone, visit redcross.org, or call the number you see, 1-800-RED-CROSS. You can also text Red Cross to 90999. Still ahead, those deadly floods in Australia are getting worse and forcing tens of thousands of people from their homes. We've got an update on that coming up in the 5 Things.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the January 6th Select Committee has issued subpoenas for 6 people who they say spread lies about the 2020 presidential election. The committee's chairman, in a statement, said this is part of the panel's investigation into the attack on the Capitol and that they want testimony and records from those people. The panel expects them to cooperate. Number 2, tens of thousands of people in Australia on the southeast coast have been forced to leave their homes today. Remember last night we told you how the country is seeing its worst flooding in more than a decade? Well, you can see it by these pictures here. It is not letting up. You have rescue teams going in, trying to get people out of cars that they're trapped in, trying to get people off of roofs. At least 10 people have been killed in these floods. Number 3, workers at some Target stores could start getting paid as much as $24 an hour starting this year. Target says it's raising its minimum wage from $15 to $24 an hour to try to be more competitive in places like New York. The company says it's also planning to spend big bucks to give its employees better access to health care, too. Number 4, the House of Representatives is awarding the Congressional Gold Medal to the only all-female black unit to serve in Europe in World War II. The unit, known as the 6888, was known for solving a big male crisis in the UK and became role models for black women who joined the military, for many of them. Some lawmakers calling this a long overdue honor and recognition. Number 5, we talked about Ukrainian refugees just a minute ago in the show. Well, now Airbnb says it's offering free temporary housing to 100,000 people who have been forced to flee since Russia's invasion. That's being paid for with help from Airbnb hosts and donations to the company's refugee fund. All of this, of course, setting up what could be a split-screen moment for President Biden in just really a couple of hours from now when he delivers his State of the Union speech. But the world will also be watching what is happening in Ukraine with Russia's escalation there. Just moments ago, the chief of staff talked with our Lester Holt. He seemed to downplay the possibility of the president delivering a speech tonight at the same moment, right? Downplaying the possibility of a split screen. But here's what else Ron Klain told Lester. Watch.
And depending what happens in Kyiv tonight, could we be looking at a split screen moment? Is there concern Vladimir Putin might want to upstage the president?
Look, the concern is that 6 days ago, Vladimir Putin launched an unjustified, unprecedented assault on Ukraine. The concern is that he continues to target civilians in Ukraine. I care less about what hour of the day or night this happens and more about the fact that what Vladimir Putin is doing in Ukraine is wrong. And that's why the United States has assembled this amazing coalition led by President Biden, joined by leaders from around the globe to devastate the Russian economy as a result. We're down to now it takes more than 100 rubles to buy a single U.S. dollar. Their stock market's been unable to open this week. Russian inflation's over 20%. So they are paying a price for what they're doing, whatever hour of the day and night they do it.
You can catch more of that interview. And again, we're just hearing this from Ron Klain, right? This is just getting turned around. You saw the first excerpt of it here. More at 6:30 Eastern on the Nightly News with Lester Holt. As we talk about that speech, let's talk about what President Biden is expected to say. As of, I think, 3.5 minutes ago, we've gotten the first excerpts from the White House on that front. I want to bring in NBC's Carol Lee back because, Carol, we got you back in front of a camera. Based on these excerpts, and I've only been able to skim them in my email, like during the last commercial break, the president is going to pretty directly take on Vladimir Putin, which is not surprising based on what he said before.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. He's going to directly say Putin was wrong in terms of thinking that he could divide the U.S. and its European allies, and that we were ready, in the president's words. I'll read you part of what he said. He also talks about how throughout history we've learned this lesson: when dictators do not pay a price for their aggression, they cause more chaos. They keep moving, and the costs and the threats to America and the world keep rising. And the president also talks about how the NATO alliance was aligned on this, that the U.S. has led on that, and essentially, he says, diplomacy matters. So that's something that President Biden has focused on since he's taken office, that he would emphasize diplomacy. And he's saying that that work actually paid off, and the U.S. and its allies were together and united. And in the end, as I said, Putin was wrong. We were ready.
Carol Lee at the White House. Carol, thank you for bringing us those excerpts. The early look at what we will hear from President Biden in just a few hours, it actually tees us up really well for this next segment, our backstory. You know, viewers of the show, it's the behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into the bigger picture. And as we talk about President Biden's State of the Union, listen, backdrop, big audience, right? Probably the biggest audience for a president all year long in most cases. And that's something that his team works on for months, right? The State of the Union doesn't just sneak up on folks by surprise. They know it's coming. They work to find exactly the right tone. Somebody who knows a lot about writing those important speeches is Jon Favreau, who was the chief speechwriter for former President Barack Obama back in 2012, a decade ago now. Favreau was part of a White House video giving a sneak peek at what goes into a speech like this. Check it out.
Finished the first complete draft last night on Monday night. And now we're going to meet with the president. He had lots and lots of thoughts and gave all kinds of edits, comments like this. Cody and I are now rewriting, reordering, re-editing.
John, who is now the co-host of Crooked Media's new podcast, Offline, joins me now to talk more about it. John, baby John, that was a nice glimpse from a decade ago. You and Cody looking like kids, you know?
Looking like kids who hadn't slept in weeks.
Well, because you probably didn't. We're so glad to have you, John. And as I said, this is your first time on for this segment, so thank you and welcome, because it's a little different. We really want to try to pull back the curtain on, like, what is it really like, right? Your experience, like, tell us what it was creating a speech like this for a president. It's a big deal. It doesn't just pop up out of nowhere. But you know that when you worked for, former President Obama, stuff came up and you had to maneuver and rework and rewrite right up until the last minute.
Right. Yeah. I mean, usually it started around Thanksgiving. We'd have our first meetings about what was going to go in the speech. And the president would sort of lay out the themes of what he wanted included. We'd also talk to every policy advisor in every department of the White House, every cabinet agency over the next couple of weeks. And then we'd figure out, okay, this is the policy that's going in the speech. This is these are the accomplishments we're going to talk about. Here's the theme. And then we'd get working on the actual draft. And we'd usually have a draft around Christmas. We'd send it to the president when he was in Hawaii. He would say he was going to look at it while he was in Hawaii, but because he was in Hawaii on vacation, he never did. And so then we had a last-minute sprint in the first couple weeks in January between when we got back from break and when the speech was, to try to get the speech in order and basically keep it all within around an hour. Right. Was always the challenge.
Every single time I've asked this next question, the person I've asked says, well, so-and-so wrote every single word of it, right? Which I know, but like, how involved was President Obama? Because we know that President Biden's been working with his team, especially lately on this, but like, was this red pen crossing it out, on the iPad, getting in there kind of thing?
Yes. I mean, we're always, of course, supposed to say as speechwriters that the president writes everything. But President Obama, because he was a writer, because he wrote 2 books before he became president, really was involved pretty intimately. And he would be up till 2 or 3 in the morning sending us edits. We'd get the draft back and it would be covered in black little marker and his like neat little lefty handwriting. So he would get very, very involved, particularly as we get closer to the end. And it was focused mainly, like, we've gotten the argument down, then he wanted to focus on language and rhythm, and he'd be making edits right up until the day of.
There is an optical piece to this, too, for any State of the Union. Like, it's a primetime address. It's a rare opportunity for a president to deliver a speech to all Americans across all networks at the same time. How much are you thinking about things like guests in the First Lady's box? We know, for example, First Lady Jill Biden will have the Ukrainian ambassador, and other guests we've found out in the box for tonight's speech. How much are you thinking about that and weaving that through in those moments when the president's going to call out people in the audience?
Yeah, look, I think the way we did it is if there were news stories that we wanted to highlight, if there were people doing heroic, courageous things we wanted to highlight, we would include that in the speech and then invite the guests to the State of the Union. So it would go that way. We wouldn't just have guests and then figure out how to incorporate them in the speech. But look, I know that President Biden and his team are still working on the speech as we speak right now, even though there are excerpts out. I know they're making last-minute edits, and that happens too. I mean, I remember in 2011, we had a draft of the speech done, and then there was that horrific shooting in Tucson.
That's right.
When Congresswoman Giffords was shot, and we rewrote most of the beginning of the speech based on what happened there, particularly knowing who would be in the audience and what he'd want to say there.
You also were involved in the speech of the State of the Union after Osama bin Laden was killed. That was a huge moment, right?
Yeah, and in that speech, I remember that we ended because the president had told us the story about how the SEALs involved in the raid had given him the flag that they had carried it with them into the raid. And he kept that flag and he used it to tell a story about unity in this moment where, the country was so divided. These SEALs who had come from all different walks of life, and everyone in his White House, from Robert Gates, who had been a Republican, to Hillary Clinton, who he had run against once, everyone came together because they were focused on the mission. And he used it to tell a story at the end of the speech about what America can achieve when we come together.
One of the many memorable moments, I think, from States of the Union, throughout the years. Let me ask you this, John. If, hypothetically, you were to be playing some kind of drinking game, not that we endorse that, with President Biden's State of the Union tonight, what are the phrases, what are the words that you're looking and listening for? You know what I mean? What do you think is going to come up the most here tonight?
I mean, it depends on what's in the speech versus what Biden says. You know, sometimes he can say the word literally. I'm telling you, you know, if you drink every time he said the word literally, we might get a little tipsy. But I'm wondering how much he'll talk about Ukraine, how much he'll talk about, and not just the war, but the global struggle between democracy and autocracy. That's been a theme of his throughout the campaign, throughout his presidency. And I'm guessing he'll probably start the speech talking about that and use it as a segue to get into more domestic politics after he talks about Ukraine at the beginning.
John Favreau, it's great to have you. Thank you for being on for the backstory. Come back, maybe next year. We'll talk more. We'd love to have you. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Coming up next, a Republican lawsuit looking to throw out absentee voting in Arizona, what it means for the midterms there, coming up in the local. And the anticipation tonight, not just for President Biden's State of the Union, but that's the biggie. People are also waiting on the rebuttal, and tonight there are more than one. That's after the break.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We got some new developments just into us on that MLB lockout we've been talking about. And if you're a fan of baseball, oof, you may not love the news. We're going to get to that in a little bit. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day around the world. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our West Coast Bureau, Arizona's Republican Party wants the state Supreme Court to throw out absentee voting. There's this lawsuit they filed that says absentee voting is, quote, unconstitutional. 90% of voters there, battleground state, remember, vote by mail. It's a big deal ahead of this year's midterms. We'll watch that one. From our Southeast Bureau, Mardi Gras back in action in full swing in New Orleans. Check it out. People are on the streets today to celebrate Fat Tuesday. It's the first full-out Mardi Gras the city's hosted since 2020, right before the pandemic hit. Masks right now are only required indoors in public there. And from our Northeast Bureau, if a wicked Boston accent grinds your gears, you are not alone. I'm sorry to our friends in Boston, but a new survey says you have the most annoying accent in the country. I said I was sorry. Don't shoot the messenger. If it's any comfort to Bostonians, you did rank at number 4 for sounding smart. Although New York's accent took the top spot for that one. I would have said Philly or South Jersey, but that's just me. We've been talking about the president's State of the Union, and this year's response to it, because, you know, the other party gets an opportunity to respond, is seeing a little bit more interest, maybe a little bit more controversy, you could say, than we've seen in years past. You've got Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds set to give the GOP response, but then you have progressive Democratic Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib also set to give a response from the Working Families Party. Typically, you know, the response is meant to give the opposite party a chance to make a counter-argument, and over the years, that strategy has worked for some, but not everybody. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard explains.
The State of the Union speech, an opportunity for the President of the United States to speak to millions of Americans in prime time. But if you keep the TV on long enough, you'll see a speech after the speech.
We have just heard the President of the United States address our nation.
Now, the Republican response.
It's called the rebuttal or response, given usually by the opposing party, meant to make their own voice heard too. The rebuttal to the president's speech has been happening for years, but it hasn't always been given in the public way we see today.
Congressman Gerald Ford of Michigan.
It wasn't until 1966 when former Senator Everett Dirksen and then House Minority Leader Gerald Ford took the rebuttal to primetime, recording a 30-minute speech that aired 5 days after the president's speech.
We do, however, believe that we have a duty as elected representatives to present our views.
But choosing who delivers the rebuttal can be a strategic move. Sometimes it goes to a potential presidential prospect, like in 1996 with Bob Dole, who went on to win the Republican nomination later that year.
The president claims to embrace the future while clinging to the policies of the past.
Other times, it can be an up-and-coming party leader with the intention of launching their national profile. But then there were the rebuttals that flopped, like former Louisiana Governor Bobby Jindal in 2009.
Good evening and happy Mardi Gras. I'm Bobby Jindal, Governor of Louisiana.
Whose struggles with delivery led to bipartisan ridicule, later admitting that he blew it in his autobiography.
So here you have me, a guy who is teleprompter challenged, versus the king of the teleprompter. Bad matchup.
There was also Republican Senator Marco Rubio's rebuttal in 2013, whose awkward water sip moment went viral and eventually defined his speech. And Democratic Representative Joe Kennedy in 2018, whose shiny lips drew unwanted attention, the congressman later blaming it on chapstick. Almost 40 years after then-Senator Joe Biden helped deliver the Democratic response.
We can criticize the Republicans, and we will. We think, frankly, though, it's time we put up or shut up.
This year's rebuttal goes to Iowa's Republican Governor Kim Reynolds, called a rising star within her party. A Des Moines Register Iowa poll from November showing her with an 88% approval rating among Republicans in her state. The goal? To bring the party's platform front and center in a midterm year.
Joining me now is Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, let me make 2 points here. The State of the whether the State of the Union itself actually moves the needle with voters is still kind of an open question. The State of the Union response, I had one person describe it to me as the thankless job, because when you do it well, nobody really remembers it, and when you don't do it well, everybody remembers it for a long time, right? It's a tough gig to have, and now it's Kim Reynolds tonight. I've been spending most of the morning on the phone with sources and contacts on this of what we can expect from her, and I'm told, listen, this is going to be a big contrast speech. COVID and the economy, 2 huge points for her. Explain why that's so important from Iowa's perspective and why that might be different, right? They're going to draw that contrast with the federal with what the Biden administration's been doing.
Right, and I think ultimately Kim Reynolds was a natural pick for this Republican Party that is still very much existing in the image of Donald Trump. We talked about promoting some rising stars typically from the opposition party, but this is one where Donald Trump is still talking about running in 2024. And what you have in Kim Reynolds is a Midwest governor, popular within her own party, and from a state that Donald Trump was able to hold on to in 2020, while other Midwest states like Michigan and Wisconsin fell. And you have to deal with the reality that in Congress right now, Republicans are in the minority in the House and in the Senate. So that is where you're able to turn to someone who at least the voters are looking at in these midterm elections as somebody they believe who has done an effective job and who is still viewed in a positive light by Donald Trump and by and large the rest of this Republican Party.
Vaughn Hilliard, great to see you, Vaughn. Thanks for being with us. I know you know a thing or two about Iowa, my friend, considering you lived there for a couple of years. So appreciate your perspective.
Thanks
Vaughn. Coming up here on the show, we're going to talk more about some other stories as it relates to State of the Union, but we know that U.S. presidents have been giving these addresses dating back to George Washington. It's actually in the Constitution. The presidents from time to time will give Congress information on the State of the Union. That's what it says. The speech is meant to be the president's standout moment to address the country, but over the years, there have been moments unrelated to the speech itself, perhaps, some candid moments, some funny moments that capture the spotlight, going down in State of the Union history.
Madam Speaker, the President of the United States.
The State of the Union, historic, where the President of the United States has the opportunity to speak directly to millions of Americans. Almost every president in history has delivered this address in one way or another, in written form in the early days of the country, to in-person speeches on TV now. With each message, presidents looking to make their mark on history, some with memorable moments, like Lyndon B. Johnson introducing his agenda.
And this administration today, here and now, declares unconditional war on poverty in America.
Or George W. Bush outlining his path to fight terrorism after 9/11.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world by seeking weapons of mass destruction.
Other presidents have used their speeches to try to sidestep scandal.
I believe the time has come to bring
that investigation and the other investigations of this matter to an end. 1 year of Watergate is enough.
Over the years, moments of tension, too. Remember House Speaker Nancy Pelosi ripping up Donald Trump's speech in 2020? But there have also been moments of levity, like Ronald Reagan in 1982, quoting the first State of the Union address by George Washington and chiding the press.
For our friends in the press who place a high premium on accuracy, let me say, I did not actually hear George Washington say that.
Or former Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg caught on camera with her eyes closed multiple times. A viral moment the justice later blamed on not being 100% sober, reportedly having had wine at dinner before the address. And as we've seen recently, members of Congress have sometimes used what they wear to send a message, like some women lawmakers in 2018 who wore all black to show solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement, and then all white in 2019, a tribute to the suffragist movement. This year, it's President Biden's turn to deliver his first official State of the Union speech. And the question, how will his make history books?
We will find out tonight, together, 8 o'clock Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. Me, a bunch of my friends, a bunch of great experts, a bunch of our amazing reporters teeing you up for the big speech at 9 o'clock Eastern. We will see you right back here on NBC News Now. But don't go anywhere, because this show's still going. And after the break, we have some late and not great developments in those baseball talks. Games are going to be missed for sure. We're going to tell you how many with Sam Brock next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Just into us, no deal, at least not tonight, with that lockout for MLB, Major League Baseball. Another deadline coming and going with no agreement. We just heard from Commissioner Rob Manfred just within the last couple of minutes, confirming some regular season games are going to be canceled. Watch.
The calendar dictates that we're not going to be able to play the first 2 series of the regular season, and those games are officially canceled. We're prepared to continue negotiations. We've been informed that the MLBPA is headed back to New York, meaning that no agreement is possible until at least Thursday.
NBC's Sam Brock is back with us following developments from the league office, the Players Association. We just saw it, Sam, so we knew this was coming. Games are canceled officially. The season is going to get messed up officially because of this lockout. What else did the commissioner say?
Look, it's crushing, certainly, Hallie, because there was optimism. They extended the deadline another 17 hours in the hopes that these two sides could come to an agreement. So to find out that it's not going to happen right now, and it's almost certainly not going to happen for the next several days, is a huge disappointment. Commissioner Manfred said that they're going to definitely cancel MLB the first 2 series of the year. That is 5 or 6 games. But keep in mind, only 24 hours ago, there were reports MLB was threatening to cancel a month of games. So maybe they've softened up their tone just a little bit, but there's going to be so many people that are angry, Hallie, and I'll tell you why. Because on December 2nd, that's when Major League Baseball locked out the players. They have had 3 months to get something done. And Commissioner Manfred was asked, why were you guys negotiating just in the last 24 to 36 hours? And he said, well, my response would be, really, you have to look at the last 10 days. And we didn't get momentum until, the last day 8 or day 9. But you guys could have done something in the 2.5 months prior to that. Did not happen. In 1994, that was the last lockout that was extended. It crushed baseball, Hallie. There were 948 games canceled. Let's hope we don't see a repeat of that.
I'm not trying to toot our horns here. We covered it in December. One of our first stories on this show when we launched was the fact that this was happening. And there was some skepticism at the time, hey, we have 3 months. This may be nothing. This may not be an issue. And look, here we are, beginning of March. What are the sticking points that are left that are big? What can they not get past here?
If you had to boil it down to one thing, I really think you would have to say the number of young players who have not gotten paid yet. Because for all of the Max Scherzers that make $43 million a year, that's the top of the pyramid, or Bryce Harper or Francisco Lindor, or any of these guys, Mike Trout, that make $30+ million a year. There's all these players, Hallie, more than half of the league that makes $1 million or less, and many significantly less than that. Now, I know a lot of folks are going to be rolling their eyes. Okay, right. You're only making $500,000 or $600,000 a year. But compared to the other sports, baseball, the average salary, minimum salary is $570,000. While in the NFL, that's $660,000. In the NHL, that's $750,000. In the NBA, it's closer to $1 million. It's in the $900,000s. So this doesn't seem fair to anybody, especially when the revenues for baseball have gone up. There is also the issue of the CBT, which is basically a luxury tax. What does that mean? The big markets like New York and San Francisco and the Dodgers, they can all spend hundreds of millions of dollars. So baseball had put a cap on how high you can go before you start to get taxed. However, players want there to be more teams spending more money because then they'll make more money as well. It's all part of a larger pot. So they've been asking to move that luxury tax up, which makes sense. The big market teams actually are on board with that as well. But for the mid-market and smaller market teams that can barely afford to stay afloat right now, if you don't want the guys that already have a financial advantage to have an even greater financial advantage, that is probably the biggest sticking point right now, where they land on this luxury tax.
And negotiations, real quick, Sam, will pick up, I guess, no sooner than next week, per the commissioner?
Rob Manfred said on Thursday would be the earliest possibility for them to come together and come to an agreement. But there are canyon-sized differences here.
Sam, thank you. I'm losing track of my days. I forget what day of the week it is because it's been so nuts around here. Sam Brock, you're the best. Thanks for being on with us. Thanks to all of you for watching. And keep in mind, we're just getting started. I got another show coming up, a special report, State of the Union coverage starting right here, 8 o'clock Eastern. Do not miss it. We got a big night planned. We'll see you then. Coming on the air with Ukrainians doing whatever they can to get out of the line of fire as Russia launches hundreds of missiles, including at TV towers, even a Holocaust memorial site in